In a world where life feels like an endless struggle, Lin Shuwen finds himself back at the starting line, graduating from university in 2014. With the weight of past failures and a disheartening future looming over him, he must navigate the complexities of a competitive job market and the harsh realities of adulthood. Armed with the knowledge of his previous life, Lin is determined to seize every opportunity, even if it means starting from a seemingly insignificant position. As he prepares for interviews at a joint venture company, he realizes that sometimes the greatest battles are fought not in grand ambitions, but in the everyday choices that lead to success. Will he be able to rewrite his fate and finally achieve the life he dreams of? Chapter 1: Rebirth at Graduation. In the year 2014, in Jiangcheng, the scorching heat of mid-June enveloped the city, earning it the reputation of a furnace. Within the confines of a boys' dormitory at a prestigious university, Lin Shuwen gazed vacantly at the whirring ceiling fan nearby. Regardless of who one is, the jarring transition from a dream where one is oppressed by an invisible force to suddenly awakening years later in the past requires a period of adjustment. After an indeterminate amount of time, Lin Shuwen heaved a deep sigh, descended from his bed, and approached the sink. Gazing into the mirror at his youthful visage, a medley of emotions surged within him. Reflecting upon his previous life, he realized that since graduating from university, he had embarked on a journey marked by mediocrity and dissatisfaction. Upon graduation, he had envisioned himself as a protagonist, fervently pursuing a lucrative sales position. Unfortunately, he found himself embodying the unfortunate 80 of the Pareto principle. After enduring the trials of society for 3 to 4 years, he came to the sobering realization that he was but an ordinary individual, ill-suited for sales. Observing those around him striving for lofty ambitions, he resolved to make a desperate attempt as well. Regrettably, with limited resources and in a city teeming with talent, where hundreds of thousands graduate each year, his 2-year pursuit ended in solitude and disillusionment. Then came the harrowing 3-year period. Jiangcheng, as the initial epicenter, experienced the strictest control measures during this time, and Lin Shuwen found himself at his lowest ebb. The prospect of a good job was a distant dream, relegating him to menial work, such as assembly line tasks, to sustain his existence. As the new year commenced, Lin Shuwen suddenly realized that nearly 8 to 9 years had passed since his graduation, and he had already crossed the threshold of 30. What did he possess at this juncture? A formal job? Love and family? Savings? A home and a car? Absolutely nothing. All that remained were the burdens of age and a burgeoning beer belly, alongside a staggering debt nearing 100,000, seemingly insurmountable. Yet, fate bestowed a sliver of opportunity to the despondent. Shortly after his 30th birthday, through a twist of fate and the connection of a former university friend, he found himself joining a joint venture. This opportunity illuminated the truth that sometimes choices and opportunities are not merely a result of one's efforts. Graduates from 9 years past, possessing an associate degree, had surpassed him simply by virtue of their timely entry into the company, swiftly ascending to provincial leadership roles with earnings exceeding $1 million. Determined to seize the moment, Lin Shuwen, now enlightened to reality and opportunity, worked diligently and achieved a series of promotions and salary increases over 3 years, aided by a supportive classmate. However, just as he was preparing to purchase a home and consider marriage, fate played a cruel joke, transporting him back to the time just half a month before his university graduation. Having endured the harsh realities of life in his previous existence, Lin Shuwen recognized that he was not destined for greatness, lacking the foundational advantages. Despite possessing knowledge of future events for over a decade, he understood that he could not simply leap forward. Thus, he resolved before the mirror to remain grounded, to grasp every opportunity within his reach, and to avoid lofty aspirations. With grand ambitions in mind, he turned his attention to the pressing matter of securing employment post-graduation, an opportunity he vowed never to overlook in this life. Thus, reborn, Lin Shuwen resolved to begin anew with the interview process. Drawing upon the experiences from the years following his 30th birthday, he naturally directed his post-graduation aspirations toward that joint venture, established in 2012 through a collaboration between a domestic industry giant and a global powerhouse. Following 2 years of exploration and development, the company was poised to recruit in Jiangcheng due to business expansion. Lin Shuwen was aware that this opportunity aligned with the role previously held by the associate degree graduate who had risen to provincial leadership. This time, he was determined to seize this opportunity for himself. Utilizing his somewhat antiquated yet functional laptop, he effortlessly located the recruitment information for the joint venture, and upon reviewing the remarkably simplistic job posting, he finally comprehended why a joint venture would seek an associate degree holder. The SSC position, on-site support, working at the client's office, requiring exceptional stress resilience and interpersonal skills. The current number of openings is set at 2. Salary to be determined post-interview. The interview process consists of an initial phone interview, a second online interview, and a third in-person interview, with a potential fourth in-person interview at the company headquarters if necessary. Astounded, Lin Shuwen nearly faltered upon reading the job posting. Frankly speaking, such recruitment information would likely be disregarded by the majority. Not only was there no mention of salary, but the multi-stage interview process was also a deterrent. Moreover, the job's future prospects were dishearteningly vague. FA, established in 2012, currently hiring in Jiangcheng due to business demands, with potential changes in office location and position over time. This statement almost explicitly indicated that the recruitment was for a temporary position. Even though the company bore the title of a joint venture, it had little recognition in the domestic market. Furthermore, in this new century, the allure of joint ventures had diminished. People were no longer enchanted by the mere mention of such affiliations. Coupled with the uncertainty surrounding salary disclosure and the arduous multi-stage interview process, it seemed implausible that high-caliber candidates would be attracted to such a listing. However, for Lin Shuwen, who possesses foresight into the future, this revelation can be regarded as a paradoxical piece of good news, for it signifies that his competitors are indeed not formidable. Subsequently, after researching information regarding FA online, he has formulated a general strategy for the impending interview, thus commencing his preparations diligently. Chapter 2 Interview and Outstanding Resume serves as the key to unlocking the door to an interview, and perhaps even determining the success of that interview. Therefore, Lin Shuwen devoted considerable effort to crafting his resume. He was well aware of the responsibilities associated with the SSC position and, due to his extensive experience, had insight into the current projects of FA in Jiangcheng. Consequently, he tailored the strengths highlighted in his resume to align with the talents required for this particular project. Furthermore, with his degree from a prestigious institution and several industry-related certifications obtained during his university years, Lin Shuwen felt confident that he would successfully pass the initial selection process. As expected, the day after submitting his resume, Lin Shuwen received a call from the HR department of FA. During the conversation, he adeptly showcased his professional knowledge, and the dialogue, initially anticipated to last 5 or 6 minutes, extended to nearly 20. Lin, please ensure that you present yourself well for the online interview. I will confirm the time with you in the next couple of days. The client requires someone to start by July 1st, so as long as you maintain the same demeanor as during our conversation, I believe we will soon be colleagues. The information shared by the HR representative proved invaluable to Lin Shuwen. As she mentioned, the following day at 11 a.m., he participated in his online interview. This interview was conducted by the business side, specifically his future supervisors and the HR personnel from Jiangcheng, as he would be working on the client side. For this occasion, Lin borrowed a high-performance computer from his dorm mate, known for its gaming capabilities. Dressed in a white shirt and sporting a crew cut, with the dormitory lights on, he presented a pleasing first impression on video, although regrettably, he could only hear the interviewers' voices, as they had their video turned off. The interview panel comprised 2 men and 2 women, a female representative from Jiangcheng's client side and another HR representative from FA. The online interview commenced, and the focus quickly shifted to professional topics. Lin, how familiar are you with the SSC position? Are you aware of the key responsibilities associated with the role you are interviewing for? I noticed you mentioned in your resume that you have experience on the client side. Do you understand what the greatest pressure in this future role will be? Are you aware that this position may change due to business fluctuations? Have you considered relocating to other cities or taking on new roles in the future? Faced with these critical questions, Lin Shuwen responded impressively, particularly regarding the potential changes in the future. He stated, I have thoroughly researched the development of FA. Although it has only been established for 2 years, it has rapidly expanded due to the influence of its parent companies and a clear strategic direction. I am focused on the company's future growth. The rapid progress of FA is an opportunity for me, and I am eager to develop alongside the company. I fully accept the company's decisions regarding my future workplace and role. While there was an element of flattery in his response, it certainly elevated the atmosphere. The day after the online interview, Lin Shuwen received a call from the HR representative. Lin, congratulations. Due to your outstanding performance in the interview, you are required to arrange a time to come to Hangzhou for a face-to-face interview with your department head and our administrative HR team. This meeting will determine your job level, salary, and benefits, so be sure to present yourself well. Additionally, your travel expenses and accommodation will be reimbursed, along with a daily allowance of 150 yuan. Upon receiving this call, Lin Shuwen realized that his employment was almost secured. However, he felt a wave of anxiety, as he had learned through his correspondence with the HR representative that there was a strong possibility of an exceptional promotion. Our company operates on a P and M level system. P1, P5 denotes professional levels, while M1, M7 pertains to management levels. Typically, as a recent graduate, you would be classified at P1. Each level from P1 to P5 is further divided based on tenure and performance. Your interview will be with our M5 level director, who is participating in the onboarding process for the first time. Lin Shuwen felt a rush of apprehension upon hearing this news. While he was unfamiliar with the experiences of others, he distinctly remembered the M5 director from his previous life, who held an important position in the parent state-owned enterprise. Although he was uncertain why his fortunes seemed to have improved since his rebirth, he resolved to present himself excellently. With the interview date confirmed, Lin Shuwen arrived in Hangzhou 3 days later, unable to appreciate the city's beauty. After settling his nerves, he messaged the HR representative, who promptly arrived to escort him. Meeting someone in person differed from online interactions, as they were aware of each other's true appearances, resulting in minimal disparity. After exchanging a few words, the conversation flowed more freely, and the HR representative offered Lin valuable advice, alleviating some of his anxiety. At 10 o'clock, as the conference room door swung open, Lin immediately stood up, only to find 2 men and 3 women present. After brief introductions, he learned the identities of the interviewers: Director Hao, M5, Manager Zhang, M3, and Supervisor Liu, M1, who would be his direct supervisors. The other 2 were the HR representative and the administrative manager, likely of M3 level. This interview was indeed unlike any other. The interview commenced with a straightforward self-introduction followed by several routine inquiries. Subsequently, the supervisor, followed by the manager and the director, conducted the interview with Lin Shuwen, focusing entirely on practical case studies. It encompassed a comprehensive range, beginning with the fundamental responsibilities associated with SSC, progressing to the handling of basic ER cases, and ultimately addressing business-related matters. This holistic approach can be described as remarkably thorough, presenting both advantages and disadvantages. Chapter 3. Position level. Upon the conclusion of the interview, even with over a decade of anticipated experience, Lin Shuwen felt somewhat overwhelmed, particularly by the seemingly straightforward business inquiries posed by Director Hao. The questions, which revolved around positioning, left Lin Shuwen uncertain about their true implications. Nevertheless, the outcome proved to be exceedingly favorable. Following Lin Shuwen's interview, Director Hao directly addressed his 2 colleagues from the Administrative Human Resources Department, stating, Manager Lin Shuwen's theoretical foundation and practical experience align exceptionally well with our department's current recruitment needs. Particularly, his understanding of the company's future positioning in Jiangxing is significantly in harmony with our prior plans. Therefore, our department has decided to offer him a position. Regarding the classification, I personally believe it should be based on the graduate's performance. Of course, I trust that you are the professionals in determining the final position level. With Director Hao's commendation, Lin Shuwen was confident that Manager Lin would not disregard the director's opinion unless there were direct conflicts. Indeed, Manager Lin responded, Director Hao, your department has truly found an exceptional talent. It is certainly inappropriate to classify a fresh graduate at the P1 level, yet classifying him straight to P3 does not comply with our company's established procedures. Therefore, we will assign Shuwen to the P2 level during the probationary period. After this period, should he demonstrate remarkable performance, our administrative department will conduct an assessment. How does that sound? Manager Lin's thoughtful consideration left no room for objection from Lin Shuwen. Thus, Manager Lin continued, after you conclude with Manager Lin and the others today, Jingwen and Huebua, please introduce Shuwen to the project personnel in the department. After all, Shuwen will be stationed in Jiangxing, and his visits here will be infrequent, so let us ensure he feels welcomed. After delivering these remarks, Director Hao offered Lin Shuwen a few words of encouragement before departing, followed by the other 2 individuals. Once it was just the Administrative Human Resources Department and Lin Shuwen, the young lady from Human Resources, Xiao, took the lead in discussing the topic of P2 level salary and benefits. While no one anticipated Lin Shuwen would decline the P2 salary offer, Xiao provided a brief overview of the compensation package. Manager Lin then prudently remarked, "Shuwen, under our company's standard promotion trajectory, a typical fresh graduate takes approximately 3 years to progress from P1 to P2, with exceptional individuals achieving this in about a year and a half. Given your outstanding performance and Director Hao's endorsement, you will be classified as P2 from the outset of your employment. I believe that after 6 months of probation, you will be eligible to advance to P3. It is noteworthy that P3 typically requires 5 to 6 years of experience, or even longer, within our company." Lin Shuwen comprehended the implications of this, and he was indeed satisfied with the P2 classification. Thus, he expressed gratitude to Director Hao, Manager Lin, and the company. With mutual agreement on the compensation and benefits, the onboarding process commenced swiftly. Typically, the onboarding, background check, and medical examination would require some time, but for Lin Shuwen, the background check was essentially bypassed, as a fresh graduate's prior experiences were limited to internships and part-time jobs. Nevertheless, the medical examination was an unavoidable necessity. In the subsequent period, the Administrative Human Resources Department facilitated Lin Shuwen's essential onboarding tasks, such as requesting a laptop, company mobile phone, employee badge, and contract signing. However, all contracts and documentation were retroactively effective from July 1st, accompanied by a supplementary agreement regarding Lin Shuwen's medical examination. This reflects professionalism. Even though Lin Shuwen, a young man, was presumed to have no health issues, the necessary protocols remained in place. Once all procedures were completed, Xiao remarked to Lin Shuwen while leading him to his designated department, "Starting at P2 is indeed a record-breaking achievement for the company, and according to both Director Hao and Manager Lin, should you excel during your probation, you could seamlessly transition to P3. I truly envy you." Lin Shuwen felt the authenticity of her envy. As a joint venture, particularly one that stands as a leader in the industry alongside a global giant, the compensation and benefits were indeed commendable. At the P2 third tier, Lin Shuwen's base salary was set at 6,300 yuan, with an additional monthly allowance for meals, accommodation, transportation, and communication expenses totaling 950 yuan. Moreover, there was a crucial performance bonus based on project responsibilities, which, as Xiao indicated, typically amounted to around 15 of the base salary. Even accounting for an 80 payout during the probationary period, this was still quite substantial. Roughly calculated, Lin Shuwen's monthly income exceeded 8,000 yuan, although the net amount received would certainly be less. As a joint venture, the housing fund was contributed at the maximum rate of 12, and the social insurance was linked to the base salary. A significant advantage over many companies in Jiangxing and even across the country. Not to mention, in 2014 and even more than a decade later, numerous businesses still neglect to provide social insurance and housing funds during the probationary period, or only offer the minimum upon formal employment. Without comparison, there can be no harm. In 2014, the average annual salary for a university graduate in Jiangxing was approximately 40,000 yuan. Reflecting on Lin Shuwen's past, he had once endured a meager salary of less than 3,500 yuan, coupled with a demanding job. The contrast with his current situation was stark and striking. Choices indeed hold great significance. Of course, this discussion may have wandered off course. Xiao Yi's envy stemmed from her own experience. Having been with the company for 2 years, she was still at the first tier of P2 with a base salary of 500 yuan. And her benefits differed markedly from those at the third tier. Not to mention, Lin Shuwen was poised to ascend to P3 within 6 months, which would undoubtedly lead to a substantial enhancement in salary and benefits. Thus, in this comparative light, Xiao Yi's admiration was genuine, yet fortunately, she had consistently interacted with Lin Shuwen and recognized his true capabilities, devoid of any petty jealousy. Amidst this envy, Lin Shuwen has gained considerable insight into the current state of FAZ. Established in 2012, FAZ has experienced rapid development over the past 2 years. Presently, in addition to the general manager at the M7 level, there are 3 M6 vice presidents, each directly responsible for distinct segments of the company's operations. There exists both overlap and competition among them, which essentially means that everyone relies on their own abilities to secure projects and conduct business. Of course, certain underlying rules must still be adhered to by all. Chapter 4 Conversation. During the course of their exchange, Lin Shuwen garnered a general understanding of his department. Beneath the 3 vice presidents, several directors oversee major divisions. According to business delineations, Lin Shuwen falls under Vice President Zhang, whose primary business focus pertains to large domestic private enterprises. Under Vice President Zhang, there are only 2 directors managing 3 departments, with each director responsible for the 2 significant divisions, Alali and Didi, while an associate director oversees the support department that provides assistance to the 2 main divisions. Within FAZ's Alali client division, there are several subdivisions based on the cooperation with Alali. For instance, Lin Shuwen is set to join the logistics project team, Lao Niao, under Alali's umbrella. Within the Lao Niao project team, divisions are further categorized according to the current national structure of Lao Niao and the collaborative regions with FAZ. Their conversation soon transitioned to Lin Shuwen's department post-employment, where he was received by his direct supervisor, Liu Huibo, while manager Jing Wen and director Hao had naturally returned to their respective duties. In a small conference room, Lin Shuwen engaged in nearly an hour of dialogue with his supervisor, predominantly listening as Liu Huibo articulated the details. Through this interaction, Lin Shuwen realized the reason behind the presence of the esteemed director at his interview. Shuwen, currently, our entire Lao Niao project primarily serves the East China region, specifically the provinces of Zhejiang and Shanghai, the northern region of Beijing, Tianjin, and Hebei, as well as 4 provinces in central China and 4 in South China. The Zhejiang and Shanghai area is our company's stronghold, where we receive the most support, facilitating smoother operations. The Beijing, Tianjin, and Hebei region, being the headquarters of our parent company, also presents minimal challenges for business development. Since we commenced operations in these areas at the beginning of the year, our project team's focus has shifted to the newly acquired regions of Central and South China. However, the Lao Niao project, being of exceptional quality, has attracted the attention of our parent company. For example, subsidiaries in Hubei and 2 in Guangdong and Shenzhen have expressed interest in having us transfer the business for these 2 regions to them. Director Hao, of course, opposed this. However, due to certain reasons, the parent company ultimately decided to grant our project team a 6-month trial period. Should we achieve specific performance metrics within this time frame, the entire Lao Niao project will belong to our team. Conversely, if we fail to meet these standards, the project will be divided according to the advantages of the parent company and our operations nationwide. Crucially, our department's staffing is stringently controlled, with Central and South China allowed only 2 recruits each based on relevant criteria, and expansion can only occur once certain benchmarks are met. Additionally, given the anticipated surge in business volume in the northern and Zhejiang-Shanghai regions, personnel cannot be reassigned from these areas. Particularly, after the parent company's decision in mid-June, Lao Niao requires us to commence work by July 1st. Under these circumstances, Director Hao and Manager Zhang are sincerely placing significant importance on you. The responsibilities for the South China region have already been allocated, and I will personally mentor 2 new colleagues, while the Central China operations will fall to you. We are in the process of selecting another colleague for the Central region, who will be on board before July 1st, at which point you will lead the entire Central business. The pressure can also serve as motivation. Your performance today has provided us with reassurance. Thus, Shuwen, whether you can retain this business in Central China will determine whether you remain in Jiangxing, return to Hangqing, or venture elsewhere 6 months hence. Rest assured, before your official start date, I will guide you through the entire Lao Niao operations right here in the Zhejiang-Shanghai region with hands-on experience. By the way, since you are not officially employed before July 1st, your travel during this period will be arranged through me, and I will reimburse you directly. The company's travel compensation is quite reasonable, offering 150 yuan per day, with hotel accommodations and transportation tickets fully reimbursed, along with any work-related expenses eligible for reimbursement. Liu Huibo elucidated the current situation while candidly conveying to Lin Shuwen that if he does not perform well, not only will there be no prospects for promotion or salary increase, but he may also be unable to remain in Jiangxing, with the possibility of termination looming. Lin Shuwen was not a naive, fresh graduate. He comprehended the implications of this message without taking offense. He understood the adage that with great responsibility comes significant pressure. However, having entered the company after a hiatus of 7 or 8 years, he was somewhat unfamiliar with the current dynamics. Upon hearing Liu Huibo's explanation, he grasped the essence and inquired, "Supervisor Huibo, regarding the standards you mentioned, are there specific criteria?" "Indeed, there are standards," Liu Huibo responded. The Lao Niao project conducts monthly evaluations of our services, and our parent company mandates that we must achieve a score exceeding 80 each month. I will elaborate on these specific standards when I train you. With a clearer understanding, Lin Shuwen subsequently engaged in further discussions with Supervisor Huebua. Approximately an hour and a half later, they exited the conference room. Lu Huebua introduced Lin Shuwen to several colleagues currently working in the Zhejiang-Shanghai area. As for those in the Beijing-Tianjin-Hebei and South China regions, they would be introduced later, as they were stationed locally. After a brief exchange of pleasantries with his new colleagues, Supervisor Huebua remarked to Lin Shuwen, "Shuwen, our entire Lao Niao project comprises 3 colleagues in the northern Beijing-Tianjin-Hebei and Zhejiang-Shanghai regions, while Central and South China initially have 2 individuals each. We are responsible for daily SSE operations and some straightforward ER cases. The manager of our department is Jing Wen. Under Manager Jing Wen, there exists a customer service team that supports us, forming an ER case group dedicated to handling significant incidents. Recently, Manager Jing Wen has accompanied the ER case group to address a work-related injury case. In the coming days, I will introduce you to colleagues from the other 2 teams, as you will be collaborating extensively with them." With that detailed discussion concluded, Lin Shuwen's next step is to undergo a medical examination tomorrow, followed by commencing practical training under Supervisor Huebua the day after to become acquainted with the business operations. Chapter 5. No major issues during the span of a week. Lin Shuwen diligently followed Supervisor Huebua and 3 colleagues from the Zhejiang and Shanghai regions to learn and practice the fundamental operations of the Lao Niao project SSSC. With the advantage of his past experiences, he navigated the tasks with remarkable ease, embodying the phrase, "as if swimming in water." This week allowed Supervisor Huebua and Manager Jing Wen to largely alleviate their concerns regarding Lin Shuwen. Despite his previous exemplary performances, there remained a possibility of mere theoretical knowledge. However, after a week of practical assessment, both supervisors felt reassured. Additionally, Lin Shuwen welcomed a new partner, as the wings of this metaphorical butterfly stirred change. This time, the new hire was not the previous junior college student, but a young woman named Su Pei. Although Lin Shuwen did not participate in her interview, he did review her resume. Graduating from a second-tier university with a degree in human resources, she had accumulated 3 years of experience in administrative and HR roles, demonstrating her competence in the SSC business during the interview. Furthermore, her residence conveniently located near the Lao Niao office in the Central China region allowed her to stand out among the few competitors. Ultimately, she was assigned a P1 level position, 3rd tier, with a base salary of 5,100 yuan, supplemented by approximately 750 yuan in additional allowances. While her performance and position would yield 10 of the base salary, it would be subject to an 80 calculation during the probation period. Nevertheless, this compensation package was considered quite favorable in Jiangxing. Both parties expressed satisfaction with the arrangement, though the young woman did not come to Hangzhou for an in-person interview and was informed that Lin Shuwen would take the lead in their partnership. On the evening of June 27, 2014, Director Hao attended a small gathering celebrating Lin Shuwen's initiation. After offering a few encouraging words to the project team, he departed with Manager Jing Wen, leaving Supervisor Huebua and the other colleagues to enjoy a pleasant atmosphere, having become familiar with one another over the week. Of course, no one indulged excessively in alcohol. As the gathering drew to a close, Supervisor Huebua entrusted Lin Shuwen with an important task. "Shuwen, in the days leading up to the first, ensure you finalize matters at your school, especially regarding your housing situation. These days are quite pressing. On July 1st, you are to report directly to the office in Building H of the Jiangxing Lounge in the Central China region. You've already met the SSC liaison who came to Hangzhou recently, and soon you will need to manage the subsequent interactions on your own. Manager Jing Wen and I believe you have a firm grasp of the basic operations, especially with Su Pei's experienced support. Thus, your primary focus will be on how to interact with the client from Lao Niao and how to handle any unexpected situations that may arise. The success of our business in the Central China region ultimately rests on your shoulders." Understanding the weight of this responsibility, Lin Shuwen felt fortunate to have encountered Ling Yin, the client liaison from Central China, with whom he would directly collaborate. Intriguingly, Lin Shuwen would come to know Ling Yin a decade later. However, in comparison to the formidable presence Ling Yin would embody 10 years down the line, the current Ling Yin was still in her first year of employment, lacking the assertiveness of her future self. Armed with insights from his past life, Lin Shuwen made a favorable impression during their first meeting, believing that as long as he remained prudent, their future interactions would be smooth. As long as Ling Yin, the direct client liaison, had no complaints or dissatisfaction with Lin Shuwen, it was likely that his monthly performance evaluations, which heavily weighed Ling Yin's input at 60%, would reflect positively. Regarding the remaining performance metrics, they would hinge on the business operations, an area in which Lin Shuwen felt confident. After all, the collaboration between FAZ Company and Lao Niao was primarily centered around basic personnel agency services. For SSC, core operations involved fundamental processes such as onboarding, offboarding, and conflict resolution, all of which Lin Shuwen felt capable of managing. Thus, after assuring his commitment, the gathering concluded. The next morning, upon returning to Jiangcheng by plane, Lin Shuwen did not rush to his school. Instead, he proceeded directly to secure housing. Thanks to memories from his previous life, this endeavor proved remarkably smooth. He once again rented the same apartment as before, but this time he bypassed the troublesome intermediary that had plagued him upon his earlier graduation. Moreover, through his discussions, 2 of his former friends and dormitory brothers agreed to share the rental with him. With foresight, Lin Shuwen had arranged to meet with the landlord online, and the 3 of them planned to view the apartment that Saturday. Everything unfolded seamlessly, even more favorably than in his past life. Previously, Lin Shuwen had endured 6 months of setbacks due to a deceptive subletter, leading him to settle for a single room without any discounts, taking over someone else's lease. This time, however, the 3 friends arrived together, and the landlord, an amiable elderly woman, was charmed by their youthful appearances. Upon learning they were fresh graduates, she graciously set the rent at 2,000 yuan per month for a 3-bedroom apartment. Although they would be responsible for utilities and the location was not in the city center, the environment was quite pleasant. The price was not only fair, but even somewhat low, and most importantly, the landlord agreed to a monthly payment arrangement. She also kindly equipped the apartment with a refrigerator, washing machine, an internet connection, and generously offered them a few days before July 1st without charging rent, allowing them time to settle in. Indeed, renting in Jiangcheng often hinges on luck. One must be cautious not to encounter unscrupulous subletters from northeast China, as they are notorious for exploiting tenants. In blunt terms, they are a disgrace, capable of anything one could imagine. However, if fortune smiles upon you and you encounter a genuine landlord, particularly one of affluence, akin to the elderly lady that Lin Shuwen and his companions have recently met, then you are indeed fortunate. The 3 of them expressed profound gratitude. Yet once the elderly lady departed, they faced a pivotal decision. The residence comprises 3 bedrooms, a living room, and 2 bathrooms, with the master bedroom featuring an en-suite bathroom and a balcony, while the other 2 rooms are relatively similar. Thus, whoever occupies the master bedroom must contribute a higher rent. Chapter 6. Mundane Matters. Fortunately, the 3 individuals were acquainted, allowing Lin Shuwen to secure the apartment, albeit with a rental fee of 800 yuan, which was 200 yuan more than the 600 yuan paid by each of the other 2. Naturally, utilities would be shared equally among them. Though the apartment was part of a resettlement project, it was new, and the trio was brimming with excitement. With the school year having concluded, they only needed to collect their diplomas, so that very evening, they moved in. The landlord, an affable lady, was remarkably efficient. Upon learning that Lin Shuwen and his friends would be moving in that night, she promptly equipped the apartment with a refrigerator and washing machine the following day. Lin Shuwen was deeply grateful to the landlady. Without her support, the process of renting a home would have undoubtedly consumed considerable time. Most importantly, having such a considerate landlord would surely make their future interactions pleasant. Life is indeed a series of ups and downs. After tidying up the apartment, the trio felt compelled to celebrate this significant milestone, truly stepping out of the academic realm and into the vast world of society. From this moment on, they were no longer students, but members of society, signifying the beginning of their independence. That evening, Lin Shuwen and his friends chose a bustling street stall to enjoy skewers in celebration of their graduation. As he glanced at his 2 companions, Lin Shuwen felt a swell of emotion for the future, pondering what life would hold 10 years hence. Pursuing a degree in law, particularly in the specialized field of medical law concerning doctor-patient relationships, presented a rather limited array of employment opportunities. The very name of the discipline suggests its primary alignment with positions in hospital medical departments. However, It is common knowledge that even securing a position in smaller hospitals of third or fourth-tier cities is akin to striking gold. In Lin Shuwen's past life, he recalled that out of a class of over 50, only 2 managed to find relevant positions in hospitals, having passed the judicial examination and possessing connections to facilitate their entry. Thus, this field was indeed fraught with challenges. Nonetheless, the presence of the term law in their specialization opened pathways to careers in the broader legal profession. Regrettably, the bar for entry into this field was exceedingly high, with the first hurdle being the judicial examination. Passing this exam would naturally broaden one's options, yet the disheartening statistic of approximately a 13 pass rate indicated that a staggering 87 would find this path unattainable. Even among those who succeeded, only a select few would navigate their way into the industry, as it was often a matter of survival of the fittest. Clearing the judicial examination merely served as a stepping stone. The true challenge lay in securing cases and establishing a reputation. It was crucial to note that the legal profession was far from the glamorous portrayal often depicted in television dramas. Transitioning from an intern to a qualified, capable practitioner with connections was no small feat, often taking several years, if not more. The situation was even more daunting for those without the guidance of esteemed mentors. Many interns at law firms pursued different paths after a brief period of experience. Returning to Lin Shuwen and his roommates, their dormitory housed 4 individuals, yet due to varying personalities and familial backgrounds, only the 3 of them formed a close-knit bond. Among them, the youngest, known as Lao Si, excelled academically. Hailing from a rural area in Hubei province, he possessed a fair complexion, impressive handwriting, and a strong academic record. However, his impoverished background led to a degree of self-doubt. In his senior year, he passed the judicial examination and began interning at a law firm. Lin Shuwen was aware that, lacking a mentor or connections, Lao Si had to pivot to a different path after 6 months of menial tasks at the firm. He joined the 3 supports and 1 assistance program in a remote area inhabited by the Uyghur ethnic group for several years before returning home to work at the county tax bureau. However, promotions remained elusive until Lin Shuwen's return. Before Lin Shuwen's revival, during their last gathering, Lao Si, now over 30, confided in his friends, stating, "Brothers, upon my return, I shall embark on blind dates arranged by the sisters at our tax bureau and some relatives, those with a bit of background. I cannot endure this any longer. I am preparing to rely on others for support." Candidly, Lao Si's talent shone brightly not only within their dormitory, but throughout their entire class. Yet, he still found himself defeated by the harsh realities of life. As for Lao Jiangmin, he was the sole individual in their class transitioning from a non-medical background to pursue a career in medicine. However, his determination was proportional to his results. After graduation, he fortuitously entered a pharmaceutical sales company and, through serendipity, transitioned to the largest private pharmaceutical enterprise in Jiangqing. There, he evolved from a sales role to a lecturer, marking a pivotal turning point in his career. Over the span of 7 to 8 years, Lao Jiangmin thrived in this environment, even publishing a book. Remarkably, his work was not self-published. Rather, it was a refined compilation of his lecture materials, brought to fruition by his company. Although sales were primarily driven by corporate relationships and promotional giveaways, the outcome was quite impressive, with tens of thousands of copies sold. Among the trio, Lao Jiangmin was undoubtedly the most successful. As for Lao San, Lin Shuwen, prior to his rebirth, had been introduced to a joint venture company by a classmate, largely thanks to Jiangmin's assistance. However, it seemed like an unbreakable curse. Despite all 3 being over 30, none had yet married, a significant regret. Reflecting on the experiences of his friends, Lin Shuwen resolved to offer support wherever possible, especially for Lao Si Wang Song, one of the mere 12 individuals who had passed the judicial examination in a class of 50. He believed that Lao Si should not succumb to such a fate. However, he is well aware that in order to assist others, one must possess something of value oneself. Otherwise, all efforts are in vain. The 3 brothers indulged in wine and engaged in conversation, dreaming of their futures. Gradually, they found themselves intoxicated. Fortunately, during their university days, they had all refrained from romantic entanglements. More accurately, it was the 3rd brother, Lin Shuwen, and the 4th, Wang Song, who had not experienced love. As for the 2nd brother, Jiang Min, it would be more fitting to say he cast a wide net, yet regrettably, he failed to catch a single fish. In any case, they were spared the worry of having to break up upon graduation. Chapter 7 Transition. On July 1st, 2014. A Tuesday, Lin Shuwen officially reported to the office of Lianio Group in the Central China region, located in the renowned Jiangxing Keating, Building H, famously known as the President's Residence, which would be Lin Shuwen's workplace from then on. When he arrived on the 15th floor at 8:50 a.m., Su Pei, his future colleague, was already there. Although they had previously communicated through WeChat and QQ and Lin Shuwen had seen her photographs, he was still taken aback upon meeting her in person, realizing that some individuals simply do not photograph well. Compared to her photo against a blue background, her figure was quite stunning to Lin Shuwen. Although he had not married in his previous life, he had encountered various charming women in society after graduating, so he had seen his share of attractive figures. Su Pei had a classic oval face, and it was evident that she was skilled in makeup. However, her most striking feature was her tall, slender physique, approximately 165 centimeters, accentuated by her curves. Coupled with her denim shorts and fitted t-shirt, Lin Shuwen felt that, had he not been well exposed to the world, he might have found himself in an embarrassing situation. Fortunately, he was seasoned enough to handle it, and after a brief exchange of greetings, they proceeded to meet with the SSC officer, Ling Yan, who was responsible for liaising with Lianio. Under Ling Yan's guidance, Lin Shuwen was introduced to the HRGs of the 4 provinces in central China, as well as the HRD and the regional operations. As for the other staff members, he would have to gradually become acquainted with them over time. Following the introductions, Ling Yan engaged Lin Shuwen and Su Pei in a discussion lasting about half an hour, primarily focused on work-related matters, and assisted them with access permissions. Ultimately, Ling Yan escorted them to their pre-arranged workstations. The management style at Lianio was notably flat, and due to various factors, every employee had their own workstation without designated offices, save for a few meeting rooms for daily gatherings, symbolizing equality among all. However, the effectiveness of this approach could be perceived differently by individuals. For instance, regardless of his previous life or this one, Lin Shuwen found such an environment rather uncomfortable, as it meant that supervisors and subordinates shared the same space, often sitting adjacent to one another, which starkly illustrated the dynamics of the workplace. In the week that followed, Lin Shuwen observed a diligent Lianio colleague who would voluntarily clean the desk of the regional head every morning. Simple acts such as collecting deliveries or fetching water served as a testament to mutual respect. Nevertheless, Lin Shuwen chose not to voice any opinions or sarcastic remarks. He had long outgrown that phase. In this day and age, everyone was working for their livelihood, understanding and utilizing societal rules, and such contributions seemed trivial in the grand scheme of things. During this week, Lin Shuwen and Su Pei grew closer. In their particular workplace, they were the only representatives from the labor service, naturally feeling inferior to Lianio's employees, fostering a sense of distance. Moreover, during lunchtime, as others dined with familiar colleagues, Lin Shuwen and Su Pei would join them, leading to a natural camaraderie over the course of a week. Presently, their work revolved around basic SSC tasks related to onboarding, offboarding, and transfers, as they were only just developing the Central China region's business, which currently employed just over 100 individuals. There were no significant matters to address. During this time, Lin Shuwen, with his characteristic subtlety, gleaned details about Su Pei's background. She hailed from a small county in a certain prefecture of Yi province, had a younger sister currently in her senior year of high school, and the two sisters were 7 to 8 years apart in age. Their parents had once been state-owned enterprise employees, but, after the collapse of the state enterprise, opened a small supermarket and took on odd jobs, leading a comfortable life in the small county. As for her romantic status, Lin Shuwen only knew that Su Pei claimed to be single. However, he could not ascertain the truth of that claim. Based on Lin Shuwen's experiences over the ensuing years in both virtual and real-life scenarios, he sensed that Su Pei was not an ordinary individual. Thus, he remained uncertain whether there were other suitors in her life. As they gradually interacted, Lin Shuwen ultimately dismissed any notions of pursuing Su Pei. There was no particular reason for this decision, but he had inadvertently learned that a procurement officer from Lianio, who had added him on QQ, was unrelated to their business dealings. This realization led Lin Shuwen to conclude that she was indeed a formidable figure, and he, being inexperienced, should maintain his distance. Consequently, devoid of ulterior motives, their interaction became more relaxed, adhering strictly to company policies and business standards. Within this transitional period, over the course of 2 months, Lin Shuwen and Su Pei successfully expanded their operations in central China. By the end of the workday on September 1st, the number of employees in the region had surpassed 800. Due to their focused efforts in SSC operations, both Lin Shuwen and Su Pei received commendations for their business acumen and attitudes. Additionally, their previous employer, having suffered a loss of business, began to falter. In light of the competitive landscape, particularly with several complaints directed at their former employer and delays in handling various cases, FAZ seized the opportunity in mid-September to capture the business previously held by their former employer. In plain terms, while the former employer had lost new business, their existing clientele would now be transferred to FAZ. Naturally, those fortunate enough to secure the Laoniao project are not merely ordinary companies. They possess their own channels. Therefore, FAZ Laoniao and the upper-tier labor service must engage in negotiations. Ultimately, the upper-tier labor service retained its existing long-term workforce while relinquishing the contract for service procurement. Consequently, FAZ is faced with the pressing reality that others may terminate the contracts of this group entirely on October 1st. Thus, it is imperative for FAZ to finalize the contractual arrangements with this group prior to the aforementioned date. Chapter 8. Preceding this group consists of over 2,000 individuals, dispersed across 4 provinces. The most critical aspect is that by the time FAZ finalized everything, it was already September 22nd. Considering the time lost on the preceding Monday, Lin Shuwen and his team were left with a mere 8 days, which had to accommodate the 2 weekend days as well. Despite fully recognizing the formidable challenge presented by the previous employer, FAZ had no choice but to embrace it. Initially, Lin Shuwen expected that such a large-scale transfer would necessitate assistance from the company, potentially involving Hui Bo as the supervisor or Jing Wen as the manager to oversee the operation. However, to his surprise, during the online meeting that afternoon, Manager Jing Wen stated, "Shuwen, the company has decided that you will coordinate this large-scale transfer. Su Ying from the northern region, Hua Jie from South China, and Ruo Chun from the Zhejiang-Shanghai area will assist you online. They will delegate their tasks to others before October 1st and will follow your lead. You must present a concrete plan by tomorrow. You may request anything from the company, but I must emphasize that time is of the essence. You need to consider both the 2,000 individuals and the ongoing SSC duties." Unsure of the company's intentions, Lin Shuwen nevertheless accepted the responsibility. For Lin Shuwen, this large-scale transfer, supported by FAZ, a joint venture, was manageable, as the entire SSC operation had long embraced an internet-based model, rendering the task considerably less daunting. Moreover, in his previous life, he had successfully executed even larger transfers. Thus, early the next morning, Lin Shuwen submitted his plan for the transfer and immediately began focusing on the entire process online. To his astonishment, Director Hao, who had previously interviewed Lin Shuwen, participated in the focus session. After the entire process was reviewed and finalized, this director remarked, "Shuwen, your plan is quite commendable. However, it remains theoretical. The next crucial step is to implement this plan effectively, particularly in terms of addressing unforeseen circumstances, which must be promptly supplemented during actual operations." With the director's endorsement, Lin Shuwen found the subsequent tasks considerably simplified. He coordinated with Ling Yan from the SSC in Central China and the HRGs from the 4 provinces. To preempt any unforeseen complications, particularly regarding business-side cooperation, he invited the regional head, Liang Ge, to the meeting. With Liang Ji's involvement, the provincial heads also attended the online conference, where Lin Shuwen aligned the entire plan with them. "Liang Ge, our proposal takes into full consideration the working hours of our business side, thus scheduling the contract transition during lunchtime when everyone is at rest. Due to time constraints, we will execute this contract transition across the 4 provinces simultaneously, necessitating the business side's full cooperation. At 9 p.m. tonight, after the business work wraps up, we will conduct an online training session to instruct the station managers and regional managers on how to execute the online signing. Tomorrow at noon, we will hold province-specific online signing training. We need the station managers to gather all transitioning personnel for the training and to facilitate the online signing on-site. Liang Ge, we would greatly appreciate your support in relaying this message to the business side." Lin Shuwen's concluding remarks were made in front of everyone, and the regional head did not dismiss his request. After Lin Shuwen finished, he took the microphone and stated, "FAZ is a leader in the domestic human resources industry, particularly as our parent company, Jingxing Foreign Enterprises, has been a key partner for our group. Shuwen represents Central China. and your team has had interactions over the past 3 months. In terms of business capability, professionalism, and service attitude, they are incomparable to the previous employer. The headquarters has been closely monitoring this contract transition, and Shuwen must provide daily progress reports. These data will reach headquarters, and if any province or city significantly lags behind others, it will indicate issues with either business capability or attitude. This mindset must be communicated throughout your team. Shuwen, for the training sessions this evening and every subsequent midday training, ensure to include the HRGs and business heads from all 4 provinces. After each training, extract the list of online participants, as we will hold special meetings for areas and provinces that do not meet progress expectations. Upon hearing the regional head's words, Lin Shuwen instantly grasped the underlying message. It was a clear indication that his company had substantial backing and was a long-standing collaborator with the Ali Group. This served as a reminder for the team not to overstep bounds and to treat Lin Shuwen's side with due respect. Furthermore, the director's comments on Lin Shuwen's team's recent performances highlighted their professionalism and service attitude, subtly implying that the complaints from the previous employer were due to service and expertise issues. Now that they had engaged a new partner based on their requirements, they should be content. The mention of the headquarters further implied that any repercussions arising from this situation would not reflect poorly on Lianggo, but rather would be a consequence of their own missteps. Indeed, the corporate world is a realm of sharp competition, where every nuance carries significant weight. If not for Lin Shuwen's extensive workplace experience, he might have missed the myriad implications woven into the regional head statements, such as the nature of the workplace, where the atmosphere is fraught with tension and competition. Lin Shuwen firmly believes that the provincial leaders and HRG are undoubtedly aware of the various implications involved. This conviction is bolstered by the fact that during the online training session that Lin Shuwen personally conducted that very evening, the attendance figures were indisputable. Particularly noteworthy was that prior to Lin Shuwen's training, the HRD from Central China, Rui Ge, spoke on behalf of Lianggo. There is a saying that suggests tailoring one's approach to the audience, yet it can also be beautifully interpreted as devising strategies that are suited to specific individuals. Therefore, the subsequent challenge for Lin Shuwen lies in how to conduct focused online training for these station leaders, which is of utmost importance. Chapter 9. Minor emergencies in addressing these station masters. Lin Shuwen was certainly not going to conduct training sessions akin to those held for the provincial heads and HRGs. His approach to training was refreshingly straightforward. After a brief self-introduction, he elucidated the background and purpose of the transition, instructing each station master to relay this information to the personnel involved in the switch. The next step focused on the crucial online signing process. He presented a pre-recorded video demonstrating the signing procedure, pausing intermittently to provide detailed explanations, before allowing all participants to practice it themselves. This was followed by addressing potential issues that might arise during the transition. Finally, he outlined the timelines, contacts, and processes for each province. The entire procedure took merely half an hour. Concluding the session, the regional manager, Lianggo, delivered a summary speech, marking the end of the online training. However, for Lin Shuwen, the real pressure was just beginning. Early the next morning, he attentively listened to the online training sessions of the 4 individuals who were to conduct the noon training, repeating this process 3 times until he felt reassured. Moreover, after the training phase concluded, he meticulously verified and imported the lists, reconfirming the attendance rates with the provincial heads, HRGs, and regional managers. By the time it was noon, Lin and his colleagues had not even taken a lunch break before embarking on the transition signing. In fact, this mass signing process, facilitated by the power of the internet, was not particularly challenging. With over 2,000 participants spread across 4 provinces, each hosting around 500 individuals, there were approximately 300 sites involved. Consequently, each site had about 7 individuals, and each regional manager was responsible for roughly 70 people. The provincial heads, regional managers, and station masters had already undergone 2 rounds of training the previous evening and that noon. Unless there were issues of attitude, there should be no significant problems with the signing process. As Lin had anticipated, around 80 of the participants faced no difficulties, with the remaining 20 requiring special attention. With around 400 individuals distributed across each province, various issues arose: problems with signing, operational difficulties, incorrect phone numbers, and identity card discrepancies, to name a few. Furthermore, the concerns regarding salary adjustments after the transition constituted a significant issue, as everyone was ultimately in pursuit of financial gain. This concern was particularly pronounced if individuals were apprehensive that the transition would adversely affect their salaries. It often resulted in entire sites opting not to sign until confirmation was secured. The ability of a station master to respond to such issues was profoundly indicative of their competence. Some station masters, despite Lin's previous warnings, failed to effectively explain situations and instead shifted the blame back to him. While 80 adhered to the training guidelines, the remaining 20 did not listen. Fortunately, most of those in this latter group managed to resolve their issues, as trust had been established. However, a small fraction, the ones who Lin had expressed frustration towards, chose to feign understanding, which ultimately led to the signing personnel refusing to sign and even staging a walkout. By 5 in the afternoon, Lin Shuwen shared the data. Out of 250 intended signings, 115 had been completed, yielding a completion rate of 94. There remained 135 individuals who had not completed the process, and each province would conduct another online training session and signing before the end of the workday. This data garnered praise from Xiaobin, who was responsible for liaising with the logistics headquarters, as well as from the regional manager in Huazhong. At 8:30 p.m., a new round of supplementary signings commenced, which was highly targeted and focused on resolving issues. The results were promising. From the initial 135 individuals, only 25 had not signed. After announcing the data, Lin devised a plan for one-on-one signings with these 25 individuals the following day, but alas, plans often do not keep pace with change. Shortly after completing his report, Lin received a call from Ling Yan at SSC, Shuwen. We have encountered an urgent situation in Nanyang, Henan Province. A major site involved in this signing has 15 personnel who are now refusing to sign due to misinformation from their station master. Moreover, they have already informed their station master that they will not be coming to work tomorrow. We are concerned that this may trigger a chain reaction, so we need you to propose a solution, ideally one that involves direct on-site intervention. If this situation escalates, it could significantly disrupt the transition and affect our future collaboration. After hearing this, Lin felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. However, he had no arguments to counter this predicament. Ultimately, it was a reflection of the power dynamics between the client and the service provider. Not to mention, the responsibility for this situation rested primarily with their side, even if it stemmed from the client's lack of cooperation or operational errors. When it came to accountability, Lin knew all too well the client's likely response. The entire transition plan was devised by your team, and you should have accounted for such contingencies. Following a thorough discussion with Ling Yan to clarify the situation and gather relevant information, Lin promptly updated the supervisor at Huebua. After 5 minutes, a brief online meeting commenced, during which Lin succinctly reported the circumstances and proposed his solution. Given the current situation, he believed that direct on-site intervention was the most appropriate course of action. Regardless of whether the feedback from the site is exaggerated or concealed, or whether there is a thorough understanding of the demands of these 15 individuals, the effectiveness of online communication undoubtedly pales in comparison to that of face-to-face interactions. The proposal has been put forth, and it is naturally the leaders who will make the final decisions. This meeting, potentially involving a nationwide collaboration with Laonyao Logistics, also saw the participation of Director Hao. Lin Shuwen initially presumed that this individual would speak after Hui Bo and Jing Wen. However, to his surprise, this person directly addressed the assembly following the presentation of his own proposal. Chapter 10. Response Director Hao directly took the microphone and stated, the total number of personnel transfers in the Central China region has reached 250, and thus far, we have successfully completed 225. Only 25 remain unfinished. The most remarkable aspect is that we have accomplished this task in merely 2 days since receiving the assignment. I am confident that you can finalize the remaining 25 by tomorrow. Consequently, our performance has met the satisfaction of the principal party, and during our recent communication, they have already commended our work. Shuwen, regarding the remaining 25, I have communicated with the principal party, and they have indicated that a transfer is not mandatory. If necessary, they may even choose to resign directly. Your earlier proposal was exceptionally thorough, and now that we have this baseline, I trust you will resolve this matter effectively. Do not let individual cases affect your morale. With these words, the online meeting swiftly concluded, leaving the responsibility of handling the situation primarily in Lin Shuwen's hands. What lay before him was a journey to Nanyang in the dead of night. Considering the mode of transportation and travel time, he would arrive there by dawn. However, before departing, he needed to arrange the final tasks. Thus, on his way to the high-speed train station, a brief impromptu meeting for the transfer team commenced. In this line of work, encountering unexpected events often leaves little room for personal time. Fortunately, everyone recognized the severity of the situation, so there was minimal resistance. The focus was on conducting one-on-one phone communications with the remaining 10 individuals, organizing current data, and preparing review materials. After delegating these tasks, Lin Shuwen began to feel a headache coming on regarding the matter of the 15 individuals in Nanyang. Lin Shuwen possessed the experience from his previous life and understood that the crux of the issue was to ascertain the true sequence of events and the real circumstances. Human beings, being creatures that seek profit and avoid harm, led Lin Shuwen to firmly believe that the information relayed by the station manager contained discrepancies. According to his account, 2 long-standing employees were unwilling to proceed and sought compensation by leveraging this contract transfer. However, I had refused, prompting them to conspire. Resolving the issues with those 2 senior employees would not be a significant challenge. My suggestion was to dismiss them outright, while I could manage the rest of the team. Lin Shuwen scoffed at this feedback. A station with over 20 employees suddenly had 15 conspiring against management, refusing to transfer contracts, and outright striking. The situation was undoubtedly more complex than the station manager had portrayed. Upon arriving in Nanyang in the early morning and after a brief rest at a hotel, Lin Shuwen contacted the 2 so-called senior employees at 7:30 a.m. Upon discussion, their accounts were starkly different. Leader, it is not that we are unwilling to sign a new contract, nor are we causing trouble. It is Manager Zhu, our station manager, who has been excessively unreasonable. He has only been at our station for less than 3 months. Hired a few people, and rearranged our original territories, giving the prime areas to his own staff. This scoundrel has even taken this opportunity to falsely inflate the numbers and intends to readjust our areas again, adding more operations. I have been with the company for 2 or 3 years now, and we have some evaluations. If discrepancies are found, we will be held accountable. We have reported this situation to our regional manager, but he has been dragging his feet and is likely attempting to use this contract transfer to eliminate us. After hearing this, Lin Shuwen was taken aback. Initially, he thought the station manager might have some hidden motives, but assumed the issue was manageable. However, now that it directly involved the regional manager, the matter was far more serious, and how to handle it became another issue altogether. After a long period of contemplation, Lin Shuwen organized a simple online meeting, attended only by Director Hao, Manager Jing Wen, and Supervisor Huebua. Following the situation report, Lin Shuwen outlined his plan. In Nanyang, there are only 3 regional managers. Although they are at the grassroots level, even if this matter escalates to the district and headquarters, without any critical evidence, the worst-case scenario would be a reprimand or no action taken at all. However, from our perspective, it would offend this region and even the city of Nanyang. Therefore, my personal suggestion is to communicate with the regional manager. If he is astute, he will understand that the current station manager will certainly be reassigned. Thus, I believe the regional manager can help defuse this situation using the station manager. If he does not cooperate, I will synchronize information based on the actual circumstances and then finalize the plan. This proposal was naturally approved, and Lin Shuwen promptly contacted the regional manager. To his surprise, he found the regional manager to be surprisingly accommodating. After introducing himself and providing a brief overview of the situation, before Lin Shuwen could fully express his thoughts, the regional manager replied, "Shuwen, first and foremost, I sincerely thank you for coming here in the dead of night, without proper rest, to handle this matter. Secondly, regarding the situation you just mentioned, I am aware of the previous conditions at this station. However, since the station manager was once our franchisee and subsequently joined our company for reasons unknown, I initially thought he was struggling to adapt due to this change in status, so I did not pay much attention. But now that you have brought this to my attention, I realize this is a failure on my part. Finally, how about this? I am currently en route to the station, and we can discuss the station manager and the matter concerning those 15 employees upon meeting. You can rest assured that I will fully cooperate with you on this issue." With others expressing such willingness to collaborate, Lin Shuwen found himself at a loss for words. The hotel where he resides is conveniently located not far from the station. At 8:10, Lin Shuwen met with the regional manager. Under the warm invitation of the manager, the 2 boarded a vehicle to commence their discussion. This seemingly straightforward individual, after a brief exchange of pleasantries and a touch of self-criticism, articulated his proposal. Shuwen, we are already aware of the situation at this station and have issued directives from our district. On my way here, I sought some clarifications, and I have a plan that I would like to discuss with you. We will withdraw the station manager from this position and reassign him to another role within our region. In the meantime, I will temporarily oversee the management of this station until the company provides further instructions. Regarding the 15 personnel, after our communication with the station manager, we will promptly notify them to come over for an on-site discussion. For the regional issues you mentioned, we will resolve them directly during our meeting. As long as we adhere to the company's regulations, I will make decisions on the spot. A wise individual indeed. Chapter 11. The matter settled. He left in silence. Lin Shuwen had ascertained through this individual's remarks that the matter was essentially concluded. The speaker had subtly indicated to Lin Shuwen that a report had been submitted to the leadership or those capable of mediating the situation, and this was the outcome of their communication. Every industry has its own unwritten rules. Even the most humble ranks of the laborious logistics and express delivery sector are not exempt from this reality. In the realm of couriers, the designated delivery area largely determines the disparity in income among individuals. Furthermore, as a station manager, one often exploits minor loopholes within the company's established regulations for personal gain. Each hierarchical level possesses its own strategies. However, I digress. Following this individual's statements, Lin Shuwen naturally had no objections. A crucial competency in the collaboration between parties is the ability to shift responsibility. Since this person had proactively proposed a solution for Lin Shuwen, even if the proposal ultimately failed to achieve the desired effect, he could confidently document in his report. Our company, in addressing all unforeseen incidents, primarily adhered to the suggestions of Party A and will offer full cooperation. With such a statement, the issue becomes substantially less problematic. After all, you are Party A, and your managerial personnel have directly put forth a resolution. As a mere subordinate of Party A, would it be reasonable for me to refute the actions proposed by the business's principal? Regarding the rationale behind the area manager's proposal, Lin Shuwen could surmise the underlying motives. Given that the situation was already known at both the district and headquarters levels, particularly with directives coming from the district, this area manager was determined to protect the station manager from dismissal. Now, displaying an exceptionally favorable disposition, they presented a solution, fully aware of the implications. As long as no one explicitly acknowledges the circumstances, everyone remains oblivious and unembarrassed. Lin Shuwen feigned ignorance, observing as the area manager arrived at the station and publicly reprimanded the station manager in front of a dozen employees. The station manager's position was promptly rescinded, and notifications were sent to another group of 10, alongside various adjustments to the area and the retraction of inflated quotas, all of which were executed in cooperation with this individual. The outcome was beneficial for all. Lin Shuwen successfully completed the transfer and signing of contracts for these 15 individuals. The area manager effectively managed the crisis. The junior couriers received the fairness and resolution they sought, and even the station manager, seemingly penalized, managed to retain their position, poised for a future resurgence. Additionally, Liaoniao Logistics mitigated potential disputes and losses, while FAZ Company received gratitude from various levels of management, including the area manager, city manager, provincial director, and district manager. What began as a minor crisis was thus resolved, seemingly satisfying all parties involved. So, do you see anyone probing into who suffered a loss? For Lin Shuwen, the critical aspect of handling this minor case was receiving a commendation from Party A, especially after capturing a photograph with the accolade, which amplified its impact. Shuwen, I am communicating with you online on behalf of the company today. You officially reported to the company on July 1st, and it has nearly been 3 months since then. During this time, your work capabilities, particularly in crisis management, have been duly recognized by the company. Consequently, following the relevant procedures, the company has decided to expedite your confirmation as a full-time employee. Furthermore, in accordance with Director Howe's prior commitment when you joined, your salary and benefits will be calculated at the P3 level post-confirmation. Do you have any questions? A few days after returning to Jiangsheng from the incident in Nanyang, Lin Shuwen received an online communication from Miss Xiao Yi. Naturally, no one would begrudge the news of a promotion and salary increase. However, the surprises for Lin Shuwen did not end there. With the elevation to P3, and due to outstanding performance, he was placed in the second salary tier, with a base salary calculated at 7,300, bringing his total monthly earnings to 9,500. Even after deductions for Social Security and housing funds, he took home nearly 8,000 yuan. Moreover, as a result of the recent events, Su Pei was also confirmed as a full-time employee ahead of schedule in the Central China region. Not only that, but with the current number of employees surpassing 3,500 and the imminent arrival of 11, the Central China region underwent personnel supplementation, with a new colleague joining soon. Lin Shuwen would no longer be responsible for daily operations. This responsibility would shift to Su Pei and the new hire, allowing Lin Shuwen to begin overseeing and strategically expanding business operations. In the afternoon of that very day, Director Hao remarked in a meeting concerning the Laoniao project. We won the bid for the Laoniao project at the end of last year and commenced business operations in February of this year. From the initial Zhejiang-Shanghai region to the northern region, and then to the central and southern regions in July, our total workforce has now exceeded 10,000. However, I must emphasize that the staffing levels across our various operational zones are imbalanced. The Zhejiang-Shanghai region, our headquarters, has lost business in Shanghai and currently only manages operations in Zhejiang with a workforce of 3,000. The northern region consists solely of the northeast and Beijing-Tianjin-Hebei areas, with no entry into the Jinlimeng regions, also totaling 3,000 employees. Although we have only been in charge of the southern region for 3 months, it still lags significantly behind Central China. Even excluding the 200 transfers from Central China, we have nearly 1,300 employees in the central region, while the southern region has only managed to retain over 500 employees in this same time frame. I understand that you all believe Central China's leading staffing numbers are merely a result of transfers, but I hope you will reflect carefully on why Central China was indeed able to secure these transfers. Alongside the recent pivotal regional transfer, the northern region is also undergoing a transition, with over 1,500 individuals involved. However, the labor company receiving these transfers is not our FAZ, but rather another entity. Furthermore, the southern China region is expected to initiate its transfer before the year's end. Do you possess the confidence to secure this? As for the Zhejiang and Shanghai areas, I prefer not to elaborate. You have already lost the metropolis, and I am solely interested in your forthcoming endeavors. Naturally, the achievements we have attained are visible to all. With the remarks made by Director Hao, the atmosphere has turned somewhat somber. Chapter 12. Opportunities. However, the method of delivering a sharp blow followed by a sweet reward is one that leaders wield with remarkable finesse. Just as everyone feigned contemplation or exhibited a semblance of reflection, Director Hao unveiled his sweet reward. I bring forth some good news. In light of the impending 11 shopping festival, the logistics capacity of Laoniao is insufficient. Thus, we shall sign an RPO recruitment agreement. This agreement signifies our expansion from basic personnel agency services into RPO operations. Therefore, the Laoniao project team will undergo a restructuring. Manager Jing Wen will continue to oversee the overall business coordination, while Huibo will no longer be responsible for SSC operations, but will instead establish a recruitment project team for your project group and manage our national cooperative suppliers. Simultaneously, our entire department will form its own case handling unit and a team dedicated to billing data. New personnel will be appointed to oversee these areas. Moving forward, the SSC operations and on-site interactions of your respective districts will report directly to Manager Jing Wen. Upon hearing Director Hao's remarks, each individual's thoughts diverged. For instance, the adjustments concerning Huibo's role raised questions about whether they stemmed from the underperformance of the South China district. Furthermore, the direct accountability of the 4 districts to Manager Jing Wen suggested that a responsible individual for SSC operations might be selected from the current staff. Lin Shuwen, like everyone else, was filled with conjectures, yet his focus was primarily on the recent inclusion of recruitment into the Laoniao project. In such a large corporation, unless one encounters expansion or garners recognition with a significant background, it is nigh impossible for grassroots employees to ascend to management. However, leveraging this towering tree for personal gain remains a viable strategy. Lin Shuwen perceived the recruitment aspect as his current opportunity. Therefore, when the meeting commenced and everyone began to voice their thoughts, he directly posed a question. Director Hao, does the company have specific standards for supplier requirements? Additionally, will the fees for suppliers follow a tiered structure or be fixed? I previously discussed with the business side regarding the Central China region, where there is a significant shortage of both delivery personnel and sorters ahead of 11. Since Lao Niao has now included us in their recruitment supplier list, I presume they have substantial nationwide demands. We are forming a recruitment team, especially with only 1 month remaining until Double 11 post-National Day. If the company's standards for suppliers are not excessively stringent, I believe I can explore the supplier market here in Jiangshang to see if we can achieve some results. Observe how Lin Shuwen, with his seasoned rhetoric, presented himself as a selfless advocate for the company and even preemptively warned Huebua about potential recruitment challenges. His cunning was truly remarkable. However, leaders appreciate such discourse. After Director Hao provided a brief overview, Lin Shuwen felt reassured. This was a crucial task for the Lao Niao project team. Consequently, FAZ received the green light, permitting any company capable of utilizing public accounts to participate in the supplier list without the previous qualification vetting. Moreover, the crux of the matter lay in the fee structure. For instance, in Jiangshang, the national legal minimum wage is no less than 14 yuan per hour, whereas Lao Niao proposed a rate of 20 yuan per hour for FAZ. Typically, large domestic companies settle with their small suppliers on a tiered basis, starting at around 16 yuan, with increases based on the number of hires, while the pay for employees usually hovers around 15 yuan. However, this time, they offered a base rate of 18 yuan for small suppliers in Jiangshang, directly uniforming the employee pay to the highest rate of 16 yuan per hour. Lin Shuwen's eyes sparkled with excitement. An 18 yuan base rate, even if the final tiered pricing turned out to be somewhat ambitious. He believed that achieving a rate of 19 yuan was feasible. A differential of 3 yuan per hour translates to a significant sum over a month, potentially reaching around 780 yuan per individual, enough to match Lin Shuwen's current salary. Naturally, given his inquiry, he would not engage in the most rudimentary recruitment tactics himself. Why not profit from the price differentials of smaller suppliers? There were numerous strategies at his disposal. The meeting concluded amidst a collective sense of satisfaction. However, Lin Shuwen was taken aback when Su Pei approached him afterward. Knowing others were seasoned professionals and had begun to take action, Lin Shuwen maintained a purely collegial relationship with her. Yet, it became evident that she had ulterior motives, especially as she held a cup of milk tea. After a brief chat about the new colleagues and their work distribution, including scheduling, she finally revealed her purpose. Shuwen, regarding the suppliers that Director Hao mentioned in the meeting, you're looking to explore opportunities, right? I have a friend who is currently starting a business in this field. Would you be interested in meeting him? Of course, I have my own interests at heart. I've thought it through, and once the National Day holiday is over, aside from my regular duties, I will delve into recruitment. Any candidates can be directly placed with my friend. And you could also participate. How does that sound? Moreover, my friend is not only a stunning beauty, but also possesses insights into industry regulations and connections that could assist you in expanding your supplier network. I've noticed that you graduated directly to P2, and now, just 3 months later, you're at P3. With Huebua transitioning to other business areas, if you excel in this recruitment endeavor, securing Huebua's position will be a mere formality. You would be my leader then. No, you are already my leader. Surely, you wouldn't refuse this humble request from a little lady? One must concede that the allure of a beautiful woman's playful charm is indeed formidable. Lin Shuwen believed that had he not possessed over a decade of experience, he might have succumbed to mortal desires. However, the matter she raised, particularly regarding her acquaintance who is connected with several peers in the industry, presents a significant opportunity for Lin Shuwen. Thus, agreeing to those few books poses no issue, yet the manner of discussion warrants careful deliberation. The notion of capitulating to the wiles of a woman is, for Lin Shuwen, currently non-existent. Prioritizing benefits remains paramount. Chapter 13 Consensus. The term efficiency is most vividly illustrated in the face of vested interests. On that very afternoon, as the workday drew to a close, Su Pei sweetly informed Lin Shuwen that she had already arranged a meeting place, and they could head there directly after work. It was amusing that they had only confirmed this during the workday, yet by the end of the day, the location was set. Her glistening eyes suggested that should Lin Shuwen decline, a scene of heart-wrenching sorrow akin to weeping pear blossoms would ensue. In comparison to the erratic work hours at Lao Niao Logistics, Lin Shuwen and his colleagues at FAZ enjoyed a rather conventional schedule. Although Lao Niao Logistics concluded their day at 6, the presence of superiors made it a rarity to see anyone leave before 7. It was not uncommon for employees to stay until 7:30, 8, or even 9. In contrast, Lin Shuwen's team adhered strictly to a 9 to 6 schedule with a 1.5-hour lunch break, which was indeed a more favorable arrangement. Thus, as Lin Shuwen and Su Pei departed together, there were no particularly watchful eyes from Su Pei's mysterious boyfriend. Upon arriving at the designated location via the subway, Lin Shuwen realized the place was quite charming. Although it was situated on the outskirts of the Third Ring Road and took about an hour and a half to reach, the private dining experience, coupled with the quaint decor, provided a sense of comfort that allowed one to relax and indulge their appetite. Compared to Su Pei, her friend Ji Qiyu was slightly taller, yet she could not compete with Su Pei's beauty. As for the rear view, since the other woman wore a skirt, Lin Shuwen could only catch brief glimpses of her silhouette, which suggested she was not inferior to Su Pei. Thus, it was evident that beautiful women often surrounded other beautiful women. Accompanying them were a man and a woman, both ordinary folks like Lin Shuwen, albeit the man stood at 185 centimeters tall, and their faces were quite typical. After a brief introduction, Lin Shuwen learned of their relationship. The trio were partners, with Ji Qiyu holding a 40 stake, while the other two each possessed 30. Their roles were clearly defined. The woman focused on recruitment, the man handled actual deliveries, and Ji Qiyu was responsible for business development and financial matters. This company, established the previous year, primarily functioned as a secondary agent, lacking its own direct business. Altogether, Lin Shuwen estimated that the company comprised no more than 10 individuals. After gaining a basic understanding of the company, and with the atmosphere enhanced by a few rounds of drinks, Lin Shuwen candidly laid his cards on the table. Manager Ji, Su Pei has likely briefed you on the details. The national supplier management for our project is handled by another colleague. We only have authority in Central China, but I cannot guarantee a collaboration with you. As for pricing, Su Pei has already discussed this, so I shall not dwell on it. My sole requirement is that you must provide your employees with a solid standard of 16 yuan. This is non-negotiable. If you wish to secure a higher price, you must send more personnel. Only then can we establish a long-term partnership. Finally, I hope Manager Ji can introduce me to a few industry peers in Central China who are genuinely open to collaboration, not merely those who can join a group and schedule a meeting. I trust you understand my intent. Realizing his own limitations, Lin Shuwen chose not to feign superiority, confident that the other party would not refuse his terms. Indeed, after a shared glance among Ji Qiyu and her companions, they readily accepted Lin Shuwen's conditions. Moreover, Ji Qiyu added, Manager Lin, after each month's settlement, we will ensure that all standard industry practices are met. You may rest assured. Should this collaboration not succeed, there will be opportunities in the future. Clever individuals. Normally, such matters would be settled quite naturally, but Lin Shuwen was unwilling to provide anyone with leverage over him, especially considering he perceived Su Pei to be quite extraordinary. Thus, after Ji Qiyu's statement, Lin Shuwen directly replied, Manager Ji, I graduated this year and am unfamiliar with the industry's rules. I do not require any assistance in that regard. I am not pretending to be humble. To be frank, this success is solely due to Su Pei's efforts, and I am merely assisting her. If a collaboration truly materializes, I hope it will be based on my previous statement, where you send more personnel, and I will remain uninvolved in the rest. Presenting himself as a supporter of Su Pei, Lin Shuwen found himself moved by his own words. The ensuing conversation flowed harmoniously, and in the following days, Lin Shuwen met with several other small company leaders, all engaging in pleasant discussions. On the final day before the National Day holiday, after finalizing the supplier contract with Hui Bo and the company's legal team, Lin Shuwen promptly submitted the information of Ji Qiyu and the other agreed-upon companies. Hui Bo, eager for a successful launch, expedited the process, resulting in 6 new companies added to the supplier database for the FAZ Lao Niao project in Central China, 3 of which originated from Su Pei and Ji Qiyu. 1 was acquired by Lin Shuwen during this period, while the remaining 2 were particularly intriguing, as their legal representatives were Lin Shuwen's close friends, Lao Siwang Song and Lao Er Jiangmin. Both companies, established in 2013, underwent business registration changes only in September of this year. Those familiar with the relationships among Lin Shuwen and his friends would certainly comprehend the implications. Indeed, in September, upon learning about recruitment, Lin Shuwen shared his plans with the 2 friends, and after their agreement, he directly acquired the licenses for both companies. In this day and age, establishing a company is a relatively straightforward endeavor, especially considering the multitude of businesses that fail to thrive. Thus, both companies secured their business licenses for a mere 10,000 yuan, albeit without valuable dispatch permits. In this era, the scrutiny regarding business operations and taxation is not particularly stringent. Thus, Lin Shuwen, with 2 companies registered under the names of his 2 brothers, merely needed to invest an additional 3,000 yuan for a year to engage a tax reporting company, thereby alleviating any concerns regarding taxation. As for the purposes of the 2 companies, Lin Shuwen had already devised a meticulous plan. However, prior to launching the operations of these 2 companies after the National Day holiday, Lin Shuwen had one significant task that required his attention. Chapter 14. The Pursuit of Wealth in the Realm of Financial Discourse. Myriad sayings abound regarding money, yet to Lin Shuwen, the most pragmatic wisdom is that one simply cannot do without it. As for the latter part of the adage, Lin Shuwen considers it a distant notion, for whether he can ever attain the belief that money is not omnipotent remains uncertain. Thus, the pursuit of wealth becomes paramount. Before him lies an unmissable opportunity, the stock market. In his previous life, Lin Shuwen had merely opened an account, grasping the fundamentals of buying and selling. However, he was not bold enough to engage in stock trading. Nevertheless, he retained some recollections of market trends, particularly regarding a state-owned enterprise in his hometown's capital city, which was poised for an initial public offering. This enterprise had garnered considerable attention and was anticipated to create substantial waves in the upcoming year. Years later, when the proverbial big tiger fell, the truth would emerge, revealing the underlying machinations. Consequently, this company became a topic of heated discussion, and Lin Shuwen was fortunate to be privy to such knowledge. Upon its listing, the share price was a mere 1.6 yuan, an astonishingly low figure. After the opening, the price merely reached 2.02 yuan. Yet within a month, the stock experienced a staggering 24 consecutive days of price increases, soaring to nearly 28 yuan, a remarkable 17-fold profit. Following a significant decline, it would peak again by May of the following year, reaching nearly 60 yuan, resulting in an approximate 35-fold profit. Such an opportunity eclipsed the now slowing Bitcoin market. In preparation for this chance, Lin Shuwen diligently amassed resources. He began saving early and sought excuses to request funds from his elder sister and family, while also fully leveraging his primary credit card. As a joint venture, particularly one with state-owned enterprise backing, FAZ adhered to certain commendable traditions, such as timely salary disbursement at the end of each month. Unlike delayed payments, employees received their earnings punctually, and holiday bonuses were customary. Thus, within 3 months, Lin Shuwen had saved 20,000 yuan. Through renting, purchasing a computer, and acquiring work attire, he managed to secure an additional 20,000 yuan from his family. His close friends from his hometown, both recent graduates and financially constrained, contributed 10,000 yuan, granting him a total of 50,000 yuan without any interest. The substantial portion from his credit card provided Lin Shuwen with an unexpected advantage. In September, he obtained a credit card from China Merchants Bank with a limit of 50,000 yuan. Through the usual strategy of casting a wide net, he ended the month with 5 cards, each with limits ranging from 10,000 to 35,000 yuan, culminating in a total credit limit of 160,000 yuan. Had Ant Financial's Jiebe and WeBank been available, Lin Shuwen could have accessed several additional funding channels. Ultimately, with 200,000 yuan in hand, he embarked on his grand stock buying plan on October 9th. Whether this initial capital would blossom into millions or plunge him into debt remained to be seen. After investing all his funds into Lin Shuwen collapsed onto his bed, his mind a blank canvas, uncertain of whether this small butterfly would trigger a significant effect. Fortunately, he possessed a resilient heart, and by the next day at work, he had regained his composure, only to encounter yet another opportunity to operationalize his 2 shell companies. Upon arriving at the office the following day, Lin Shuwen was summoned to the conference room by the HR representative, Quan Jun, who occupied a neighboring workstation. After closing the door, Quan Jun directly inquired, "Shuwen, how does your company settle fees with smaller cooperative agents? I have a friend who hasn't established a company, but can rally a group of people for Double 11. Can you accommodate this?" "Ah, good man. Quan Jun, I have no secrets between us. You know the price we receive from our company. We start at a base price of 18 yuan for cooperative partners and 16 yuan for employees. If the number of participants increases, we can negotiate up to 19 or even 19.5 yuan. For every 50 individuals, we have a tiered pricing structure. Please gauge how many people your friend can gather. And for those who wish to affiliate, I can communicate with my agents to charge only the invoicing fee, which is 5. However, I must clarify, if your friend's group reaches the 18.5 yuan threshold, he will still be billed at the 18 yuan rate unless his numbers exceed 50 individuals. It's essential to be transparent about this to avoid any misunderstandings, as damaging relationships would be truly regrettable. A failed business deal may not be significant, but offending others would indeed be a loss. Lin Shuwen outlined the stakes clearly, and Quan Jun did not disappoint him. He patted Lin Shuwen on the shoulder and said, "Shuwen, your integrity is commendable. Everything you just mentioned is agreeable, and I can assure my friend. Additionally, please inform me of the prices in the other 3 provinces, as I can check with my other contacts. If they have individuals available, we can place them with your agents. If your agents lack business in those regions, please find a couple of reliable contacts in Jiangcheng, and I will have my friend coordinate the delivery." This exchange was a classic example of mutual benefit. Both parties were seasoned players in the game, each understanding the underlying implications. Quan Jun's friend represented a small collective, while Lin Shuwen's search for agents corresponded to his own modest group. Yet, the unspoken rule of the industry was to acknowledge the truth without voicing it aloud. The 2 individuals, displaying remarkable synergy, decisively settled this matter. As for the origin of the personnel from Quan Jun, Lin Shuwen exhibited no interest. Even if they transformed the originally permanent positions into temporary ones, as long as they could operate effectively, Lin Shuwen was willing to follow their lead. Consequently, 2 days later, Lin Shuwen's 2 shell companies directly received the business pertaining to distribution across the 4 provinces of Huazhong, commencing the supply to FAZ, which subsequently began its delivery to the veterans, creating a flawless closed loop. Chapter 15. Distribution in the realm of Laoniao logistics. The workforce is predominantly divided into 3 segments, with the largest proportion belonging to the delivery personnel, followed closely by urban distribution operations, and finally, the distribution centers. Once Lin Shuwen successfully managed the distribution segment, he swiftly ventured into the retail distribution aspect of urban logistics, which overlaps slightly with the nature and functions of distribution. Through the introductions of Quan Jun and several other acquaintances, Lin Shuwen adeptly secured this business, represented by a young woman named Shan Qi. By the time all these matters were settled, it was already mid-October. Lin Shuwen chose not to engage in the delivery sector, as the cost-effectiveness was not favorable. His primary focus was to develop the 2 existing business areas. During this period, Lin Shuwen not only solidified practical operations with Quan Jun and Shan Qi, but also made substantial progress with small agency partners. By mid-October, 4 additional agencies had joined, all of which Lin Shuwen had personally negotiated with, showcasing their commendable capabilities. In addition to the primary client channels and small agents, Lin Shuwen also concentrated on recruiting specialists as a vital source of personnel. Just like Su Pei, who earned extra income after several years in the field, Lin Shuwen tapped into various groups and engaged directly with people from other companies, identifying over 30 interested candidates. Initially, this group may not have fully trusted Lin Shuwen, but he was confident that after a few interactions, they would come to place their faith in him. He regarded these individuals as potential cornerstones of his future team, making their recruitment a priority. With all 3 channels fully operational, while their scale may not rival that of larger or even smaller companies, it was sufficient for the Laoniao project. Thus, from mid-October onward, approximately 70 individuals were dispatched daily from 10 agencies. Even after excluding those unwilling or unable to remain beyond 3 days, an average of 45 individuals were on board each day. Although many from this group would likely depart during the upcoming Double 11 shopping festival in a month's time, the benefits Lin Shuwen could gain in that short period would not be negligible. Time swiftly passed, reaching November 17th, marking the conclusion of Double 11. While preparations for Double 12 were about to commence, the matters related to Double 11 were drawing to a close, which also signified that the fruits of their labor could now be reaped. From the official commencement of recruitment for the Laoniao project at the end of September until now, in less than 50 days, they had facilitated interviews for 500 candidates, with the number of those who secured positions reaching 2,000. Although this figure did not place them among the top suppliers, their growth rate was the highest, earning them commendation from the headquarters of Laoniao. Particularly noteworthy was the performance of the Central China region, which contributed 500 candidates for interviews, with 100 ultimately securing positions. Remarkably, Lin Shuwen's own recruitment team accounted for merely 1/10 of this number, with the remainder sourced through partnerships he established. Following the overall commendation from Lao Niao, there was a specific acknowledgement for Lin Shuwen from the Central China region. Consequently, the company decided to elevate Lin Shuwen's rank to the third tier of the P3 level beginning in November. I wish to convey to everyone that your achievements are not only recognized by Lao Niao, but also acknowledged by the company. Our FAZ is currently experiencing rapid growth, and I hope everyone can progress alongside the company. Moreover, last week, Lin Shuwen submitted a proposal for targeted training in response to frequent incidents involving delivery personnel and the unfamiliarity with SSC operations across various stations within the Central China region. This suggestion has received validation from Lao Niao Logistics, further underscoring their appreciation for our efforts. As a result, the Central China region will expand its personnel, appointing 2 individuals to manage daily SSC operations and 2 others for training and insurance coordination, with Lin Shuwen overseeing all operations in the region. Although there was no additional change in rank this time, the personnel expansion and the acceptance of Lin Shuwen's recommendations serve as a clear signal of recognition. Naturally, Lin Shuwen's primary concern at this juncture revolves around the settlement of expenses. Lao Niao settles costs on the 15th of each month for the preceding month's expenses. However, due to the anticipated demand for a significant number of part-time personnel during Double 11 and Double 12, a special expense settlement process was established, allowing for a unified settlement on November 20th for personnel engaged during the Double 11 period. The settlement for Double 12 is slated for December 20th, enabling Lin Shuwen to receive the expense settlement for the period from October through November 15th on November 20th, a sum everyone eagerly anticipated. On the 17th, the details of the expenses were released. Indeed, following the meeting's conclusion, Lin Shuwen received the expense breakdown from Huibo pertaining to the collaborating suppliers. Among the 10 suppliers, Lin Shuwen's 2 agencies, facilitated through Quanjun and Shanxi along with their team of 30, accounted for a combined total of 400 individuals, with each agency surpassing 200. The other 8 agencies had numbers exceeding 150, notably including Jichuyu's, while the remaining 7 ranged between 50 and 100. According to the tiered expense settlement system, the thresholds were set at 50, 100, 150, and 200 individuals, with corresponding settlement prices of 18, 5, 19, and 20 yuan. Once surpassing 200 individuals, only invoicing fees were charged, with all other costs directly allocated to the suppliers, illustrating FAZ's substantial investment in this endeavor. With 420 individuals contributing an average of approximately 260 hours of work monthly, each individual yielded around 1,050 yuan. After deducting the 5% invoicing fee, the net amount remained at 1,000 yuan, culminating in a total of 420,000 yuan. After accounting for the sums owed to Quanjun and others, Lin Shuwen directly stands to receive 210,000 yuan from this batch. Regarding Jichuyu's side, based on their own capabilities, they could only send fewer than 100 individuals, earning a fee of 18.5 yuan. However, under Lin Shuwen's management, the number exceeded 150, resulting in a fee of 20 yuan. The additional 1 yuan naturally belongs to Lin Shuwen. Furthermore, with the other 7 companies collectively contributing 450 individuals, Lin Shuwen earned 0.5 yuan per person. Thus, after thorough calculations, the commission from these 2 batches amounted to over 90,000 yuan. In total, for this batch of individuals during the Double 11 event, Lin Shuwen alone profited an astounding 300,000 yuan. Similarly, both Quanjun and Jichuyu also made substantial gains. Everyone sat in a row, sharing the fruits of their labor, and all were quite pleased with the profits. Chapter 16 All for Profit. On November 20th, after FAZ disbursed payments according to the receivables of various companies, Lin Shuwen promptly received notifications of deposits, both from Jichuyu's side and from several other collaborators. Accompanying these notifications was an invitation to a banquet. Naturally, Quanjun and his team could not decline, so an arrangement was made for Friday evening. After some contemplation, Lin Shuwen decided to schedule all meetings with others for Saturday evening, ensuring that everyone gathered together instead of separately, and this time, Lin Shuwen would be the host. After all, it was essential to foster good relations between the company and its suppliers, and reimbursement was a given. During the subsequent period, Lin Shuwen experienced countless benefits stemming from profit. The two major departments represented by Quan Jun and Shan Qi were now fully cooperative with any business involving Lin Shuwen and FAZ. A stark contrast to the previous state where they might go half a day without responding, making business operations challenging. Additionally, during this time, Lin Shuwen leveraged his connection with Quan Jun to establish relationships with key figures in the largest department, HRG, and several business executives. Gradually, a willingness to collaborate emerged, which was both excellent news and a concern for Lin Shuwen. The two currently existing shell companies were no longer mere shells. They had expanded to a scale of over 400 employees. Even though many departed after the Double 11 shopping festival, some would certainly return by the time of Double 12, making recruitment imperative. Furthermore, arrangements for the office space needed to be expedited. However, while Lin Shuwen was planning these matters, the gathering with other collaborating agents on Saturday was crucial for discussing Double 12. Esteemed colleagues, we have all made some profits during Double 11. Therefore, for the upcoming Double 12, we must not falter. Thanks to everyone's strong support, our company has taken the lead with the veterans, but our expectations have also risen. I entrust you all with the responsibility for Double 12. Those present understood that Lin Shuwen's words were courteous. They were aware that during the Double 11 period, especially in recent days after the settlement of their expenses, Lin Shuwen had directly signed contracts with over 10 small collaborating agents. What reassured them was that 8 of these agents were from 3 different provinces. Otherwise, if all 10 came from a province, they would have been quite alarmed. Hence, some words were merely for show. Here, Lin Shuwen represented the principal party, while they were the true secondary party. Amidst the lively atmosphere, filled with toasts and flattery, it was especially exuberant with the presence of the beautiful Ji Qiyu, Su Pei, and several other lovely ladies. The ambience was undeniably vibrant, as all present gathered for profit. As November drew to a close, Lin Shuwen also extracted all his earnings from Lansure. With an investment of 200,000, he purchased at an average price of 1.7 and sold at 26.9, yielding an exit of 3.165 million. Although he did not achieve the maximum profit at the lowest and highest prices, Lin Shuwen was immensely satisfied. Coupled with the 300,000 earned during Double 11 and his salary over the past 2 months, he held nearly 3.48 million in funds. After settling his credit card debts and loans, Lin Shuwen still had a total of 3.31 million, reserving 10,000 for personal expenses while intending to use the remainder for substantial purchases. For Lin Shuwen, as for any citizen of the nation, owning a home holds profound significance. In his previous life, various circumstances left him with lifelong regrets, and in this life, he wished to avoid such feelings. Remarkably, in 2014, due to certain factors, housing prices in Jiangcheng were not restricted, and prices were low. In particular, during November, the average price fell below 7,800. The Huajiaking Chuanshuan Donghu Phase 2, Building T31, 160 square meters of prime Lakeview high-rise, became Lin Shuwen's target. Having visited it by chance in his previous life, he could not forget it. Thus, he would not let this opportunity slip by. With a picturesque environment, high-rise lake views, and proximity to the entrance of Huasher-affiliated primary school, the key factor was that the current price was marked at 13,000, yet the actual transaction price hovered around 12,500, meaning the full payment would only be about 2 million. Of course, factoring in the costs for 2 parking spaces and other expenses, the final price, excluding renovations, would be around 2.4 million, which Lin Shuwen generously paid in full. After settling these matters, acquiring his favorite vehicle could not be overlooked. In this era, the selection of models was quite limited, so he fixated on the Audi SQ5. Regardless of others' opinions, the 2014 Audi SQ5 became an obsession for Lin Shuwen. Though the list price was over 740,000, the final price would inevitably exceed 800,000. After securing a preferred license plate, the total cost reached 850,000. He was particularly fond of the color Tian Yunhui, leading him to choose this model, and the payment was made in cash. Though 3 million seemed substantial, it was astonishing how quickly it could be spent. In just under a week after purchasing a home and a car, Lin Shuwen found himself with only 50,000 remaining, which he needed for office-related expenses and recruitment. Normally, one would consider loans for such purchases. But having endured the torment of debt in his past life, Lin Shuwen was genuinely averse to such risky financial choices, especially when he had the means to pay in full. There is a saying that joy brings vigor. During this period, Lin Shuwen not only enjoyed smooth transactions in buying a home and a car, but also made remarkable progress in establishing his shell companies. Although recruiting at the year's end posed some challenges, over the past 4 to 5 months, it had proven quite easy to poach a few individuals from his network. Thus, on December 1st, a Monday, Lin Shuwen successfully completed the establishment of his 2 shell companies. One person in charge, for placement staff, and a team comprised of 2 groups. The office is conveniently situated in a rented space of approximately 60 square meters within the workplace of Lao Niao Huazhong. Each individual brings their own computer, and the office retains the decor from the previous tenant. Even the chairs were sourced from the property management. This makeshift team has thus come together, and it must be noted that it is solely due to Lin Shuwen's esteemed title that these 4 individuals remain. Under normal circumstances, given such an office environment, prospective candidates would undoubtedly turn on their heels and depart, perhaps even discreetly placing a report. However, Lin Shuwen, lacking resources, finds himself in a dire predicament. He has already expended 10,000 yuan, and the remaining 50,000 must be reserved for operational liquidity. His situation is indeed challenging. Su Pei has a profound understanding of Lin Shuwen's shamelessness. Chapter 17 Profound Insights. Lin Shuwen's shamelessness is something Su Pei deeply understands, and it is not merely a matter of words, but rather grounded in reality. Since acquiring the initial funds on November 20th, Su Pei has privately calculated with Ji Qiyu, and it is evident that Lin Shuwen has profited significantly. In Ji Qiyu's words, "Hey, that guy truly knows how to make money." After some rough calculations on her part, it became clear that Lin Shuwen could easily earn over 50,000 yuan from their side alone. Although the exact figures from other companies remain unknown, she estimates they are likely similar, given the number of participants involved. Furthermore, regarding the 2 interprovincial businesses you mentioned, Su Pei suspects they are inextricably linked to Lin Shuwen, and they likely earn even more than her side, estimating his earnings this time to be no less than 150,000 yuan, a conservative estimate at best. Thus, she believes it prudent to adjust her strategy. After all, despite toiling for 30 days this month and recruiting around 20 talents, she has only earned just over 10,000 yuan. She should leverage her advantages and allow Lin Shuwen to guide her. Regardless of the amount earned, merely learning his methods could lead to substantial wealth. Su Pei is a person of remarkable execution, especially when it comes to matters of finance. Particularly, on a certain day after work, while out on a date with her current boyfriend, a seasoned procurement expert, she happened to spot Lin Shuwen driving a 4-ringed off-road vehicle. Although her boyfriend failed to notice, Su Pei did, leading her to envision a prosperous future for herself, believing Lin Shuwen's earnings outstripped those calculated by her best friend, thereby fueling her determination to strive harder. As other new recruits joined, Su Pei began to accompany Lin Shuwen on outings. She candidly informed him that she had seen his car. Whether it was expanding the agency or training veteran employees, Su Pei earnestly immersed herself in learning, ensuring to be attentive with her offerings of milk tea and coffee. However, after approximately a week, she found herself yielding no desired results. Following the conclusion of the Double 12 sales event, with payments processed on Friday, December 19th, Su Pei had almost no achievements in her recruitment efforts due to shadowing Lin Shuwen. However, upon consulting her close friend, she learned that Lin Shuwen's earnings this time were even greater than before, reaching 80,000 yuan, a 40 increase. Including the 10 or so new partnerships Lin Shuwen had secured, his earnings were at least 1.5 times that of the previous cycle. Consequently, with 20 cooperative partners and the trust established with previous collaborators, Lin Shuwen amassed a staggering 560,000 yuan. As a result, Su Pei found herself feeling somewhat psychologically imbalanced. During Friday evening's gathering with the Quanjun team and Saturday's dinner with business partners, her mood soured, though she concealed it well, resorting to drinking in solitude. Some occurrences are simply inopportune. During a drinking session, Ji Qiyu received a call about an issue with her employees and departed. By the time the gathering concluded, Lin Shuwen observed everyone leaving. Yet Su Pei, a bit tipsy, needed to be escorted home. "Su Pei, please inform your boyfriend to come pick you up," he suggested. After arriving at the designated location, Lin Shuwen, aware that Su Pei was cohabiting with her boyfriend, gently roused her from slumber. Su Pei complied with Lin Shuwen's advice and made a call, but unfortunately, it took a while for someone to answer, and it was not her boyfriend who picked up. Lin Shuwen overheard the conversation. Sister-in-law, we're having a reunion tonight. Mao Gu has had a bit too much to drink, so we've booked a room for him. He won't be returning tonight. With a sigh, Su Pei hung up and staggered out of the car. Lin Shuwen could only shake his head and assist her upstairs. All of this was quite normal, but the awkwardness of drinking, especially beer, inevitably led to the necessity of a restroom visit. Arriving at someone else's home, Lin Shuwen had no choice but to request access to the bathroom. However, the restroom of a couple naturally contained personal items. Thus, as he waited a few moments before departing, he moved away from the bathroom to the balcony for some fresh air. It seems Su Pei assumed Lin Shuwen had already left, so upon exiting the restroom, she was without her clothing. Her head bowed and eyes squinted as she rubbed her temples. The ensuing events are not suitable for description. Chapter 18 Awakening in this life. Lin Shuwen truly experiences being a man for the first time. However, his combat prowess is exceedingly formidable. Su Pei, endowed with extraordinary talent, equally refuses to remain in the shadows. Combat is highly taxing on one's physical strength, and knowing that Su Pei is alone tonight, it is only natural for Lin Shuwen to stay over. The following morning, after yet another fierce battle, the two embrace at 8 a.m., and Lin Shuwen, in a rather ungracious manner, remarks, "Your boyfriend is quite impressive, his looks rival mine, and most importantly, his job is excellent." Having said this, Lin Shuwen suddenly feels a sharp pain emanating from his lower regions. Then, he hears Su Pei exclaim, "You scoundrel, your indiscriminate behavior knows no bounds. Rest assured, I shan't entangle myself with you. But I have my demands. You must teach me how to earn extra income. My best friend informed me that you've earned at least 400,000 to 500,000 in the past 2 months. Initially, I was skeptical, but seeing the car you drive, I am convinced. In this era, there are too many scoundrels like you, so I must rely on myself. This request is not excessive, is it? I only wish for your guidance, with no intention of encroaching upon your rightful gains." Lin Shuwen sighs inwardly, naturally agreeing. For how could he refuse? She is a woman of clarity, aware of her desires and adept at ensuring men do not feel repulsed by her. The balance she strikes is remarkably skillful. Having finally received the affirmation she sought, Su Pei promptly embarks on a new course of action, resulting in an unprecedented level of conflict. It is not until noon that they tidy up the apartment, at which point Lin Shuwen takes his leave. From that moment onward, the nature of their relationship subtly shifts, as they have established communication, and Lin Shuwen earnestly imparts knowledge to Su Pei. Therefore, occasional exchanges pose no issue, particularly when Su Pei casually mentions, "You truly are a beast. Engaging with you is exponentially more exhausting than conversing with my partner at home. Yet it is also quite enjoyable." Thus, Lin Shuwen occasionally muses, perhaps this woman views him as a backup meal due to her hunger. Nevertheless, such matters do not disadvantage him as a man. Time swiftly passes in this joyous manner until January arrives, a significant juncture for Lin Shuwen in 2015, marking the 6-month milestone since his employment began. Although he attained formal employment status 3 months prior, the results of his suggestions concerning the veteran project during the Double 11 and Double 12 events have yielded remarkable outcomes. Hence, it is anticipated that January will herald a promotion and salary increase for him. Indeed, no unexpected events transpire. At the end of December, first, the Veteran Project Group's manager, Jing Wen, then the departmental director, Director Hao, and finally 2 colleagues from the administrative department, each engage Lin Shuwen in conversation. Subsequently, Lin Shuwen visits the headquarters in Hangzhou for a performance review. Consequently, upon the conclusion of the New Year's holiday in January, everyone is informed of Lin Shuwen's promotion. Since joining our department, Lin Shuwen's achievements have been evident to all. As of now, the total workforce in our FAZ Veteran Project stands at 15,000, with 5,000 individuals located in the Central China region. Whether it be the over 2,000 who have transferred or the more than 1,000 retained during the Double 11 and Double 12 events, Shuwen has outperformed our initial efforts in the Northern and Zhejiang-Shanghai regions. Therefore, I implore that no one speaks ill behind his back regarding this promotion. If you can achieve such results, I will personally advocate for your promotion within the company. If you cannot, kindly keep your thoughts to yourself and focus on learning. On the day of his promotion, Jing Wen and Director Hao convene a meeting, during which Jingwen publicly supports Lin Shuwen. Everyone is unsurprised by Jingwen's endorsement, as Lin Shuwen has consistently received backing from director Hao and manager Jingwen. Moreover, Lin Shuwen has indeed performed admirably. Thus, aside from his age and tenure, the project team struggles to identify any flaws. Furthermore, during this meeting, the structure of the FAZ veteran project team is formally established. Project manager Jingwen, with the deputy manager position vacant, and 3 supervisors responsible for recruitment and partnerships. Lin Shuwen overseeing national SSC operations, and Qinghua managing ER cases, each with clearly defined roles, making it difficult to ascertain who might come closer to the deputy manager position. Following the meeting, Lin Shuwen must commence strategizing for his SSC responsibilities. He recalls Director Hao's words during the meeting, "Shuwen, from this point forward, you are no longer the head of SSC operations in Central China. Currently, the veteran project is facing substantial issues, with 5,000 personnel in Central China, constituting over 1/3, yet only 1,500 in South China, representing merely 1/10. Moreover, in the northern and Zhejiang Shanghai regions, despite steady progress over the past year, the growth rate is sluggish, and we have even lost business in some provinces. Most critically, can we maintain our foothold in the vast South China market? Hence, Shuwen, your forthcoming tasks are daunting. Should you require assistance from the company, feel free to reach out to Jingwen or me directly. I have but one demand. Make the veteran project flourish." The pressure on Lin Shuwen is indeed considerable, as the veteran project group holds weekly meetings. Thus, he is acutely aware of the project's dynamics, particularly concerning SSC issues. Fortunately, he has been contemplating these matters since December, so he possesses some ideas. After the grand meeting concludes, Lin Shuwen convenes a meeting for his small team. The entire SSC group comprises 13 members, with 4 from Central China, 3 from the north, 3 from Zhejiang Shanghai, and 2 from South China, plus himself. Among these 12 individuals, 8 joined alongside Lin Shuwen or shortly after, while the remaining 4 are seasoned veterans. Through the course of these past few months, Lin Shuwen has discerned that the 2 issues on the northern front are rather insignificant. Their tenure exceeds Lin Shuwen's by merely 2 to 3 months, and considering Lin Shuwen's evident capabilities, they harbor no dissent. After all, even their former leader, Hui Bo, has transitioned to the recruitment team. Among the remaining individuals from Zhu and Shu, the seasoned veteran Chen Ruo stands out as a potential source of concern for Lin Shuwen. Chapter 19. Let us go. The employee who joined the company alongside Huobo and entered the Lao Niao project team was previously responsible for the entire Zhejiang and Shanghai region and was indeed the most formidable competitive supervisor. As expected, during the online meeting convened by Lin Shuwen, Chen Ruo promptly remarked, "Shuwen, I have just received an urgent report regarding the Zhejiang and Shanghai region. I must attend to the situation on site and will not be participating in this meeting." With that, he exited without further ado. Despite Lin Shuwen's experience from his previous life, he found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Fortunately, he quickly composed himself and, after approximately 20 minutes of discussion, concluded, "We have analyzed the situations in various regions and made the necessary arrangements. I expect everyone to execute these plans effectively. Starting next week, I will be visiting each region for on-site learning, and we will work together to enhance the SSC operations, beginning with the Zhejiang and Shanghai region, as I have seldom visited our headquarters there. Jianglong, please inform Chen Ruo that I will be in the Zhejiang and Shanghai region next Monday, and I will accompany you all to the Laoniao workplace. From next week onward, all outings in the Zhejiang and Shanghai region must include me." The eve of the Lunar New Year in 2015 falls on February 18th, just over a month away, allowing Lin Shuwen to settle some matters before the year ends. However, prior to heading to the Zhejiang and Shanghai region, he needed to organize affairs concerning his 2 shell companies to prepare for the upcoming year. Additionally, given the changed dynamics with Su Pei, certain instructions needed to be communicated. After a week of diligent work, Lin Shuwen successfully addressed these issues and set off for Hangzhou in his SQ5 on Sunday. By Monday, he arrived punctually at the FAZ building. After more than an hour of discussion with manager Jingwen and director Hao, where he shared his thoughts, Lin Shuwen received their support and proceeded directly to the Laoniao workplace, where the 3 SSC representatives from the Zhejiang and Shanghai region were already awaiting him. Even though Chen Ruo was visibly displeased, he still introduced Lin Shuwen to the Laoniao personnel. During this brief introduction, Lin Shuwen sensed that Chen Ruo's influence here was not as formidable as he had previously imagined. Following the introduction, Lin Shuwen seized the opportunity to address the regional manager responsible for coordinating with the Zhejiang and Shanghai area, saying, "Mugu, based on the data compiled by our company over the past year, it appears that our Zhejiang and Shanghai region lags behind others in terms of safe delivery by terminal couriers. The high accident and litigation rates far exceed those of the other regions we manage. Thus, we require cooperation and support from our business area. After our morning meetings, we need around 10 minutes to promote safe delivery and relevant legal knowledge, organized according to the data from the past year." This suggestion was naturally accepted, and during the conversation, Regional Manager Mu Gu remarked, "Shuwen, this suggestion is truly commendable. Regardless of the outcome, such preventive training is absolutely essential. Therefore, I propose that you conduct 2 training sessions each day, one in the morning after our meeting and another before the afternoon shift. I will communicate this to our business team. All area managers will be required to attend to assist you." Although this meant an increase in sessions and workload, the presence of area managers signified the utmost importance placed on the initiative. Lin Shuwen had no reason to decline. Having secured the business aspect, Lin Shuwen then turned his attention to the existing team of 3 in the Zhejiang and Shanghai region. Besides the seasoned Chen Ruo, there was the young talent Jiang Long and the intern Lin Shu, which contributed to Chen Ruo's composure. Unfortunately for him, he was now faced with Lin Shuwen. "Chen Ruo and Lin Shu, you two will remain at the Laoniao workplace starting tomorrow. In addition to the foundational SSC services, your primary task is to compile the summary report for the Zhejiang and Shanghai region over the past year. Chen Ruo, you have been involved since we took over the related business, so you are well acquainted with the data and events. You will lead this effort, with Lin Shu assisting you. Shuwen, I will provide Lin Shu with the relevant materials, but regarding the training, didn't Mu Gu just mention that we need 2 sessions a day? If time permits, we could even add more. I believe I should be present on site. There is no need for that. Jiang Long will take charge of the training matters moving forward. Over the next few days, I will mentor him thoroughly in this regard. Just focus on the tasks I assigned you. Of course, if you have any objections to my arrangements, you may directly consult Manager Jingwen or other leaders. However, prior to that, I expect you to follow my directives. Additionally, I have already spoken with Jingwen. The administration will adjust your attendance to the Laoniao workplace. Remember to clock in and out. Excessive absenteeism or tardiness is not beneficial for you." After a brief and tense exchange, their meeting concluded on an unfriendly note. However, the following day, Lin Shuwen smiled upon reviewing the clock-in records. He initially thought Chen Ruo would go directly to the lower station for training or seek out Jingwen and others at the FAZ office, thereby publicly escalating the conflict and creating an impression of Lin Shuwen as an ineffective leader right from the start. This would have posed a considerable challenge for him. Yet, remarkably, Chen Ruo did not escalate the situation. Indeed, it seemed that all reactionaries were mere paper tigers. In the ensuing week, Lin Shuwen remained in the Zhejiang and Shanghai region, conducting training sessions with Jiang Long while allowing Lin Shu to assume full responsibility for all online foundational SSC tasks, relegating the year-end performance report entirely to Chen Ruo, without assigning him any other responsibilities. Moreover, during this week, Lin Shuwen, through ongoing discussions with Huebua, successfully recruited an experienced professional from Hangzhou, who was set to join the company the following Monday. The arrival of this expert, Ding Yi, made it abundantly clear who he was meant to challenge. Initially, everyone believed that Lin Shuwen would wait 2 weeks before taking action against Chen Ruo, as Ding Yi was set to commence work on Monday, necessitating a few weeks for transition and acclimatization. Chen Ruo shared this expectation. However, to everyone's astonishment, upon confirming Ding Yi's arrival the following Monday, Lin Shuwen decisively acted during the meeting on that very Friday. The swiftness and decisiveness of Lin Shuwen's approach were vividly evident. Chapter 20. All within my grasp. During the meeting on Friday afternoon, Lin Shuwen addressed Manager Jingwen, stating, "Manager Jingwen, after a week of collaboration, I have devised a plan for the entire Zhehu region. Upon Ding Yi's arrival, he will primarily assist Huebua and Qinghua with recruitment, agency matters, and any urgent incidents that may arise. Jiang Long will directly engage with training and insurance-related business, while Lin Shu will oversee the foundational operations of SSC. I believe Chen Ruo excels in data statistics and materials organization, even more than I do. Therefore, starting next week, Chen Ruo will join our workplace, where I believe she can assist you, Manager Jingwen, with textual data tasks." With Director Hao present at the meeting, Chen Ruo refrained from making any abrupt comments, and it seemed that the prior discussions between manager Jing Wen, Huebua, and her had borne fruit. Thus, the matter was firmly settled. By the second week, Lin Shuwen, who had gradually become familiar with the people and affairs here, naturally connected with the friends in the area, aided by Quan Jun, Shan Qi, and other seasoned members of the group. The two shell companies in the Huazhong region, which now employ over 500 individuals and generate a monthly revenue of 200,000 for Lin Shuwen, could not expand their business into Zhehu and East China to avoid any potential conflict of interest. Consequently, Lin Shuwen invested approximately 50,000 yuan to recruit 3 individuals, rent a venue, and acquire 2 registered but scarcely operational companies to commence business in this area. Moreover, during these 2 weeks, Lin Shuwen successfully developed 3 cooperative suppliers in the Zhehu region, totaling 5 new suppliers under his control. The subsequent growth could only be achieved gradually over time, leading Lin Shuwen to set his sights on the formidable challenge of South China. In Lin Shuwen's strategic vision, after his promotion to oversee SSC operations, South China was intended to be his first destination, given its vulnerability in terms of workforce and recruitment, as well as partnerships with suppliers. Particularly, the 2 colleagues he had learned about from online sources seemed to lack substantial capability. Therefore, while establishing business in the Zhehu region, Lin Shuwen also allocated an additional position for South China, ensuring recruitment was on track. On Monday, the newly recruited individual would commence work, someone Lin Shuwen had known from a previous life. On January 26, 2015, Lin Shuwen drove his SQ5 to Wuzhou building in Panyu district. Upon arrival, the 3 colleagues from South China were already present. After a brief exchange, Lin Shuwen focused on liaising with the SSC specialist, HRG, and the business director. Compared to Zhehu, the SSC specialist Xuezhuan was well acquainted with the SSC specialist Lin Yan from Huazhong due to business relations, which facilitated Lin Shuwen's introduction. With Xuezhuan's robust recommendations, Lin Shuwen met all the necessary individuals on his first day, and after work, his priority was to engage in a meaningful conversation with a familiar face from his past. The 2 found a nearby restaurant to Lin Shuwen's accommodation, where they dined and conversed. As they grew more comfortable, Lin Shuwen directly stated, "Old Fong, you have been in the human resources field for 5 years, well-versed in recruitment and placement. I have also noted your experience in dispute resolution from your resume. Therefore, I hope you can swiftly engage with training, partnerships, and assist the project team with cases in South China." Subsequently, Hua Jie and Yunpeng would primarily focus on the foundational operations of SSC and, if possible, on training initiatives. With no one else available, and having known Fong Weilong for 5 or 6 years in his previous life, Lin Shuwen candidly outlined his arrangements, confident that Old Fong would agree. If not for Lin Shuwen, Old Fong would have faced unemployment by the year's end, leaving Guangzhou, his home for nearly a decade since university, and returning to Jiangqing. As anticipated, Old Fong accepted Lin Shuwen's proposal and offered several insightful suggestions, which Lin Shuwen readily embraced. During that week, Lin Shuwen and Old Fong conducted training sessions and established connections with HRG and business directors across the provinces of Guangdong, Hainan, Fujian, and more. With the assistance of Quan Jun and seasoned colleagues from the Zhehu region, Lin Shuwen leveraged subtle interests and his emotional intelligence, alongside Old Fong's accumulated network, to secure 8 new cooperative suppliers within a week, building upon the foundation of the 2 shell companies. Undoubtedly, the rapid advancement of relationships with these businesses and HRG was paramount. After work each day, Lin Shuwen treated others to meals to foster connections, a task that was not merely a financial burden, but also demanded a warm demeanor and selflessness. On the auspicious day of February 2nd, Lin Shuwen departed from South China and drove directly to the capital. Before leaving, Old Fong's leadership in South China was firmly established, providing Lin Shuwen with peace of mind. Having laid the groundwork before the year's end, ready to unleash efforts in the new year. The northern region, simply referred to as the internal designation of Old Bird Logistics, encompasses the 3 northeastern provinces, Jinlumeng, and the Beijing-Tianjin-Hebei region. Currently, Lin Shuwen's company, FAZ, only operates within the Beijing-Tianjin-Hebei area, with its workplace situated in the capital. Entering Beijing for the first time, everything felt refreshingly novel. However, Lin Shuwen's mind was preoccupied, leaving little room for exploration. In the Beijing-Tianjin-Hebei region, 2 of his 3 colleagues were female, and one was a towering male exceeding 2 meters in height. Upon his arrival, Lin Shuwen did not immediately visit Old Bird's workplace, but instead arranged to meet with his 3 colleagues for an introductory conversation the following evening. Through this face-to-face interaction, Lin Shuwen discovered that all 3 were quite impressive. The 3 individuals have been in their respective fields for several years since graduation. After engaging in practical discussions with them, Lin Shuwen organized the work according to each person's preferences. Gao Shuai, the tall young man, primarily focuses on offline training and assisting with ER cases. Shui Ying, the quiet girl who graduated 2 years ago, is responsible for sharing the workload in SSC foundational operations and recruitment. Meanwhile, Jiaming, the strong-willed woman, takes charge of basic SSC operations and online training. Following this foundational division of labor, the group did not disappoint Lin Shuwen regarding the collaboration with suppliers, which remained his primary concern. Chapter 21. Recalibration among the trio well acquainted with the rules of the industry. Upon comprehending Lin Shuwen's intentions, they eagerly volunteered to engage proactively with the collaborative suppliers, which reinstated Lin Shuwen's confidence in them. After all, it is during times of mutual benefit that relationships solidify, provided that those interests remain unscathed. Within a mere week, while Lin Shuwen was acquiring 2 similarly vacant companies, Gao Shuai and his associates managed to identify 2 to 3 companies each. In this week, Lin Shuwen also sought potential collaborative suppliers and facilitated introductions among seasoned HRG personnel and business executives who had recently become acquaintances. Consequently, a total of 15 suppliers directly joined the Lao Niao project team at FAZ Company. During Lin Shuwen's month-long external engagements, the others were not idle. In the Zhejiang-Shanghai region, Ding Yi expanded the supplier base to 10 while Lin Shuwen was in South China and the Beijing-Tianjin-Hebei area. Meanwhile, Laofeng in South China also increased their suppliers to 10. The most remarkable progress was made in the Central China region, where Su Pei, empowered by Lin Shuwen's insights, expanded the supplier network to 25 within the month. Altogether, the Lao Niao project team boasted a staggering total of 60 suppliers, a truly formidable figure. Thus, on February 10th, Lin Shuwen, originally intending to return to Jiangxing, had to make his way directly from Beijing to Hangzhou for a special briefing. On the 22nd day of the 12th lunar month, a Tuesday, upon arriving at FAZ Company, Lin Shuwen sensed an unusual atmosphere that day. However, he dismissed it as a natural consequence of the impending New Year festivities. Yet, upon entering the conference room with Qing Guo and others, he perceived that today's meeting would likely diverge from the norm. Prior to this day, Director Hao's teams numbered 4, yet they had always convened separately without departmental meetings. Today, however, all project teams were present, comprising exclusively of management-level personnel, for project managers, 10 project supervisors, and 2 deputy project managers, a spectacle Lin Shuwen had never witnessed before. Most notably, upon entering the conference room, everyone exhibited a remarkable understanding, promptly taking their seats without engaging in conversation, even in the absence of the leaders. This atmosphere starkly contrasted with previous meetings, where idle chatter prevailed before the leaders' arrival. If there were no significant matters at hand, it would indeed be peculiar. As anticipated, Director Hao soon entered, and once the meeting commenced, he unveiled momentous news. During yesterday's executive meeting, the company commended their department's accomplishments, particularly highlighting the Lao Niao project team, which had surpassed 15,000 employees within a year, generating over 100 million in revenue and millions in profit annually. Here, I represent the company in extending special commendations to Shuwen, who joined our FAZ family in June and has achieved remarkable results in just 7 months. His contributions in both the SSC on-site operations and the development and recruitment assistance of collaborative suppliers have been significant. The administrative department will devise a reward plan for Shuwen, and I encourage everyone to learn from him. However, alongside our achievements, numerous issues have surfaced, particularly concerning overlapping functions and excessive personnel within the department, for which the company has also criticized us. Thus, we must undertake a reorganization of our internal structure. Following this, Director Hao began outlining the adjustments to the department's framework. Lin Shuwen, upon hearing the entire proposal, found it highly agreeable. Currently, Director Hao oversees 4 projects, 3 of which are major: Lao Niao, Chou Tuan, and DD, alongside several smaller projects. Within these 4 project teams, there exists the SSC group, the ER case group, and the recruitment and collaborative suppliers group. Given that SSC interacts directly with the client and each project's circumstances vary, its separate establishment is essential. However, the independent formation of groups for daily cases and recruitment, particularly concerning suppliers, seems to squander resources. In this restructuring, aside from the continued existence of the SSC project group, other business areas will consolidate, yielding evident advantages. Nonetheless, this transition may not be particularly friendly to the management team, especially the previous supervisors. It is no wonder that these individuals appeared discontent today. They likely had prior knowledge of the news. Nevertheless, Lin Shuwen believed that during FAZ's rapid development, these individuals, regarded as talents, would receive suitable arrangements. Indeed, Director House subsequently announced the adjustments, which were rather intriguing. Under the new departmental framework, 3 deputy directors would be appointed, each responsible for SSC business, case operations, and recruitment and collaborative suppliers. Within these 3 business sectors, the recruitment and collaborative suppliers would establish 2 project teams, one focusing on recruitment and the other on collaborative suppliers. The case operations would comprise the dispute group and legal group. The SSC group would consist of 3 project teams, Lao Niao, Cho Tuan, and DD, while smaller projects would directly merge into these 3 teams, based on individual performances and tenure. The company has decided the deputy director for SSC operations will be Jing Wen, while Lin Shuwen will take on the role of deputy manager for the Lao Niao project, overseeing all related operations. Lin Shuwen, you have achieved the fastest promotion in FAZ since its inception in 2012. Strive to further your efforts, and upon the commencement of the new year, aim to shed your deputy title and attain the manager position, akin to the other 2 project teams. Naturally, Lin Shuwen felt compelled to express his gratitude and appreciation. As for subsequent matters, he did not focus too much, as the restructuring resulted in Hui Bo transitioning to the manager of the collaborative suppliers sector, a significant development given his close association with Lin Shuwen. Lin Shuwen is currently preoccupied with his job level. Although the company's decision dictates that the new job levels and departmental structure will take effect on March 1st, Lin Shuwen is nonetheless extremely pleased. According to the FAZ job level system, the most significant distinction between the P-series and the M-series lies in the upper limits and performance metrics. While the P-series is associated with a percentage of the base salary for performance, the M-series stands apart by receiving direct commissions from the entire project. This is the crux of the matter. Chapter 22. Events of the year. After Lin Shuwen assumed the role of supervisor in January, his monthly performance consistently hovered around 9,000 yuan. Coupled with a base salary nearing 9,000 yuan, his monthly income reached approximately 18,000 yuan. Even after deductions for Social Security and Housing Provident Fund, he still garnered around 16,000 yuan. Now, having been directly promoted to the M2 level of deputy manager, his base salary has risen to an impressive 10,300 yuan. With performance bonuses, his monthly earnings could easily surpass 20,000 yuan. Of course, compared to the monthly income of about 200,000 yuan from several companies he currently manages, this figure may seem modest. Nevertheless, Lin Shuwen is acutely aware of the reasons behind his ability to earn supplementary income. Thus, this job and the elevation in rank hold a unique significance for him, indicating that the operations of his 8 established companies can expand further. However, such gains naturally come with sacrifices. Consequently, Lin Shuwen's time at home this year is destined to be postponed. His original plan to take leave starting from the 23rd day of the 12th lunar month has fallen through. From the day of the structural adjustment, Lin Shuwen began to familiarize himself with several projects allocated to him, albeit in a preliminary manner. There are 4 projects in total, and Director Hao has allocated 1 project from each region. Leveraging Lin Shuwen's current advantage in the Lanio project, the cumulative total of these 4 projects amounts to 5,000 personnel, and including the staff from Lanio, the total exceeds 20,000. Lin Shuwen calculated that this workforce could generate approximately 180 million yuan in revenue for the company and around 15 million yuan in profit annually. In reality, it is quite common for companies to report their operational revenue as income to present favorable data. However, based on genuine calculations, the actual revenue that Lin Shuwen's 20,000 personnel could generate is only about 15 million yuan. Fortunately, the company does not concern itself with these nuances, and neither does Lin Shuwen. His primary focus is whether the current personnel in these four projects would encounter any resistance or other issues. In fact, Lin Shuwen's apprehensions were unfounded. At the headquarters in Hangzhou, these individuals already had their own channels and were well aware of the discussions from the previous day's meeting, even before it took place. Thus, they had long been mentally prepared. Therefore, when Lin Shuwen approached the members of the four project teams for discussions, he found them to be exceedingly cooperative. The operations of these four small projects are quite similar to that of Leonio, and in fact, they are even simpler and more efficient. After a few days of inquiry, Lin Shuwen confirmed his adjustment plan. No immediate changes. Yes, after thorough discussions and careful consideration, Lin Shuwen arrived at this decision. Unlike the other two projects, which would undergo personnel adjustments and integrations into his own project, he specifically consulted with the current deputy director Jing Wen and director Hao regarding this strategy. Lin Shuwen's rationale was straightforward. The expansion of the Leonio project relies heavily on the company's relationships. While these smaller projects do not require such dependencies, if they are developed well, these smaller projects can grow swiftly in the future, sharing the risks collectively. This news was met with enthusiasm from the personnel of the four smaller projects, as they had witnessed other project teams being dismantled and rearranged, with some even facing layoffs and reassignments. Unbeknownst to them, Lin Shuwen had unwittingly garnered their goodwill through this comparison. As he managed matters here, his 8 companies, particularly the 2 in central China, had already formed teams of 5 individuals for rewards, which could only be distributed in monetary form. The customary end-of-year gatherings were also left to the teams to organize independently. Furthermore, for the project team's year-end dinner, Lin Shuwen applied for funding from the company and directed the 4 districts to arrange their respective events. There was indeed much to accomplish before the year's end. After successfully finalizing the consolidation of the project teams, Lin Shuwen began preparing his performance report. As of now, he oversees the Leonio project team, which has grown into a substantial group of 20,000 personnel, with 25 employees of its own. According to the data he received, this year, the total operational revenue for FAZ exceeded 1 billion yuan, with revenue projected to be over 100 million yuan and net profit around 30 million yuan. These figures align with the current statistics of state-owned enterprises and publicly listed companies. Among these, the most remarkable data originates from Director Hao, whose operational revenue surpassed 400 million yuan, with a net profit of approximately 13 million yuan. Recently, Lin Shuwen has observed the buoyant mood of Director Hao. FAZ is a joint venture, and since 2014, the international giant Dakai has integrated some of its operations into FAZ, largely due to Director Hao's significant contributions. According to the procedures of state-owned enterprises, the annual meeting will take place around March of the following year, during which there will be personnel adjustments among the executives. If Lin Shuwen's memory serves him correctly, Director Hao, who was originally supposed to wait a year before being transferred from FAZ to the parent state-owned enterprise, is now likely to be moved earlier. Lin Shuwen, like a small butterfly, has inadvertently flapped his wings to create this impact. Therefore, Lin Shuwen's report must be compelling, as he also hopes to shed the title of deputy manager before Director Hao departs. Lin Shuwen's performance report was a resounding success. A beaming Director Hao expressed his delight upon its conclusion and even inquired whether Lin Shuwen would consider relocating to the capital or Shanghai if the opportunity arose. After much contemplation, Lin Shuwen ultimately declined. Although he understood that ascending the corporate ladder necessitates proximity to the epicenter, he was unwilling to leave the familiar city of Jiangxing. Departing Jiangxing and relinquishing the Leonio project would undoubtedly usher in an entirely new scenario, one that Lin Shuwen felt deeply uneasy about, as it was beyond his control. Even with his refusal, Director Hao concluded the conversation by stating, "Shuwen, you possess great capability. I hope we can truly collaborate in the future, and the capital, especially, is the best central point. The intentions of this individual are unequivocal. In the future, he will exclusively operate within the capital city, Jingcheng, and the bustling metropolis of Modu. The former serves as the hub for the parent company of foreign enterprises in Jingcheng, while the latter stands as the regional center for the colossal entity, Deku, in the Asia-Pacific region. Genuine collaboration entails conveying to Lin Shuwen that they are all on the same platform, all at the esteemed level of high executives. This individual ultimately achieved that status. Yet Lin Shuwen himself harbors uncertainty about whether he can attain the same. The road ahead is indeed gradual. Following Lin Shuwen's presentation, he engaged in a gathering with colleagues from several other departments, primarily comprising grassroots management personnel. By the time these matters were resolved, it was already the afternoon of the 27th day of the 12th lunar month. Given that he would be driving back to his hometown in the northwestern region, Lin Shuwen realized he would not arrive until the 29th. Fortunately, this year, the eve of the Lunar New Year falls on the 30th day. Throughout the journey, Lin Shuwen traveled safely and indeed arrived on the 29th day of the 12th lunar month. Chapter 23. Returning home in glory. The ancient adage rings true. Wealth and honor unreturned to one's hometown is akin to donning splendid garments while traversing the night unseen. This sentiment is particularly pronounced in rural areas, where the traditional values of filial respect, children honoring their parents, and vice versa, are deeply rooted. In the rugged expanse of the Northwest, where Lin Shuwen resides, the local customs are fierce, reflecting the harsh realities of impoverished landscapes and their often cantankerous inhabitants. Consequently, trivial disputes abound within the village, reminiscent of the dramatizations in the television series Country Love. Yet here, disagreements can swiftly escalate into physical confrontations, resulting in numerous hospital visits each year. Moreover, it is not uncommon for neighborly relations to sour over minor grievances, leading to decades of mutual estrangement. Lin Shuwen's family stands out in the village, as his parents, through sheer determination, managed to endure great hardships, enabling their daughter, Lin Shuwen, to repeat her third year of junior high and subsequently her senior year, ultimately gaining admission to a second-tier university. To many, this may seem a standard endeavor for a young woman pursuing higher education, but the reality is stark. In Lin Shuwen's village, among approximately 200 residents and 50 households, Lin Shuwen was the first girl to gain university admission. Prior to her achievements, most village girls would either drop out after junior high or attend vocational schools, with few persisting through high school, as the financial burden of a second attempt at a prestigious university was rarely afforded. When Lin Shuwen's family borrowed money for Lin Shuwen to repeat her studies, they faced widespread ridicule, with derisive sneers abounding. Even after Lin Shuwen secured her place in university, Lin Shuwen's admission to a first-tier university was unprecedented in their village, marking a significant milestone, particularly as he was the first child of a family to accomplish such a feat. His parents, humble farmers, aspired to venture into business, only to find their economic situation deteriorated to one of poverty due to the costs of education. Consequently, Lin Shuwen's family ranked among the least affluent in the village. Most crucially, with the lack of government job placements for university graduates, the perceived value of a degree diminished significantly. With many villagers seeking employment elsewhere, they were all too aware of the challenges faced by recent graduates in securing jobs, leading to even greater skepticism regarding Lin Shuwen and his sister's educational pursuits. However, when Lin Shuwen graduated from her second-tier university and successfully passed the civil service examination for a position in the provincial capital's Labor and Social Security Bureau, the villagers could no longer voice their doubts. Although she was 4 years older than Lin Shuwen, her delayed graduation due to repetition allowed her to enter the workforce a year earlier. After her success, the family slowly began to earn back some respect, yet many remained curious about Lin Shuwen's future prospects upon his graduation. This year, when Lin Shuwen graduated and joined a state-owned enterprise, the news brought great joy to his family, especially considering the company's leading status in the industry. Upon announcing his return home with a car, his parents eagerly spread the word, leading to a considerable gathering of neighbors by the time he arrived home at 8 in the evening. "Shuwen, is this the new model just released this year? I heard from my boss that it costs between 7 to 800,000 if paid in full, and with loans and additional fees, it could approach $1 million. What is your loan term? How much is your monthly payment?" queried his cousin, who, having graduated from university and now working in a private enterprise in the Southwest, displayed a keen understanding of financial matters. Upon hearing the figure exceeding $1 million, the crowd hushed, anticipating Lin Shuwen's explanation. Yet, he recognized his cousin's underlying insinuation that he was merely putting on a facade, flaunting wealth despite his family's lingering debts. Disappointingly for his cousin, Lin Shuwen responded earnestly, "Brother, I was fortunate to secure a position at a good company upon graduation, where I encountered a supportive leader. In October, I invested in some stocks, specifically Lin Shuwen, which has soared 17-fold since its listing. With contributions from friends, I pooled around 200,000 and earned over $3 million. Thus, I purchased this car outright, and thanks to my leader's connections, it cost around 800,000, not exceeding $1 million. Furthermore, I used my earnings to purchase a house in Jiangcheng alongside my boss, benefiting from significant discounts due to those connections. I brought the remaining 800,000 with me this time to settle our family's debts of over 100,000. Additionally, my sister mentioned that there are available properties in the provincial capital where the price for a school district home is now less than 10,000 per square meter, and the overall market has dropped to around 7,000. I plan to buy 2 apartments, one for my sister and one for myself, each approximately 120 square meters, totaling around 2 million, with a down payment of 60 to 70,000, which I have covered. By the way, brother, property prices in the Chuanyu region are still quite high, right? You graduated 2 years before my sister, and now it's been 3 years. When do you plan to buy a house? My leader advised me not to be swayed by the recent price adjustments. Although there's a temporary decline, prices will inevitably rise again within a few years, so it's wise to purchase sooner rather than later. You're in a different situation than us. Several of my cousins received substantial dowries upon marriage, and with your earnings over the past few years, you should certainly have enough for a home. Ultimately, Lin Shuwen's cousin was rendered speechless, retreating from the conversation. It is unfortunate that this cousin, being the only male among 3 sisters, has been the sole recipient of familial affection. Otherwise, it would be implausible for his family to bear the exorbitant tuition fees of a third-tier institution. However, Lin Shuwen's recent remarks about having graduated several years ago, coupled with the bride price his family has received, strike a painful chord within their household. The daughters in his family have consistently commanded the highest bride prices upon marriage, leading to whispered jests about selling daughters. Moreover, it is rumored that this cousin still occasionally seeks financial assistance from his elderly parents. Thus, in a bid to preserve whatever dignity he has left, he finds himself compelled to withdraw. Chapter 24. Family Matters. Accompanied by Lin Shuwen's explanation, the subsequent speaker echoed a similar sentiment. Shuwen, regarding your stock trading endeavors, be sure to inform your uncle next time. I'll have your brother share in the fortune. You've always been clever since childhood. I recognized your exceptional talent back then. From now on, your parents will surely enjoy a life of comfort. In your family, you are earning substantial sums, and your sister has a stable job. It's your parents' foresight that ensured you both focused on your studies. Who says rural folks cannot express admiration? Just look at how beautifully this was said, praising Lin Shuwen and his family wholeheartedly. However, Lin Shuwen firmly declined, stating, "Uncle, the profits I make are merely a result of my leader's benevolence. Without their guidance, I wouldn't earn a thing. Such matters must remain absolutely confidential. If I divulge them, I risk losing my job. Moreover, if an investigation were to arise, I would be the one facing consequences." This uncle has a rather fanciful mindset, dreaming away in the dead of night. After the socializing concluded, it was almost midnight. It is indeed rare for a village to remain awake at such an hour. Sadly, Lin Shuwen could not rest, as he faced the more pressing issue of how to address his father, mother, and elder sister. Earlier, he had spoken eloquently, and his family had refrained from probing too deeply. However, now that they were alone, honesty was paramount. The first matter to clarify was the extent of Lin Shuwen's income. Fortunately, he had anticipated this situation and brought out his phone records for his family to see, particularly for his sister's scrutiny. After reviewing the records and verifying the news about Lin Shuwen, Lin Shuwen's sister finally acknowledged that he was genuinely making money, and it was rightfully earned. His parents breathed a sigh of relief, shifting their attention to Lin Shuwen's current job status. Upon hearing that his monthly salary would be around 20,000 yuan come March, totaling approximately 300,000 yuan annually, his parents were left speechless. As for the matter of purchasing a house, Lin Shuwen had no qualms about buying one for himself, yet his sister vehemently opposed the idea. Despite Lin Shuwen's and their parents' attempts to persuade her, it had no effect. This issue would need to be addressed gradually. In the following days, Lin Shuwen experienced a new year that was both gratifying and vexing. In previous years, the days leading up to the new year were often filled with a stifling atmosphere, as relatives came demanding money. However, this year, thanks to Lin Shuwen's financial success, no creditors appeared. Eventually, on the second day of the new year, Lin Shuwen visited relatives with his parents, bearing gifts to repay debts. Originally, the family owed around 130,000 yuan. After his sister Lin Shuwen started working and contributing to the repayments, Combined with Lin Shuwen's earnings from his internship, the debt had decreased to just under 90,000 yuan, alleviating some financial strain. Regardless, Lin Shuwen was grateful to those who had lent them money, even if they had previously come to collect. Thus, whenever he visited others' homes, his demeanor was markedly different compared to how he interacted with villagers. This opportunity allowed him to earn a positive reputation throughout the countryside. In rural areas, reputation holds significant value. However, the new year also brought its share of discontent. For instance, during the return home on the 5th day, Lin Shuwen's 4 aunts and 2 uncles, along with his grandparents and a throng of children, totaling 20 to 30 people, arrived unannounced. Observing his father's relatives, Lin Shuwen could not help but think how shameless they appeared. Among his father's 3 siblings, he was the second born, and prior to marrying, he had often found himself in trouble, leading to a sense of neglect from the family. While others received assistance from their families during weddings, Lin Shuwen's father had to rely solely on his own efforts. Had it not been for his persistence, he might have remained single for life. After marriage, Lin Shuwen's mother, known for her sharp tongue but soft heart, naturally offended her in-laws, especially after giving birth to a daughter. Thus, the family's standing was apparent. The most telling evidence of this was when Lin Shuwen's elder sister was born, which prompted the family to split. The eldest sibling moved far away. The youngest inherited the remaining family assets, while Lin Shuwen's father ended up with nothing. Even their temporary housing was a dilapidated cave provided out of pity by fellow villagers. It took over 3 months to construct a modest home. Later, as Lin Shuwen's father faced business failures and Lin Shuwen repeated a year of study, it was these relatives who found amusement in their plight. In Lin Shuwen's memory, it had been 4 or 5 years since they last visited their relatives before his sister took the civil service exam. Indeed, wealth breeds distant relatives. In the face of this crowd, Lin Shuwen and his sister, along with their mother, observed coldly, while their father was quite different. This simple man yearned for the approval of his siblings and relatives, and a significant part of his past business failures stemmed from trying to maintain good relations with these so-called relatives, often at a loss. As Lin Shuwen's father busied himself attending to their needs, those relatives shamelessly reveled in their comfort. After exchanging pleasantries and attempting to forge connections, the husband of the 4th daughter revealed his true intentions. Brother, sister-in-law. Shuwen is now 26 and will turn 27 this new year. Although she just graduated, it's time to consider marriage. Our 4th uncle is a director at the county hospital, and his son is quite a decent fellow. I thought it would be good to introduce Shuwen to him. Let us set a time to meet and discuss. How does that sound? Lin Shuwen directly proclaimed before his parents could utter a word. Ensuring. Is it true that the Yin family is comprised of shameless individuals? Listen closely, my sister's marriage is her own decision. Even if the person you are introducing today is merely a second-hand item, akin to yourself, having undergone a divorce due to domestic violence, the mere fact that you are the one making the introduction casts a shadow upon their character. With someone of your ilk, either you leave now, or I shall force you out. Such a wretched creature. Chapter 25. Madness. Lin Shuwen was truly astounded that this shameless group dared to target his older sister. The man introduced by the surname, Yin, was notorious throughout the region as a scoundrel. If it weren't for his father's connections at the county hospital, he would have been imprisoned for brutally assaulting his ex-wife and breaking her arm. Now, this so-called 4th uncle was attempting to introduce his sister to such a wretch. After Lin Shuwen had vented his anger, he was restrained by his sister and father. However, during this brief interval, listening to those relatives' nonsensical claims that this scoundrel had reformed and would treat his sister well, he became increasingly furious. Seizing the moment when his father was distracted, he forcefully broke free from his sister's grasp and dashed out. The people in the room assumed Lin Shuwen had stormed off in anger and paid little attention. Yet, barely a minute later, when he burst back and wielding a baseball bat, aiming for the head of that so-called 4th uncle, while his father, sister, and mother were momentarily oblivious, the scoundrels finally reacted. Fortunately, just as Lin Shuwen swung the bat, his father pulled him back slightly, causing the blow to miss its intended target and instead strike the man's back. A pained scream echoed through the room, and chaos erupted. Lin Shuwen, a young man in his 20s, found himself momentarily restrained by his father, while the other uncles, cousins, and relatives hesitated to intervene. Lin Shuwen, disregarding everything, continued to swing at the man's head. In that frenzy, the 4th uncle was struck multiple times on his rear and thighs. Howling in anguish, tears and snot streaming down his face as he curled up and scrambled for the door. At that moment, Lin Shuwen was finally subdued by his father, mother, and sister. The room, filled with stunned onlookers, witnessed a Lin Shuwen whose eyes were bloodshot with rage, genuinely frightening everyone. They hastily fled, wailing and creating quite a commotion. Once those relatives had exited, Lin Shuwen was released by his father, who promptly confiscated the baseball bat. However, no one dared to comment on the incident, and an eerie silence enveloped the house, broken only by the soft sobs of his mother and sister. His father sat silently smoking his pipe. Lin Shuwen stood still for 2 or 3 minutes before leaving, but his mother and the others followed him, leading him to retreat to another room, slamming the door behind him. Believing Lin Shuwen had merely gone to bed, his mother and others returned to their original room. Unbeknownst to them, Lin Shuwen stealthily peeked through the window, and once they entered, he quietly opened his door and slipped out. He understood that those wretched relatives had been frightened, but they would certainly not let the matter rest. Especially given the mournful cries they had uttered while leaving, it was evident they were attempting to draw attention from the villagers. Sure enough, within a mere 10 minutes, as Lin Shuwen stepped outside, he overheard those scoundrels lamenting and cursing his family to the other villagers gathered nearby. The sparse buildings in the village allowed sound to carry well, and as he listened, he realized he needed to resolve this matter once and for all. He swiftly approached his parked car and started the engine. The sound of the engine was rather loud, catching the attention of both his parents inside and the gathering crowd of scoundrels and villagers outside. His parents rushed out, while the assembled crowd nearly lost their wits. Upon hearing the engine roar, they quickly turned to see Lin Shuwen's car speeding towards them. The open field, chosen for its visibility as a threshing area, allowed everyone to see that Lin Shuwen was not heading towards the town, but directly towards them. With his father shouting for everyone to flee, even a fool could tell that Lin Shuwen was intent on running them down. In a panic, both the scoundrels and the onlookers scattered, lamenting their parents for not giving them more legs. Thankfully, Lin Shuwen's target was clear, the fourth uncle. However, luck was on that man's side. Additionally, Lin Shuwen did not genuinely intend to kill, so when he first charged forward, the uncle managed to scramble onto a large pile of alfalfa. In rural areas, such mounds typically rise 3 or 4 meters high and measure a similar diameter, and he fortuitously landed in the middle of one. As Lin Shuwen's car collided with the mound, it toppled backward, sending the man tumbling off due to inertia. Before he could lament his misfortune, he heard others shouting for him to run. Glancing back, he saw Lin Shuwen reversing the car, gathering speed once more as it charged at him. Panicking yet tapping into his hidden potential, the man staggered a few steps before sprinting towards a nearby wall. Just as Lin Shuwen's car crashed into the wall, he was pulled to safety by someone perched atop it. Had he been even a second later, his legs would surely have been crushed against the earthen wall. However, even in his escape, he had soiled himself, as evidenced by the stains on his white trousers. Lin Shuwen had driven recklessly, aware that the man would try to escape. To maintain the pretense of his intent to harm, he had intentionally refrained from accelerating too much. As a result, the airbags deployed upon collision, leaving his head ringing. After a brief recovery, Lin Shuwen heard the anxious voices of his father and others outside the car window. He then spotted his father and 2 others beside the vehicle, while the rest kept their distance. Lin Shuwen opened the car door, immediately confronted by the concerned inquiries from his elder sister and others about his well-being. While reassuring his father that he was fine, he cast a fierce glare at the trash that had just been pulled up and was still in a daze. The incident had drawn the attention of the entire village, making the threshing ground the epicenter of gossip, where the events of the night became the most sensational topic of discussion. Chapter 26: Domestic Affairs. In the administrative hierarchy, Lin Shuwen's village is not referred to as a village in the conventional sense. It has been amalgamated with several neighboring settlements and thus collectively designated as a village. Consequently, the village head is more accurately termed a captain, though this distinction is inconsequential. What truly matters is that the captain wields considerable authority. The captain of Lin Shuwen's village is a venerable elder in his 50s, a man of significant lineage. After Lin Shuwen first expelled a group of ruffians from his home, this elder was summoned to mediate the situation. Hence, he witnessed firsthand the chaotic scene that unfolded. If Lin Shuwen's initial collision with the alfalfa pile could be interpreted as an act of intimidation, the subsequent crash against the wall, followed by a brief pause before he propelled himself against the adversaries, was undeniably devoid of any semblance of mere threat. The elder was genuinely taken aback by Lin Shuwen's fervor, only mustering the courage to approach after the emotional turmoil among Lin Shuwen's family had begun to settle. At this juncture, the villagers, displaying their acumen, strategically positioned themselves atop the wall to observe the unfolding drama below. Thus, a tableau emerged. Lin Shuwen's family and the elder stood in the threshing area beneath the wall, while the onlookers remained above, captivated by the spectacle. Before the elder could utter a word, Lin Shuwen seized the moment, addressing his so-called grandparents perched on the wall. "I have consumed alcohol. Driving under the influence resulting in death is classified as a traffic accident. Such an incident leading to fatalities incurs a sentence of less than 3 years. Multiple fatalities may lead to a sentence of 3 to 7 years. Compensation for rural residents is capped at 300,000 yuan, while urban dwellers may receive up to 600,000 yuan. I currently possess 700,000 yuan. By selling my vehicle and my property in Jiangcheng, I could amass 3 million yuan, potentially eliminating some of you." Following this declaration, Lin Shuwen's father struck him across the face. This man, who had never shed a tear in Lin Shuwen's presence throughout his life, was now weeping as he chastised his son. Yet Lin Shuwen's reddened eyes remained fixed upon the offenders. The threshing area fell into a profound silence. Finally, the elder sighed deeply and summoned a few neighbors with whom Lin Shuwen's family shared amicable relations, intervening to restrain Lin Shuwen's father from further assault and escorting Lin Shuwen back to their home. Upon witnessing Lin Shuwen's family return, accompanied by others, the elder addressed the so-called grandparents of Lin Shuwen. "Third brother. Each person carries their own moral scale. For over 2 decades, the villagers have noted how your family has treated the Shuwen family, and so have those from neighboring villages. I shall not bore you with lofty principles. Rather, I will clarify how matters ought to be addressed." After a moment of contemplation, noticing the attention of all upon him, the elder exhaled another long sigh and continued. "This evening, your 4th son-in-law, having been assaulted at Shuwen's home, has the right to seek medical examination and report the incident to the authorities. However, consider the likely outcomes. Even if your 4th son-in-law possesses remarkable influence, what of Shuwen? Though he may not face severe punishment, a few days of detention is entirely plausible, and such an event would irrevocably sever your ties. As Shuwen stated, you may inquire further, but do not forget that this young man is studying law. A student of law knows how to navigate the system to their advantage. Tonight, if you wish to introduce Shushua to a second marriage, or if you have harmed her original spouse, your actions will be deemed inhumane. You may report to the authorities and pursue Shuwen's detention, but consider what will occur once he is released. Will he continue to engage in such unsavory deeds? Shuwen claims to have garnered the attention of a prominent leader in a state-owned enterprise, amassing 3 to 4 million yuan. Can anyone in your family, even a recent graduate, forge such connections? The mountains may be high, but the emperor is distant. If someone from the other side were to come for you, do you believe you could trace it back to Shuwen? I do not intend to frighten you. The actions Shuwen undertook tonight are evident. Do not provoke him further. For years, Shuwen's family has endured ridicule and ostracism within the village, yet they have remained composed. However, tonight, Shuwen is not so composed. Reflect upon your options, but I must inform you. Should you wish to report to the authorities, let us prepare to do so together tomorrow. If you have other intentions, consider them tonight and present them for resolution tomorrow. Tomorrow, those among you who remain in the village shall depart, and I will ensure that Shuwen also leaves." After the elder concluded his remarks, he proceeded toward Lin Shuwen's home, with some villagers following him, while others remained behind. Among those who stayed, Lin Shuwen's grandfather's second brother sighed, saying, "Old 3, witnessing the Shuwen family's prosperity has ignited envy. Who in this village does not yearn for benefits? Yet, such actions are not the way. You must cultivate relationships to ease tensions and introduce someone worthy of Shushua. The Shuwen family will not deny you face. Presenting a worthless match would only serve to demean them further. Should you choose to report to the authorities, unleash your full capabilities to ensure Shuwen is incarcerated for years, or even worse. But do you truly believe that Shuwen's connections are inferior to yours? If you do not eliminate Shuwen, then flee before he is released, hiding where he cannot find you. Otherwise, heed his words and actions tonight. Upon his release, I fear that some of you may not survive. If you opt not to report, then seek reconciliation. Do not entertain thoughts of money or compensation. If you must lower your pride, do so thoroughly. Your 4th son-in-law sought trouble on his own. Furthermore, consider the vehicle. The repair costs will not be trivial. With that, he departed, and soon after, nearly everyone left, leaving the offenders in silence as they arrived at Lin Shuwen's grandfather's home to deliberate their next steps. Meanwhile, upon returning home, Lin Shuwen found himself confined in a room by his father and others, the door securely locked. To add to this, they opened the door to another room, peering into Lin Shuwen's space on this frigid winter night. Had it not been for the cold, it is likely that Lin Shuwen's father, mother, and sister would have stood guard at the door. On the following day, Tang Yi and several of the most senior villagers came to act as mediators. In truth, there was little to discuss, for ordinary folk often prefer to keep the peace. Lin Shuwen departed on the 6th day, and naturally, before his departure, he ensured that the 4 wheels were sent to the town for repairs, which was imperative. As for the matter of purchasing a house, it ultimately remained unresolved. However, the domestic issues were finally settled, and Lin Shuwen firmly believed that henceforth, those shameless relatives who sought to manipulate his family would think twice before doing so. As for the opinions and discussions of others, Lin Shuwen was genuinely unconcerned. Chapter 27 Brothers On February 25, 2015, the 7th day of the Lunar New Year, Lin Shuwen and his colleagues resumed work. After a few days of diligent effort, they gradually regained their working state. However, upon returning to this routine, Lin Shuwen engaged in a profound conversation with his 2 close friends from the dormitory about their future aspirations. Lasi, at the beginning of last year, I too harbored doubts about the authenticity of this venture. Thus, I undertook the operations myself, and the outcome proved the potential for profit. This opportunity came to my attention while I was visiting relatives during the new year, and I have already informed my family that I intend to involve my sister and utilize our savings for this endeavor. If you truly trust me, then I encourage you to pool your resources and join me in this venture. I believe I can secure enough for a down payment. I have the property deed and the car right here, and I am willing to share my transaction records from my phone. The choice is yours, but let us agree that this matter remains confidential between the 3 of us. Regardless of your decisions, it must not be disclosed, for that would jeopardize us. We have been brothers for 4 to 5 years, and I trust you to keep this between us. Lin Shuwen, observing the astonished and skeptical expressions of his 2 friends, disclosed his grand financial plan for the year. Just as Lin Shuwen initially ventured into stock trading due to the executive incident back home, he distinctly recalled a stock market phenomenon from 2015, namely Baofeng technology. In that year, Baofeng attracted significant investment, and Lin Shuwen vividly remembered that this company, which went public in March, generated returns of over 40-fold during the bull market. Such an opportunity was not one to be missed, so upon returning home, he discussed the matter with his sister to gather funds for investment. Since his sister had no intention of utilizing her own money, this approach was undoubtedly acceptable to her. Additionally, he briefed his childhood friends from back home before leaving, and now he was conveying the same information to his 2 university friends. If given a second chance, some changes must be made, mustn't they? Over the past 6 months, Lin Shuwen successfully altered his own trajectory, and the life paths of his 2 friends also shifted. Lasi, who had faced setbacks at the law firm, began preparing for the civil service examination with Lin Shuwen's encouragement, abandoning his prior plan of supporting the firm for 3 years. Jiangmin, after 3 months of idling in a private enterprise, heeded Lin Shuwen's advice and, crucially, leveraged their seniors' connections to secure a position at a Fortune 500 company, advancing his career ahead of schedule. Now, Lin Shuwen's assistance to his 2 friends was focused on financial matters. However, as he had stated, the ability to seize this opportunity ultimately depended on their choices. Lin Shuwen calmly departed, leaving behind his 2 friends still in deliberation. What was Lin Shuwen up to? This afternoon, as work ended, Su Pei inadvertently informed him. Old Niao and the others are truly ambitious. My partner is heading to the Hangzhou headquarters this afternoon for a presentation, and she will be there for the entire week. Upon hearing this, Lin Shuwen felt an exhilarating surge of excitement. A man who has tasted success will always crave more. Moreover, since his recent promotion, Lin Shuwen had embarked on a journey across the nation, and it had been over a month since he last indulged in such pleasures, leaving him yearning for it. He had previously contemplated how to find an opportunity to partake in such indulgence, and now it was being offered to him on a silver platter. How could he possibly let such a splendid opportunity slip away? From Friday evening to Sunday evening, they engaged in profound exchanges at Su Pei's place, culminating in a mutual recognition of talent, a meeting of equals, and a sense of balance. On Monday, Lin Shuwen approached work with renewed vigor, and to his delight, both brothers had joined his lucrative plan, already beginning to raise funds under the pretext of purchasing a home. The unwavering trust his brothers placed in him filled Lin Shuwen with immense pride. However, during his deep discussions with Su Pei, he often pondered whether to share this venture with the first woman of his life. Ultimately, rationality triumphed over the fleeting impulses brought on by moments of joy. This woman was no ordinary individual. In their recent exchanges, she had adeptly extracted numerous insights from Lin Shuwen, primarily concerning the company and his strategies for earning extra income. Thus, she was indeed the most perceptive of individuals. In the face of her clarity, Lin Shuwen too regained his composure, purely defining their relationship as one of mutually beneficial transactions. He could still sense that, in Su Pei's eyes, her boyfriend, Old Miao, was the superior choice, as his position within the Ali system was progressively rising, promising a bright future. In contrast, although Lin Shuwen, at a young age, was already earning an annual salary of over 300,000 and had additional income, the ceilings and scale of the human resources industry and their company paled in comparison to Old Miao's logistics within the Ali system. Therefore, her choice was clear. Their relationship remained stable, contingent upon the absence of her legitimate boyfriend. Thus, on Wednesday evening, Lin Shuwen could only fulfill his final obligations, as her boyfriend was returning the following day. Consequently, that night, Lin Shuwen felt a tinge of unease, but after some coaxing, Su Pei ultimately relented, allowing Lin Shuwen to reclaim some of his inner satisfaction. Nonetheless, these matters are trivial. With the announcement of Lin Shuwen's promotion to deputy manager on March 1st, he is now faced with the pressing challenge of achieving results within a mere few months. He must remove the title of deputy before the departure of Director Hao, who is expected to leave no later than July, and possibly as early as May. As for the operational strategy, Lin Shuwen had devised a comprehensive plan prior to the new year, which has already been approved and reported to Director Hao and others. Therefore, the key lies in the meticulous execution of this plan. This, indeed, constitutes Lin Shuwen's forthcoming endeavors. Chapter 28. Promotion and salary increase in any organization. Achieving a promotion necessitates tangible accomplishments. Currently, Lin Shuwen oversees the Lao Niao project along with 4 smaller ventures. To achieve further success, he has identified 2 viable strategies. The first is to delve deeper into the existing projects. For instance, the Lao Niao initiative has several major regions where business opportunities remain untapped. Additionally, within the ongoing operations in various regions, there are unexplored sectors that can be developed. In this line of work, Lin Shuwen can only focus on the current regions for extensive development. As for new territories, without intervention from higher management, he lacks the authority to pursue those opportunities. The second strategy involves pioneering new business ventures. This path is undoubtedly the most challenging, yet should it succeed, it would showcase Lin Shuwen's comprehensive abilities to the entire FAZ organization. Among these 2 directions, he has already set the groundwork for the first strategy before the year end, so his primary focus post-holiday is to monitor progress. Presently, FAZ is poised to advance its SSC business following the successful recruitment that integrated the RPO initiative last year. Lin Shuwen is now concentrating on expanding into the BPO sector. In the 4 major regions, he has personally secured deals in central China at the start of the year. However, for the other 3 regions, temporary business cooperation agreements have only been reached, largely due to Lin Shuwen leveraging his influential connections and the assistance from Director Hao. From the end of the previous year until March 1st, he spent over half a month to finalize these agreements. Large enterprises operate on intricate processes that cannot be hurried, yet Lin Shuwen is satisfied with the results thus far. The recruitment aspect is now in capable hands, whether it be Su Pei from central China, Lao Fong from South China, Su Ying from the north, or Ding Yi from Zhejiang and Shanghai. Lin Shuwen's critical focus now shifts to the exploration of new projects. Remarkably, he had already identified a promising opportunity before the year end and has since connected with key figures, awaiting the opportune moment, which is fast approaching. On March 3rd, at 5 in the afternoon, Lin Shuwen received a call from Director Tian of the Procurement Department at Tianmawei Electronics. Mr. Lin, do you have time tonight? Our HR Minister, Mr. Ma, would like to discuss your proposal from last year in detail. Upon receiving this news, Lin Shuwen felt reassured and promptly agreed. The time and place were determined by them, with Lin Shuwen naturally footing the bill. Upon meeting and exchanging pleasantries, Minister Ma directly stated, "Mr. Lin, I have thoroughly reviewed FAZ's qualifications and the capabilities of your parent companies before my arrival. We harbor no doubts. I now wish to understand the true foundation of your operations. This is crucial. You must understand that the sudden addition of new suppliers, when bids were originally meant to conclude last year, raises questions. Thus, Mr. Lin, what assurance can you provide regarding the number of personnel? This is vital for both parties." It was evident that he was genuinely anxious. Lin Shuwen understood the situation well. In simple terms, this state-owned enterprise from Fujian had selected 5 suppliers through a bidding process at the end of last year, all of whom were reputable local firms. However, complications arose as the prices changed unexpectedly due to supply and demand dynamics from the end of last year to the beginning of this year. The 5 companies sought to increase their prices, but Tianma Wei opposed this, resulting in a stalemate for nearly a week. As the 5 suppliers had failed to deliver personnel consistently, ultimately affecting production. On March 2nd, the 5 suppliers negotiated conditions with Tianma Wei, agreeing to a tiered pricing structure, while Tianma Wei proposed an additional guarantee of 1 million. While all 5 could meet this guarantee, they were reluctant to be cornered. Thus, negotiations continued to languish. At this juncture, a formidable company was needed to break the deadlock, one with the strength to withstand potential retaliation from the 5 suppliers. Local firms were inadequate, and renowned companies had their own considerations. Thus, FAZ's role was pivotal. Minister Ma, Director Tian, we both understand that personnel delivery is not the crux of the issue. If our company steps in and resolves this deadlock, the 5 suppliers will falter first, fearing that we might seize the initiative, leading them to expedite personnel delivery. Although we may not match their capabilities, I assure you that FAZ will not falter or abandon this endeavor halfway, leaving you in a precarious position. Lin Shuwen's response pleased both men. To speak frankly, in the realm of human resources, how many private companies possess genuine connections and strength, who would willingly engage without the necessary clout and background? After a convivial exchange, they solidified the major terms of their agreement, at which point Director Tian presented Lin Shuwen with the standard contract. The subsequent steps would be handled between Lin Shuwen and FAZ. With the backing of Director Hao, the progress of the Tianma Wei project under Lin Shuwen's stewardship can be described as remarkably swift. In order to seize the opportunity, upon receiving the company's affirmation, Lin Shuwen commenced specific operations as of March 4th. The processes of contract review and stamping could be addressed subsequently. How could Lin Shuwen possibly let such an opportunity slip away? After providing a series of seamless services to Minister Ma's diligent team, Lin Shuwen immediately embarked on an ambitious delivery endeavor, determined to achieve remarkable results for this project in the shortest possible time. Chapter 29. Tianma Wei in the realm of human resources. The profitability of RPO projects ranks among the highest across various business types, which naturally leads to an increase in associated costs. From recruitment to delivery and subsequent management assistance, all aspects require active involvement. Therefore, upon the establishment of the Tianma Wei project, Lin Shuwen's first course of action was to recruit personnel responsible for the project. With the foundation laid last year, he successfully recruited 2 individuals capable of taking charge on-site in less than a day. The pivotal challenge in operating this project remains the supply of personnel. Where will they come from? Typically, in RPO project delivery, the internal recruitment team is at the forefront. However, in Lin Shuwen's case, the reliance on the distant recruiting team from the headquarters in Hangzhou is futile. Thus, he must depend on the 25 suppliers he established relationships with last year. The profitability of RPO projects, compared to last year's flexible employment, lies in its sustainability and stable net profit sources. Consequently, none of the 25 partner suppliers could decline this project. Moreover, with the assistance of internal personnel from Tianma Wei Electronics, Lin Shuwen secured agreements with an additional 5 suppliers, providing him with a solid foundation of 30 suppliers. In addition to these efforts, Lin Shuwen employed unconventional methods, such as interviewing candidates himself, whereby those interviewers who had previously benefited would naturally direct candidates to him. He also relied on individuals from other companies seeking extra income for personnel supply. Lin Shuwen employed various tactics in this project, but beyond these, he struck a deal with the internal HR personnel at Tianma Wei Electronics. He acquired information on all former employees and candidates who had interviewed but not been hired since Tianma Wei Electronics arrived in Jiangqing. This information, often overlooked by others, held significant value for Lin Shuwen. He provided nearly 30,000 records to his two companies, which now employs 7 individuals focused on recruitment. Lin Shuwen is confident that these contacts will yield fruitful results. On March 4th, Lin Shuwen hastily launched the Tianma Electronics project, bringing over 130 individuals for interviews. Ultimately, 110 of them successfully passed the interview process, with the remainder being those unwilling to accept the position or unsuitable candidates. The first to falter were the personnel from the 5 companies involved. In the afternoon, after Lin Shuwen and his 2 new colleagues settled this group into their accommodations, he encountered the project leaders from the 5 companies at the entrance of Tianma Electronics. Despite their unfriendly demeanor, Lin Shuwen remained composed, as he was accompanied by Minister Ma from the HR department of Tianma Electronics. Minister Ma openly supported Lin Shuwen, greeting the 5 individuals with a smile, though he soon turned his attention to discussing the number of recruits needed for the following days, indicating a cessation of recruitment thereafter. This conversation was clearly meant to pressure the 5 companies, yet they had no choice but to comply. Lin Shuwen, having purchased a 200,000 yuan MPV after arriving in Jiangxing, observed in the rearview mirror the same individuals regrouping to converse with Minister Ma after he departed. However, this no longer significantly affected him. Within a mere 6 working days, recruitment for Tianma ceased. As anticipated by Lin Shuwen and Minister Ma, the initial wave of interviews included over 130 individuals on the first day, followed by more than 150 on the second day, culminating in 280 interviews over 2 days, with 240 candidates qualifying. The 5 companies could no longer maintain their composure. With a profit of 1,000 yuan per individual after 1 month of employment, and a total of 2,000 recruits anticipated, the projected revenue for Tianma Electronics would reach approximately 24 million yuan annually. It was inconceivable for the 5 companies to relinquish such a substantial sum. Hence, within just 5 days, they collaborated with Lin Shuwen to fulfill the requirement for 2,000 recruits. This was facilitated by the HR personnel under Minister Ma's directive, who strictly controlled the interview results from the other 5 companies. Otherwise, it is likely that the requirement would have been met in 3 to 4 days. On March 13th, a Friday, the leaders of the 6 labor companies convened for a progress meeting in Tianma conference room. After the storm comes the rainbow. The swift completion of recruitment by Tianma Electronics did not disrupt production. I represent the company in expressing gratitude for the unwavering support from all partner companies, particularly FAZ. Shuwen, you truly embody the essence of an industry leader, having facilitated over 300 candidates for interviews in just over a week, with the final number of hires exceeding 700, making you our largest supplier. We are immensely grateful. Today, Minister Ma was full of vigor, having emerged as the biggest winner in this negotiation. Under his and Lin Shuwen's guidance, FAZ secured 35 of the 2,000 placements, while the remaining 5 companies received a maximum of only 20, amounting to around 400 individuals, with the least successful company barely surpassing 100 hires. This decisive outcome prompted the leaders of the 5 companies to bow their heads in acknowledgement after several days of interviews. Old Ma, a man of principle, conveyed to the other 5 companies, your collaboration has placed us in a challenging position. So this is not solely my decision. The recruitment standards for this year must adhere to strict guidelines. However, considering your recent substantial support, we will ensure fairness in future interviews. It was under this principle that Lin Shuwen and FAZ accomplished the remarkable feat of securing 700 placements. Lin Shuwen naturally expressed his gratitude. For this RPO project, he estimates that FAZ will generate over 8 million in revenue annually, while the entire veteran project, following the spring recruitment, is projected to involve 20,000 individuals, yielding around 20 million in revenue. A team of 700 individuals generated an impressive revenue of 8 million, while another comprising 20,000 members amassed 20 million. Such comparisons undeniably highlight the remarkable contributions of Lin Shuwen in securing this RPO project. Consequently, following the conclusion of today's meeting, Director Hao made a direct commitment to Lin Shuwen. Once the first payment is received in April, your promotion to manager will be assured, with the specific tier to be determined by the company's discretion. However, I firmly believe that the company will not overlook your efforts. This is indeed splendid news. Lin Shuwen is acutely aware that it is through this significant support that he can rapidly accumulate capital. Chapter 30. South China. The good news does not end here. In March, when the stock of Baofeng, the notorious king of the market, was launched, Lin Shuwen, along with his older sister and several close friends, entered the market at an average price of 10 yuan. The 2 months of work at his white glove company in February and March contributed an income of 400,000 yuan. His salary, coupled with the year-end bonus, amounted to around 50,000 yuan. With his current credit card limits, Lin Shuwen invested a total of 1 million yuan. It was not that he did not wish to make a substantial investment. Rather, the turnover rate and the limited shares available for trading made it difficult. His sister and a few friends each invested between 50,000 and 100,000 yuan, which was a prudent choice since they did not borrow money for their investments. However, Lin Shuwen firmly believed that when the time came for them to exit the market, they would undoubtedly regret not having leveraged funds to speculate on this stock. Having successfully secured the RPO project from Tianma Electronics, Lin Shuwen swiftly ascended the fast track of the market. Before him lay the opportunity to delve deeply into the Old Bird project and 4 other minor projects, all of which could be classified as HRSSC outsourcing projects. His subordinates excelled in expanding the Old Bird project, successfully acquiring the BPO project for riders, with each individual's fee distributed monthly, resulting in a revenue of 3,000 yuan per person. The greatest advantage of this BPO project was its large demand base, with the rapid growth of the Old Bird project leading to a monthly turnover of hundreds to thousands of individuals. As for expanding into other regions, Lin Shuwen felt he lacked the qualifications. Therefore, his focus remained on solidifying the foundation of the original HRSSC outsourcing business and deeply exploring the BPO project, which defined his approach to the entire Old Bird project. Following his work on the RPO project at Tianma, Lin Shuwen's attention turned to the smaller projects, with plans to pursue any opportunities in RPO, BPO, or SSC outsourcing that arose. Notably, he aimed to establish a proper framework for several shell companies to ensure effective operation. Thus, starting from March 16th, Lin Shuwen commenced his inspections across the 4 major regions, beginning with South China. In the Guangdong province, opportunities abound, yet competition is fierce. Here, both of our parent companies have established their subsidiaries, leaving us with little foundation. Therefore, leveraging existing relationships to secure projects would yield recognition from the company. Indeed, while Lin Shuwen successfully secured the RPO project, Old Fong simultaneously acquired a BPO project for an insurance company, with fees of 4,000 yuan for over 100 individuals monthly, currently in the contract process. However, Lin Shuwen's visit was not solely motivated by this project, but rather for the 2 companies he represented. Old Fong remained cautious, as he had in previous dealings, a quality Lin Shuwen valued. After a brief conversation, Lin Shuwen stated, "Old Fong, there are 15 cooperating suppliers in South China, 2 of which you have likely noticed." Observing Old Fong's silent smile, Lin Shuwen understood he was aware of the implications. He continued, "My rapid advancement at FAZ is largely due to the company's rapid growth. However, as a joint venture, particularly one with subsidiaries, reaching a ceiling is quite feasible. Our relationship is tenuous, and breaking through that ceiling seems nearly impossible. Therefore, since my joining this company, my goal has been clear: to anchor myself to this large tree, to earn, to prosper, and to establish my own small company, gradually building my career. Old Fong, I can share my operational and profit models for these 2 companies if you're interested. You can choose to establish your own white glove company or directly participate in my 2 companies. The choice is yours. I will not force you into any decision. You can trust that." When Lin Shuwen articulated this, Old Fong was compelled to make a choice, as revealing such private matters alters their significance. Old Fong did not disappoint Lin Shuwen and chose to join his 2 companies. Brothers should keep accounts clear, attributing business to each individual, and expenses would be similarly divided. However, Old Fong was tasked with stabilizing the workforce at 5 individuals and handling emergencies as they arose. Subsequently, Lin Shuwen traveled to the capital, where he was pleasantly surprised to discover that the northern region's operations had expanded beyond just the Beijing-Tianjin Bay area. Starting in April, through discussions with the senior management at FAZ, the northeastern province's business was allocated to them. Yet, there had been little progress on smaller projects. Over the past 2 weeks, Lin Shuwen had discerned the inclinations of his colleagues. Jia Ming and Gao Shuai, industry veterans, had boldly established their own white glove company, while a recent graduate, Su Ying, chose to join Lin Shuwen. However, unlike Old Fong in South China, Lin Shuwen remained somewhat guarded with Su Ying. As he was unfamiliar with the people in this region, caution was paramount. Finally, he arrived in the Zhejiang-Shanghai region, the stronghold of FAZ. Here, the most pressing business involved breakthroughs in the RPO projects across various warehouses, with a total demand exceeding 1,000 individuals. Supported by Ding Yi and his home base, FAZ managed to secure over 200 individuals, generating annual revenue of around 2 million yuan. Regarding the White Glove Company, Lin Shuwen took a hands-on approach, ensuring that both companies adhered to formal standards from the outset. To date, they had maintained a modest workforce of 10 individuals, and Lin Shuwen was meticulous, unwilling to take any chances. Even if the expenses caused him distress, he did not hesitate. By April 27th, Lin Shuwen had effectively resolved matters on his end, and at this juncture, the personnel under his 8 companies had reached a scale of 30 individuals. The business, leveraging the substantial presence of the seasoned veteran, expanded into 4 major regions across numerous provinces. Although Lin Shuwen had yet to receive the latest figures for monthly revenue, it was undeniably on an upward trajectory. As April drew to a close, the promotions on Lin Shuwen's side, along with the impending changes at FAZ, were soon to be revealed, heralding even more auspicious news for him. Chapter 31. The work report on April 27, 2015, a Monday, Lin Shuwen arrived at the headquarters of FAZ in Hangzhou, not for any particular reason, but to deliver his work report and meet with his superiors. "Shuwen, you are quite a rare visitor," remarked Director Hao, having heard from Jingwen that Lin had been in Hangzhou since the previous week, but had only now made his way to the headquarters. "If you hadn't come today, I would have personally called you, considering you are the pillar of our department. I fear you might be poached by competitors." The art of expression in Chinese can often be quite exaggerated, as exemplified by Director Hao's words. If Lin Shuwen were to interpret them literally, he might come off as foolish. "Director, it's not that I didn't want to come. Your promotion is imminent. I would feel ashamed to meet you without achieving something significant beforehand." Lin's response was indeed charming. "Regardless of your pioneering RPO project in Jiangxing or your deep exploration of BPO and SSC outsourcing projects, your achievements are undeniable." Director Hao continued, "I have also made my career decisions. I will be heading to our parent company, Jingxing Foreign Enterprises, and will assume the position of vice president at its subsidiary in Jingxing." Lin Shuwen felt envious. Though Director Hao currently held the M5 director level, the leap to M6 vice president represented a significant advancement. The world-renowned Decker Group is well known, but as one of the 3 leading enterprises in the country, Jingxing Foreign Enterprises, under the jurisdiction of the National Development and Reform Commission, places FAZ at the same level as its joint venture, FA. Thus, Director Hao's move to become vice president at the Jingxing subsidiary effectively constituted a promotion of 2 ranks. It is no wonder that, in Lin Shuwen's recollection from a previous life, certain individuals ascended to the pinnacle of the Jingxing Foreign Enterprises in less than a decade. He felt admiration. Decker Group aims for localization and must deepen its business ties with our parent company, Jingxing Foreign Enterprises. You are a wise individual. You should understand that even if FAZ reaches the general manager level at M7, it merely represents middle management within the entire structure of Jingxing Foreign Enterprises. Advancement opportunities are nearly non-existent for ordinary personnel. "Accompany me to Jingxing," Director Hao urged, "even if it means relinquishing some current benefits. Do not deny that your ability to leverage the company's resources for profit has been commendable. This can be seen as an invisible benefit, and thus it is reasonable. No one will scrutinize it. This holds true for both our group and other companies. Once in Jingxing, at the heart of power, you will find the most opportunities," he continued. Lin Shuwen felt a stir of desire. He understood that following Director Hao to Jingxing would present the most prospects and favorable conditions for promotion. However, he was aware that he would have to forego certain benefits, particularly the income generated from the Lanio project. After thorough contemplation regarding the prospects of moving to Jingxing, Lin Shuwen finally addressed Director Hao, who had extended his invitation twice. "Old leader, Jingxing is vast and challenging. I am a person who finds contentment in modest prosperity. Thus, I shall not go to Jingxing. However, for any matters in the future, whether work-related or otherwise, I will give my utmost effort." Director Hao seemed to anticipate Lin Shuwen's response, smiling as he patted Lin's shoulder. "I had a feeling. I support your decision. Indeed, Jingxing offers numerous opportunities, but it also comes with more complex rules, especially under the emperor's foot. I cannot promise you anything there. Here at FAZ, you have already established a mature team and impressive results. Most importantly, FAZ is rapidly developing, so I have complete faith that you will achieve great things. With this, the conversation shifted seamlessly to an analysis of the company's projects, particularly focusing on Lin Shuwen's current initiatives and their significance within the company. Shuwen, I have acquired some data from the finance department regarding your projects. The Leonio project currently employs 20,000 individuals in the SSC outsourcing sector, with an annual revenue expected to be around 1.6 billion. Yet the actual revenue stands at approximately 19 million, primarily allocated to you by the company. In the BPO sector, there are currently 1,000 individuals who can access fees, but we do not have the revenue figures, which are estimated at 300,000, with a projected annual revenue of around 1.5 million based on your current delivery. Lastly, in the RPO sector, there are 1,000 employees in the Leonio project, with an annual revenue of about 800 million and revenue estimated at around 10 million. From just the Leonio logistics project, you can generate an annual revenue flow of 1.7 billion with approximately 32 million in revenue. While revenue flow may not hold great significance for you, the actual revenue is crucial. Notably, you have secured over 10 million from that 30 million. The 4 smaller projects currently employ over 8,000 individuals, with a revenue flow of around 400 million and revenue of approximately 5 million, which does not significantly enhance your standing, as they are mostly company-allocated projects with minimal depth of exploration on your part. Finally, regarding your own RPO project with Tianmuai Electronics in Jiangxing, maintaining an annual headcount of 700 could yield a revenue flow of around 600 million, with the crucial revenue expected to exceed 8 million. When combined with other RPO and BPO projects from various regions, your total annual revenue flow could reach around 1 billion, with a revenue of approximately 13 million, marking the most significant enhancement to your profile. The total annual revenue flow stands at 2 billion, with revenue around 50 million. Most importantly, half of that revenue was generated by you in less than a year. Do you understand what these figures signify? Confronted with the data presented, Lin Shuwen harbored a mental ledger of his own. As articulated by the speaker, the most significant figure within this data for Lin Shuwen is the impressive revenue of 25 million that he secured for the company. The implications of this figure will ultimately depend on the maneuvers executed by Director Hao prior to his departure. Fundamentally, the more exceptional Lin Shuwen performs, the more it reflects upon Director Hao's acumen in talent recognition and business capability. Since Lin Shuwen's entry into the company was sanctioned by Director Hao, the imprint of Lin Shuwen's contributions is undeniably evident. Chapter 32, the platform as Lin Shuwen pondered in this place. Director Hao continued, stating that according to the high-level meeting of FAZ at the beginning of this year, the revenue target for this year is 4 billion, with an overall goal of 40 billion. This target is closely aligned with the annual plan of the entire Jingxing Foreign Enterprise Group. Our parent company, Jingxing Foreign Enterprise, has approximately 30 secondary subsidiaries like FA, and these 30 subsidiaries must achieve an annual revenue of around 400 billion. Based on the capabilities of each secondary subsidiary, the revenue task for our joint venture company, FA, is set at 4 billion, with a net profit of 400 million. Currently, FA oversees 5 subsidiaries located in Modu, Shenzhen, Zhejiang, Jingxing, and Chongqing. FAZ, being the Zhejiang branch, has a shorter establishment period, thus its revenue task is set at 500 million. Among the 3 vice presidents under FAZ, our direct superior, Vice President Zheng, has a task of 200 million. According to the new structure under Vice President Zheng, our department is assigned a task of 100 million, which was originally distributed among your 3 project teams, but your 1 project team has only completed half. Therefore, after receiving this data last Friday, I reported to the headquarters of our joint venture in Modu and communicated with the relevant leaders. I cannot confirm the specific rank at this moment, but my dear, even if you are promoted to the next level as a competent manager, you will have created history for the entire company. Lin Shuwen listened attentively to this analysis, and regarding the revenue figures previously mentioned, he did not pay much heed. In this era, if a company struggles with revenue, they must find a way to promote themselves, and revenue is a favorable term. Especially under the premise that many outsiders do not understand the intricacies involved, there are indeed many subtleties at play. For the next 2 days, Lin Shuwen's task consisted of continually preparing reports. After conversing with Director Hao on Monday, he began to report to his immediate superior, Jingwen. As the current deputy director, Lin Shuwen is the youngest among the 3 SSC business groups under Jingwen, yet his capabilities are equally formidable. Although Lin Shuwen had limited interactions with Jingwen, who is 5 or 6 years his senior and has already ascended to the position of deputy director, their relationship is primarily formal, a typical superior-subordinate dynamic. Subsequently, Director Hao introduced Lin Shuwen to his direct superior, Vice President Zheng, who focuses on private enterprise projects. Despite being close to 40, Vice President Zheng does not exude the typical aura of a strong female leader. Rather, she possesses a gentle demeanor. Under her arrangement, Lin Shuwen also presented his report to the senior management of FAZ, which includes 1 general manager and 3 vice presidents, as well as several directors. After Lin Shuwen completed his report, Vice President Zheng addressed the other 2 vice presidents and the current general manager, Zhang, saying, "General Manager Zhang, we have a revenue task of 500 million. I am responsible for 200 million. Although there are 3 directors beneath me and about 10 projects, the one who can truly handle the situation is still Xiao Hao. However, since Xiao Hao is soon heading to Jingqing, my mainstay here will be Shuwen. FAZ currently requires rapid development, so I propose we amend some previous regulations, such as in business expansion, eliminating distinctions between state-owned enterprises, private enterprises, and government contracts. Let the individuals below demonstrate their capabilities." Zheng continued, "For instance, Shuwen, although you joined the company not long ago and have been busy externally, you were rather naive in pursuing that state-owned enterprise contract. Fortunately, Xiao Hao was there to communicate with me promptly. Given that there is currently no one at Yu's side in Jiangqing, this business was placed in your hands. If we were to follow our usual protocol, even if you secured this business, it would need to be handed over to you, who is responsible for the state-owned sector. We previously established these separate divisions for the sake of the company's development, but over the years, our company has grown rapidly, necessitating a revision of these rules." Lin Shuwen could not discern Vice President Zheng's intentions as she articulated this in front of him, but the subsequent words of General Manager Zhang revealed that competition exists at all times. After Zheng finished speaking, General Manager Zhang added, "Vice President Zheng, regarding this matter, let us consult with the headquarters in Modu around May. Once it is confirmed, we will execute accordingly to avoid a situation where a few of us here hastily decide, only for it to be rejected by headquarters, rendering our efforts futile. Today, we are here to listen to Shuwen's report." Indeed, Shuwen's report was impressive. "Xiao Hao," Zhang remarked, "although you joined us when FAZ was established and have been under Vice President Zhang, your achievements are evident to all. Once you are promoted to Jingqing, do not forget about FAZ. It was indeed a display of true expertise." Zhang deftly sidestepped the topic proposed by Vice President Zheng and smoothly redirected the conversation back to Director Hao. In any company, once it reaches a certain level, maintaining balance becomes a common practice. In the case of FAZ, with an annual revenue target of 500 million, Zheng directly undertook 200 million, indicating that among the 3 vice presidents, she has assumed the largest share of responsibility. Therefore, when Zheng proposed to alter the previous rules, it was undoubtedly in her favor, prompting Zhang to voice his agreement. Such a simple exchange of words, if not for Lin Shuwen's considerable social experience over the past decade, would have been difficult to decipher. Director Hao, being only in his 30s yet having achieved the position of M6 vice president, responded intriguingly to Zhang's offer and topic shift, saying, "General Manager Zhang, I believe that Vice President Zheng's opinions do indeed require confirmation from headquarters. I know my team well. They possess the capability to explore business beyond our department, but with the current system, even if they secure deals, they are still executed by other departments, leading to a lack of motivation. The previous rule of non-crossing boundaries was established for each of us at FAZ to be responsible for a specific area, facilitating the swift absorption of the business allocated by headquarters. However, we at FAZ have now fully integrated the business assigned to us, and it is time for us to embark on an ambitious journey of market expansion. Therefore, I propose that we disband the market department and allow the 3 executives to each oversee their respective segments. This restructuring would significantly enhance the overall strength of our company. I firmly believe that headquarters, whether in the bustling metropolis of Modu or the capital city of Jingqing, will undoubtedly respond positively to our proactive approach aimed at fostering the company's development. This indeed marks a robust endorsement. Chapter 33. Resolution regarding the reason why Director Hao took the stage directly, whether it was due to his impending departure from FAZ. Both Lin Shuwen and the others clearly did not share this belief. Director Hao's statements indicated that other factors were at play. Crucially, when faced with the formal remarks made by his superior, General Manager Zhang, urging not to forget FAZ upon arriving in the capital, Director Hao offered no response. This was perceived by the others as a sign that Director Hao was not seeking to undermine General Manager Zhang's authority in anticipation of a promotion. Even General Manager Zhang himself visibly changed countenance following Director Hao's words, a subtle shift that did not escape the notice of the others present. Hence, the presentation concluded swiftly. Lin Shuwen, displaying discernment, exited the conference room promptly, refraining from disturbing Director Hao, who naturally accompanied General Manager Zhang to the office. On April 30th, Thursday, the last working day before the May Day holiday, this date held immense significance for many. There was no need to feign calm anymore. I received news that circumstances had shifted. My transfer would be postponed until July, while your promotion had not been approved, with the reasons being quite intricate. I shall elaborate further when time permits. The promotion to M3 level, third tier, comes with a base salary of 14,100 yuan, conservatively estimating an annual income exceeding 400,000 yuan. A notification from administration will be issued shortly, effective from May 1st. In comparison to your minor adjustments, a considerable change is underway at FAZ. Within Director Hao's office, Lin Shuwen soon learned that indeed significant changes were forthcoming. FA headquarters, recognizing the rapid developmental prowess of its subsidiary FAZ, had petitioned the board and made substantial adjustments to FAZ's business structure. Previously, the three vice presidents managing state-owned, private, and government sectors, respectively, would no longer operate within specific modules. Henceforth, whoever secures business will be responsible for it. Moreover, to enhance the operational efficiency of the teams under the three vice presidents, existing business segments would undergo reorganization. For instance, General Manager Zhang's projects, Lao Nio, Ali, and Didi, would retain only the Lao Nio project team, while the other two would be reassigned to the other two vice presidents. Similarly, the principal business segments of the other vice presidents would also be reallocated. Following this restructuring, the capabilities of the three vice presidents, according to Director Hao's data analysis, would align to a similar level. In terms of revenue, General Manager Zhang's strength stands at 170 million yuan, while the others hover around 165 million yuan. The greatest beneficiary of this restructuring is General Manager Zhang. Although she had been largely absent from company management since 2014 due to maternity, her decisive actions have achieved a remarkable equilibrium, employing astute strategies that left no room for public dissent. It is no wonder she had been appointed general manager when the Zhujiang Company established its Hangzhou branch in 2008. As Lin Shuwen contemplated these developments, Director Hao addressed him. Let us proceed to General Manager Zhang's office. Seize this opportunity. This adjustment not only altered the business responsibilities of several vice presidents, but also reorganized the business modules under each vice president. The marketing, recruitment, operations, and legal departments would each form their own teams under the respective vice presidents. The vice presidents finally received what they desired, and even General Manager Zhang would not publicly oppose this adjustment. After this, you will undoubtedly become a true asset within General Manager Zhang's domain. How she manages the reassigned projects is her prerogative. You should foster good relations with them, which can only serve you well. I will remain here for another 2 months to ensure a smooth transition from this major restructuring. For others, 2 months may simply be a period of acclimatization to the new corporate framework, but for you, it is crucial. I have submitted a report recommending you for the deputy director position. Director Hao, or rather now Vice Director Hao, had recently received his appointment alongside Lin Shuwen's. Whether this gesture was casual, a strategic investment, or merely a display of favor, Lin Shuwen felt compelled to acknowledge this kindness, as Director Hao had been exceedingly supportive since his arrival at the company. Despite Lin Shuwen's achievements, discussions with colleagues, particularly seasoned employees like Hui Bua and previous administrative staff, revealed that without Vice Director Hao's influence, his current position would likely have remained at the supervisor level, even with significant contributions. It is essential not to dwell on the present status of being an M3 manager with prospects of ascending to the deputy director role by July. Transitioning from AP level to a management position is inherently a formidable threshold, a challenge that many find insurmountable, particularly within FAZ. Lin Shuwen would remember the support he received. However, the priority remained to meet with General Manager Zheng, as a directive from administration had just been issued, prompting General Manager Zheng to call for Vice Director Hao and Lin Shuwen to come directly. Unlike the business jurisdiction adjustments among FAZ's vice presidents, after the overarching framework set by headquarters, each vice president retains the autonomy to make minor adjustments to their respective structures. Lin Shuwen understood that this meeting would finalize the organizational framework established by General Manager Zheng. He believed that the details of this appointment, including the specific projects assigned and departmental configurations, had already been thoroughly deliberated. Their visit would merely serve to announce these arrangements, with only minor adjustments based on actual circumstances. As Lin Shuwen and Vice President Hao hastened their way, they encountered Jing Wen and several other managerial personnel along the route. This time, General Manager Zheng had directly informed all management staff, from the supervisor of M1 to the vice president of M6, to convene in the conference room. This further indicated that others' proposals had long been predetermined. Otherwise, only a few core members would have been summoned for discussion, rather than such a grand assembly. The purpose of this gathering was merely to receive the announcement. Although Lin Shuwen held confidence in his own position, he remained somewhat anxious until the dust had settled. However, once General Manager Zheng announced the adjustments, Lin Shuwen felt an overwhelming sense of relief. Chapter 34. Setting sail once more upon entering the conference room, it was evident that many eyes were fixed upon Lin Shuwen. Despite having graduated from university just last year and swiftly ascending to the managerial position at the M3 level within a mere year, a remarkable achievement, especially as he was placed directly in the third tier, there remained a faction of skeptics. Many acknowledged Lin Shuwen's capabilities, yet they attributed his rapid rise primarily to the influence of Vice President Hao. In their view, had Vice President Hao not been involved, they too could have achieved what Lin Shuwen did. Such is human nature. Only the mediocre are free from envy. Consequently, Lin Shuwen harbored a reluctance to spend time at headquarters, as doing so meant confronting the veiled criticisms of those consumed by jealousy. As the gaze of the assembly bore down upon him, Lin Shuwen instinctively chose a seat in a more secluded corner of the room. Shortly after he settled in, General Manager Zheng entered, and an immediate hush enveloped the room. With satisfaction, General Manager Zheng delivered a brief opening address, applauding Lin Shuwen's appointment before transitioning to the crux of the meeting. I believe some of you are already aware of the purpose behind our gathering today. In light of the adjustments to the company's overall organizational framework, this meeting aims to address the subsequent ripple effects stemming from these changes. Following this, he elaborated on the restructuring for half an hour, ultimately reaching the key points. After the adjustments, the sectors under his purview would be categorized into 4 departments: marketing, delivery, operations, and legal affairs. The marketing department would be subdivided into 3 groups based on government, state-owned enterprises, and private enterprises. The delivery department would be split into recruitment and vendor management. The legal affairs department would further divide into 3 groups focusing on cases, insurance liaison, and legal matters. The operations department, which was of utmost significance, would be restructured into 4 divisions, with the first division being the one Lin Shuwen currently managed. The second and third divisions would be 2 projects allocated from elsewhere, while the fourth would be a newly established division tasked with handling the business that the first 3 groups could not accommodate. After providing an overview of the various departments and smaller project teams, the most pressing concern for everyone was the adjustments regarding personnel. Lin Shuwen was not particularly acquainted with many in the other departments, nor did he concern himself with them. However, he was particularly glad to see that his longtime associate, Hui Bo, would continue to lead the vendor management sector within the delivery department. Hui Bo had also benefited from the recent changes, successfully making the leap from supervisor to manager, achieving a 2-tier promotion. With gratitude in her eyes, she regarded Lin Shuwen, fully aware that her ascendance to this position was largely due to his steadfast support, having facilitated the expansion of over 70 partnerships since last year, all of which were genuine collaborations rather than sham entities. Naturally, Lin Shuwen felt a sense of joy. It is indeed easier to work with familiar faces. However, within the legal affairs department, the seasoned professionals faced difficulties competing against personnel from the previous project teams. Positions such as the legal affairs director and the managers of the cases and insurance liaison groups were secured by others. Ultimately, Lin Shuwen's primary concern lay with the leadership of the operations department. Given the recent departmental arrangements, each division typically warranted one director and one or two deputy directors. Unexpectedly, it was revealed that due to the unique nature of the operations department, Vice President Hao would temporarily oversee it. Furthermore, the two teams being transferred would be led by individuals of deputy director rank, reflecting the significant support from the other two vice presidents. Considering the overall future of the operations department, both Shuwen and Jingwen were urged not to disappoint. It was clear to anyone observing that General Manager Zheng's strategy implied that Jingwen was being groomed to become the future operations department director, requiring her to maintain authority over the members of the other two teams. The other two vice presidents were equally competent. It was apparent that the leaders of the transferred teams, if of manager rank, would be easily overshadowed by deputy directors or directors, effectively leading to a complete integration of their teams. With Vice President Hao's recent promotion, the other directors under General Manager Zheng were assigned to other departments. In the absence of a director for the operations department, unless General Manager Zheng intervened personally, it would be challenging for anyone to exert control over the two incoming deputy directors. However, the notion of General Manager Zheng personally stepping in raised concerns about the fairness of such an approach, as there was no guarantee of success. Thus, Vice President Hao served as a form of compensation from General Manager Zheng to General Manager Zheng. By utilizing Vice President Hao, who was on the verge of departure and possessed significant connections, General Manager Zheng effectively granted General Manager Zheng 2 months to integrate the incoming teams. Should General Manager Zheng fail to manage this, it would reflect poorly on his capabilities. This strategic maneuver was an overt power play. In this contest of influence, it was evident that Lin Shuwen and Jingwen, as members of the original team, stood to benefit. At this juncture, Lin Shuwen finally comprehended why Vice President Hao had recently advised him to seize the opportunity in the coming 2 months. It was clear that the two incoming teams would rapidly expand their business during this period, vying for the director position against General Manager Zheng's team. Lin Shuwen believed that the three vice presidents had reached an implicit understanding. The competition for the directorship would be based on performance. Even if General Manager Zheng established a fourth division, the other two vice presidents would undoubtedly have their own contingencies. Nevertheless, the overarching rules of engagement had been mutually agreed upon, promising a contest of relative fairness, driven solely by results. Indeed, Lin Shuwen perceives this competition as tacitly approved by General Manager Zheng and the headquarters in Modu, as well as those in Jingqing. Through this approach, they aim to stabilize the most critical business departments directly while seizing the opportunity to accelerate the overall development of FAZ. Certainly, one must not underestimate the capabilities of the world. With the adjustments to the framework completed, Lin Shuwen and several others are now prepared to exert their utmost efforts. Chapter 35. The Grand Expansion. On May 4, 2015, during the Youth Day celebration, Lin Shuwen arrived in Jiangxing and conducted an online meeting that morning. Not only was Lin Shuwen promoted directly to the managerial level of M3, but others also received various promotions. Su Pei, Lao Feng, Ding Yi, and Su Ying were all elevated to the supervisory level of M1, thanks to Lin Shuwen's strong recommendations. Consequently, Lin Shuwen established his own 4 teams within the SSC outsourcing and BPO projects, relying on the Seasoned Logistics Group. Each of our 4 teams now averages 5 members. Regardless of my promotion or yours, the foundation for our advancement lies in the benefits we create. Therefore, starting in May, the primary focus of each team will be twofold: maintaining our current operations and exploring new markets. Whether it pertains to SSC outsourcing, BPO, or RPO, any operation adhering to the company's standards is open for discussion. Both I and the company will offer unwavering support for any necessary assistance. For the next 2 months, I will not supervise you. Everything will depend on your own initiative. I will personally oversee business development from now on. I hope you can maintain our core business while also exploring new markets. From supervisor to deputy manager and then to manager, I expect you to keep pace with the development of our projects, rather than having your superiors parachuted in from the company or elsewhere after July. This is Lin Shuwen's carrot. However, Lin Shuwen's greatest assurance stems from Tianmawei Electronics. Established in Shenzhen and publicly listed in the 1990s, Tianmawei Electronics boasts branches in Shanghai, Xiamen, Jiangcheng, and Chengdu, apart from its headquarters in Shenzhen, with approximately 50,000 employees. Initially, Lin Shuwen envisioned gradual development. But with changing circumstances, he felt compelled to leverage this asset, seeking out Minister Ma from the Human Resources Department in Jiangxing. As a senior executive dispatched to Jiangxing to expand operations, Minister Ma possesses valuable connections within the Tianma system. Over just a few months, Lin Shuwen has cultivated a strong rapport with him, primarily driven by mutual interests. Leader, I have 2 friends who own companies in Shanghai, Shenzhen, Xiamen, and Jiangxing, and they have already reached cooperation agreements with us at FAZ. If you have friends who could act as agents for these companies or collaborate directly with FAZ, that would be ideal. If not, I can make arrangements. Friends introduced by the leader will enjoy a 3 revenue share, which I will incorporate directly into the partnership fees, ensuring no complications arise. Furthermore, for the robust support from the leader, I will apply for an additional 0.5 from each location. Allow me to provide a straightforward example. Currently, FAZ in Jiangxing employs around 700 individuals. With a 3 share, the monthly expenses amount to over 20,000, including the additional 0.5. This totals nearly 25,000. Over a year, without needing to achieve significant milestones, this could amount to 300,000, illustrating why Lin Shuwen was able to secure projects swiftly in the past. Otherwise, why did other companies ultimately fail during that period? Was it merely the reputation of the parent company? The root cause lies in Lin Shuwen's commitments. Moreover, in the past 2 months, there have been no issues regarding expense settlements, which has solidified the strong relationship between Minister Ma and Lin Shuwen. In light of Lin Shuwen's current request, if successful, the other 3 locations could contribute directly to 1.5 of revenue shares, with the crucial point being that the true stronghold lies with Tianma in Shanghai and Shenzhen, not Jiangxing. Provided that FAZ maintains its performance, surpassing 1,000 employees should pose no issue. Even Chengdu, though slightly weaker, could still reach around 500 employees, and Xiamen could add a few hundred more. Under Lin Shuwen's calculations, Minister Ma conservatively estimated the active workforce at 3,000, a figure that would yield several times the current benefits, even if only 0.5 from the other locations is considered. Thus, without any unforeseen complications, Minister Ma began detailed discussions with Lin Shuwen on various proposals. In the following days, Lin Shuwen accompanied Minister Ma to Xiamen on Friday. As a newly established and operational branch, Xiamen Tianma is on par with Jiangxing Tianma, with negligible discrepancies in labor-related benefits. Particularly after Lin Shuwen proposed offering a guarantee of 1 million to demonstrate his sincerity and capability. Xiamen Tianma promptly initiated a simplified procurement tender process. The fastest progress came from Chengdu. To Lin Shuwen's surprise, a local labor company boldly challenged Tianma Wei Electronics as the principal party. To summarize the situation, in April, an employee within the RPO project sustained a work-related injury, leading to compensation discussions post-hospitalization. Faced with exorbitant compensation claims, the labor company, which had not profited significantly, decided to withdraw, leading to a prolonged dispute that eventually escalated to Tianma Wei as the principal party. Confronted with reprimands from the principal party, the local enterprise became apathetic, having dragged on the issue for 2 months without resolution. At this juncture, when Minister Ma of Jiangxing Tianma suggested, I believe you should advise your executives to demand a deposit of 1 million. This deposit ensures that during personnel transfers and management, as well as when dealing with current disputes, if the secondary party fails to respond effectively, we can directly deduct from this amount. In this way, do you think they will dare to challenge us? We are the principal party. Furthermore, with this deposit in place, we can rest assured, can't we? After being overwhelmed by the situation, Minister Chung promptly reported that the proposal was swiftly approved. To Lin Shuwen's astonishment, Chengdu Tianma directly petitioned the headquarters and followed an expedited process to replace the incompetent company. The position was awarded to FAZ, where Lin Shuwen was situated. In accordance with the stipulations put forth by Chengdu Tianma, in addition to a security deposit of 1 million, FAZ was also required to provide a professional legal team to assist in addressing this matter. Chapter 36. Success. Such a modest request was readily agreed upon by FAZ. To speak candidly, the frequency of incidents occurring nationwide in a single day surpasses the annual occurrences at Chengdu Tianma, making the handling of such matters a mere formality for them. The legal team of FAZ dispatched 2 members to the scene, who succinctly clarified the relationship with the victims. Subsequently, Tianma Wei assured that should the negligent company fail to provide compensation, they would directly withhold the profits of that company, which employs over 100 individuals. With monthly earnings exceeding 100,000 and with 7 to 8 months remaining until the year's end, the amount was more than sufficient for compensation. Thus, the stakeholders, the victims, the party, and FAZ's team swiftly reached a relevant agreement, uniting their efforts against the negligent company. At this juncture, the matter was nearing its conclusion, with only the lawsuit and the ensuing negotiations remaining. However, upon learning of this outcome, Lin Shuwen promptly traveled to Chengdu, addressing Minister Cheng. Minister Cheng, while the resolution of this issue is undoubtedly correct, it will still impact your company, Tianma. Moreover, no one can guarantee that prolonging the timeline will not introduce unforeseen complications. I have a rather immature suggestion for you to consider. Your company should terminate collaboration with the negligent company on the grounds of their refusal to fulfill contractual obligations. Furthermore, given the economic disputes and the presence of affected third parties, to better fulfill your responsibilities, I propose that the current employees of the negligent company be transferred to us. Our acceptance of these personnel would hinge upon resolving this issue. Minister Cheng, I believe you can present this suggestion to your superiors. If this is approved, we can resolve the matter within a week, thereby avoiding any unforeseen complications that arise from delays. Simultaneously, we can draft a supplementary agreement where FAZ will handle any issues arising from the negligent company without necessitating your involvement. Moreover, I will ensure that these personnel are recognized as part of your collaboration, Minister Cheng. What do you think of this proposal? Minister Cheng regarded Lin Shuwen with a complex expression. To be frank, he had not previously placed much importance on this young liaison from FAZ, considering the work with labor companies to be relatively straightforward and lacking in technical complexity, often faced with disdain. However, after hearing Lin Shuwen's remarks, his perception of him underwent a complete transformation. Lin Shuwen's strategy was astute and shrewd, and Minister Cheng saw no reason to decline, especially given that such skills could swiftly resolve troubles while also yielding benefits. The operational plan proposed by Lin Shuwen was executed in a mere 3 days, encompassing not only the processes of Chengdu Tianma, but also those of FAZ's internal operations. On May 18th, a Monday, FAZ officially became a new supplier for Chengdu Tianma, absorbing the 120 employees of the previously ousted supplier. Naturally, Lin Shuwen articulated in FAZ's written report, to prevent potential disputes arising from this incident, I recommend that the company enter into contracts with these personnel as agents before transitioning them to our company. This way, even if disputes arise, our company will not directly confront the negligent company, allowing us to secure relative time and leeway in resolving the matter. Lin Shuwen's suggestion was, of course, adopted. The rationale behind this decision was not solely based on the suggestion itself, but also on Lin Shuwen's assertion that the relevant person in charge from Chengdu Tianma advised collaborating with local smaller partners, indicating their willingness to assist in personnel transfers and related matters in the future. Thus, as the secondary party, FAZ understood the implications of Lin Shuwen's words and agreed to the proposal. Seizing this opportunity, Lin Shuwen established 2 of his own companies in southwest China, acquiring dormant entities that had not been operational, thus streamlining the process without complications. This time, the original 5-member team expanded to 2 operational units, and unlike before, these 2 companies initially recruited individuals already possessing business experience. FAZ capitalized on this opportunity, swiftly resolving the dispute within a week, earning accolades from the victims in the form of a banner presented to Tianma Wei. Consequently, this matter was reported to the headquarters of Shun Tianma, and with Lin Shuwen's contributions, during inquiries at headquarters, Jiangxing Tianma highlighted FAZ's timely assistance, while Shaman Tianma spoke of the advantages stemming from the $1 million deposit. Moreover, given its state-owned status, under Director Hao's initiative, connections were established with the head of the parent company of Guangdong's Jingxing Foreign Enterprises, leading to fruitful relations. Thus, in June, both Shun Tianma and Modu Tianma conducted a simplified tendering process for teachers. This simplified tender was clearly delineated, implementing a $1 million deposit, signing supplementary agreements, and introducing 3 additional labor companies. Following this initiative, Tianma Wei expelled the less capable labor companies, thereby gaining greater leverage in negotiations with the secondary parties, especially with the $1 million deposit as leverage. Confronted with resentment from other long-standing partners, Lin Shuwen remained unfazed. The $1 million deposit had nothing to do with him. It belonged to FAZ. He was merely a facilitator. Despite the audacity of the situation, Lin Shuwen had ascended to a dominant position in the competitive landscape, establishing an impregnable stance. According to the data obtained by Lin Shuwen and FAZ, Tianma Group could facilitate the employment of approximately 500 individuals. Currently, Chengdu Tianma, Jiangxing Tianma, and Xiamen Tianma had already employed 1,000 individuals, necessitating the recruitment of an additional 500 individuals within the latter half of the year, a task deemed entirely feasible. With a workforce of 500, the revenue for a single month amounts to 5 million, leading to an annual revenue of approximately 42 million. When considering the contributions of seasoned veterans and other projects, the annual revenue from Lin Shuwen's endeavors alone will exceed 80 million. Among these figures, Lin Shuwen has personally achieved around 55 million in performance. Such accomplishments render the other two deputy directors unable to compete. The data that instills a sense of despair in competitors stands as Lin Shuwen's greatest triumph. He candidly asserts that had it not been for his relatively modest experience, the position of director would undoubtedly belong to him. Nonetheless, the role of deputy director suffices, especially as he will have been with the company for a year by July. Chapter 37. Promotion time swiftly elapses as the contract negotiations between Shun Tianma Group and Modu Tianma reach their conclusion, and soon it is the end of June, marking yet another day of farewells and new beginnings. On June 30th, a Tuesday, within the conference room of FAZ's headquarters in Hangzhou, the expressions of those present varied greatly. While it is customary for individuals to conceal their emotions, mastering such restraint is no simple feat naturally. The most competitive individuals among the ranks of deputy directors and managers manage to maintain a calm demeanor, having spent over a decade navigating the complexities of the corporate world. As Lin Shuwen entered the room, the two deputy directors transferred from the previous vice presidents greeted him. Their flattery, from Lin Shuwen's perspective, was laced with insincerity and ulterior motives. For instance, Qiu, the deputy director responsible for government affairs, remarked to Jing Wen, the current deputy director, Jing Wen. Compared to Shuwen, we still have much to learn. The 4 projects you personally oversaw have only yielded a handful of successes, thanks largely to Director Zheng's substantial support from the marketing department. We won't even mention our own efforts, as we are merely novices in market engagement, with our progress dismal at best. But Shuwen is different. I have heard from others on your team that Shuwen has merely relied on Director Hao. Yet these past 2 months have demonstrated that Shuwen independently secured a major project, generating over 40 million in annual revenue for the company. Shuwen, to be candid, our department is currently in need of a director. Given your capabilities, I believe you would excel in this role. However, we must agree that once you become a director, you will assist us and share your expertise so that we may all advance together. This insidious flattery prompted Lin Shuwen to prepare a retort, but before he could respond, Fu, the deputy director liaising with state-owned enterprises, chimed in with additional embellishments. Shuwen, what old Qiu just said reflects my sincere thoughts as well. However, you should spend more time at the company headquarters to foster relationships and allow everyone to get to know you better. If it weren't for your impressive acquisition of the TMO Wei Group contract, I, along with old Qiu and the rest of the company, might have believed the claims made by your team that you solely owe your rise to Director Hao. Such insinuations, regardless of their veracity, served as a clever tactic to sow discord. It was particularly significant that the source of these comments was not from the new team members, but rather from Jingwen's associates, which heightened the intrigue surrounding the dynamics of their relationships. Clearly, the prospect of Lin Shuwen's promotion had instigated a sense of rivalry within Jingwen. Understanding the nuances of the situation, Qiu and Fu concluded their remarks with knowing smiles before retaking their seats, their exchanged glances betraying their satisfaction in achieving their objective. Meanwhile, Lin Shuwen remained engrossed in his notes, oblivious to the scrutiny of those around him. Among them, Jingwen hesitated to speak, but ultimately chose to remain silent, and Lin Shuwen was unaware of her internal struggle. As 5 or 6 minutes passed, the atmosphere shifted when the general manager of FAZ, Zhang, along with 4 other deputy directors, including Director Hao, entered the conference room, prompting an immediate hush. They extolled the virtues of Director Hao's promotion, announcing that effective July 1st, he would officially assume the role of deputy director at the Beijing branch of the Foreign Enterprise Group, overseeing the business sector. with specific responsibilities to be clarified following his acclimatization to the new role. Director Hao reflected on his journey with a sense of nostalgia. Although his connections stemmed from the headquarters in Beijing, he had initially been reluctant when reassigned to Hangzhou 3 years prior. This was a tumultuous period when the founder of the foreign enterprise, Chairman Hua, and the newly appointed General Manager Wang were embroiled in fierce competition. As a member of Wang's faction, Director Hao had been sent to Hangzhou due to the group's reduced collaboration with the global giant Deek Group, along with many others. By November 2014, following the impressive achievements of the joint venture FA, Chairman Hua stepped back, allowing the newly empowered Chairman Wang's faction, including Director Hao and others sidelined during the previous regime, to regain their influence. Over the past 30 years, Chairman Hua had amassed significant power, and even in his absence, his son and loyalists retained control of vital positions within the board. The emergence of a new leader inevitably posed challenges to reclaiming power, and thus, Director Hao's move to the Beijing branch was strategically aimed at the general manager position. Furthermore, it was crucial for them to preserve their stronghold at the joint venture FA, ensuring its continued success as their trump card. As Lin Shuwen pondered the information divulged by Director Hao in recent days, he conducted a private analysis of his own appointment, which came as no surprise. Despite having joined the company just 1 year prior, his contributions were evident and widely acknowledged. FAZ, established as a joint venture of the original Beijing Foreign Enterprises Hangzhou subsidiary, had thrived over nearly 3 years, and their achievements were a testament to the hard work of Lin Shuwen and his colleagues. Upon the proposal of the FAZ branch and subsequent deliberation by the FA headquarters, with the approval of the two parent companies, Beijing Foreign Enterprise and the Deco Group, it has been resolved to appoint Shu Wen as the deputy director of M4. Furthermore, in recognition of Shu Wen's remarkable contributions to the Tianma Wei Group's endeavors, it has been decided to directly assign him to the third tier of the hierarchy. The ensuing remarks naturally consist of superfluous expressions of encouragement and commendation. Chapter 38. The Dark Struggle for Lin Shuwen. The current position of deputy director at level 3 comes with a base salary of 16,800 yuan, translating to an annual income of approximately 500,000 yuan. However, after excluding performance bonuses, this figure is reduced to around 350,000 yuan. With the recent appointments and promotions concluded, the most pressing concern among everyone is the position of the business department director. As Lin Shuwen ascended to the role of deputy director, there are now 4 deputy directors under Vice President Zheng, with Jing Wen and Shu Wen being her closest allies. Had Lin Shuwen not secured an order from Tianma Wei Electronics Group, his promotion to deputy director would have posed no significant issues for Jing Wen's ascent to director. However, the current situation is markedly different. Can he command respect? Setting aside Lin Shuwen himself, the 2 other deputy directors allocated from Fu are certainly not inclined to accept him, and they have already concocted excuses attributing their dissatisfaction to Lin Shuwen. Since joining the company, Jing Wen has rapidly advanced to supervisor and then manager in just a few years, likely due to her previous role as Vice President Zheng's assistant and perhaps other undisclosed connections. Subsequently, due to Lin Shuwen and the restructuring of the company, she has now reached the position of deputy director, poised to step into the role of director at any moment. Yet, a significant vulnerability remains: her lack of business acumen. Lin Shuwen has observed that Jing Wen has only managed projects such as Lianio, Didi, and Shou Tuan, which were directly transferred from the headquarters, and she is not engaged in frontline work. The crux of the matter lies in the establishment of the 4 divisions 2 months prior, which was originally intended as a merit for Jing Wen from Vice President Zheng. However, under Lin Shuwen's remarkable achievements, this merit has transformed into a measure of comparison. In stark contrast, should Jing Wen be appointed director, Lin Shuwen believes that both Qiu Fu and the other 2 deputy directors would seize this opportunity. Today, during the meeting of Zheng's 4 departments, the other 2 deputy directors even made excuses to accompany Vice President Hao. Following an analysis by the company, it was determined that the 4 project divisions under Zheng's business department had shown outstanding performance, prompting Zheng to personally oversee the business department. Henceforth, the 4 deputy directors would need to exert even greater effort, as Vice President Zheng is known for her high expectations. The esteemed General Manager Zhang directly addressed the highly anticipated issue of positions, indicating that from this moment, Jing Wen would stand on equal footing with Lin Shuwen and the others. Nonetheless, Lin Shuwen is convinced that matters will not unfold so simply. As expected, Zhang soon spoke. After careful consideration, we have found that the development across our 4 project divisions is not balanced. Consequently, we will be adjusting the business segments. Jingwen is well acquainted with the Laonio project, and since Lin Shuwen's primary focus for the next 6 months will be on Tianmawei Electronics, the SSC outsourcing business for Laonio and several other projects will be transferred to Jingwen's division. Shuwen, this decision has been made after thorough deliberation, and I hope you can approach it from a holistic perspective for the company. The RPO project for Tianmawei Electronics is of utmost importance to us. Additionally, you must further develop the Laonio project and the BPO and RPO initiatives you previously spearheaded. Although Lin Shuwen had speculated on this outcome from Vice President Hao's earlier hints, his expression changed abruptly upon the formal announcement. The meeting room fell into a profound silence, with all eyes shifting between Lin Shuwen and Zhang Jingwen. It is well known that although the Laonio project was allocated from the headquarters to FAZ, its growth over the past 6 months, under the leadership of Zhang Jingwen and others, only managed to reach a workforce of approximately 5,000. It was Lin Shuwen who had opened up the central China market and personally developed this project in southern China. To date, the SSC outsourcing segment of the Laonio project alone has more than 20,000 employees. And when considering the smaller projects Lin Shuwen gradually nurtured, this figure approaches 30,000, generating annual revenue of around 23 million yuan. This is indeed a severe blow. To maintain appearances, Vice President Zheng also transferred some smaller projects from Fu to Zhang Jingwen, which, when calculated, would allow her to generate over 25 million yuan in annual revenue with minimal effort. Meanwhile, Lin Shuwen, who stands to lose the most, currently has only over 1,000 employees at Tianmawei Electronics, and combined with the RPO projects from Laonio and other small initiatives, his revenue can only reach around 30 million yuan. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise with the RPO project at Tianmawei Electronics, Lin Shuwen would find himself with virtually no risk mitigation capability. It is often said that the first stab comes from those who profess solidarity, yet the true adversaries are those who seek to bring you down. This time, Lin Shuwen felt that truth acutely. In the eerie silence of the meeting room, Lin Shuwen was interrupted by a cough from Vice President Hao, who then expressionlessly addressed Vice President Zheng. I am merely an employee and have no objections to the decisions made by the leadership. By the way, Vice President Zheng, since the company has now reassigned the Laonio business to Deputy Director Zhang Jingwen, may I request that she directly liaise with Huibo regarding the collaboration with suppliers? Furthermore, since such adjustments can be made at any time by the leadership, I would like to know when the adjustments for the RPO and BPO projects of Tianmawei Electronics and Laonio Group will take place. I will await the company's adjustments before proceeding with my work to avoid disrupting company plans, as my small frame cannot withstand such burdens. Lin Shuwen's words were a direct challenge, an audacious declaration aimed squarely at Vice President Zheng. In the context of FAZ Company, it is evident that there exists a well-defined business strategy. Deputy General Manager Zheng's insights are indeed astute. One must approach issues from the perspective of the company, considering the broader picture. If your department were to make adjustments to the current personnel, it could potentially yield over 50 million in revenue. Once Tianmawei Electronics is operating optimally, the revenue could soar to around 80 to 90 million. However, the business objectives set forth for your department are merely 200 million. How is it conceivable that your department alone should claim half of that? If this were to become common knowledge, would you, as a deputy director, be able to withstand the scrutiny? Deputy General Manager Hao's reprimand, following his cough, may appear to be directed at Lin Shuwen, yet it is widely recognized as a veiled critique of Deputy General Manager Zheng. Chapter 39. Eating melons. The meeting drew to a swift conclusion, marked by Lin Shuwen's unabashed outburst and Vice President Hao's merciless ridicule, accompanied by the smirks of the other 2 vice presidents and several deputy directors. A direct confrontation with one's superior undoubtedly foreshadowed a future fraught with challenges for Lin Shuwen. Consequently, he eschewed pretense and personally drove Vice President Hao to the airport. The nature of their conversation during the journey remains a mystery to outsiders. However, upon his return, Lin Shuwen's demeanor was immediately restored to its usual state. That very day, he proceeded to hand over responsibilities to Deputy Director Zhang Jingwen, accompanied by the other 2 vice presidents. Deputy Director Zhang, regarding the SSC outsourcing project, These are the matters that require your attention. Let us convene an online meeting to finalize this matter, Lin Shuwen stated. The handover was essential, yet the method of transition was solely Lin Shuwen's prerogative. During the online meeting, he promptly announced the allocation of responsibilities, declaring that it would take effect from July 1st, and then he exited the meeting. The other two vice presidents followed suit. Even though Zhang Jingwen's expression was one of evident discontent, she found herself powerless to alter the situation. The most captivating aspect of this transfer was the collaboration between Lin Shuwen and the other two vice presidents. Zhengzong, Lin Shuwen arrived with the other two. And I just received word that the three of them have entered the conference room, reported Jingwen, promptly relaying the information. It was evident that today's discussions would revolve around Lin Shuwen. As the workday concluded, Lin Shuwen jovially linked arms with Vice Presidents Qiu and Fu as they left the office, openly expressing a desire to dine together. It was evident to all that Lin Shuwen, previously aligned with Zhang Zong's faction, was now in a naturally adversarial position with the other two unless one side faltered. However, following Zhang Zong's brazen dismantling of Lin Shuwen's department and his forceful elevation of Zhang Jingwen, it became clear that Lin Shuwen and Vice Presidents Qiu and Fu were compelled to unite. While the onlookers savored the unfolding drama, it was noted at the headquarters of FAZ in Hangzhou that Lin Shuwen, who seldom frequented the office, had remarkably been present for an entire week. Each day, he appeared to be engaged in discussions with Vice Presidents Qiu and Fu, seemingly visiting the other two vice presidents. Amidst the ongoing speculation, a more significant revelation emerged on Friday. It appeared that the leaders of the disgraced teams allocated from Zhengzong to the other two vice presidents had, under Lin Shuwen's guidance, seemingly aligned with the latter. That evening, apart from Deputy Director Zhang Jingwen, all other vice presidents from different business units gathered for a meal. This signified that the other two vice presidents no longer needed to worry about insubordination from their subordinates. Yet, the most critical implication was the impending fracture of Zhang Zong's four business units. Zhang Jingwen aligned with Zhang Zong's faction, while Lin Shuwen formed a coalition with Vice Presidents Qiu and Fu. This situation inevitably set the stage for a fierce rivalry. As Lin Shuwen and his associates dined, FAZ transformed into a hub of gossip, with everyone keenly anticipating Zhang Zong's response. However, before they could witness her reaction, they encountered another significant development involving Zhang Jingwen. On July 22nd, yet another Friday, Manager Huibois, a partner supplier under Zhang Zong's supervision, clashed with her former superior, now Deputy Director Zhang Jingwen, escalating the matter to Zhang Zong herself. Lin Shuwen was well aware of this situation, which stemmed from Zhang Jingwen's urgent desire to deliver results as she assumed her new role, with revenue being the most immediate measure of success. To increase revenue figures, two strategies emerged, either augmenting the workforce or tightening expenditures. In the case of the Lianio project, Zhang Jingwen scrutinized the tiered payment structure of suppliers, leveraging her position as the principal party to negotiate lower rates. Initially, this was manageable with a few suppliers, yet as the number grew, complications ensued. Over the past year, Lin Shuwen had onboarded around 70 suppliers for Lianio, and as Zhang Jingwen sought to standardize payment terms, a dozen suppliers began to share information regarding their grievances. Consequently, numerous suppliers across the nation ceased to engage with the Lianio project and halted all business dealings with FAZ. These smaller suppliers, upon departing FA, rapidly aligned themselves with other companies, which offered assurances that the settlement model would remain unchanged. With over 300 suppliers in Huibois' network and approximately 240 operational, nearly 100 suppliers had abandoned ship. The fallout was catastrophic for Huibois. Nevertheless, given the long-standing relationship with her former superior, she felt compelled to communicate with Zhang Jingwen first. However, before they could devise a plan, the repercussions of over 100 collaborating suppliers became evident. Companies such as Lianio, Didi, and Chou Tuan, all of which had personnel recruitment needs, expressed their dissatisfaction to the respective contacts at FAZ after nearly a week of discontent. The ramifications were not limited to Zhang Jingwen alone. The concerns raised by Didi and Chou Tuan escalated to their respective deputy general managers. Subsequently, these two deputy general managers not only reported the matter to General Manager Zhang, but also elevated the issue to the FA headquarters. Lin Shuwen could surmise the underlying motive for the escalation, the envy towards the collaboration with Deputy General Manager Zhang's suppliers. Chapter 40 The Great Tree Indeed. Although this matter was swiftly addressed by Vice President Zhang upon hearing the rumors, maintaining the original settlement to stabilize the other suppliers, she must still bear the consequences of the situation. On July 29th, amidst the negotiations concerning the suppliers, the headquarters of FA instructed FAZ to establish a separate department dedicated to supplier management, consolidating all previous suppliers under the direct supervision of the general manager, thus eliminating the need for this department to report to the three vice presidents. The one who suffered the most loss was Vice President Zhang. The most tragic figure in this scenario was Hui Bo, as someone had to take the blame for the incident. Furthermore, she failed to report promptly to her supervisor, opting instead to consult Deputy Director Zhang Jingwen first, which was a misstep leading to her being scapegoated. However, due to the connection with Vice President Zhang, Hui Bo was reassigned to work under Zhang Jingwen, handling some tasks related to veteran personnel, ultimately finding herself back in her former position after a year's time. Feeling despondent, Hui Bo, once a leader to Lin Shuwen, had developed a commendable working relationship with him over the past year. After her transfer to the veteran team, she decided to visit Lin Shuwen. Unfortunately, their conversation was merely formal and lacked depth, as she intended to persuade him, but Lin Shuwen was unwilling to yield. Following her departure, Lin Shuwen remained seated in his office, engrossed in his stock trading software. From March to May, the stock storm had indeed made Lin Shuwen immensely wealthy. With an initial investment of 1 million at an average entry price of just over 10, he exited at an average price of 320, yielding a staggering 32-fold profit, transforming 1 million into over 32 million. Nevertheless, Lin Shuwen did not rest on his laurels. In 2105, there arose another lucrative stock. Given his experience with Storm, Lin Shuwen had retained a keen memory of this new stock, which ranked even higher in potential. Naturally, he seized the opportunity once again, entering at an average price of 10 and selling in August at over 50, resulting in a 5-fold profit. Certainly, this stock would reach its peak in the latter half of the year, and Lin Shuwen was determined not to miss out. By the end of August, having withdrawn all his funds, he achieved a goal he had never dared to dream of in his past life. With 160 million resting in his account, Lin Shuwen felt an overwhelming sense of accomplishment. However, he soon realized that money was fleeting. Possessing a natural inclination towards real estate, he began to contemplate property investments, not just in one location, but across multiple areas. Last year, while overseeing the veteran logistics project, he had established a company, which was now contributing to his social security payments locally. Even with a decade-long delay in achieving a unified national social security system, there were no issues with him paying into multiple local systems, as he was merely meeting the minimum wage requirement for the sake of qualifying for home purchases. Currently, both Shanghai and Shenzhen's policies allowed for home purchases with just 1 year of social security contributions. However, regarding tax records, Lin Shuwen was evidently lacking. So at the end of August, he embarked on an ambitious property acquisition endeavor across these two cities and in Jiangcheng, where purchase restrictions had recently been lifted. In Shanghai, he targeted the luxurious Shanghai housing, a 411 square meter penthouse with 6 rooms, 2 living rooms, and 4 bathrooms, priced at 66,600 per square meter. Including garage and renovation costs, he calculated a budget of 30 million. In Shenzhen, he eyed the Hengyu Bincheng, a future high-value property, with a 265 square meter flat, priced at a staggering 120,000 per square meter, leading to a total budget of 33 million. Lastly, he considered the Tiandi Yunting in Jiangcheng, a spacious 345 square meter flat priced at 42,000 per square meter, while the average price in Jiangcheng was still under 16,000. For this property, Lin Shuwen prepared to allocate 16 million. In total, for these 3 properties along with a renovation of his previous purchase in Huqiao City, he planned to invest 80 million. Furthermore, as his various companies expanded their operations, Lin Shuwen began acquiring fixed assets. Across central China, Guangdong, Fujian, Zhejiang, Shanghai, Jiangsu, Anhui, Shandong, Beijing, Tianjin, and the southwestern provinces of Sichuan and Chongqing, he established companies and procured fixed assets in 15 provinces and municipalities. Following a model of storefronts combined with office buildings, he limited his purchases to approximately 300 square meters in each provincial capital due to budget constraints, estimating these fixed asset expenditures to be around 120 million. Should he wish to increase the area, the cost would rise accordingly. The good news was that such endeavors could not be rushed to success. Hence, Lin Shuwen resolved to undertake projects proportional to the funds he could raise by the end of the year. Additionally, aside from reaping substantial profits from the stock market through lucrative investments, his several companies were consistently providing him with financial support. By the end of August, the workforce across his companies in the Veteran Project had reached 1,000, while the total workforce of the FAZ Veteran Project was only slightly over 3,000, generating approximately 400,000 each month for Lin Shuwen. Moreover, the key Tianmawei Electronics project had gradually ramped up its personnel over the past 2 months, bringing the total workforce to 1,500, with Lin Shuwen South Company alone employing close to 700, contributing around 600,000 monthly. Lastly, other smaller projects employing about 300 personnel were generating an additional 200,000 per month for Lin Shuwen. The total number of employees has surpassed 2,000, generating over 1.2 million in revenue each month. This remarkable achievement belongs to Lin Shuwen, who thrives under the auspices of the formidable FAZ. Without such a robust foundation, it would be exceedingly challenging for a human resources company to reach such heights, requiring resources, both human and financial, that Lin Shuwen could scarcely muster. One need only observe the multitude of human resources firms that languish within the confines of a single city or province. Thus, it is evident that a commendable origin is of paramount importance. As long as Lin Shuwen's company continues to establish itself steadily, particularly in terms of market presence and service delivery, the future undoubtedly holds limitless potential. Chapter 41. Real estate. As the business flourished, Lin Shuwen's team expanded to a scale of 50 individuals. In some areas, the team consisted of just a handful, whereas in places like Jiangxing and those with Tianmawei Electronics, the number exceeded 5, with Jiangxing boasting a team of 10. The monthly expenditures for these employees hovered around 500,000, which included Social Security, housing funds, and reimbursements. Although Lin Shuwen was not a pushover, he was not the type of capitalist who exploited his workers. He treated his employees exceptionally well. How many small private enterprises even contribute to Social Security and housing funds? Even among those that do, they often only commence contributions upon hiring, and typically at the minimum wage, with housing funds contributed at the maximum rate of 12%. After deducting rent and utilities, Lin Shuwen calculated his net profit to be around 40, resulting in a monthly take-home amount of approximately 500,000. This net profit, when compared to the 4% margin of large publicly listed companies and industry giants, was not worth mentioning, as the intricacies involved rendered such comparisons meaningless. For instance, in the Tianmawei Electronics project, with a workforce of 1,000, the revenue generated for FAZ was 1 million each month. However, due to the reliance on smaller partners like Lin Shuwen, 85% of the costs were siphoned off directly, along with various hidden expenses reflected in Lin Shuwen's team's reimbursements. Consequently, around 3% of the revenue was further expended, leaving the final net profit figures presented in the reports of state-owned enterprises in the capital to average around 4%. How, then, would those in higher positions than Lin Shuwen conduct their operations? Many matters do not require explicit articulation. Every industry possesses its inherent rules, and as long as individuals adhere to these guidelines, any notions of being uniquely insightful are merely fanciful delusions. With a monthly income of around 500,000 from April to the end of August, Lin Shuwen managed to retain over 2 million in funds beyond his stock investments. Thus, addressing the issue of a vehicle became imperative for him. After his four-wheeled vehicle underwent significant repairs during the Lunar New Year, Lin Shuwen left it in Lanxing for his sister to use, recognizing the necessity of having a car for convenience. With an increase in funds, Lin Shuwen contemplated indulging in luxury vehicles. However, he felt that maintaining a low profile suited him better. Consequently, a vehicle of similar caliber to his previous one became Lin Shuwen's preferred choice, specifically the newly released 2015 Mercedes-Benz GLE Coupe. This vehicle, adorned in a striking space silver, had an initial price of 1.05 million yuan, but Lin Shuwen's final acquisition cost was approximately 1.3 million yuan. Additionally, he provided vehicles for several companies currently engaged in business, specifically in regions supported by Tianmawei Electronics, including Shenzhen, Shanghai, Guangzhou, Chengdu, Jiangxing, and Xiamen, with a total expenditure on vehicles amounting to around 1.2 million yuan. These were all MPVs, with prices ranging from over 100,000 to 200,000 yuan. By the end of August, Lin Shuwen reflected on his finances, realizing that money seemed to dissipate quickly. During his 2-month stay at the FAZ headquarters in Hangzhou, Lin Shuwen's presence left others feeling quite uncomfortable. Following the reassignment of Lin Shuwen's project in July, he had a confrontation with Vice President Zheng that had persisted for 2 months. During this period, the teams led by the other 2 vice presidents had diligently worked on business expansion, achieving commendable results. However, Zheng's side was akin to a double-edged sword, revealing a stark contrast for all to witness. Lin Shuwen, feeling unjustly treated, had chosen to adopt a laid-back attitude, and the others who had been reassigned did the same. If that were the extent of the situation, it might have been manageable, but as Zheng's marketing team secured several contracts, these were subsequently transferred to Assistant Director Zhang Jingwen. The operational issues under Zhang were, to put it mildly, quite troublesome, especially after the cooperative vendor department, which had previously played a critical role in deliveries, was reassigned and integrated elsewhere. The chaos between the vendors and Zhang's team became incessant, as relying on vendors for deliveries proved futile, while the recruitment department failed to keep pace. Consequently, several project deliveries encountered issues, leading the marketing team to become increasingly lethargic. The lethargy in the marketing department inevitably influenced another department under Vice President Zheng, namely the legal department, which also began to exhibit a lack of motivation. After all, one could hardly feel satisfied working diligently to create value for the company while colleagues leisurely sipped coffee and engaged in conversation. Moreover, it seemed as if misfortune struck, for since the reassignment of the veteran project to Assistant Director Zhang in July, there had been a notable increase in traffic accidents, labor disputes, and workplace injuries. While the rise in cases might not have caused the legal department to falter, Zhang Jingwen was not Lin Shuwen. This assistant director lacked substantial experience in business or an understanding of the prevailing realities. Upon encountering cases, she relied solely on written documentation for her assessments, and with pressure from the liaison personnel at the veteran project, she shifted all the burdens onto the legal department. In contrast, when Lin Shuwen was responsible for the veteran project, he adopted a proactive approach. Upon a case arising, he would swiftly consult frontline personnel and relevant evidence, then negotiate with the legal department before addressing matters with the veteran project. This way, they established a preliminary agreement from the outset, allowing both parties to negotiate with the injured party, and should discussions falter and litigation ensue, they would face the situation collectively and share the responsibility. However, following the incident involving Deputy Director Zhang Jingwen, the initial communication was established with the legal team from the established entity before engaging with her own legal department. This approach created a significant disparity. The representatives from the established entity naturally advocated from their perspective, and to put it bluntly, they aimed to minimize compensation or avoid it altogether. Deputy Director Zhang Jingwen, indifferent to these dynamics, directly relayed these demands to her legal department, occasionally intertwining her own opinions to assert her influence. Under such circumstances, it became exceedingly challenging for the legal department to meet the expectations set forth by Deputy Director Zhang, thus failing to satisfy the requirements of the established entity. Chapter 42, a brilliant idea. The legal department made her feel inadequate while coordinating with the seasoned professionals, prompting her to seek assistance directly from Vice President Zhang. Zhang, in turn, engaged in dialogue and mediation with the legal department, as it was imperative that Zhang Jingwen should not bear the burden alone. After several similar incidents, the legal department began to exhibit a lackadaisical attitude. Consequently, among all departments under Vice President Zhang, only the Business Division 4 continued to strive diligently. Zhang could no longer remain idle. The human resources industry relies heavily on revenue generated during the early year and the golden months of September and October, which typically account for 60% or more of a company's annual income through employee onboarding. With the conclusion of August and September fast approaching, such complacency was unacceptable, necessitating decisive action from Zhang. Identifying the root of the issue and implementing targeted solutions is a fundamental skill for every leader, and naturally, the focus was directed towards Lin Shuwen. After 2 months, on the afternoon of September 4th, a Friday, Lin Shuwen entered Zheng's office for the first time after Vice President Hao's departure. "Welcome, please take a seat. Have you adapted well to headquarters over these 2 months?" There was no hint of dissatisfaction towards Lin Shuwen. Instead, there was an abundance of warmth and concern, exemplifying the care a superior shows to a subordinate. It was evident that Zhang was a seasoned professional, effortlessly managing interpersonal interactions. Even Lin Shuwen, with over a decade of experience, found himself questioning whether he could perform similarly in a different role. Thank you for your concern, Vice President Zhang. Previously, I failed to actively engage with headquarters, which resulted in not fully familiarizing myself with my colleagues, especially within our department, during my first year. Over the past 2 months, I have been privileged to experience our corporate culture at headquarters, which has left me profoundly impressed. Moving forward, unless it is a matter of great importance, I have decided to work from headquarters to better receive your guidance. Listening to your insights is worth more than years of study. I recognize my shortcomings, particularly in terms of workplace experience, and I hope to learn more from leaders like you. I would greatly appreciate your mentorship as a newcomer. Lin Shuwen understood the importance of communication. However, for Vice President Zhang, it felt as though she had swallowed a fly, experiencing extreme discomfort. If possible, she would have removed Lin Shuwen from his position and allocated the business directly to Deputy Director Zhang Jingwen. However, she believed that such an action would prompt Fu Qiu and others, who had consistently opposed her, to resign and take their team back to the former vice president. Furthermore, despite being at headquarters for these 2 months, Lin Shuwen had maintained firm control over TMY Electronics and other projects. Zhang estimated that Lin Shuwen would likely take this project with him after leaving FAZ, which was crucial. Losing Lin Shuwen's management of the TMY Electronics project would result in a direct loss of 30 to 40 million in departmental revenue. Additionally, from Zhang Jingwen's subtle hints, Zhang harbored concerns that the personnel assigned from the seasoned professionals were initially recruited and promoted by Lin Shuwen, and they did not exhibit strong support for Zhang Jingwen, their current superior. Although it was not overtly disloyal, their execution was undoubtedly sluggish. Contemplating these matters left Zhang feeling overwhelmed. If only Zhang Jingwen would exert some effort, her worries would be alleviated. Yet, issues must be resolved. Leading the two to discuss the day's primary topic, Shuwen, the RPO project for TMY Electronics, is of utmost importance to us. The recruitment of personnel for the various branches of TMY Electronics that you initiated has not been approved due to my busyness over the past 2 months. With September upon us, recruitment is likely to take time. After discussing with Jingwen, I have decided to transfer a portion of the personnel from the seasoned professionals to you, while Jingwen will handle the recruitment on her end. Your needs are more pressing than hers. What do you think? Such claims of busyness were mere excuses. Previously, she had stalled personnel allocations, and now, the transfer was merely a strategy to minimize Lin Shuwen's influence on the seasoned professionals' SSC outsourcing project. Lin Shuwen had no real opportunity to refuse. Subsequently, Su Pei from Jiangcheng, Lao Fong from Guangzhou, and Ding Yi from Zhejiang, all of whom Lin Shuwen had promoted to M1 supervisory positions, were transferred over, along with 2 project leaders from smaller initiatives. Consequently, the personnel for TMY's branches in Shenzhen, Shanghai, Xiamen, Chengdu, and Jiangxing were now adequately staffed. Given Zhang's emphasis on the importance of the TMY Electronics project, I had no objections. Since Zhang mentioned this matter, I took the opportunity to request that the personnel allocations for TMY Electronics across the 5 branches nationwide be approved by Zhang. The 5 colleagues transferred from Zhang were all at the supervisory level, making coordination manageable. However, apart from Jiangcheng, the other 4 locations required an additional 2 personnel each. Could Zhang approve this allocation today? I could either recruit the personnel myself or have Jingwen transfer them over. I have no issues with either option. Having sufficient personnel will enable me to better serve the company, as it is said that a good man needs 3 helpers. Even if I were to exhaust myself, I cannot manage all 5 branches alone. What does Zhang think? This is a matter of mutual benefit. Lin Shuwen informed Vice President Zhang that the transferred personnel could not have their ranks reduced. Furthermore, if the personnel allocation issue was not resolved today, the TMY Electronics project would remain dormant on my end. I have your best interests at heart, stating that those who do not wish to retain my original team can transfer them to me, thereby creating space for new recruits. Ultimately, Vice President Zhang approved the personnel allocations in Lin Shuwen's presence and promptly made a phone call to Zhang Jingwen and the administrative department. When Lin Shuwen left Zhang's office, the personnel allocation of 15 had been approved, with 12 already assigned, and 5 more transferred from Zhang Jingwen, effectively neutralizing Lin Shuwen's influence. The plan was indeed commendable. Chapter 43. Achievements. The roster of these 15 individuals does not pertain to the TMY Electronics project, but rather encompasses the personnel allocation across all projects currently under Lin Shuwen's purview. Although it did not meet his initial expectations of securing a full complement of 20 personnel, it is nonetheless a commendable outcome. Without the fortuitous assistance of Zhang Jingwen, securing these allocations would have been an arduous task for Lin Shuwen. After 2 months, the initial confrontation between Lin Shuwen and Deputy General Manager Zhang has drawn to a close, though both parties are acutely aware that this is merely a temporary truce brought about by shifting circumstances. Both Lin Shuwen and Deputy General Manager Zhang understand that the Tianma Electronics project must not encounter any setbacks. Unless one of them is resolute in departing from FAZ, the burden of any stalled project would be unmanageable for either party. Thus, it is imperative that this project capitalizes on the opportunities presented in the golden months of September and October to commence operations. Upon disseminating this news among his allies, the others were equally informed. Consequently, that afternoon, after in-depth discussions with Deputy General Manager Zhang, Deputy Directors Qiu and Fu proceeded to meet with General Manager Zhang. Subsequently, a report was swiftly dispatched to the headquarters in Modu. On Monday, September 7th, the Administrative Department of FAZ issued a document confirming headquarters approval. Effective September 2015, the market development responsibilities of each business unit head shall henceforth belong to them. This document included several other stipulations, such as whether projects that perform well might be reassigned and protocols for transferring responsibilities if an individual is unwilling or unable to operate a project. It also provided a clear delineation of associated revenue divisions. Following the issuance of this document, Deputy General Manager Zhang's business units, which had languished for over 2 months, began to mobilize. However, Lin Shuwen and the other 2 deputy directors continued to frequent headquarters, departing only intermittently for personal matters. Consequently, it was primarily the junior staff who began to stir, leading many to speculate that the alliance among the 3 directors had solidified even further than before. The conjecture of their colleagues did not concern the trio, as the data they presented was commendably robust. Specifically, Lin Shuwen's most lucrative RPO project, Tianma Electronics, had surpassed the milestone of 3,000 employees by the end of September, having added 500 staff in just half a month. This served as a testament to Lin Shuwen's capabilities in demonstrating his worth to FAZ. In both Xiamen and Chengdu, the workforce had stabilized at around 500 individuals, effectively halting recruitment. In Jiangxing, a slight increase brought the total to 800, a figure that could not feasibly grow further given the existing scale of Tianma in the region. Meanwhile, both Xinjianma and Modu Tianma maintained a workforce of approximately 600, with potential for expansion. Lin Shuwen's strategy aimed for a contribution of 2,000 personnel from both locations, though he refrained from disclosing this plan to the company, wary of potential betrayal. Over the past month, the other 2 deputy directors, Qiu and Fu, had also showcased their capabilities by successfully securing several small projects, particularly acquiring those that Deputy Director Zhang Jingwen had struggled to manage and effectively operationalizing them. Despite being stationed at headquarters, the results they achieved over the past month overshadowed those of Deputy Director Zhang, who had garnered strong support from Deputy General Manager Zhang. As October approached, the entire company recognized that if the trio maintained their momentum, any ulterior motives from Deputy General Manager Zhang would necessitate careful consideration. Lin Shuwen and his associates remained unfazed by speculation, as the National Day holiday was imminent. Lin Shuwen had previously indicated to his colleagues that October, preceding Double 11, would serve as the true test for Zhang Jingwen following her takeover of the veteran project. Given the current circumstances, even with Deputy General Manager Zhang's support, Zhang Jingwen might struggle to navigate this challenge. Thus, Lin Shuwen and his allies awaited the arrival of October, hopeful for a favorable outcome. Simultaneously, Zhang Jingwen and Deputy General Manager Zhang, unaware of Lin Shuwen's plans, were also keenly anticipating Double 11. Both sought to prove their capabilities by demonstrating that they could successfully manage the veteran project without Lin Shuwen and his original core team. A successful outcome would provide them with significant leverage for their forthcoming counterattack. As both sides awaited the pivotal moment of Double 11, the National Day holiday swiftly passed. By October 10th, Lin Shuwen had resolved all matters pertaining to his home purchase. The remaining task involved procuring fixed assets for 15 companies before year-end. However, prior to this, he reinvested all available funds into the stock market, seizing the final opportunity to profit from the stock of Yao Wang, which boasted a market capitalization in the hundreds of billions. Although an investment of 80 million was substantial, given Yao Wang's high trading volume and Lin Shuwen's gradual investment over 10 days, it did not create significant waves in the market. As Friday, October 16th, concluded, preparations related to the veteran project for Double 11 reached completion. The entire veteran group was set to commence its strategy on October 19th, and as a collaborating partner, FAZ would naturally align with the veteran group's pace, signaling the start of operations. On October 16th, Lin Shuwen's Tianmawai electronics project had concluded operations, aligning perfectly with his expectations. Both Xinxianma and Modu Tianma expanded their workforce to over 1,000 personnel, resulting in the total number of employees in the Tianmawai Electronics Group's RPO project officially surpassing 4,000. This impressive workforce is projected to generate annual revenues exceeding 48 million. Concurrently, Lin Shuwen's Old Bird and other smaller projects have seen their personnel count rise to 1,500. With Old Bird's annual revenue approximating 10 million and the smaller projects contributing around 5 million. Collectively, the projects under Lin Shuwen's purview are poised to directly generate over 60 million in revenue for the company. The overall revenue target for the company stands at 500 million, of which Lin Shuwen has already achieved 1/8, all while there remain 2 months until the year's end. This is a remarkable accomplishment. Chapter 44. All about contrast. Meanwhile, the significance of Lin Shuwen has become even more pronounced when compared to Deputy General Manager Zhang. Zhang's revenue target stands at 200 million, while Lin Shuwen has directly achieved 1/3 of that. This is the remarkable report Lin Shuwen has submitted. Consequently, on October 20th, when the payments from Huawei Electronics arrived and the finance department completed their budget, Lin Shuwen and his sales department were able to hold their heads high. Conversely, the already burdened Deputy General Manager Zhang and Deputy Director Zhang Jingwen now found themselves under even greater pressure. Pressure can sometimes serve as a catalyst for progress, yet at other times, it may become a harbinger of one's downfall. This catalyst triggered a dramatic reaction within the Old Bird project team, currently overseen by Zhang Jingwen. On November 3rd, Shuwen, have you heard? The team from the Old Bird project in the North, South China, and the Zhejiang-Shanghai regions has gone on strike. Upon entering the headquarters of FAZ, Lin Shuwen was immediately surrounded by Lao Qiu, who relayed this explosive news. However, for Lin Shuwen, it was not particularly surprising, as he had learned of this situation the previous night. Even though he had distanced himself from the SSC segment of the Old Bird project, he still retained control over the RPO and certain BPO projects, and as a former leader, he was privy to information swiftly. Zhang Jingwen is indeed a peculiar character. While it is understandable for a leader to occasionally ask their team to work overtime, her demand for back-to-back 2-week shifts without a break, coupled with hours from 8 in the morning until 10 at night, is utterly outrageous. Most astonishingly, she did not even apply for overtime compensation for her team. At times, I genuinely question the soundness of her judgment. Lao Qiu was correct. In a bid to demonstrate her team's commitment to the Old Bird project, Zhang Jingwen explicitly instructed her team that from October 20th to November 15th, they were to work without rest for 14 hours each day. Initially, her team members gritted their teeth and persevered, knowing that this was a unique, time-sensitive situation. However, the very reason for their endurance was simple. It was for the sake of their salary. While working under Lin Shuwen, weekends guaranteed overtime pay, and he consistently submitted requests for additional compensation due to extra hours worked, for he understood that this was not his personal finances at stake, and it was unnecessary to be stingy and dampen the team's enthusiasm. In contrast, Zhang Jingwen never communicated this vital information to her team members. Many within her team, especially those from the North, South China, and the Zhejiang-Shanghai regions, included seasoned employees who had previously worked under Lin Shuwen during the Double 11 and Double 12 sales events. Thus, they naturally assumed that Zhang Jingwen would follow Lin Shuwen's example and spread this understanding among the newer recruits. Enticed by the prospect of lucrative salaries, they maintained their resolve and worked tirelessly for 2 weeks without a break, each day clocking in 14 hours. However, when it came time for salaries to be disbursed in October, chaos ensued. As a joint venture, particularly with a state-owned enterprise as the controlling parent company, FAZ disbursed salaries at the end of the month without delay. Thus, when Zhang Jingwen's Old Bird team members received their paychecks on Friday, they were utterly astonished, as the figures were vastly different from what they had anticipated. Around 5 o'clock on Friday, when the salaries were credited. The team approached the newly appointed Hui Bo and several other supervisory personnel to inquire about the discrepancies, only to be told they would need to investigate further. Considering that the finance department would not be working over the weekend, they reluctantly decided to give Zhang Jingwen until Monday to rectify the situation. However, on Tuesday, they learned from their respective supervisors that the deputy director had stated that the overtime requests required further processing due to their substantial amounts, assuring everyone that the compensation would be forthcoming. Surely, everyone was aware of the relationship between the deputy director and deputy general manager Zhang, so they were advised not to speculate and to focus on their work. Ordinarily, this might not have posed a problem, but the crux of the matter was that Hui Bo and others knew Zhang Jingwen had not submitted any overtime requests at all. While they soothed their team members on the surface, they privately prepared to approach Zhang Jingwen to discuss the severity of the situation. Unbeknownst to them, the team from Zhejiang province, relying on their proximity to Deputy General Manager Zhang, learned of the situation from his staff, and upon inquiring with the administrative department, discovered that no application materials had ever been received. In an uproar, the team collectively decided to take leave. Indeed, FAZ, in its alignment with the controlling parent company, had established its own leave policies, particularly concerning sick leave and annual leave. For the team, taking time off for medical reasons or legitimately utilizing statutory holidays posed no challenge to these professionals. Thus, as noon approached, various leave requests began flooding in. Initially, Zhang Jingwen did not pay much attention, but eventually, she recognized the gravity of the situation as the sheer volume of leave requests grew. Upon contacting several district supervisors, she discovered that a significant number of her team members had left their posts for the day. The business operations now rested solely on the shoulders of these few supervisors. Before Zhang Jingwen could report the situation to Deputy General Manager Zhang, and while she contemplated a self-resolving approach, the impending Double 11 sales event compounded the issue as her supervisors were overwhelmed with new recruits. Consequently, several contact groups and calls from the Old Bird team directly reached Zhang Jingwen. As she continuously fielded calls, anxiety mounting within her, the operations team, unable to resolve matters within 2 to 3 hours, also sought assistance from district supervisors. Naturally, word of this predicament reached the Old Bird team as well. People inherently sympathize with the oppressed, and upon hearing of the situation, they immediately recognized it as exploitation. Moreover, the current situation has begun to adversely affect the business operations, prompting various regional divisions to report these circumstances to their esteemed headquarters. They have, in fact, exaggerated certain facts. For instance, they claim that the personnel at FAZ have all taken leave and gone on strike, asserting that they are utterly incapable of processing new hires. What has been merely delayed has been misrepresented as an impossibility, which poses a significant issue. Furthermore, the business side has indicated that if this situation persists for several days, their operations may come to a complete halt, rendering any efforts for Double 11 futile amidst such a lack of personnel. This has escalated to a matter that could potentially impact the Double 11 event itself. Chapter 45. An unexpected turn following the exaggerated and continuous reports. The liaison department of Lao Niao's headquarters could no longer withstand the pressure, especially as the business side erupted in outrage. Consequently, they escalated the matter to the procurement and related departments. Thus, the issue swiftly reached the upper echelons of Lao Niao, prompting them to directly contact the headquarters of FA. After all, the ability to secure this contract hinged on the higher-ups at FA headquarters. Although the business side had transferred the responsibility, the ultimate liaison remained at the headquarters, with even Deputy General Manager Zhang not having taken control of the situation. In a classic turn of events, Deputy General Manager Zhang faced direct criticism from the senior executives at FA headquarters during a video conference, in the presence of General Manager Zhang and 2 other deputy general managers. Moreover, FA headquarters issued a directive stating, Zhang Shuzhen, you are to personally contact the members of the Lao Niao project team and inform them that their overtime pay will be processed today. They must report to work today without fail, as it is imperative that the Lao Niao Double 11 event proceeds smoothly. While no punitive measures were mentioned, everyone understood that this matter would not be dismissed lightly. The demeanor of the FA headquarters executive indicated that he had also recently faced reprimand. The members of the Lao Niao team, buoyed by the deputy general manager's assurance and having learned of the developments through various channels, promptly resumed work, opting to work from home to save commuting time. Their overtime pay was credited before the end of the workday. This unfolded like a minor interlude. Yet both Lin Shuwen and others were acutely aware that this matter would not simply fade away. Accountability was essential. Consequently, numerous individuals, including Lin Shuwen, sprang into action. For months, Lin Shuwen had been at headquarters, not merely to partake in prior trivialities or to seek guidance. As Deputy General Manager Zhang swiftly resolved the issue following the criticism from FA headquarters, Lin Shuwen engaged in discussions with Deputy General Manager Hao. The specifics of their conversation remained unknown to outsiders. However, beginning on November 4th, Lin Shuwen, accompanied by his team, commenced voluntary assistance to Zhang Jingwen's Laoniao team. In terms of operational capability, it was not Lin Shuwen boasting, but rather the undeniable fact that his team far surpassed Zhang Jingwen's newly established group, especially since many had previously managed the Laoniao project. After just 2 months away from the project, their reintegration was remarkably swift. Consequently, with the addition of Lin Shuwen's team, Laoniao acknowledged that FAZ had performed commendably. Even Deputy General Manager Zhang expressed great admiration for Lin Shuwen's overarching perspective when confronted with his team's involvement, although this praise would soon be met with stark contradiction. The Double 11 shopping frenzy at Laoniao officially concluded on November 15th. Given the prolonged tension between FAZ and Laoniao, the debriefing meeting was scheduled for Monday, November 23rd. During this review, Zhang Jingwen, the deputy director responsible for the FAZ project, faced relentless criticism from Laoniao. Zhang Jingwen, since our collaboration with the Laoniao project commenced in 2014, our partnership has been quite harmonious. Particularly from July of last year to July of this year, when Shuwen managed the project, we encountered no significant errors in coordination or emergency response. However, since July of this year, we have become increasingly dissatisfied with your service. Initially, regarding disputes and litigation, many of the outcomes you promised were unattainable. While we can understand and support you regarding uncontrollable factors, the recent Double 11 debacle was entirely due to your internal management chaos. Had it not been for timely communication between our headquarters and yours, this situation would have escalated to our group level, and the responsibility would not rest with FA. The consequences would fall upon us. As a result, we demand that you FAZ propose a relevant improvement plan, particularly addressing this incident. We will consider our future collaboration with your company and whether to sign supplementary agreements based on this. We expect you to present a pertinent plan by December. Before that, with Double 12 approaching, we require that this project be temporarily overseen by Shuwen, who has consistently liaised with us. Our leadership will communicate with your FA and FAZ executives, and we hope you can promptly report this to your relevant personnel. If there are other opinions within FAZ, please have your responsible parties liaise directly with our senior management. Faced with such a blunt introduction, Zhang Jingwen found herself bereft of the opportunity to express her prepared apologies or assurances. It was clear that the other party was disinterested in dialogue. This disregard, especially with Lin Shuwen being brought up, nearly drove her to the brink of fury. In her anger, Zhang Jingwen stormed back to the office to confront Deputy General Manager Zhang. Unfortunately, upon her arrival, it was evident that Deputy General Manager Zhang was already aware of the situation, as Lin Shuwen was notably present in Zhang's office. Despite the seething jealousy within her, Zhang Jingwen, having navigated the complexities of the workplace for several years, maintained a courteous demeanor as she greeted Lin Shuwen. Following a few pleasantries, Deputy General Manager Zhang proceeded to address the matter at hand. Jingwen, with the Double 12 shopping festival approaching, our senior management harbors some concerns regarding our recent oversight. Consequently, after discussions, it has been decided that during this period, the Old Bird project will be temporarily overseen by Shuwen. This arrangement will provide you with an opportunity to learn from him. Moreover, I will take you to engage with our colleagues in the legal department to devise a plan concerning the relevant cases associated with Old Bird. At that moment, Lin Shuwen exhibited exemplary professionalism. Without allowing Zhang Jingwen the chance to respond, he interjected, "General Manager Zhang Jingwen, while I will officially take charge during the Double 12 period, the specific responsibilities will remain with Jingwen. Additionally, I will continue to allocate personnel from each region to assist her. My primary focus will be on the RPO project related to Old Bird logistics." No one anticipated that Lin Shuwen would make such a statement. Chapter 46. Business Adjustments. Lin Shuwen did not pay attention to her colleagues in finance. Instead, she continued, taking advantage of Double 11, Our FAZ division has performed commendably in the RPO business. After some discussions, I am currently in contact with the Southwest region to see if we can secure the RPO project there. To be candid with you, General Manager Zhang, my primary motivation for assisting during Double 11 and my willingness to help during Double 12 is to prevent any issues with our liaison from adversely affecting our RPO project. The SSC business of the Old Bird project, in my view, is less lucrative and more cumbersome compared to the RPO project. I also suggest that the company consider expanding its operations in RPO and BPO projects in collaboration with the Old Bird team. Lin Shuwen's candidness left both Deputy General Manager Zhang and Zhang Jingwen somewhat incredulous. However, considering that Lin Shuwen was still working under their supervision, they chose not to dwell on it too much. Moreover, since Lin Shuwen had expressed her thoughts so openly, Deputy Director Zhang Jingwen naturally conveyed her goodwill. Yet, this goodwill would soon reveal the treachery of human nature after Double 12. Everything unfolded as Lin Shuwen had described during Double 12, progressing in an orderly manner. As the apparent leader, she liaised with several regions of the Old Bird project and those responsible for this sector at headquarters. She also dispatched a few individuals to assist Zhang Jingwen in various regions, while she herself ventured to the Southwest region to engage with relevant leaders for the expansion of the RPO business sector. Thanks to the FAZ brand and the many acquaintances Lin Shuwen had cultivated prior to her visit, by the end of November, she successfully secured the RPO project for FAZ. During Double 12, Lin Shuwen once again leveraged her connections with cooperating suppliers, effectively delivering personnel from several regions, which greatly pleased the Old Bird team. Following the critical periods of Double 11 and Double 12, the number of personnel in the projects under Lin Shuwen's supervision surged to a substantial figure. On December 21st, as Double 12 officially concluded, a review meeting was convened. Lin Shuwen received accolades from the Old Bird team, including commendation emails and banners from several regions of the New Bird team. Additionally, the Labor Liaison Department at the Old Bird headquarters directly praised FAZ. In stark contrast to Zhang Jingwen's review meeting after Double 11, this one was an overwhelming success. As of December 25th, following the collection of project fees for December, Lin Shuwen's achievements began to circulate among the discerning. Have you heard? Deputy Director Shuwen's business unit is reportedly generating revenue that accounts for 2/5 of Deputy General Manager Zhang's total. Whispers suggested that with a modicum of effort next year, Deputy Director Shuwen might effortlessly surpass 100 million in revenue. This news had reached not only FAZ but also the FA headquarters and our parent companies, especially the controlling parent company, Jingxing Foreign Enterprises, where Deputy General Manager Hao had purportedly praised Deputy Director Shuwen extensively. Such gossip could hardly remain unnoticed. Currently, Deputy Director Shuwen's Tianmawai Electronics RPO business, along with several newly developed small companies RPO ventures, boasted a workforce exceeding 5,000, generating approximately 60 million in revenue annually. Furthermore, with the recent acquisition of the RPO project in the Southwest region, she now held sway over 5 regions, each with staffing levels surpassing 2,000, bringing the total personnel count over 3,000, collectively generating around 30 million in annual revenue. This figure did not even account for the BPO projects Deputy Director Shuwen was concurrently managing, which reportedly involved over 5,000 personnel and generated about 20 million in revenue this year. However, discrepancies arose. According to calculations, the combined revenue should tally to approximately 110 million, yet everyone else claimed it was merely over 80 million. They even cited that despite Deputy General Manager Zhang diverting a 30 million revenue order, Deputy Director Shuwen could still achieve the 80 million target. Are you foolish? While Deputy Director Shuwen's active personnel count indeed exceeds 8,000, and the annual revenue approximates 110 million, this is merely an estimation. The actual revenue from the RPO project this year is closer to 80 million, as many were recruited after July. Among the more cutting remarks were those asserting, "Do you realize that based on standard company accounting practices, Deputy Director Shuwen's revenue should be around 100 million? The Old Bird project revenue prior to July, which was around 10 to 20 million, along with the revenue from November and December, should rightfully belong to Deputy Director Shuwen's business unit. Yet, Deputy General Manager Zhang has directly attributed it to Deputy Director Zhang Jingwen's account. Consequently, Deputy Director Zhang Jingwen's revenue barely exceeded 30 million. If we were to exclude Deputy Director Shuwen's contributions, it would likely fall to just over 10 million. After all, Deputy General Manager Zhang favors his own. In the context of Deputy Director Shuwen's impressive 80 million, her closest contenders, Deputy Directors Chiu and Liang, only reported around 40 million combined. Together with Deputy Director Zhang Jingwen's figures, they barely reached the company's target of 200 million in revenue set for Deputy General Manager Zhang. However, if the Old Bird project had been under Deputy Director Shuwen's management without any interference from Deputy General Manager Zhang, as was the case during Deputy General Manager Hao's tenure, reaching the 200 million target would have been a walk in the park. The disparity was indeed striking. The other two deputy directors had successfully exceeded their assigned targets by over 10% this year. In this comparison, it became glaringly evident who excelled and who faltered throughout the year. As the discussions circulated within the company, on the evening of December 25th, Christmas Day, Lin Shuwen publicly informed Deputy General Manager Zhang that she was returning to Jiangxing, while in reality, she headed straight to Jingxing. Vice President Hao personally arrived at the airport to welcome Lin Shuwen. Subsequently, during their journey, he conveyed numerous important matters to Lin Shuwen. This evening, under the auspices of Vice President Hao, Lin Shuwen had the privilege of meeting Director 1, one of the 7 board members of the Beijing Foreign Enterprise Group. This director, in his 50s, was revealed by Vice President Hao to be taking direct responsibility for the entire FA business starting January 1st. This transition signifies a complete transfer of the joint venture company, which has been instrumental in their rise, from Director Wang's hands. Henceforth, the chairman of this joint venture will be an individual from the controlling Beijing Foreign Enterprise side, while the general manager will be from the Dakai Group. Such changes will necessitate Dakai's adaptation to the Beijing Foreign Enterprise's operations and the integration of additional business into the joint venture. Naturally, this transformation is advantageous for the Beijing Foreign Enterprise. Chapter 47. Taking the blame, the most conspicuous change after this development was that the foreign enterprises in the capital began to learn more from the Dequo Group. The balance of power within the joint venture companies, where Dequo previously held significant influence, would be thoroughly transformed. When Lin Shuwen met with this individual, their conversation extended beyond an hour, leaving a remarkably positive impression. As they parted, the individual remarked, "Xiao Hao, your vision is commendable. I hope that once your subsidiary is established, you will not disappoint our expectations. With an annual revenue exceeding 100 million, you meet the criteria for a third-tier subsidiary. Your position as M5 director is also sufficient, but elevating the subsidiary status and your own will purely depend on your capabilities." Lin Shuwen expressed his loyalty and confidence, concluding the discussion on a favorable note, having secured his desire to independently manage a company, distancing himself from the incompatible Vice President Zhang. On November 28th, Lin Shuwen again went directly to the headquarters in Hangzhou, where daily operations remained unaltered. However, on November 31st, the day before the New Year holiday, an administrative notice from FA headquarters shattered the previously calm facade between FAZ and Lin Shuwen. At 9 o'clock on the morning of Thursday, November 31st, as everyone logged into their computers and emails, a decision regarding the establishment of FA Jiangxing Company unveiled shocking news. In this document, FA headquarters announced the creation of FA Jiangxing, classified as a second-tier subsidiary, one rank below FAZ. The most significant issue, however, was that the departments and operations under Lin Shuwen at FAZ would be transferred to FA Jiangxing, which would be directly managed by FA headquarters rather than by FAZ. Typically, the establishment of a subsidiary follows a protocol where a second-tier subsidiary is directly established by a first-tier subsidiary, ensuring that business operations and revenue remain under the jurisdiction of the original first-tier subsidiary. Yet, the forthcoming FA Jiangxing would operate under the direct oversight of FA headquarters, effectively reducing FAZ's revenue by over 100 million as Lin Shuwen and his team transitioned to the newly formed subsidiary. This was the crux of the matter. Consequently, upon the release of this administrative notice, even the balanced Zhang Ping could no longer remain composed. Accompanied by several vice presidents, she promptly traveled to the headquarters in Modu, seeking to devise some evasive strategies, but regrettably, their efforts yielded no results. They should consider themselves fortunate that Lin Shuwen did not opt to take the SSC outsourcing business from Old Bird Logistics during this departmental transfer. Had he chosen to, headquarters would have obliged. Are you aware that we faced severe criticism from the parent company due to Old Bird Logistics Double 11 incident? The original chairman of FA was Chairman Wang, who had largely stepped back from management. However, due to this situation, one of the directors of the holding parent company, Director Wen, would assume the chairmanship of FA. This director from FA refrained from making additional comments, but Zhang and her colleagues understood that a new authoritative figure had arrived, indicating that their circumstances would become significantly more challenging. Furthermore, the establishment of FA Jiangxing Company was a demonstration of authority from Director Wen even before his official appointment. He likely intended to convey to subordinates that he would not be as hands-off as Chairman Wang, urging them to exercise caution in their dealings. The FAZ executives returned empty-handed, only to receive an unsettling piece of news. According to FA headquarters' current plans, the revenue targets for FAZ would remain unchanged for the coming year. Upon learning of FA Jiangxing's establishment, they raised this issue with the two parent companies, both of which issued clear instructions that revenue targets must not be affected. When the revenue targets for FAZ were established at the end of 2014 for the following year, Lin Shuwen was responsible solely for the SSC outsourcing business of the Old Bird project, with no other significant projects impacting the revenue goals. As for Lin Shuwen's ability to independently generate 80 million, even excluding the Tiamawai project, he still accounted for approximately 30 million in revenue. Yet, under these circumstances, you barely reached the 500 million target, highlighting the need for introspection. This was the response they received. At this point, it was evident that Vice President Zhang was to bear the brunt of the blame, with the situation unchangeable. The other two vice presidents directly expressed their thoughts. One suggested, "Zhang, I have concerns about Xiao Qiu, who was transferred to us from Vice President Zhang. He has repeatedly requested an adjustment, as he fears that the business he negotiated will be directly reassigned to Vice President Zhang. Consequently, he has not achieved any remarkable results over the past 6 months. With Shuwen's departure, our pressure will indeed be significant, and I propose we reconsider the business allocations." With this comment igniting the discussion, another vice president echoed the sentiment, but with greater intensity. "Vice President Zhang, you might want to reach out to the members of the Cho Tuan and Didi projects that were transferred to us. If they are willing to return to your team, we have no objections. However, if they prefer to stay with us, that would be preferable. Of course, we will assume the revenue responsibilities for the projects that have come to us." At this moment, Vice President Zhang found herself in a precarious position. Given that they were still at headquarters, she had to tread carefully. However, the other two would not miss such a prime opportunity to exert pressure. Zhang Ping, who aimed to maintain the current equilibrium, ultimately agreed to the proposals of her two colleagues after weighing the burdensome revenue targets. With 3 in favor and 1 against, they proceeded to the headquarters for a decisive resolution. "Since everyone is present here, let us proceed to consult the leaders directly. The final outcome is as follows. FAZ, you may implement an organizational restructuring in January, contingent upon your actual circumstances. In principle, we concur with the proposal you just presented. However, you must allocate tasks appropriately and ensure their completion. A task guarantee agreement must be signed. And should the objectives remain unfulfilled by next year, we will hold you accountable." Furthermore, this task guarantee agreement was also proposed by Chairman Wen during our discussions earlier this week. This group will not take the blame. They are not to be underestimated. Chapter 48. Earning some money. Upon articulating the intentions of the newly appointed chairman, the speaker continued, stating that the original plan was to convene all subsidiary companies after Chairman Wen assumed office to finalize the signing. However, given the multitude of issues presented by the subsidiaries, it was decided to proceed with the signing immediately. We must remind you that failing to fulfill the obligations outlined in this task guarantee will indeed result in accountability. This is not a trivial matter. Following a detailed discussion after their exit, particularly Vice President Zhang, who had a private telephone conversation with the leaders of the 2 previously allocated project teams, returned with a grim countenance. The group then began to divide the tasks. Vice President Zhang was assigned a small revenue target, while the other 2, by incorporating the revenues from Qiu and his colleague, transformed their goal into 2 smaller targets. Given this year's objective of 500 million, the division implies a proportionate task for the next year. Vice President Zhang bore the heaviest burden, as the revenue target, based on their current assignments and the overall future development strategy of the company, necessitated at least a 20 increase. This translated to a minimum target of 120 million for the coming year, a figure that felt overwhelmingly daunting. The entirety of the SSC business outsourcing, represented by the project in Zhang Jingwen's hands, would only yield a maximum of 30 million. Even if some RPO and BPO projects were considered, the total would exceed 20 million, leaving a significant shortfall in revenue obligations. However, Vice President Zheng was acutely aware that seeking a reassessment of her share from headquarters would likely lead to her dismissal. This process seemed to be a punitive measure from FA headquarters for her previous questionable maneuvers, offering her a mere year for a desperate struggle rather than immediate termination. In stark contrast, the other two vice presidents were experiencing a surge of confidence, as the current developments exceeded their expectations. As the executives displayed varied expressions, Lin Shuwen at the FAZ headquarters commenced the establishment of the FA Jiangcheng Company, from registration to site selection and departmental framework construction. Following his recent trip to the capital, he had already laid the groundwork, and now was merely awaiting the opportune moment to unveil his plans. While he was engaged in recruiting and handling various affairs, his office was bustling with visitors, including Chiu and other directors, who exchanged congratulations but were primarily eager to glean insights. Lin Shuwen's ascension to the third-tier director position under the FA headquarters was met with skepticism. None were willing to believe there was no intrigue involved. He graciously accepted their congratulations and reciprocated with well wishes for their future endeavors. He conveyed that the FA headquarters would be led by Chairman Wan, who would undoubtedly demand enhanced performance from FA. Maintaining the status quo was simply unacceptable, and Chairman Wan's arrival would likely consolidate some operations within the subsidiaries, presenting opportunities for all involved. Everyone recognized that, as of now, FA had only established 5 primary subsidiaries: Modu, Jingcheng, Shuncheng, Zhujiang, and Chongqing. This was insufficient, as the groundwork had been laid over the previous years, and it was now time for FA to embark on a period of rapid growth. Those with aspirations were encouraged to seize this opportunity, for such chances might not arise again. Lin Shuwen was determined to create a favorable environment for Chairman Wan and invigorate the enthusiasm of his colleagues, subtly redirecting their focus away from himself. However, as the afternoon progressed, news from FAZ headquarters diminished the attention on Lin Shuwen, as events pertaining to their own responsibilities loomed large. Despite some lingering dissatisfaction, farewells were inevitable. Lin Shuwen remained patient, waiting until evening to bid farewell to the tardy executives, ensuring a harmonious atmosphere. Upon returning to Jiangcheng for the new year, Lin Shuwen took the time to meticulously plan his investments in the stock market. In October, he had entered the market at an average price of 20 for the stock of Yaowang, exiting on December 20th at approximately 102, resulting in an impressive return of 405 million from an initial investment of 80 million. His original plan involved acquiring fixed assets, such as storefronts and office buildings, of approximately 300 square meters across 15 cities. However, with the influx of capital, he adjusted his target to 1,000 square meters, primarily consisting of 500 square meter office spaces and storefronts, leading to projected expenses of 350 million. The soaring prices in Beijing, Shanghai, Guangzhou, and Shenzhen were daunting, yet Lin Shuwen gritted his teeth and proceeded with the acquisitions. Nevertheless, he remained committed to generating wealth and utilized these fixed assets to secure bank loans. Capitalizing on policies supporting entrepreneurial ventures by university students and various provincial incentives, he acquired a substantial loan of 300 million from different banks across 15 provinces. Subsequently, he invested this sum into the Bitcoin market. His recollections of the stock market's meteoric rise in subsequent years were vivid, especially regarding Bitcoin's ascension beginning in 2016, peaking in 2017, a period that Lin Shuwen vividly remembered. In January, when the average price of Bitcoin stood at 3,000 yuan, Lin Shuwen finally expended his entire capital of 300 million yuan. He acquired 100,000 coins across 30 accounts, meticulously executing this strategy over the course of a month to avoid triggering any unforeseen repercussions. It was not a matter of cowardice on Lin Shuwen's part. Rather, he had previously observed that his seemingly insignificant actions could catalyze a chain reaction when the funds involved were substantial. By adhering to a prudent policy of refraining from transactions at both the lowest and highest price points, he successfully evaded financial losses that could have left him in dire straits. Chapter 49. A bounty of achievements. Currently, Lin Shuwen possesses a sum of 300 million yuan, which he has invested across 30 accounts into BitBuy. After this investment, he retains approximately 50 million yuan in liquid assets from the stock market, as well as a steady monthly income. As of now, The total workforce across the 30 companies in 15 provinces under Lin Shuwen's purview has reached a scale of 3,000 employees, with Tianma Electronics being the most robust contributor, providing 500 personnel. Lin Shuwen has employed various strategies over the past 6 months to achieve this milestone. Moving forward, unless a new branch of Tianma Electronics is established, the operations of both the FA sector and his ventures are likely to stabilize. This workforce now generates an impressive monthly revenue of around 1.3 million yuan for Lin Shuwen. The second largest group of employees comprises the veteran project team, which consists of approximately 1,000 individuals contributing over 400,000 yuan in monthly revenue. Additionally, several smaller projects account for around 500 employees, yielding revenues exceeding 300,000 yuan each month. Furthermore, the BPO project, involving around 500 personnel, generates an additional 300,000 yuan in income. Collectively, the 30 companies contribute approximately 2.4 million yuan in revenue, and after deducting various expenses, Lin Shuwen's net profit currently stands at around 1 million yuan. If rent expenses are eliminated next year, this figure will undoubtedly increase. Moreover, the internal staff of the 30 companies has successfully surpassed 100 individuals. Lin Shuwen could potentially reduce this number to around 60. However, considering that he will be embarking on independent ventures next year, he prefers to maintain a safety net. Thus, he has chosen not to compress this workforce, although most of the 30 companies operate under a shared management structure, with only a few locations like Jiangcheng having distinct teams for each company. As of now, Lin Shuwen's total available funds amount to approximately 55 million yuan, which he has meticulously planned to utilize. His companies have flourished thanks to FAZ, and starting next year, Lin Shuwen intends to engage in business negotiations alongside FA Jiangcheng and his own enterprises. Gradually, his companies will transition from merely undertaking FA's contracts to developing their own projects, thereby cultivating their survival skills. Reflecting on these developments, Lin Shuwen contemplated the strategic positioning at the pinnacle of the human resources industry. To truly thrive in any field, one must establish a closed-loop system. Currently, Lin Shuwen has achieved half of this closed loop in the human resources sector through his collaboration with FA and his own companies, having effectively integrated the mid to downstream processes. However, he has yet to establish any foothold in the recruitment website segment. Having immersed himself in this industry, he is well aware of the origins and funding journeys of the leading online recruitment giants. Yet, lacking financial resources makes seeking partnerships futile. The situation has now changed. Lin Shuwen's 55 million yuan provides him with leverage, and he is no longer a mere unknown entity. He now holds the esteemed position of M5 Director at FA, a title that carries weight. January represents a time for Lin Shuwen to establish his company, with assistance from an agency and personnel dispatched from headquarters, allowing him to focus on business negotiations. He sought out the founders of Disillusioned, a recruitment platform that has undergone several rounds of financing since its inception in 2015. Lin Shuwen aimed to seize this final opportunity, as future rounds of financing would not only require substantial funds, but also the necessary resources, which would be difficult to secure. The investment process turned out to be simpler than Lin Shuwen had anticipated. After expressing his investment intentions and amount, Zhao Peng, who was preparing for a Series B round of financing, promptly introduced Lin Shuwen to the leading investment party. With years of experience and a background in the industry, Lin Shuwen provided insights into the future trajectory and improvements for Disillusioned, garnering the approval of all investors and executives, including Zhao Peng. Crucially, Lin Shuwen was aware from historical data that Disillusioned, having launched in April of this year, was now facing dire financial straits as it approached a new round of financing in December. Moreover, bolstered by FA's extensive client base, Lin Shuwen's involvement would likely trigger significant interest from businesses utilizing the newly established Disillusioned platform. Additionally, as a figurehead with a nominal annual income of merely 400,000 to 500,000 yuan, Lin Shuwen's proposal to invest $5 million, equivalent to approximately 33 million yuan, conveyed a message of extraordinary significance. This investment would undoubtedly benefit the development of the newly formed Disillusioned website. The principal challenge now lay in determining the company's valuation and the division of investment shares. At this juncture, Lin Shuwen was resolute and unyielding. He harbored skepticism towards the exaggerated valuations exceeding $100 million that had circulated online. Given that the platform had only recently launched and its performance metrics were underwhelming, he deemed such valuations to be inflated. He recognized that previous investors might have ulterior motives in presenting inflated figures, especially knowing that Lin Shuwen was prepared to invest $5 million. The investors involved were not to be underestimated. Although they intended to collaborate, the investment contracts were individually signed, each reflecting differing valuation perspectives, which would ultimately lead to individual repercussions. After a series of intense discussions, particularly following Lin Shuwen's presentation of comparative industry data, the market valuation for Baoshi was finally set at 80 million yuan. Yet, to maintain a more palatable image, the financing was agreed to proceed based on a valuation of 500 million yuan. It is essential to note that the company's valuation differs significantly depending on whether it is assessed pre- or post-financing. With a market valuation of 500 million, Lin Shuwen and his associates are contributing an investment of 100 million. Consequently, while the initial investment amounts for everyone remain unchanged, the alteration of their shares will depend on the authentic valuation of this group. Lin Shuwen himself is quite content, as he ultimately secured a 6 stake with an investment of 33 million. Furthermore, he has obtained the right of first refusal for subsequent investments, ensuring that he will not miss any future opportunities. This marks a significant milestone in the strategic layout he has been orchestrating, and Lin Shuwen feels a profound sense of accomplishment. Chapter 50. Changes in January 2016. With the arrival of the newly appointed chairman of FA, it seemed that little had changed. However, many were aware that transformations were imminent, though uncertainty loomed regarding their exact nature. Lin Shuwen, in his capacity as the general manager of FA Jiangxing Company, directly under FA's jurisdiction, attended a welcoming meeting for Chairman Wen and subsequently engaged in a private conversation with him, which elicited both envy and admiration from onlookers. Nonetheless, Lin Shuwen felt immense pressure, for during their meeting, the new chairman had remarked with a profound tone, "Xiao Lin, many eyes are upon you." He continued, referencing the information shared by Xiao Hao regarding their controlling parent company, the foreign enterprise in Jingqing, stating that many individuals remained undeterred in their ambitions, dreaming of a legacy where power is passed down through generations within this state-owned enterprise. Consequently, these individuals were diligently preparing for their pursuits. Chairman Wang, due to these individuals, could only focus his energies on matters concerning the foreign enterprise in Jingqing, yet FA was also under scrutiny. My presence here means that both the foreign enterprise in Jingqing and many within FA are observing closely. Your FA Jiangxing Company is my initial project. You must swiftly deliver results. Chairman Wen asserted, emphasizing that he would not indulge in mere empty promises. He acknowledged Lin Shuwen's intelligence, conveying that should FA Jiangxing achieve success, its transformation into FA Yixing Company would be a natural progression. The burden on Lin Shuwen was considerable. He had previously discussed the standards for establishing various levels of companies with Vice President Hao. Beyond business necessities, the critical metric was revenue. Similar to the GDP of cities and provinces, revenue figures were paramount for subsidiaries under the foreign enterprise in Jingqing. The first-tier subsidiaries were generally expected to generate around 2 billion, and as a joint venture, FA was held to the same standard. Below that were the second-tier subsidiaries, which, while not bound to specific requirements, still had to align with business operations. However, Vice President Hao had made it clear that for FA Jiangxing to evolve into FA Yixing Company, it would need to exceed 500 million in revenue. Currently, Lin Shuwen's various business operations totaled just over 100 million, making the target daunting. Naturally, as Chairman Wen had observed, many were keenly interested in Lin Shuwen's FA Jiangxing, and several would offer assistance within their means. Lin Shuwen had also been preparing for this, participating in a bidding process for Jiangxing Zhongbai Group in January under the FA name, which, given the circumstances, appeared promising. As January progressed with Lin Shuwen's relentless efforts, February 1st brought several favorable developments for the newly established FA Jiangxing Company. Firstly, the organizational framework he submitted had received approval from FA headquarters and was finally completed, with personnel in place. He had directly coordinated recruitment for the finance and human resources departments through FA headquarters, recognizing the necessity of having qualified individuals in these pivotal roles. The market, talent delivery, and business departments were managed directly by Lin Shuwen. ensuring that these crucial sectors were staffed predominantly with his own team. The legal department would receive personnel from headquarters. With the establishment of these 6 foundational departments, Lin Shuwen felt a significant alleviation of pressure, indicating that his current operations could transition smoothly into the new fiscal year. Furthermore, the most significant news was that Lin Shuwen's bid from January successfully passed the public announcement phase, and on February 1st, they received a notification from Zhongbai Group regarding the signing of the contract. Lin Shuwen was acutely aware of the underlying intricacies involved. The primary issue during the bidding process had been pricing, with most winning bids closely aligned with Zhongbai Group's predetermined price, some even hitting the minimum threshold. Lin Shuwen, leveraging his past experiences, understood the importance of establishing connections with relevant internal personnel to navigate the pricing landscape effectively, thereby ensuring a successful bid. On February 2nd, a day deemed auspicious, Lin Shuwen arrived at Zhongbai Group's headquarters in Nanawan to negotiate contract details with the procurement and human resources departments. He presented the necessary attitudes and interests. Minister Wang, our FA Jiangxing company was formally established only in January of this year, yet we have already operated across 15 provinces nationwide. From our inception, we recognize that every enterprise possesses its unique operational philosophy, and we are prepared to extend our utmost sincerity to align with Zhongbai Group's operational principles. We firmly believe that true collaboration is rooted in mutual benefit. Minister Wang wore a beaming smile, indicating that the contract negotiations posed no issues. Following the successful conclusion of these negotiations, he introduced Lin Shuwen to the supervisor responsible for this area within the Human Resources Department. Xiao Lu, this is the general manager of FA Jiangxing Company, whose capabilities are indeed commendable. Please assist Lin Zong in navigating the relevant procedures shortly. Remember, FA Jiangxing Company is to engage in the business operations of both Zhongbai Warehousing and Zhongbai Supermarket. This marked the most gratifying reward for Lin Shuwen. Chapter 51. Strategy in the bidding process of Zhongbai Group. Aside from the bid price and contract negotiations, the most significant pitfall lies within the specific business operations. Zhongbai Group encompasses 4 to 5 subsidiaries, and each bidding is conducted under the Group's name. However, upon signing the contract, the actual business you can engage in is dictated by the leader's intentions. To put it bluntly, if you fail to read the situation, even with a signed contract, it is entirely feasible for them to leave you without any business, and you would find it challenging to identify any legal or regulatory violations. Now, to return to the matter at hand, the successful bid from Zhongbai Group and the acquisition of business from Zhongbai Zhangqiu and Zhongbai Chaoshi have left Lin Shuwen exceedingly satisfied. The combined workforce of Zhongbai Zhangqiu and Zhongbai Chaoshi is approximately 30,000 employees. To reduce human resource expenditure, Zhongbai Group plans to implement around 500 RPO positions in accordance with national standards, not to mention the inclusion of flexible employment, bringing the total to over 3,000, which will be divided among 5 companies. Lin Shuwen's FA Jiangxing has already secured one of these positions, and the competition will undoubtedly intensify next year. Simultaneously, as the good news of Zhongbai Group's successful bid reached Lin Shuwen, he received another delightful piece of news. Mr. Lin, do you have time this evening? Old Zhu would like to invite you to dinner with the leaders from Foxconn. Mr. Zhu, as a distinguished village chief and the owner of a transportation fleet, I must certainly make time for you. I hope this auspicious occasion will bring further good news tonight. Lin Shuwen chuckled. Haha, Mr. Lin, I cannot guarantee much else, but I believe the issue should not be significant. The conversation Lin Shuwen had with Mr. Zhu pertained to another bidding process in which he had participated earlier in January, the tender for Foxconn's project in Jiangxing. It goes without saying that Foxconn's factory in Jiangxing employs around 30,000 personnel, and Lin Shuwen would not let this opportunity slip by. Given the fierce competition, especially with Taiwanese enterprises, securing a bid was no simple feat, but Lin Shuwen had found his ally in Old Zhu. Old Zhu, originally from a remote village in Jiangxing, capitalized on the city's massive development and relocation efforts to become the village chief, while also co-founding a company that primarily handles transportation services for employees commuting to various companies established on their village land. Employees of Tianma Wei Electronics commute using Old Zhu's fleet. Lin Shuwen had previously engaged with him during extensive recruitment efforts last year, and through their interactions, a rapport had developed, prompting Lin Shuwen to reach out to him now. Never underestimate the influence of a village chief, especially when shares from the village are involved in Foxconn South Industrial Park. Indeed, Old Zhu managed to secure a meeting with the elusive Foxconn leaders for Lin Shuwen. Initially, Lin Shuwen intended to report the successful bid of Zhongbai Group directly to Chairman Wen and seek additional support, but circumstances now necessitated a pause. That evening, upon arriving in his Mercedes sports car, Lin Shuwen found Old Zhu, a tall man with a beer belly, already present. After exchanging pleasantries, Old Zhu stated, "Mr. Lin, tonight I've arranged for you to meet the procurement and human resources heads from Foxconn, where we can discuss the contract and the proposed dormitory rental together. I believe this combined discussion will yield favorable results." Old Zhu had indeed revealed his cards. Though Lin Shuwen was aware that Old Zhu would likely have ulterior motives, he felt compelled to honor this favor. Once the three representatives arrived, amidst flattery and the effects of alcohol, they soon found themselves on friendly terms, making it the perfect moment to broach business matters. Esteemed leaders, we at FA Jiangxing are willing to put forward a guarantee of 1 million to directly contribute to the human resources operations for Foxconn Jiangxing. Furthermore, considering the development of our business, we intend to rent an entire dormitory building in your industrial park for FA Jiangxing. Lin Shuwen adeptly presented these two requests, and the three leaders, well aware of the underlying implications, were quick to respond. One of the procurement officials remarked, "Mr. Lin, to be honest, I admire your position as a young city head of such a large enterprise. We trust in FA Jiangxing's capabilities. But can you confirm that the rental of a building can be decided on your end?" This was indeed the crux of the matter, as they recognized the procedural complexities within large corporations, and Lin Shuwen's assurance seemed to raise doubts. "Leaders, I have consulted with Mr. Zhu regarding the rental, and the annual fee is 1.5 million. I can transfer this amount along with the 1 million guarantee upon signing the human resources contract with your group. I trust you will not mind the source of the funds." Certainly, they would not object. Foxconn Jiangxing had benefited enormously from favorable policies, and the dormitory situation was particularly advantageous. The industrial park had been divided into two sections, one for their own use and another with additional dormitories constructed specifically for rental, generating considerable profit. The surplus dormitories could contribute tens of millions annually to Foxconn Jiangxing. With many of these dormitories currently unoccupied, there was a pressing need for tenants, which explained Lin Shuwen's strategic mention of the human resources contract without negotiating on price. His intent was clear. He would not undercut the price. The operational details were theirs to manage, but he sought the contract. After a brief exchange of glances, the individual responsible for logistics among the three on the other side spoke up. "Mr. Lin, we undoubtedly have faith in your company's capabilities. Regardless of whether this company is FA Jiangxing, as long as the payment for the dormitory buildings is made in the company's name, that suffices. However, I wonder if Mr. Lin would be interested in leasing a few more buildings? Naturally, we can arrange for a longer-term contract to be signed all at once, and simultaneously, we can report to the company to extend the duration of the human resources contract as well." Goodness, these fellows certainly have grand ambitions. Chapter 52. Win-win. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Shuwen addressed the leaders present, stating, "Esteemed leaders, I have two friends who also run companies. I wonder if they could be included at this juncture. Of course, I can negotiate for additional leases on 2 buildings." All present were seasoned veterans, well aware of the veiled meanings behind Lin Shuwen's words, yet they chose to maintain a tacit understanding and refrained from questioning further. The matter now rested with the aforementioned leaders. Seizing the opportunity to excuse himself to the restroom, Lin Shuwen stepped out with Lao Zhu, allowing the others some time to deliberate. It was not until 15 minutes later that Lao Zhu received a message from the group, prompting their re-entry. Upon their return, a representative from the Human Resources Department directly stated, "Mr. Lin, involving ourselves in the bidding process on short notice is quite troublesome. However, we have just contacted our superiors, and one company is willing to transfer the business to your friends post-award." It was conveyed that, considering this was their first collaboration, a contract duration of either 1 or 3 years would be negotiated at Mr. Lin's discretion, although the rent for the 2 buildings would need to be paid in full for the entire lease term up front. The annual rental for both buildings amounted to 3 million, and Lin Shuwen naturally aimed for a 3-year contract, which would signify a stable period of 3 years. However, the pressing issue was the availability of funds. After a brief contemplation, he addressed the leaders, "Esteemed leaders, the total rental of 9 million and the 2 million cooperation deposit. What is the latest deadline for this payment? I must apply for it with my company. With Lin Shuwen's mention of over 10 million in funds. The others understood that he was not to be underestimated and responded pragmatically, Mr. Lin, given that it is the end of the lunar year, the 2 million cooperation deposit can be paid before the new year, and the remaining rent can be settled by the end of February. Furthermore, once the contract was signed, Mr. Lin could commence renovations on the 2 dormitory buildings immediately. Lin Shuwen, upon hearing this, promptly replied, Esteemed leaders, I have already discussed this with my friends. Since we have a month for the payment, let us proceed with signing a 3-year contract. However, I must insist that the rental price remains fixed for the entirety of the 3 years, regardless of market fluctuations. This condition must be included in the contract. The necessary points were articulated, and the leaders readily agreed, as many buildings remained unleased. And they had no expectation of adding further stipulations to the contract given the advantageous outcome of renting 2 buildings at once. With their desires fulfilled, the contract signing could take place the following day, allowing for a shift in focus to merriment and celebration. The following morning, Lin Shuwen arrived at Foxconn with the newly appointed legal, marketing, and business department heads from FA Jiangxing to finalize the 3-year contract, followed by the deposit payment in the afternoon. Simultaneously, Lin Shuwen successfully signed a 3-year transfer agreement with a company in Jiangxing, and the reasons behind the original successful bidder's withdrawal were of no concern to him. On February 3rd, the 25th day of the lunar month, after reporting these significant projects to the FA headquarters, Chairman Wen called Lin Shuwen directly, commending him. Xiao Lin, you have performed excellently this time. However, the most crucial task ahead is the delivery work at the beginning of the year. Your FA Jiangxing company has only been established for less than a month, so I have facilitated communication with General Manager Li from the Foreign Enterprise in Yi Province. Please find time today or tomorrow to visit him. General Manager Li was an old friend of Wen's, having established a branch in Yi Province in 2012 and cultivated business relations with government and state-owned enterprises through their connections. For Lin Shuwen, the most significant advantage was that Li's team possessed formidable recruitment capabilities. Additionally, Li had several cooperative suppliers whom Lin could engage for support. Chairman Wen expressed hope for a larger surprise from Lin at the beginning of the coming year. Wen's mention of Li as an old friend, coupled with the prior communication, subtly conveyed to Lin Shuwen the importance of acknowledging this assistance. He also indicated that the business of the foreign enterprise in Yi Province posed no competitive threat, yet Lin should remain cognizant of the potential for future competition, remembering Li's support. Most importantly, he reminded Lin not to underestimate the oversight he had within Jiangxing, assuring him of his capacity to be informed about Lin's activities. The concluding encouragement was merely procedural. Nevertheless, Lin Shuwen felt a deep sense of gratitude towards Chairman Wen. As he noted, with the FA Jiangxing Company's projects, the Zhongbai Group project, the Foxconn project, and his own Foxconn project, alongside the need to stabilize operations with Tianma Ydianzi, the established RPO business, and other minor ventures, his current delivery capacity was indeed insufficient. After concluding the call with Chairman Wen, Lin Shuwen dialed the number provided by Wen for General Manager Li. Following a brief exchange of pleasantries, they arranged to meet that evening. In a private dining room featuring homestyle cuisine, Lin Shuwen was accompanied by several key members of his team, while he brought along his own team. They treated the gathering as a camaraderie between brother companies. Despite Lin Shuwen holding the position of M5 Director and General Manager, Li being an M7 Deputy General Manager, Li did not underestimate Lin, recognizing his capabilities. Typically, the heads of provincial-level branches of foreign enterprises in the capital hold positions between M7 and M8. With an M8 ranking reserved for those who achieve a standard of 2 billion, those who do not meet this benchmark are confined to M7. Since the establishment of Yi Province Company by Li Zong in 2012, more than 3 years have elapsed. For him, if he fails to meet the standards within 5 years, it is inevitable that he will need to consider a change in position. Therefore, in the spirit of collaboration, it is possible that Lin Shuwen may offer some assistance in the future. This evening, Li Zong brought his management team, demonstrating a truly humble and respectful approach towards Lin Shuwen. Such actions quickly yielded fruitful results, which can be regarded as a significant victory for both his company in Yi Province and Lin Shuwen's FA Jiangxing. Chapter 53 Gains and Losses during the exchange between Lin Shuwen and Mr. Li. Lin Shuwen received an unexpected piece of information. You are unaware, but our company in Yi Province was poised to secure a significant project with Fenghua this year. However, due to issues regarding accommodation and commuting, the opportunity evaporated. Mr. Li's lament instantly piqued Lin Shuwen's interest, leading him to inquire further and uncover the entire situation. Fenghua, as a prominent state-owned enterprise in Yi Province, boasts undeniable strength. As their operations expand, their workforce naturally increases, yet their supporting facilities have lagged behind, prompting a tender this year. The business proposition was rather straightforward, focusing on SSC operations and logistical accommodation and commuting. Mr. Li's Yi Province company was fully competent in the SSC sector, excelling in both relationships and delivery capabilities, but they could not meet Fenghua's requirements for accommodation and commuting. Upon hearing this, Lin Shuwen slapped his thigh and directly addressed Mr. Li. Mr. Li, can you still negotiate with them regarding this project? If so, your Yi Province company can handle the SSC operations, while our FA Jiangxing company can take on the accommodation and commuting aspects. This statement not only drew curious glances from Mr. Li, but also from other management members at the Yi Province company. Lin Shuwen promptly clarified, Mr. Li, I have a friend who, during his collaboration with Foxconn, conveniently rented 2 dormitory buildings. You mentioned that Fenghua requires accommodations akin to 4-person university dormitories, correct? With over 1,000 employees, I can simply communicate with my friend to resolve this issue quickly by allocating 1 building. Regarding commuting, I know a fleet owner who can manage this with just over 20 vehicles for the 1,000-plus employees. Mr. Li, after confirming the details, promptly stepped outside to make a phone call. Half an hour later, he returned, beaming, and announced, Brother, tomorrow at 10 in the morning, the vice president responsible for this business at Fenghua will visit the dormitory buildings. If, as you mentioned, they are new and vacant, with relevant contracts in place, we will secure this deal. Now, I need your assistance to communicate with your friend and the fleet owner. If possible, could they also be on site tomorrow at 10? Let us finalize the arrangements. Naturally, these matters posed no significant issues. However, before proceeding, we needed to clarify the costs. After Lin Shuwen inquired, Mr. Li readily responded, Brother, we anticipate acquiring a share for over 1,000 individuals across 3 business sectors. The SSC operations will yield a management fee of 100 yuan per person per month. Accommodation will provide a subsidy of 150 yuan per person per month. And for commuting, it will be calculated based on attendance, approximately 10 yuan per person per day, leading to around 260 yuan per individual monthly. This figure was acceptable to Lin Shuwen, so after contacting Lao Zhu, they essentially confirmed the arrangement. Lao Zhu had not previously made any demands for assistance, and now Lin Shuwen was seizing this opportunity to offer him a modest compensation. The following day, promptly at 10, the vice president from Fenghua, along with several executives, arrived. After reviewing the contracts and the unrenovated rooms Lin Shuwen provided, there were virtually no issues. Mr. Li, we are delighted to reach a collaboration with you. However, we need to clarify a few points before signing the contract. Will these dormitories be decorated according to our specifications by the 7th day of the Lunar New Year? As you know, our requirements are simple, 4 beds and 2 shared cabinets, following a standard university dormitory style. Furthermore, the critical issue lies in dormitory management. With a total of 15 floors, excluding the ground floor, how do you plan to manage the remaining 14? How many dormitory supervisors will you assign? How will you segregate male and female residents by floor, including camera placements? Do you have a plan for these matters? Lin Shuwen, having prepared for this, promptly presented his proposal to the vice president. It was quite straightforward. 4 cameras per floor, with elevator access and each floor's entrance requiring swiping for entry, and the dormitory doors to be equipped with card access. Lin Shuwen was confident that no other company in Jiangxing could offer such a solution. Indeed, the vice president was thoroughly impressed after reviewing the details. Regarding Lin Shuwen's proposal for gender segregation based on the number of residents, and ensuring at least 1 dormitory management office every 5 floors, each office staffed with a minimum of 3 personnel for 24-hour monitoring. In collaboration with Foxconn's security and local law enforcement, the vice president was even more satisfied. Subsequently, Lao Zhu also indicated that the fleet would procure new vehicles specifically to serve Fenghua, ensuring timely availability and quantity, thus eliminating any further issues. In truth, Lin Shuwen anticipated minimal profit from this project. Given the 400 yuan rent per room he secured, with Fenghua paying 600 yuan for a room accommodating 4 individuals. This translated to a profit of 200 yuan per room monthly, resulting in 63,000 yuan per building, assuming full occupancy. Within this 63,000 yuan, Lin Shuwen planned to allocate 10 dormitory supervisors. Although 3 or 4 would typically suffice, Lin Shuwen was genuinely concerned about potential issues, hence the decision to staff 10 supervisors for this project. The total salary and social security contributions for these 10 personnel would exceed 50,000 yuan. After accounting for various other expenses, earning around 100,000 yuan annually would be the best-case scenario. Lin Shuwen's interest in this project stemmed from his focus on the Fenghua Group. He aspired to leverage this service opportunity for a significant showcase in the upcoming tender next year. Of course, having rented 2 buildings, he could only utilize one fully, making it far more advantageous to rent out the other rather than leaving it vacant. And this was one of the reasons behind his decision. Meanwhile, seizing this opportunity, he has directly strengthened the relationship with the foreign enterprise in the capital, the Yixin Company. General Manager Li has expressed unwavering support for several businesses of Lin Shuwen's FA Jiangxin Company in the coming year. Lin Shuwen is confident that the forthcoming year will be pivotal for him. However, with this confidence comes a sense of unease. As Old Ju's demands have also been formally presented today, a request that Lin Shuwen finds impossible to decline, yet internally grapples with a profound sense of reluctance. Chapter 54 Entrustment. On this very day, Fenghua entered into a contract with General Li, who subsequently signed a contract for outsourced accommodation and commuting directly with Lin Shuwen's FA Jiangxin. Following this, Lin Shuwen was to finalize related contracts with his own company and with General Zhu. The contract matters were surprisingly straightforward. For accommodation, Lin Shuwen secured a base price with his company, ensuring that FA Jiangxin would not incur losses. As for the commuting fees, adhering to the usual practice, the cost of 10 yuan for Old Ju's fleet translated to 8 yuan, leaving FA Jiangxin with a profit of 2 yuan. These arrangements were easily manageable. However, after signing the contract with Old Ju, he turned to Lin Shuwen and said, "General Lin, I have a rather awkward request to make. This is my child, a Tian. Come here." General Zhu continued, "My son has been idling around for over a year after finishing high school, so I sent him to the army. He returned this September, and I was hoping he could assist me with the commuting company or find some work in the village. Unfortunately, he refuses to do anything, and it has been several months of idleness. General Lin, you are merely a year older than my son, yet in terms of achievement, he cannot hold a candle to you. I have no grand aspirations. I just hope you could allow my son to follow you, not to do much, but perhaps to drive your car or carry your bag. He possesses decent skills and driving ability, and I would be content if he could learn how to interact with others under your guidance. Of course, if he misbehaves, feel free to discipline him. If you find him lacking, just let me know, and I will take him back." This was a request that Lin Shuwen found difficult to decline, yet it filled him with inner resistance. Although he had no prior acquaintance with Old Ju's son, the fact that he had idled for over a year before being sent to the army hinted at a rather privileged background, thanks to his father's position as a village chief and the benefits from land redevelopment. Even after 2 years, it was uncertain whether he had changed. However, given Old Ju's support in securing the project with Foxconn and their current fruitful collaboration, Lin Shuwen felt he had no choice but to acquiesce. "General Zhu, since you have put it this way, I will certainly arrange for Xiao Zhu," Lin Shuwen replied. "Our FA Jiangxin Company is newly established and currently in the process of staffing. I will submit a report for Xiao Zhu to join FA Jiangxin directly. Upon his entry, he can shadow me initially and explore various departments to see where he might wish to intern. How does that sound?" After some contemplation, this was the only response Lin Shuwen could offer, and Old Ju readily agreed. As for Xiao Zhu, today a state of affairs seemed satisfactory. He even jokingly asked Lin Shuwen to call him a Tian instead of Xiao Zhu. From this, Lin Shuwen sensed that the young man possessed a certain emotional intelligence, which was a promising sign. Once the work was arranged, time had already progressed to the 27th day of the 12th month, and Lin Shuwen was eager to return home. Since starting university, he had maintained the tradition of returning home every year. This time, however, the vehicle he would drive had changed. Instead of a Mercedes-Benz GLE Coupe, he treated himself to a 2015 G63, which he had slightly modified after purchase, complete with a new license plate, totaling an expenditure of 3.5 million yuan. Thankfully, his company had recently recorded over $1 million in revenue, allowing him to afford this luxury outright. The rugged, off-road aesthetics of the G63 were impressive, but it was the elevated driving perspective, the sound produced with a gentle press on the accelerator, and the crisp noise of the door closing that truly justified its hefty price tag. Lin Shuwen considered himself somewhat of a novice car enthusiast. Detailed specifications were merely decorative to him. What mattered most were the car's appearance and driving experience, both of which the G63 delivered splendidly. Even Xiao Zhu Ation's eyes sparkled with envy when he saw the car. Unfortunately, his father would never buy him such a vehicle, so he had already designated his position before officially joining. He would serve as Lin Shuwen's driver and aide, a role that his father had arranged for him previously. Lin Shuwen accepted this choice without objection and, after entrusting his coupe to the young man, exchanged a few words with old Zhu before preparing for his imminent journey home. However, before departing, he had pressing matters to attend to, particularly the crucial issue of the 9 million yuan rent. Lin Shuwen had initially agreed to this with confidence, as he had invested over 80 million yuan in real estate since 2014, with no issues regarding mortgage or loans, just a matter of time. After making a few calls to confirm that all processes were in order and that the funds would be deposited after the new year, Lin Shuwen felt a sense of relief. He also had around 500,000 yuan set aside for his homecoming expenses. Regrettably, the newly established FA Jiangqing company would not have an end-of-year gathering, which Lin Shuwen considered a pity. He promised his colleagues that after the busy start to the new year, he would organize a team-building outing to bolster their morale. Additionally, he needed to report on work matters to his former supervisor, Deputy General Hao, and the current leader, Chairman Wan, as well as extend New Year greetings to other partners. These minor tasks consumed considerable time, and by the time Lin Shuwen completed them, night had fallen. After packing his belongings, he hurried to bed, knowing that the following day would involve a 1,000-kilometer drive in the G63. A lack of sufficient sleep would be perilous. On the morning of the 28th day of the 12th month, at 5 a.m., Lin Shuwen, invigorated, turned the key in the ignition and set off. As the year drew to a close, the usual traffic congestion was virtually non-existent on the journey. The sight of the magnificent Daji attracted many curious glances from other vehicles. After a long journey spanning several hours, Lin Shuwen finally arrived at the provincial capital, launching around 8 in the evening. By that time, his elder sister had been anxiously awaiting his arrival at the entrance of the community. When the window of the Daji rolled down and Lin Shuwen's head emerged, Lin Shuwen felt a profound sense of relief. She promptly directed him to park the car and led him to her home, chattering excitedly all the way, creating a warm and delightful atmosphere. Isn't the essence of a lifetime's effort to cultivate such warmth? As time passes, these moments of warmth become increasingly rare. Chapter 55. Older sister Lin Shuwen was filled with excitement, not merely because her younger brother had not visited her for a year, but more so due to her childlike enthusiasm in recounting her experiences over the past 12 months. Wenzi, do you remember in March when you urged me to gather as much money as possible from our family? You then instructed me to open 2 accounts to purchase that storm stock you recommended. For nearly 2 months. From March to May, I was utterly preoccupied with thoughts of the stock market, so much so that my supervisor had to reprimand me several times. Now I understand why those in finance often lament the immense pressure they face. When the funds we pooled together amounting to 250,000 yuan transformed into over 75 million, I was so startled that I drove your Audi straight home that evening. After sharing the news with our parents, we found ourselves awake the entire night. Can you imagine how they felt? I still chuckle at the memory. That night, as they looked at the 2 bank cards, they kept asking me, Xiao Xue, is it possible the bank will seize our money? I've heard that accounts can be flagged if a large sum appears suddenly. Is our money safe? Should we call your brother to ask for his advice? My heart was racing. Ultimately, the 3 of us deliberated throughout the night and decided to hastily purchase a house. We bought a property in our names, ensuring it would be ours. If any issues arose later, we would address them then. Thus, we set off at dawn the next day and made our way to Lancheng. See, this is my current residence, along with another house purchased in our parents' names, and we also acquired 2 more properties in a different neighborhood, all of which you advised were in desirable school districts. Even for the finest school district houses here, the average price is merely 11,000 yuan per square meter. We purchased 4 properties, each over 120 square meters, for a total of only 5 million yuan, all in cash and inclusive of parking spaces. Even if we allocated 300,000 yuan for renovations, which is considered lavish by our standards, we still have 2.05 million remaining. Our parents felt they could not buy more in Lancheng, especially since our mother pointed out that we had not acquired any property in our hometown. In truth, she was influenced by seeing some well-off individuals from our village and her maternal family who had purchased homes in the city, which sparked a sense of competition. However, our father agreed as well. Consequently, we bought 2 more houses in our city, specifically in the new city area. There, properties near the first middle school were priced at only 4,000 yuan per square meter. We spent 1 million yuan to acquire 2 130 square meter 3-bedroom apartments, also including parking spaces. Even after accounting for renovations at 450,000 yuan for both, we were left with 600,000 yuan. After deducting the borrowed 200,000 yuan, we still retained 400,000. With no other use for the money and concerns about keeping it at home, we recalled how in previous years, during the Rural Relocation Initiative, we had been unable to act due to financial constraints. Our parents thought they could not adapt to city life, and now they felt uncomfortable in the village as well. Thus, we sought out a property in town that was up for sale, a 2-story villa with a large yard. Most importantly, the owners had purchased 5 acres of rice paddies in the new countryside. Since our father enjoys raising sheep, the family had already built a sheep pen capable of housing over 30. The owners were eager to move to the city and needed cash for their house, and given that few people in our town could afford it, we found them quite amenable. We acquired the entire property for just over 200,000 yuan. Seeing the remaining 200,000 yuan, our father was quite envious, especially when he saw me driving your car. In the end, he added a 130,000 yuan Jianghuai pickup truck to our family, bought a motorcycle, and even got our mother an electric scooter. Now, he's quite sprightly, often taking our mother to the city or to Lancheng to view properties and stay for a few days. As for our mother, although she dislikes cars, she used the excuse of fearing our father would squander the money to transform the storefront of the house we purchased in town into a supermarket. She insisted I help her acquire a detection device and a complete computer system for transactions, claiming it was necessary to keep pace with the times and operate a supermarket like city dwellers. You cannot imagine the ordeal I endured trying to teach her how to use the computer and the barcode scanner. It nearly drove me to despair. Yet, in less than a month, she reverted to her traditional methods of selling goods and collecting payments, turning the several thousand yuan computer into her television. Now, our elderly parents are living quite comfortably. After moving from the village to town, they no longer have to argue with the villagers, and they can indulge in whatever they desire without having to save for us. Their lives are now even more carefree than mine. However, dear sister, I must admit that I owe much of this fortune to you. When I began renovating our house in the latter half of the year, I encountered some leaders and a few senior colleagues from our unit who also reside here. Upon learning about our family's acquisition of 2 fully paid properties, their attitude towards me shifted significantly. While I do not anticipate a promotion at work, my life has become quite pleasant. Our unit has few tasks, and the leaders and senior colleagues now treat me like one of their own, no longer burdening me with excessive duties. I did mention that all of this was your money, and I shared with them about your property and vehicle purchases in Jiangxing. They are quite curious about you, and are even considering introducing you to potential partners. Who knows? Perhaps I will truly be able to facilitate an introduction for you from 1,000 miles away. By the way, Wenzi, I mentioned that I am in a relationship. My partner, who graduated with a doctorate this year, has remained at the normal university here. We have been together for 5 years, and now that he has graduated, his family has purchased him a house. Would you like to accompany me to meet him tomorrow? Listening to his sister's incessant chatter, Lin Shuwen was already aware of the family's situation over the past year, but hearing his sister summarize it all left him feeling quite moved. Father and mother need not concern themselves with saving money for their 2 children. They can enjoy a good meal and drink to their heart's content, allowing them to live comfortably. The elder sister no longer has to endure workplace injustices inflicted upon newcomers and rural individuals. This news is indeed the most delightful for Lin Shuwen. However, the elder sister still casts a gaze filled with unease towards him as she speaks of her partner, with whom she has been in a relationship for 5 years. This stirs within Lin Shuwen some recollections of this future brother-in-law. Every family has its own share of difficulties and trials. Chapter 56. Matters concerning my elder sister in Lin Shuwen's recollection. This brother-in-law is quite a commendable individual, succinctly characterized as a bookworm who has never faced significant setbacks throughout his life. Both of his parents are educators, esteemed teachers at one of the top high schools in Lancheng, and are highly regarded in their profession. Presently, the residential property purchased by Lin Shuwen's elder sister is situated in one of the districts associated with that very high school. Growing up in such an environment, this brother-in-law has navigated his educational journey from primary school through to his doctoral graduation with remarkable ease. Moreover, he possesses a genuine passion for history. In Lin Shuwen's previous life, he vividly recalls how this brother-in-law, typically rather reticent, would become exceedingly articulate when discussing historical topics. After completing his doctorate, he successfully secured a teaching position at his alma mater, making him a true asset in Lancheng. Consequently, his parents have been actively seeking a suitable partner for him, with their aspirations even extending to home ownership, as they perceive their son, the bookworm, as lacking in romantic endeavors. Lin Shuwen has often pondered this curious dynamic, for his elder sister is quite reserved, while her brother-in-law is similarly scholarly. He remains intrigued about who pursued whom in their relationship. According to Lin Shuwen's memories, it was during a matchmaking arrangement this year that the brother-in-law mentioned his relationship with Lin Shuwen's elder sister. In his past life, due to familial circumstances stemming from rural origins and having a younger brother, Lin Shuwen's elder sister was not viewed favorably by her mother-in-law. Additionally, the brother-in-law's somewhat dependent nature on his mother led to occasional conflicts post-marriage, despite them eventually tying the knot. Reflecting on these matters and observing his elder sister's anxious demeanor, Lin Shuwen let out a sigh, contemplating how he now possesses the strength of a supportive family, leading him to believe that the mother-in-law would likely show more discernment this time around. Importantly, although the brother-in-law exhibits some maternal dependency, he proves to be a devoted and considerate partner to Lin Shuwen's elder sister following their marriage, which Lin Shuwen greatly appreciates. Thus, he reassured her, saying, "Elder sister, you need not worry. You have been together for 5 years and are on the brink of discussing marriage. How could I possibly intervene? As long as you are content and he treats you well, both our parents and I will wholeheartedly support your union. However, let me make this clear. The 3 properties we own in Lancheng and our city are all under your name. And I advise against putting anyone else's name on the property deeds. I have studied law and have witnessed many instances over the past year. Human nature can be unpredictable. It is wise to secure a path for yourself. As for your partner's family contributing to his down payment for a house and incurring a mortgage, the decision to stay with him rests entirely with you, including whether to have your name on the property deed." Upon hearing her younger brother's words, Lin Shuwen felt a sense of relief. Noticing his fatigue, the siblings concluded their discussion. Post-conversation, she mentioned to her partner about meeting her younger brother the following day, matters that Lin Shuwen paid little heed to, as he was solely focused on getting ample rest after a long day of 15 to 16 hours. The next day, around 9 in the morning, Lin Shuwen was roused by his elder sister's call. After preparing, he descended the stairs. Coincidentally, as the siblings approached their vehicle, several colleagues from his elder sister's workplace returned, initiating a session of gossip. Frankly, Lin Shuwen had experienced significant growth over the past year and a half, possibly due to his rebirth, as he now stands at an impressive height of 181 centimeters. The distinction in stature between a man over 180 centimeters and one at 175 centimeters is palpable. Coupled with his boots giving him a slight elevation, his height garnered him considerable admiration. Although he has a common face, his tall frame, prominent nose, and spectacles bestow upon him an air of refinement, aptly describing him as scholarly. Moreover, his assets, including a luxury vehicle valued at $3.5 million and the fully paid properties alongside an annual salary exceeding $500,000, have made him a prime candidate for introductions among the eligible bachelorettes. Fortunately, Lin Shuwen was aware of the day's significance and swiftly concluded the gossip, as Lin Shuwen felt he could no longer endure it. Although Lancheng is the provincial capital, on the 29th day of the 12th month, the number of restaurants open was quite limited. Hence, his elder sister and her prospective brother-in-law decided to hold their meeting at his home. The journey made Lin Shuwen appear somewhat anxious. Even Lin Shuwen's attempts at comfort and light-hearted banter failed to alleviate her unease. After purchasing the necessary items en route, upon arriving at the entrance of the community, Lin Shuwen noticed the prospective brother-in-law pacing anxiously. His elder sister promptly instructed Lin Shuwen to park, and he, being considerate, complied. Upon formal introductions, the trio proceeded to the brother-in-law's residence, where neighbors, recognizing the vehicle, began to gossip while Lin Shuwen and the others made their way upstairs. This meeting, perhaps due to Lin Shuwen's prior disclosures or Lin Shuwen's presence, unfolded in a remarkably amicable and enjoyable manner. Notably, Lin Shuwen found himself engaging in stimulating conversation with his elder sister's future father-in-law, who teaches geography. Having traveled extensively across the country over the past year and a half, Lin Shuwen shared first-hand experiences of various renowned landmarks and local customs. The exchange between them, blending theoretical knowledge and practical experience, proved to be immensely gratifying. Ultimately, had it not been for the future father-in-law's wife calling him back to reality multiple times, he might have continued conversing with Lin Shuwen indefinitely. Nevertheless, he concluded with a sigh, saying, "Reading thousands of books cannot compare to traversing 1,000 miles. Lin Shuwen. The insights I've shared with you today are what I often relay to my students upon the commencement of the school year, particularly the cultural anecdotes you mentioned. Those young ones are sure to find them fascinating. I have already made my plans. After your sister marries this young man from my family next year, they should have a child within a year or two. In a few years, we will help raise the child, and by then, I will have reached retirement age. At that time, I will embark on a journey to explore the magnificent landscapes of our motherland. Having taught geography for a lifetime, the places I have actually visited are few and far between, merely theoretical discussions. This little old man is quite remarkable." Chapter 57. Smooth developments. Lin Shuwen observed the slight blush and bewilderment on the faces of his elder sister and her future brother-in-law, attributing it to their current infatuation. The old gentleman had, in just a few brief sentences, conveyed a multitude of matters. He acknowledged the relationship between his daughter and Lin Shuwen's son, yet the discussions regarding marriage and children were to be postponed for a year or two, during which they were willing to assist in child-rearing. It was evident that the old gentleman was aware, through his son, that the Lin family had acquired several properties in Lancheng. Most importantly, Lin Shuwen was neither married nor a parent at the moment, while his future in-laws appeared to have limited employment prospects. When the child arrived, if Lin Shuwen's parents were still engaged in their jobs, would it pose a problem for Lin Shuwen's parents to help care for the child? There were no issues at all, and it would be said that Lin Shuwen's maternal family was doing exceptionally well. However, for the old gentleman, this was likely unacceptable, be it concerns over early childhood education or other anxieties. He subtly broached the topic during his first visit, though tragically, the couple remained oblivious. "Uncle, Aunt, I came with my sister today simply to meet you. Their marriage will undoubtedly be discussed between you and my parents, as I am utterly unfamiliar with selecting auspicious dates. However, there is no need for a dowry. I have already discussed it with my parents. We are not selling a daughter. What matters is that my sister and her partner are happy. We can forego unnecessary formalities regarding the dowry and wedding. As for children post-marriage, I agree with what you said, Uncle. They are not young anymore, and it is entirely normal for them to have a child after getting married. Regarding childcare, I believe there is no need for you to overthink it. My sister's job is relatively easy, and my parents currently have little to do. They are available to assist when needed. Unlike you, Uncle and Aunt, who are still working and dedicated to educating others, my parents have lived in the countryside, and helping care for my sister's child will allow them to adapt to city life for a few years. When I have children, they can either go directly to Jiangcheng, or I can bring the child to Lancheng or our city, and they can take care of the child there. Due to my work commitments, I can only return home once a year. My sister is the one managing everything at home. My parents are still young and relatively unoccupied, but as they age, I will surely bring them to live with me or move closer to them." Lin Shuwen's words resonated without issue to Lin Shuwen and her partner. However, after exchanging glances, her in-laws discerned a deeper message. This young man was astute, having articulated his thoughts clearly. Indeed, the crux of Lin Shuwen's statement was not merely about who would care for the child, but also addressed the paramount concerns of his future in-laws regarding whether their son would eventually support Lin Shuwen's parents in their old age. Lin Shuwen explicitly assured them that while his sister currently assists his parents, as they grow older, he would personally take on the responsibility of caring for them, alleviating their worries. Moreover, Lin Shuwen had explicitly stated that there was no need for a dowry, yet he firmly asserted that the wedding must be splendidly organized. He wished to ensure that his sister's wedding, potentially her only one, would not be a frugal affair, but rather a grand celebration. With this in mind, he addressed the elderly couple once more. "Uncle, Aunt, you may discuss the specifics of the wedding date with my parents, but I would prefer to take charge of the wedding planning myself. We are from the countryside, and our family has many relatives. I would feel more comfortable handling the arrangements. I will personally cover the expenses, as this is my sister's once-in-a-lifetime wedding. As her brother, this is my contribution." With determination in his voice and demeanor, Lin Shuwen disregarded his sister's subtle attempts to pull at his clothing, focusing intently on her parents. "Shuwen, you are right. Let you handle the wedding arrangements. We are getting on in years, and sometimes struggle to keep pace with younger thinking. However, you are different. You understand your sister's partner's thoughts and have seen much of the world. We trust you completely with this responsibility. Regarding the dowry and wedding expenses, there is little room for negotiation. The dowry is a necessity according to our customs, a matter of respect. Coming from a rural background, we believe the dowry symbolizes faith and expresses gratitude to your parents for raising a wonderful daughter-in-law. Furthermore, for our son's wedding, the expenses must be borne by our family. You need not worry. We have managed to save a bit over the years. As you mentioned, this is a wedding for both Shushua and our son, a significant event in their lives. Once they are married, they will forge their own path, and as parents, our role will be limited from there." The old gentleman's words were delivered with sincerity, and Lin Shuwen felt a sense of satisfaction with his sentiments. The significance of the dowry and face matters could not be disregarded. While he could say that the dowry was unnecessary, he could not allow them to dismiss it entirely. He could treat the dowry as a form of dowry for his sister, yet it must not be perceived as something that could be simply waived. As for the wedding expenses, he could provide his contribution, but the initial payment should rightfully come from them. Although this might seem somewhat redundant, clarifying the nuances of face and substance was imperative, for one's life is often lived in pursuit of personal dignity. The conversation between the elderly couple and Lin Shuwen was mutually satisfying, and Lin Shuwen's responses also brought them joy. They were acutely aware that Lin Shuwen was the true decision-maker in his household. Consequently, both parties, having attained the answers they desired regarding the marriage, found themselves enveloped in a delightful atmosphere. The only regret was that they could not indulge in alcohol, as they were pressed for time to return to their hometown. The joyful arrangement of the wedding marked the successful resolution of Lin Shuwen's most significant concern during his visit home for the new year. What remained was the anticipation of celebrating the festive season with family. Chapter 58. Returning home, whether rich or poor, returning home for the new year is essential. However, as one matures and accumulates experiences, one may come to realize that not returning home when lacking wealth or accomplishments could indeed be the most prudent choice. Nevertheless, Lin Shuwen in this lifetime clearly does not need to ponder such matters. He is returning home in glory rather than in destitution. When Lin Shuwen drove his previous Audi, while Lin Shuwen navigated the imposing Mercedes-Benz G-Class, they arrived at their hometown around 3 in the afternoon. The news spread swiftly. Though it was a town, the villagers maintained their tradition of basking in the sun and gossiping during idle moments. The newly purchased house of Lin Shuwen's family happened to be one of the gathering spots at the intersection, so as soon as the siblings parked their vehicles, many people became aware of their arrival. Despite prior rumors about the Lin family's newfound prosperity, with multiple houses acquired, it was still a surprise to see Lin Shuwen driving an Audi, which belonged to Lin Shuwen. Now, however, the sight of a Mercedes G-Class was recognized by the town's youth, affirming the Lin family's success, as its market value soared to at least 3 million yuan. Consequently, the doubts regarding the Lin family's affluence, reliant on their son Lin Shuwen, were dispelled. Upon their arrival home, the siblings were soon surrounded by neighbors, spending the afternoon immersed in gossip and casual conversation. By 6 o'clock, noticing their father's hesitant demeanor, Lin Shuwen instinctively understood the matter at hand. In their family tradition, on New Year's Eve, ancestors must be welcomed before 7 o'clock, typically led by the eldest family member, which in Lin Shuwen's case was at his grandfather's home. After the ancestral welcoming, the family would gather to celebrate the New Year's Eve together, marking the year's conclusion. However, last year, or rather, this year, Lin Shuwen's furious outburst left his father unsure of how to address the events of the year. Lin Shuwen himself felt reluctant to join the ancestral welcoming on the mountain, feigning ignorance until his mother alleviated the situation by suggesting that since they had only recently moved to the town and did not know many people, they would go to the mountain this evening for the celebration, with the help of relatives to prepare the hearth. What more could Lin Shuwen say? Nonetheless, considering the potential issues that might arise on the mountain, the family decided to take 3 cars. To Lin Shuwen, it seemed merely a display of his parents' pride, a sentiment he dared not voice, especially with his elder sister present. His mother decisively quelled any thoughts his father and sister had about driving the G-Class, resulting in Lin Shuwen sharing a vehicle with her, while his sister drove the Audi and his father took his pickup truck. His father even attempted to persuade his sister to drive the pickup, only to be met with her unwavering refusal, which amused Lin Shuwen for quite a while. As the family set off, the relative who had helped prepare the hearth for Lin Shuwen's family was discussing their arrival with others. Apart from feeling envious, the onlookers were also intrigued, with one person remarking that this year, the Lin family would likely not pressure Shuwen to drive recklessly as they had in the past. However, they suspected that this year would not be peaceful. Lin Lauda, having left for Yumen over 20 years ago, had only returned 5 or 6 times. And following the pattern, he would not typically return for another 3 or 4 years. Yet, here he was, back within just a year, accompanied by his entire family. In previous visits, he had come alone or with just his spouse, and it was rare for him to bring both children. This time, however, the situation was markedly different. Lin Lauda's relationship with Lin Laosan had also shifted. Once, they were like sworn enemies, but now, with the success of Lin Lao's supermarket, they were on friendly terms as they exchanged pleasantries. As the gossip continued, Lin Lauda's household had gathered as well. His eldest son, Lin Shudong, now 30, had a different path than Lin Shushue, who had pursued higher education for longer. Lin Shudong had dropped out after 1 year of high school and was still unmarried. His daughter, Lin Shufang, age 26, had successfully graduated from university and, despite attending a lesser institution, had secured a teaching position and was reportedly in a relationship, contemplating marriage. Lin Laosan's family, consisting of 5 members, included his eldest daughter, Lin Shu, who was 25 and had graduated from university alongside Lin Shuwen. However, she had repeated 2 years and switched majors to art, attending a third-tier university in Chongqing and now working for 2 years. The status of her romantic life remained uncertain. His son, Lin Shufeng, aged 23, had just graduated with a law degree like Lin Shuwen, but currently worked in real estate sales. The youngest daughter, Lin Shuxia, at 18, was quite the spirited character, rivaling her mother in exuberance. Her mother merely engaged in a verbal altercation with old Master Lin and his wife, but Lin Shuxia is a different matter entirely. This year, disinterested in her studies and lacking the funds to venture into the city, she sought monetary assistance from the old man. However, not only did he refuse her request with his biting tongue, but he also subjected her to a harsh scolding. In a fit of rage, this young girl nearly inflicted harm upon him with a kitchen knife. Now, this family of 11 is gathered here, each harboring their own concerns. Chapter 59. Trivial matters. The expressions on each person's face varied. Even the old man displayed an unpredictable demeanor. However, as the sound of the car echoed, the 11 individuals moved in unison towards the door, their faces adorned with radiant smiles, a stark contrast to the previous atmosphere of subdued tension. The transformation resembled the swift changes seen in a Sichuan opera performance. Upon their emergence, Lin Shuwen and his family were already encircled by a throng of gossips eagerly inquiring about their lives, particularly captivated by the grand automobile, touching and inspecting it, with some even climbing in for a moment. Lin Shuwen's mother observed this with a pang of sorrow. Fortunately, her son had reassured her that the vehicle was sturdy and reliable. Moreover, given that their family owned several properties in the city, she refrained from voicing any objections. However, when the crowd learned from her that the vehicle's price exceeded 3.5 million, a collective understanding emerged to maintain a respectful distance. At that moment, the 11 individuals had also arrived. Lin Lauda, the eldest among the 7 siblings with the highest educational attainment and a seasoned figure in Yumen town, initiated the conversation. I heard last year that your family was doing well, which delighted me. But seeing it now, you are not merely well off. You have truly begun to enjoy life. Shushue and Shuwen, it has been nearly 8 years since you last saw your second uncle. The last visit was rather hurried. Now, you have both grown into a young lady and a young man. Dongdong, Fongfong, come greet your second uncle and aunt, as well as Shuwen and Shushue. With your age, visits to the hometown are infrequent. Let us gather well this time. Our roots lie here, and we must not forget them, lest we find ourselves lost in oblivion. With a few compliments, Lin Lauda praised Lin Shuwen's parents and siblings, while also introducing his own children. Lin Laosan, not wishing to be outdone, also pulled on the emotional strings. Had it not been for Lin Shuwen's prior knowledge of their true nature from his past life, He might have been completely convinced by this harmonious and affectionate scene. Nevertheless, he felt compelled to extend them a courtesy. Observing that Lin Shuwen was not overly critical, the atmosphere grew even more vibrant, with Lin Laojia and Lao Tai smiling as broadly as the Buddha Maitreya. Shortly after settling in Lin Shuwen's home, it was time to honor the ancestors. During this ritual, only the men attended. Lin Laojia led his 3 sons and 3 grandsons to the ancestral hall, while Lin Shuwen and the younger generation trailed behind, their conversation inevitably drifting towards work. In truth, it was not Lin Shuwen's intention to discuss this topic. Rather, it was his cousin Lin Shudong who, in a roundabout manner, brought it up directly. "Shuwen, do you have any job openings? I can drive or cook. How about I become your driver? A big boss like you shouldn't be driving yourself." The thought of him behind the wheel made Lin Shuwen internally scoff. With Lin Shudong's history of gambling starting 2 years ago, Lin Shuwen recalled how Lin Laodao returned home early during the new year because of his son's mounting debts, with creditors threatening dire consequences. Under different circumstances, Lin Shuwen might have considered it, but he firmly rejected the idea of employing someone involved in gambling. "Brother, as you mentioned, I do have a reputation to uphold. How could my company possibly lack a driver? I have a veteran, just recently discharged, who is quite capable and proficient. Moreover, his father has business dealings with our company, so it would be inappropriate to let him go. By the way, brother, I heard from Daba that he secured you a position at the oil company, albeit temporary. That's a commendable opportunity. Daba went to great lengths and expended significant resources to arrange that for you. You must take it seriously and strive for a permanent position. Seize the opportunity, regardless of the cost or connections required." Lin Shuwen vividly recalled how Lin Laoda had invested heavily in securing this temporary role for his son, selling off nearly everything the family could, even dipping into his daughter's earnings. In Lin Shuwen's memories, Lin Laoda's visit that year was a plea for help, believing his son had turned a new leaf upon announcing his engagement. However, by June of the following year, Lin Laodao would discover that his son had quit the oil company after less than a month, claiming it was too arduous, only to return to his gambling ways. Ultimately, the debts were settled, but the family home was sold, leaving them to rent in the aftermath of relentless misfortune. Were it not for the occasional support from his daughter, life would have been even more challenging. As Lin Shudong was dismissed, Lin Shufeng, before he could open his mouth, heard Lin Shuwen say, "Shufeng, I heard from Sanba that you're in the real estate sector and considering a job change? Listen to me, if you're looking to switch fields, it's best to pursue a legal certification through the judicial examination. Whether in law firms or public sectors here, opportunities abound. If you prefer not to follow a legal path, consider taking the civil service exam or positions in governmental agencies. You are still young and could even participate in rural support programs for additional credits. If neither of these paths appeals to you, the current society is inextricably linked to sales. Therefore, it would be wise to spend a few years in the real estate company, where prospects could be promising." In comparison to Lin Shudong, Lin Shuwen speaks a candid truth regarding Lin Shufeng. In the vast expanse of the Northwest, pursuing public service and civil service examinations represents the most viable path. Subsequently, professions such as medical practitioners and lawyers, upon acquiring their credentials, also emerge as the most favorable options. Ultimately, entering enterprises here bears little distinction. In fact, Lin Shufeng aspires to follow Lin Shuwen to another province, yet Lin Shuwen would not acquiesce to such a request. Chapter 60. Zhujiao. Lin Shuwen is not a magnanimous person, nor is he the type to forgive and forget, then join hands to create beautiful tales. His refusal to take revenge on those so-called friends and relatives who had once wished to crush his family is already the greatest concession he could make. The notion that he would assist these individuals is utterly ludicrous. In the days that followed, regardless of whether it was Lin Laoda, Lin Lhasa, or his own father, Lin Shuwen declined all requests for help. On the second day of the Lunar New Year, those bothersome relatives once again appeared, this time comprising several of his so-called aunts who had come to visit from their maiden homes. Even the uncle who had nearly met his demise at Lin Shuwen's hands the previous year had the audacity to show up, his demeanor entirely at odds with the conflicts of the past. On this very day, 2 of Lin Shuwen's close friends from his hometown also arrived by car. Having known each other since high school and maintained a friendship for nearly 8 years, they had pooled together 50,000 yuan to invest in a venture Lin Shuwen had discussed the previous year, which had yielded returns of approximately 1.8 million yuan. Consequently, both friends purchased homes, one in the city and the other in the provincial capital, Lancheng. Although the residence in Lancheng was merely 80 square meters, it was situated in a desirable school district and cost around 900,000 yuan. The property in their hometown was a more spacious 130 square meters, costing about 500,000 yuan, and after renovations, they had invested in additional several tens of thousands. Both had also acquired off-road vehicles valued in the hundreds of thousands, and now, as they had both secured civil service positions, their lives seemed remarkably fulfilled. Originally, the three had planned to gather at a later date, but Lin Shuwen's return had coincided with the eve of the Lunar New Year, and although they had intended to meet on the fifth day, it was unclear why these two friends had come today. Yet, their arrival granted Lin Shuwen a welcome reprieve. He quickly sought an excuse to retreat to a private room where he could chat freely with his friends. Despite the years that had passed, their camaraderie remained untainted by time. Laughter and playful banter flowed effortlessly among them. In Lin Shuwen's memories of the coming decade, these two friends stood out as enviable companions. Even without Lin Shuwen's recent ventures, in a few years, their families would have assisted them in securing down payments for their homes, leading them to marry teachers they met through arranged introductions. Both had welcomed sons into their families. Living simple yet content lives. Lin Shuwen pondered whether this lifetime would alter the course of their future wives, a thought that elicited a mischievous grin from his friends, who promptly joined forces to tease him, demonstrating the essence of brotherhood. In life, true friends are a rarity, and to maintain such friendships until the end is undoubtedly a great fortune. Thus, the second day of the Lunar New Year passed, and that evening, the two friends remained at Lin Shuwen's home. It was on this night that Lin Shuwen laid his cards on the table with his parents. "Father, I will not assist them in any way. The fact that I have not sought revenge is already my utmost boundary. Do not entertain the thought of me helping them. If you wish to lend a hand, do so at your own discretion, but do not involve my sister or me." He added, "Tomorrow morning, we shall set off for my maternal grandmother's home. My sister is to be married this year, and according to custom, we must invite our uncles. Initially, we planned to go on the fourth day, but I believe it is best we depart tomorrow, finish the familial visits, and then I will return to Jiangqing." Lin Shuwen's tone was assertive, and as the pillar of the family, his words left little room for rebuttal from his parents. Consequently, at around 6 or 7 the next morning, before those relatives could seize the opportunity to intrude upon Lin Shuwen's family once more, he and his two friends departed, leaving behind a group of disgruntled individuals who had hoped to benefit from their visit. On the journey, two vehicles were used. Lin Shuwen's father's pickup truck was parked while they collected gifts in their hometown, and he was finally content to drive the Audi alone. Lin Shuwen's mother and sister were in his vehicle, where he articulated his intentions. "I wish to take my eldest and youngest uncles to Jiangqing." Among Lin Shuwen's relatives, there are two distinct factions: his father's side, who harbor resentment towards Lin Shuwen and his family, and his mother's side, who are well disposed towards them due to her being the youngest daughter. Lin Shuwen's family has received abundant assistance and kindness, which he feels obliged to repay in this lifetime. His eldest uncle is a quintessential unfortunate figure. He has a domineering yet attractive wife and has been blessed with children, forming what was once a happy family. However, following their children's lack of academic pursuits, his wife sought work outside the home, marking the beginning of a tragic turn in his uncle's life. The allure of the outside world quickly dulled her affection for her unassuming husband, leading to infidelity, and shockingly, at the age of 45, she bore a child with another man. Despite this betrayal, Lin Shuwen's uncle, perhaps clinging to a misguided sense of loyalty, never initiated divorce proceedings and even added the child to his household registration. In Lin Shuwen's recollection, this year marks the time when his aunt became pregnant, while his uncle endured ridicule at home and eventually took a job in a coal mine, marking the start of a decade-long ordeal. Years later, when Lin Shuwen encounters his hunched and gray-haired uncle, he is filled with mixed emotions. Although he will not interfere in his uncle's marital choices, he has devised a plan regarding his uncle's employment. In contrast, his youngest uncle is clever and articulate, having successfully courted a 23-year-old wife at the age of 35. However, his life has been fraught with greater hardships than that of his elder brother. 2 years later, while riding a motorcycle under the influence of alcohol, he fell from a cliff. Though his life was spared, he suffered severe brain damage, leaving him in a dazed state. Consequently, his wife eventually sought solace with another man, and their son, deprived of proper education, dropped out of high school. Lin Shuwen wishes that his two closest uncles would not continue to live the same life they had before his reincarnation. Therefore, this time he intends to take them to Jiangxing. Additionally, he will also extend his assistance to his three aunts, primarily in financial matters, as their children already have their own jobs, and their family situations are significantly more favorable than Lin Shuwen's original family. The help they require may pertain to matters such as purchasing a home when their children marry. Chapter 61 Conclusion. After contemplating these matters, over an hour later, Lin Shuwen and his family arrived at his grandmother's house. Naturally, relatives were present at this time. Upon seeing two cars approaching and recognizing Lin Shuwen's family, the conversation flowed effortlessly. After spending some time there, Lin Shuwen proceeded to his eldest uncle's house. Accompanying him were his father, mother, elder sister, and younger uncle. The eldest uncle's residence was just a wall away. When Lin Shuwen and his party entered, the atmosphere was rather subdued. The eldest uncle's two children, his daughter the same age as Lin Shuwen and his son 3 years younger, had not returned home since last year due to their mother's tumultuous behavior. In Lin Shuwen's recollection, for the following decade, he could only learn about them from his mother. The eldest uncle would occasionally visit his children, but those two had never returned home. Lin Shuwen felt he had little right to judge or comment on the situation. Upon seeing Lin Shuwen and his family enter, the eldest uncle was visibly delighted. Observing the house, which was impeccably clean, and the food and drinks already laid out on the table, Lin Shuwen understood that his somewhat reserved uncle had been eagerly awaiting their arrival. This taciturn man knew that if he visited Lin Shuwen, he would certainly be subjected to whispers and pointed fingers from other guests, which would embarrass his family, so he refrained from doing so, yet had been waiting for his sister and nephew to come. Here, among family, Lin Shuwen's mother shared a close bond with her two brothers. Seeing the feast of meat and wine laid out by the eldest uncle, her eyes welled with tears, and she embraced him, weeping. After a while, she managed to compose herself. Although the atmosphere remained slightly somber, Lin Shuwen directly addressed his newly seated eldest and younger uncles, stating, "Eldest uncle, younger uncle, please tidy up in the coming days. On the 6th day of the new year, I will come to fetch you. You will accompany me to Jiangxing." His father was taken aback, and both uncles looked equally surprised, especially the eldest uncle. However, before they could respond, Lin Shuwen continued, "Eldest uncle, I was appointed as the head of the Jiangxing branch of my company 2 months ago. I have many tasks that require the assistance of trustworthy individuals. You need not worry, eldest uncle. Once in Jiangxing, your responsibility will be to manage 2 dormitory buildings, akin to those found in factories, each housing around 10 dormitory supervisors who handle daily operations. Your role will simply be to ensure they do not mismanage affairs. Eldest uncle, it is quite easy for dormitory supervisors to engage in misconduct, such as overcharging for security deposits or utilities. My greatest concern is potential altercations or serious incidents that may arise, which those supervisors are reluctant to address. The work is straightforward but requires diligence. Once you arrive, I will have someone assist you in getting acquainted, and I will visit whenever possible. Your attentiveness gives me peace of mind. Unlike my younger uncle, if I were to assign him to manage the dormitory, I would fear he might indulge in inappropriate relationships." To lighten the mood, Lin Shuwen took the risk of provoking laughter, which resulted in his mother playfully slapping him on the back of the head. Fortunately, seeing Lin Shuwen's plight, the eldest uncle couldn't help but chuckle, and witnessing his brother's amusement, Lin Shuwen's elder sister seized the moment to tease the younger uncle further. Gradually, the atmosphere filled with laughter. Finally, Lin Shuwen addressed the younger uncle. "Younger uncle, I have always admired your eloquence since childhood, so once you come with me, rest assured I will not involve you in any illicit activities. Your main role will be to learn how things operate on my side, and we can arrange tasks based on your interests. At the very least, you will have 1 building to manage. But you will be working under the eldest uncle, as I mentioned earlier, since both buildings will be overseen by him." Though the younger uncle, now in his 40s with a 5-year-old child, still had a knack for lightening the atmosphere. After the laughter subsided, Lin Shuwen's mother raised a pertinent question. "Shuwen, if your younger uncle goes, what about your younger aunt? And what about Xinliang? He is due to start kindergarten soon. Previously, your younger uncle planned to take them with him to where he works. Dear younger uncle, we are family, and I have no secrets to hide. If you decide to settle in Jiangxing, you should bring your younger aunt and Xinliang along this time. I own 2 apartments in Jiangxing, both within school districts, and one can be temporarily allocated to you. I will ensure that Xinliang can enroll in kindergarten when the new term begins, and subsequently, he can transition into primary school. If you have any reservations about moving, you may have your younger aunt accompany you while Xinliang stays with his grandparents for now. Our hometown is not far from the kindergarten, and after a few months, once you and your younger aunt feel settled, we can decide then. Regardless of whether you are in Jiangcheng or our hometown, Xinliang's education will be within the city. The quality of education there far surpasses that of our rural area. I have arrangements for housing, so you may stay there until you secure your own residence. Eldest uncle, regarding Xin Yue and Xinxing, once you have been in Jiangxing for about 6 months, if it seems suitable, you can inquire whether they would be willing to move to Jiangxing. By then, you will be more familiar with what I do, and you can inform them of the opportunities available. Lin Shuwen was equitable, outlining his plans for both uncles. The eldest uncle quickly accepted the proposal, while the younger uncle faced a more challenging decision and finally remarked, "Let Xinliang stay with your maternal grandparents for now, while your younger aunt and I will go and see how it goes. If we can adapt, we can discuss it later. If we all move at once, it may be overwhelming, especially since Xinliang can be quite mischievous. And your younger aunt may need to focus on him. I cannot expect you to support us if I am unable to secure a position. However, Shuwen, do remember that your younger uncle is all talk and lacks real-world experience. Arrange the position for him at the most basic level. Do not overestimate his capabilities. That would be mere boasting, and we must not jeopardize your endeavors." Lin Shuwen gazed contentedly at his two uncles as they spoke. Had they been relatives from his father's side, the atmosphere would have been entirely different. Concerns about Lin Shuwen's affairs would have been deemed trivial in their eyes. In the perspective of that group, seizing every opportunity was paramount, and the well-being of others was of no concern to them. Their belief rested solely on what they could possess. This exemplifies the stark contrast between individuals. With the matters regarding his two uncles resolved, Lin Shuwen felt as though he had rectified two significant regrets from his past life regarding his family upon returning home. Now, it was time to return to Jiangxing, to embrace new challenges and forge a fresh path ahead. Chapter 62. A New Beginning. On February 14, 2016, Valentine's Day, a festival that has gained popularity in the Western world, has also become widespread domestically. However, for Lin Shuwen, this day holds no joy, as since yesterday, he has not been able to partake in the so-called festivities, despite having companions by his side. Uncle, and aunt, we shall tidy up this house for now. In a few days, once the renovations downstairs are complete, you can move there. After the arrival of his uncles in Jiangcheng, Lin Shuwen initially intended for them to reside in the newly renovated Shuwen from the previous year. However, upon entering the rooms, they resolutely refused to stay, fearing they would soil or disrupt the space. Regardless of Lin Shuwen's persuasion, they remained adamant. Faced with no alternative, Lin Shuwen enlisted a Tian's help to prepare 2 rooms in the dormitory buildings he rented in the Foxconn Industrial Park overnight, allowing his uncles to settle in. The 2 dormitory buildings were already adorned, albeit minimally, as the essential water and electricity were already in place. Lin Shuwen merely furnished them with beds, cabinets, and surveillance equipment, which a Tian managed to arrange within 4 to 5 days before the new year. Lin Shuwen assigned 2 rooms for his uncles, ensuring a Tian procured new beds, cabinets, and various daily necessities overnight, even including 2 sets of cookware. Each building's 5th floor was prepared with 1 room designated for accommodation and another for cooking. In the evening, Lin Shuwen hosted a delightful dinner for his uncles, meticulously conveying important details, particularly to his elder uncle, and arranging for the experience to guide them. His aunt was also accommodated in the dormitory. Given the presence of a female dormitory, which would at times be more suitable for her than for his uncle. As for his younger uncle, he was set to accompany Lin Shuwen starting the next day to learn and observe alongside a Tian. Lin Shuwen envisioned that, in the future, his younger uncle would independently manage various companies, while Lin Shuwen himself planned to remain within this state-owned giant until his own position was firmly established. After arranging for a Tian to escort his uncles home, Lin Shuwen summoned a vehicle, considering they had arrived in 2 cars. His destination was clear, Su Pei's place. Just like last year, as the new year commenced, her seasoned boyfriend had gone directly to the headquarters for meetings and reports, likely for at least a week. "Hey, how is it that you and your partner have not communicated since the 23rd of the 12th lunar month?" Shouldn't he returned for a day of dialogue before heading to Hangqing? Men thrive on chaos. How could you assume we haven't communicated? Before heading to Hangqing, he indeed visited my parents in our city, as we are preparing to register our marriage this year. Understanding the context, Lin Shuwen realized why Su Pei seemed rather unhinged this evening. Although they had maintained this relationship for over a year, it was inevitable that it would come to an end. With Su Pei's comment, Lin Shuwen comprehended that their unconventional relationship was drawing to a close. He could not provide someone else with a stable home, so it was time to let go. Thus, before her boyfriend's arrival, it was Lin Shuwen's final bout of revelry. The start of the new year was crucial for Lin Shuwen. Commencing from the 8th day of the first lunar month, he exerted pressure on his employees, while feeling significant stress himself. Thankfully, Su Pei alleviated some of his burden every evening, or else he would have been at a loss for how to cope with it. On February 22nd, the Lantern Festival, after a week of transition, the work atmosphere had returned to normal. Lin Shuwen was elated as several key projects exceeded their planned completions during this week. Coincidentally, Su Pei's boyfriend was set to arrive the following day, signaling the time for Lin Shuwen to bid her farewell. In their final moments of indulgence, he gently tucked a strand of her hair behind her ear and softly remarked, "Are you aware of Bitcoin? Trust me. Withdraw as much as you can from your funds to invest in it. Hold on to it. In a year or two, its value will soar to unimaginable heights." Whether Su Pei would heed Lin Shuwen's advice remained uncertain, yet he felt compelled to share his insights. Their fleeting romance had reached its conclusion, and henceforth, their relationship would revert to that of ordinary colleagues and superiors. Su Pei now served as the manager of the talent delivery department at Lin Shuwen's FA Jiangxing company, overseeing the recruitment and partnership sectors, which provided her with a sense of fulfillment. As for others, such as Lao Fong, Ding Yi, and Su Ying, their ranks had risen alongside Lin Shuwen's advancement and business expansion. Some had become supervisors, while others were now deputy managers. Should this year's performance prove satisfactory, Lin Shuwen intended to elevate their positions further, having previously discussed their roles as future branch leaders during the establishment of FA Jiangxing Company. Though this was a lofty ambition, they believed in the rewards of following Lin Shuwen. However, achieving it would require several years, a timeline shrouded in uncertainty. Nevertheless, everyone recognized the target, to reach an annual revenue of 500 million. Since joining FAZ in July 2014, Lin Shuwen had accomplished numerous milestones in just a year and a half. He was the first fresh graduate to enter at the P2 level, the fastest to attain permanent status and promotion to the M1 managerial level, and the first to successfully engage in arm wrestling with the company's vice president, subsequently establishing the first secondary branch directly governed by the parent company. As of now, the total number of employees at FA Jiangxing Company has surpassed the significant threshold of 50. Specifically, Tianmawei Electronics has stationed 11 personnel across 5 cities. Additionally, the veteran projects, along with several minor initiatives, have also deployed 11 individuals across 5 major regions. With the recent commencement of 2 projects involving Foxconn and Zhongbai Group in Jiangxing, 6 more on-site personnel have been recruited to oversee these operations, including the 2 individuals responsible for the Fenghua project. The staffing within the business department, led by Lin Shuwen, has reached an impressive total of 30. Furthermore, when accounting for the 10 dormitory managers in the Fenghua building and the 20-member recruitment team dedicated to talent acquisition, the overall personnel count at FA Jiangxing Company has escalated to 70. This figure exceeds the 50 employees outlined in Lin Shuwen's initial plan prior to the year's end by a remarkable 20 individuals. It is fortunate that Chairman Wen approved this expansion directly, considering Lin Shuwen's substantial contracts. Otherwise, it would have posed yet another complication. With the responsibility of overseeing 70 personnel at FA Jiangxing Company, in addition to managing 30 companies across 15 provinces with a total of 105 employees, Lin Shuwen must deliver results, or he will face accountability and financial losses. Chapter 63. New Goals. Mr. Li, I earnestly seek your robust support. A week has elapsed since the beginning of the year, yet the verbal encouragement you offered me before the new year seems to have significantly waned. My dear brother, I have 12 personnel tied up for your Fenghua project. Honestly, how much can I earn from accommodation and commuting in a year? How much revenue can I generate? It was your promise of support that compelled me to grit my teeth and commit to this contract. Although this past week, Mr. Li from the Foreign Enterprise in E Province has indeed provided substantial backing to Lin Shuwen, it is essential to lament one's financial constraints when necessary. My dear brother, I shall refrain from further words. How about this? I will arrange for half of my recruitment team to work with you, and you can direct their tasks. Is that agreeable? Additionally, I will reiterate to our partners the importance of promoting your enterprise. Mr. Li is an honest man. Lin Shuwen could not refuse this generous offer. Yet feeling a twinge of guilt for Mr. Li's kindness, he proposed, "Brother, I shall say no more. Here is the plan. I will transfer all candidates who fail our interviews directly to you. You can arrange them as you see fit, and I will cover their travel expenses." Mr. Li was touched, but had he known that Lin Shuwen had initially rotated through several candidates, interviewing one after another, unable to place them anywhere else but reluctant to part with them, his gratitude might have diminished significantly. Nevertheless, following Lin Shuwen's calls, the influx of personnel began to rise significantly from the second day after the Lantern Festival. Observing the successful delivery of personnel to the factory sector, Lin Shuwen promptly set his sights on Zhongbai Group. As a player in the retail industry, Zhongbai Group primarily employs local residents, resulting in minimal recruitment needs at the start of the year. They typically require a steady flow of personnel throughout the year. However, Lin Shuwen found this pace too slow, prompting him to arrange a meeting with Minister Wang in a private room. Lin Shuwen candidly stated, "Minister Wang, as per our contract, we are to commence formal execution on February 15th. In this past week, you have witnessed our FA Jiangxing Company's unwavering support for Zhongbai Group. We have incentivized our employees to take positions that others are reluctant to fill. Now that a week has passed, could you assist me by introducing my personnel to the store managers and HR across various districts? Those who come for interviews can be counted as part of our company, and we will provide relevant rewards. Furthermore, didn't you mention before the new year that there was a batch of retirees you were considering rehiring? I believe our company can handle that business. Even those who are hesitant to join as formal employees can come to us, and we offer prompt rewards." Neither of them were particularly formal in their demeanor, and upon reaching this point, they delved straight into discussing specific pricing. Lin Shuwen discerned that the previous rates had been quite low for reasons unknown to him. By adjusting the price slightly and creating a contrast with previous discussions, he aimed to tip the scales in his favor, a strategy he was more than willing to employ. Consequently, as he bid farewell to Minister Wang, they had forged a bond akin to that of lifelong friends. This exemplifies the allure of money and mutual benefit. Indeed, following Lin Shuwen's dinner and promises with Minister Wang, the number of personnel sent over from Zhongbai Group exceeded those he had dispatched for interviews. More importantly, those who benefited from the arrangements were now more invested in their roles, all working diligently to assist Lin Shuwen in enhancing both onboarding and retention, ensuring they too reaped the rewards. Just as Lin Shuwen was preparing to travel to other provinces and cities for business supervision, Manager Lu Hongsheng from the administrative department approached him. Truth be told, Manager Lu surpassed Su Pei in physical stature. Each time Lin Shuwen saw her, vivid images of the elegant lawyer Zhu Zhu from a television series would flash through his mind. She was a genuine graduate from East China Normal University, a prestigious institution specializing in human resources. Without the FA joint venture, it is likely she would not have had the opportunity to work alongside Lin Shuwen. After reviewing her profile, Lin Shuwen learned that she had joined FA right after graduation. With her outstanding qualifications and capabilities, she experienced rapid advancement. However, the main issue was that neither she nor her boyfriend were from the metropolis, and after years of striving without success, they decided to return to their hometown, Yi Province. Fortunately, her boyfriend successfully secured a teaching position at a high school in Jiangxing. While the establishment of FA Jiangxing allowed her to be promoted upon her transfer, elevating her to the role of manager overseeing human resources and administration. "Mr. Lin, can we arrange accommodations similar to those for the Fenghua project? I have a close high school friend who is currently working in human resources at a listed company in Jiangxia. They are seeking potential partners." Her sweet voice often conjured distracting images for Lin Shuwen, but he focused on the crux of her message. Given their month-long collaboration since her joining, he trusted that her lead would be significant. After affirming his interest, he inquired, "What is the name of the company you mentioned? I shall see if I have any connections. Our company is in dire need of business opportunities, and we must seize any chance that arises." Upon hearing the name, Lin Shuwen was pleasantly surprised. He had encountered this company in his previous life and had amicable relations with them, and he knew precisely how to expedite the business dealings. Indeed, it seemed that beauty brought Lin Shuwen good fortune. Chapter 64. Interest. Mr. Zhu, I recall that your fleet has business dealings with Van Gogh Electronics, correct? Yes, indeed. That publicly listed company, Van Gogh Electronics, belonging to the local Meng family in Jiangxia. I remember you mentioning that the logistics department there is managed by your relatives. Could you please assist me in connecting with them for introductions to their procurement and human resources departments? Indeed. I have received information that they are currently seeking to reduce personnel costs and minimize investments in dormitories and other supporting facilities. They are considering an RPO project, which commenced before the Lunar New Year, and they are now looking for a company to pilot this initiative. After Lin Shuwen concluded his call with Mr. Zhu, he noticed the enchanting beauty across from him slightly parted her lips and playfully pouted, saying, "Mr. Lin, have you been following this business opportunity? You are overthinking it. I had merely heard of this opportunity previously, but at that time, the information indicated a decision would be made around July. It appears circumstances have changed. Hong Cheng, if this deal materializes, it will be credited to both you and to Tian. We aim to secure this contract swiftly, and we certainly cannot neglect Tian's father's connections." The alluring figure swayed her ample hips as she exited, leaving Lin Shuwen parched with desire. Fortunately, Mr. Zhu promptly called back, confirming that indeed changes had occurred. To put it simply, at the beginning of the year, Van Gogh Electronics received a substantial order, leading to a shortage of production personnel, thus prompting the earlier July discussions to resurface. Mr. Zhu was quite efficient, arranging for a visit the following day directly to Lin Shuwen's dormitory for an on-site inspection. When Lin Shuwen and Lu Hongcheng arrived at the location the next day, Uncle Da was already waiting. Lin Shuwen quickly greeted him, noting that Uncle Da's gaze on Lu Hongcheng resembled that of scrutinizing a potential daughter-in-law, so he refrained from making introductions, as doing so would complicate matters. After all, Uncle Da had seen Lu Hongcheng during her onboarding. After a brief wait, the inspection team from Van Gogh arrived. Following pleasantries, they proceeded to the dormitory area. As Lin Shuwen introduced the facilities, he seized an opportune moment to address the leading vice president, Mr. Pei, stating, "Mr. Pei, our dormitory prices are quite competitive. If we can secure this project, it would be ideal to implement it promptly." Having dealt with such individuals throughout his life, Lin Shuwen understood that while private enterprises often exhibited reckless greed, they also had the invaluable trait of delivering results once payment was made. Naturally, upon hearing Lin Shuwen's words, Mr. Pei recognized him as someone well-versed in the industry. It was no wonder this young man had risen to become the head of a city branch. After pondering for a moment, Mr. Pei responded, "Currently, we can allocate around 500 personnel. Our initial plan was to engage a company based on 8-person dormitories at a rate of 100 yuan per person, but our company deemed this subsidy excessive, thereby rejecting our proposal. Mr. Lin, what plan do you suggest?" This old chap, Lin Shuwen thought for a moment before responding directly, "Mr. Pei, 8-person dormitories are detrimental to employee stability. For our project with Fengguo, we adhere to a 4-person dormitory standard, with a rate of 150 yuan per person. How about this? To ensure employee stability and maintain production quality, I believe you could advocate for a 6-person arrangement. After excluding management fees, the cost per room would be 480 yuan. What do you think of this proposal, Mr. Pei? Of course, if your company insists on the 8-person dormitory, we would still maintain a cost of 480 yuan, but I must express that we cannot guarantee employee stability under those conditions." After some contemplation, Mr. Pei nodded in agreement. As for the other matters, they posed no issues. Lin Shuwen had already presented a base price of 480 yuan per room. Whether it was 6 or 8 persons was Mr. Pei's concern. However, Lin Shuwen was confident that Mr. Pei would strive for the 6-person arrangement. It was not merely a matter of corporate consideration, but rather the stability of the employees that Lin Shuwen had just mentioned. Individuals who ardently advocate for the company while diligently advancing the project are sure to be remembered by the company's leadership. Naturally, a crucial point remained. The pricing issue must not be too overt. The previous report suggested a rate of 100 yuan per person, which had now halved to 50 yuan. Such a stark contrast would lead the leaders to suspect either the initial report was misleading or that there were ulterior motives in the subsequent proposal. Only maintaining the price or a minor reduction would be the prudent approach. Soon after, both returned to their team, and the inspection concluded swiftly. Following the farewell, Lin Shuwen returned to the company, preparing to draft a report. He felt confident that this business opportunity was exceptionally stable. In fact, it did not exceed Lin Shuwen's expectations, as he received information the very next day. Each room would be priced at 540 yuan for 6 occupants, equating to 90 yuan per person monthly. As for the 60 yuan difference between 480 and 540, that was of no concern to Lin Shuwen. Subsequently, Mr. Pei expressed over the phone, "Mr. Lin, The timing for your FA Jiangxing company is truly impeccable. Originally, after our logistics proposal, procurement indicated further discussions were necessary, but our colleagues in human resources asserted that this is one of the two peak hiring seasons each year. If we delay, we may struggle to recruit personnel at the start of the year, making the HR department accountable. Following that, our young Mr. Meng, upon hearing about the production line's staffing shortages, promptly made the decision to engage your company for personnel and directly informed procurement. You previously assessed prices at the Foxconn Industrial Park, with the lowest at 500 yuan per month. Now, others are offering 540 yuan monthly. Including management fees, can you find a supplier like this? Procurement was left speechless. Mr. Lin, if you are available this afternoon, we can proceed with contract negotiations, and you may begin preparations for personnel onboarding. Lin Shuwen realized that he was fortunate not to have quoted a higher price. Otherwise, the situation could have become quite amusing. Consider this. The procurement department presents one price, while the logistics department offers two different prices, each higher than the last. It is evident to even the most naive observer that there is something amiss here. At times, one must refrain from excessive greed and understand the importance of moderation. However, for Lin Shuwen, such matters have become rather inconsequential. What truly matters to him is securing this contract. Chapter 65. The onlookers in any negotiation. It is imperative to make your counterpart aware of your capabilities. FA Jiangxing Company has established itself as a formidable player, managing operations across 5 regions and 15 provinces for Liaoyao Logistics, catering to Tianma Wei Electronics across 5 provincial branches nationwide, collaborating with Fenghua Group, and undertaking projects for Foxconn in Jiangxing, alongside various other ventures across 15 provinces and cities. Remarkably, this company was founded only in 2016, and its workforce has already surpassed 80 employees, poised to exceed 100 shortly, all of whom are contributing to Social Security and housing funds. Furthermore, during today's negotiations, General Manager Lin Shuwen arrived in a luxurious G-Class vehicle valued at 3.5 million, accompanied by personnel driving a GLE coupe worth approximately 1.3 million, thus showcasing their substantial strength. This was the evidence of capability Lin presented to his partners during the contract discussions. The negotiation was not solely attended by the procurement and logistics departments. Representatives from human resources, production, and the emerging leader, Xiao Meng, were also present. Lin Shuwen's performance was exceptionally commendable. He provided assurances regarding the recruitment of personnel, which was a significant concern for Van Gogh Electronics, and even outlined penalties for non-compliance, thereby alleviating the anxieties of all involved. In terms of pricing, Lin exhibited remarkable generosity. Generally, this type of business falls under a specialized category within RPO, comprising 4 distinct cost components: accommodation, which was deemed unnecessary for discussion, and commuting, which old Zhu was already managing, making their pricing well understood. The focus was on Social Security, housing funds, and management fees. Lin indicated that the market price for these services hovered around 150, while Van Gogh Electronics offered a flat rate of 100, which was readily accepted. However, the negotiation over Social Security and housing funds proved to be the most challenging. Lin's desire to undertake this project was driven by the potential revenue from this area, especially before the government intensifies its scrutiny of such matters. This represents the primary source of income for many human resource companies. When faced with the procurement department's provocative remarks, Lin retorted firmly, "Mr. Wei, we both know what revenue the human resources sector generates. Social Security costs are calculated at the minimum base, but we will not be covering the housing funds." In response to this challenge, Lin was equally forthright, stating, "If you wish to delve into the intricacies of our industry, I welcome that discussion. However, bringing it up during today's contract negotiations is clearly an attempt to disrupt the proceedings. While FA Jiangxing Company is eager to engage in this business, we will not partake in any unlawful activities. The funds you allocate for Social Security will be managed accordingly. Without payment for housing funds, we cannot account for them. This is not my decision, but rather a directive from our headquarters, rendering me unqualified to negotiate further on that front. However, I must advise you to contemplate your statements carefully before proceeding. Should you remit the Social Security funds to our company, it becomes our responsibility to manage them for our employees. Should any issues arise, FA Jiangxing Company will bear the consequences. Conversely, if you choose not to provide this funding, we will not engage in any accounting or assume any liabilities. Moreover, Mr. Wei, Are you aware that as a publicly listed company, your group is required to report annually? If there are discrepancies concerning the Social Security and housing funds for these 500 employees, do you realize how much your company's stock price could fluctuate? Lin's assertiveness took Xiaoming by surprise. However, recalling Lin's previous agreements on 3 matters, Xiaoming perceived the sudden firmness as a reflection of youthful exuberance, especially when juxtaposed with Lin's youthful visage. Considering their ongoing business and the inquiries he had made to the procurement department regarding alternative options, Xiaoming was disinclined to prolong the discussion. He directly stated, "Mr. Wei, every industry has its necessity for existence. Let us be pragmatic today, based on Lin's current offer, which adheres to the minimum ratios for Social Security and housing funds. Can your procurement department present a more advantageous contract, or are there other companies willing to undertake this project?" He continued, "Do not speak to me of timelines or tenders. The issue at hand is clear, and we cannot afford delays." In response to Xiaoming's remarks, Mr. Wei's expression darkened, yet he ultimately conceded that Lin Shuwen's proposal was indeed the most favorable. Although puzzled by Xiaoming's bluntness towards Mr. Wei in front of others, Lin felt grateful for Xiaoming's support. After Mr. Wei concluded his remarks, Xiaoming added, "If that is the case, let us proceed with the necessary processes. I reported this matter to the chairman yesterday, and his directives are unequivocal. We are in the manufacturing sector, and all focus must serve production. Should you have any doubts regarding my communication, you may seek clarification from the chairman directly, but until then, let us initiate the process. Furthermore, this matter is to be prioritized." As the process is commenced, Xiaoming instructed, "Lin, I hope you can begin the personnel transfer tomorrow. President Pei informed me that preparations are already underway, so this should not pose a problem, correct?" Lin assured him, "Rest assured, we will meet the demand for 500 personnel within 1 week. Of course, this is contingent upon our human resources colleagues exercising leniency during the interview process." Having secured the deal, Lin Shuwen felt a sense of satisfaction, while it appeared Mr. Wei was preparing to exit the scene. The dynamics of familial succession within private enterprises often dictate that as long as the next generation is competent, the transition is inevitable, rendering the notion of professional managers as a last resort for those deemed incapable. Such a person is capable of becoming the head of the procurement department. Lin Shuwen could certainly deduce that this individual must be someone who has followed old Meng in his ventures across the world. Only such a person would dare to report on someone else's son, and to speak rather unflatteringly, it is simply due to their status as an elder, lacking any real understanding. No wonder Lin Shuwen in later years was unfamiliar with this individual. It is likely that they have only emerged in recent years. Perhaps before young Meng even assumes his role, old Meng, for the sake of his own son, might directly eliminate this person. Nevertheless, for Lin Shuwen, this is merely a trivial matter. The most crucial aspect is successfully finalizing the project. Chapter 66 Inventory. As the Fangu electronic project came to fruition, Lin Shuwen's dormitory building was nearly fully leased. The Fenghua project, with a workforce of 500, necessitated the allocation of an additional building, as one building could not accommodate the required 4-person rooms. Although over 500 individuals from Fangu Electronic were housed in 6-person rooms, they too required 4 floors, and with a male-female division, 5 floors were needed. The remaining 5 floors would serve Lin Shuwen's other minor projects and temporary dormitory needs. After meticulous calculations, Lin Shuwen discovered that this model would yield significant profits, enabling him to earn approximately 100 yuan annually after accounting for over 20 dormitory managers under Fa Jiangxing Company. This was indeed an unexpected piece of good news. However, when Lin Shuwen approached Chairman 1 for personnel allocation, the chairman, after granting his request, cautioned him, "Xiaolin, in April, FA will hold a headquarters meeting, and you are expected to attend. From now until then, there is merely a little over a month left, which is a golden period for our industry. You signed 2 major contracts before the new year and 1 after. Now you must stabilize your operations. The most critical aspect is to execute the contracts you have already signed. The company ultimately evaluates you based on the revenue you can generate, not the number of contracts you have signed. Many are watching you during your time in Modu, so do not falter in your deliveries." Although Lin Shuwen understood that Chairman Wen's advice was well-intentioned, he took it to heart. Thus, starting from March 1st, Lin Shuwen embarked on his business inspection journey, beginning with the nearby province of Xiang and starting with the Layanio project and other smaller initiatives. He was accompanied by Lao Zhu's son, Atian, and his brother-in-law, primarily to introduce him to the company heads across various regions. Over the course of more than half a month, his brother-in-law adapted remarkably well, and Lin Shuwen noticed a growing confidence on his face. Additionally, his elder brother, having changed into an unfamiliar environment, was busy and productive, leading to a striking transformation in his demeanor compared to just half a month prior. After nearly a month, Lin Shuwen finally appeared in the office of FA Jiangxing Company on Monday, March 28th. During this month, he initially considered driving but ultimately opted for air travel. Even so, he could not complete inspections across all 15 provinces where he had business. He had to convene the relevant heads in 7 cities: Guangzhou, Xiamen, Zhengzhou, Chengdu, Shenzhen, Guizhou, and Beijing for inspections, which primarily served to provide encouragement and understand the current situation. Both FA Jiangxing Company and the 30 companies under Lin Shuwen were relatively new entities. Excluding personnel from the headquarters in Jiangxing, the number of employees in these 14 provinces was minimal. If morale were to falter, it would pose a significant problem. Fortunately, over the past year and a half, Lin Shuwen's substantial salary and benefits, along with the continuous launch of projects, had illuminated the eyes of these individuals. They believed in the promising future Lin Shuwen spoke of, and with his presence came promises and rewards, restoring their morale over the past month. The brothers outside reassured Lin Shuwen, and good news continuously flowed from the headquarters in Jiangxing. Upon arriving in his office and reviewing the financial data from the accounting department, he was filled with joy. The largest project at FA Jiangxing Company was naturally the Tianmuai electronic project. Thanks to the robust performance of the companies in Modu and Shenzhen, coupled with an increase in personnel in Chengdu and Xiamen, the active workforce had surpassed 5,000 individuals. This single project could generate a monthly revenue of 5 million yuan and an annual revenue of 60 million yuan. The second business was the Lianio project, which had been Lin Shuwen's foundation after joining FA. With 5 major regional RPO contracts secured, the workforce had exceeded 3,500 individuals, yielding a monthly revenue of approximately 3 million yuan and an annual revenue around 35 million yuan. Additionally, the BPO business for Lianio stabilized at around 1,500 to 2,000 individuals, contributing about 1.4 million yuan in monthly revenue and around 17 million yuan annually. The third project was the newly signed Foxconn and Fangu projects in Jiangxing, which had similar profit margins and currently housed 1,600 individuals, generating approximately 1.7 million yuan monthly and an annual revenue of 20 million yuan. The fourth project was the Zhongbai Group project, where Lin Shuwen, leveraging his connections with Minister Wang, had recruited over 1,500 individuals in less than 2 months. Although the per capita revenue could not compare to the third project, it still generated around 1.2 million yuan monthly, with an expected annual revenue of about 15 million yuan. The fifth project was an unexpected surprise. In just over a year, Lao Fong and his colleagues had gradually negotiated and developed smaller projects, resulting in a total workforce of approximately 2,500 individuals. These individuals contributed over 2 million yuan in monthly revenue and around 25 million yuan annually, illustrating the principle that many small contributions can lead to significant results. Lastly, there was the Fenghua project, which, despite its minimal net profit from 1,500 individuals' accommodation, still generated a substantial revenue of over 600,000 yuan monthly, contributing more than 7 million yuan annually. Cumulatively, these 6 projects resulted in a workforce exceeding 15,000 individuals, with a monthly revenue of 15 million yuan and an annual revenue soaring to 180 million yuan. Compared to FA Jiangxing Company's initial revenue of less than 80 million yuan at its establishment, Lin Shuwen had more than doubled this figure in just under 3 months. With such remarkable achievements, Lin Shuwen is confident that anyone would be satisfied. His 30 enterprises have successfully expanded to a workforce of 6,000, of which 5,000 collaborate with FA Jiangxing Company, while the remaining 1,000 are part of separate contracts with Foxconn, belonging solely to him. The 5,000 employees contribute a monthly revenue of 4 million, in addition to the 1 million generated from the independent 1,000 employees. Currently, Lin Shuwen's company has reached a monthly revenue of 5 million, yielding a net profit of 2 million. Supported by a substantial foundation, Lin Shuwen is indeed thriving in his endeavors. Chapter 67. Real Estate for Lin Shuwen. The more rapidly F.A. Jiangxing Company develops, the swifter his own enterprises shall flourish. However, within this context, Lin Shuwen must gradually diminish his dependency. Only in this manner can he ensure that, should the day arise when he can no longer preside over F.A. Jiangxing Company, his own businesses will not face immediate jeopardy. This year, Foxconn's advancement has been remarkably successful for Lin Shuwen, and his sights are now set on Tianmawei Electronics and the Lianio project. If he successfully secures these two ventures, it will mark the inaugural step in expanding his company's reach nationwide. As Lin Shuwen pondered over the data reports, he was interrupted by a knock at the office door. Entering was Lu Hongcheng, whom he had not seen for a month and had missed somewhat. Lin Shuwen did not feel any shame in his attraction towards her. After all, he was a man. President Lin, as per your request, I have prepared all the materials you asked for. I just sent them to you. Please check if there is anything else that needs to be arranged. Upon hearing this, Lin Shuwen felt overwhelmed. He found the necessity to meticulously prepare PowerPoint presentations for his reports frustrating, yet he had no choice but to comply. He had not reviewed the materials yet. So he simply replied that there was nothing else for the moment, and that he would communicate directly via WeChat or QQ if anything came up. His good mood was disrupted, and Lin Shuwen did not notice the hesitant words on Lu Hongqing's lips as she departed. Instead, he focused intently on the materials she had delivered. However, he genuinely wished to avoid work today. Shortly thereafter, his phone rang. It was the real estate company he had previously consulted during his acquisition of storefronts and office buildings. After a brief conversation, the representative inquired, President Lin, do you have any ongoing demand for office spaces and residences in Jiangxing? We have a client who is looking to sell a single-story office building and several residential units previously utilized as a youth hostel, available for immediate cash transactions, and the price is negotiable. Lin Shuwen fell into contemplation upon hearing this. He certainly needed office space, but he was uncertain about the youth hostel properties. He inquired, I still require an office building. What is the situation with the youth hostel? Is it to be purchased under the company's name, or can it be under a personal name? Where are they located? After further discussion, Lin Shuwen made a decisive commitment. The so-called youth hostel comprised several subdivided apartments. Since the purchase restrictions in Jiangxing had not yet taken effect, Lin Shuwen could acquire them directly. By September, when the restrictions were reinstated, the opportunity would vanish. Furthermore, he recalled that these hostels would face demolition in 2018, and due to their prime location, the demolition compensation would be substantial. With these thoughts in mind, Lin Shuwen added, Manager Fong, could you please inquire if there are any additional properties available for sale in the youth hostel sector? If so, please facilitate communication. I currently have around 100 employees and plan to arrange accommodations for them. Regarding the office space, he confirmed, one floor is acceptable. You mentioned it is 200 square meters, correct? The current price is around 15,000. Please negotiate with the other party, and we can arrange a meeting to discuss further. Lin Shuwen was not anxious, but the other party would undoubtedly be. Earlier in the year, he had mortgaged his property worth 80 million for a loan, securing 69 million, and now had 60 million in liquidity. Should he find himself short on funds, he could easily secure a loan against his own company, potentially acquiring tens of millions. As for down payments, he dismissed the notion, as the approval process was cumbersome and repayment terms would impose significant restrictions. By 2017, he anticipated rapidly settling these loans, thus rendering the need for down payments moot. As anticipated, the urgency from the real estate side escalated. The following day, he was informed that the owner of the automobile motel had 5 units, each exceeding 120 square meters, previously converted into youth hostels, all available for sale. Upon hearing this, Lin Shuwen felt it was insufficient. Manager Fong, are you jesting with me? I did not imply that I am a fraud when I entrusted you with purchasing the storefront and office building. You cannot seriously consider 5 units adequate. Even if they are 3-bedroom apartments, that would only accommodate around 15 individuals. This is absurd. Inform the owner that if he is indeed sitting on these properties, he should reach out to his connections. Tell him the inventory is insufficient. I will not consider purchasing the youth hostel. On April 2nd, a Saturday, Lin Shuwen planned to enjoy a restful 2 days during the Qingming festival before heading to the headquarters in Modu. However, he was awakened early by a call from the real estate firm, notifying him that they had contacted several individuals in the youth hostel business who were seeking to transition and wanted to meet with Lin Shuwen directly. They reportedly had around 30 units available. Intrigued, Lin Shuwen arranged to meet in Guanggu. ensuring that his arrival would be noticeable to the landlords. The real estate team had proven to be quite effective in this regard. As Lin Shuwen made his entrance, he garnered the landlord's recognition. Following some initial discussions or probing, he stated, "You are aware of my intentions. Beyond providing accommodations for employees, I also approach this with an investment mindset. If you wish to preserve value, continue to hold. If you wish to sell, my offer stands as previously mentioned. The current pricing Guanggu is 17,000. This rate is still applicable given the absence of purchase restrictions. I am not a fool. 18,000 is my final offer. If you wish to sell, do so. If not, then let it be." As the individual most in need of funds, he swiftly signed a contract to sell an office building with a total price of 28 million. Lin Shuwen, in a commendable display of decisiveness, proclaimed that the transfer would occur on the first working day after the holiday, with full payment to be made. Under this exhilarating impetus, two others could not resist the temptation, ultimately leading Lin Shuwen to secure contracts for 20 properties, with a total transaction value of 46.8 million. Including the first individual S deal, the total expenditure reached a staggering 64.8 million. However, his available cash remained insufficient. Even with the addition of the company's revenue of 3.5 million from February and March, Lin Shuwen still faced a shortfall of 3 million. It seemed he would have to resort to the familiar path of revolving loans. Securing a loan of around 55 million against properties valued at 65 million posed little challenge. Thus, Lin Shuwen instructed the real estate side to accept another batch at a valuation of 50 million. Truly extravagant. Chapter 68. Expansion. Loans are a familiar path for Lin Shuwen, and there are currently no significant issues on his end. Their transactions are phased, with a commitment to complete them within a month, so Lin Shuwen is not apprehensive about cash flow constraints. With the trivial matters settled, it is indeed time for him to report to headquarters. On April 6th, Wednesday, Lin Shuwen embarked on his journey from Jiangcheng, accompanied by financial manager Wang Xiujia and administrative and human resources manager Lu Hongqing. This time, Lin Shuwen opted for a direct flight, and since his residence in the bustling metropolis is not yet habitable, he checked into a hotel instead. On the afternoon of his arrival, he ventured out to pay a visit to Chairman 1. "Xiaolin, you have truly made a significant impression this time. I was previously concerned about potential issues with your delivery, but it seems my worries were unfounded. Little Hao mentioned that you exude the aura of someone who has been in the workplace for over a decade, rather than a mere recent graduate. I was skeptical, but it appears Little Hao's judgment is indeed astute. Chairman, without your support and that of the headquarters, I would have been stymied regarding personnel allocation, and my delivery would not have proceeded so smoothly. Moreover, my ability to secure those projects is largely attributed to our parent company's leading position in the industry, which instills confidence in our clients. The achievements of FA Jiangcheng would not have been possible without your and your company's support. Xiaolin, just the two of us here, and you are laying on the flattery thick. Aside from your report, is there anything else you need me to discuss with the company headquarters? Currently, the support is limited to FA headquarters. Once your FA Jiangcheng is upgraded to FAE Province Company, the parent company, Jingxing Foreign Enterprise Group, will be able to extend some assistance. After a brief conversation with the seemingly amiable chairman, who is only in his 50s, Lin Shuwen steered the dialogue towards the matter at hand. Chairman, I do indeed have a request for assistance from headquarters. As you know, the Old Bird project has been under my purview since I joined the company. Although the SSC outsourcing business is handled by FAZ, I am responsible for the RPO and certain BPO projects. Over the past year, my delivery has been commendable, and I have communicated with relevant regional leaders, as well as contacts at Old Bird headquarters. Currently, FA Jiangcheng is well positioned to take on these two segments of the Old Bird project. I have also learned that some RPO and BPO projects within the Santong Ida Group are presently managed by the Decker Group or our FA headquarters. I have ascertained that they have not fully developed these two businesses, and their workforce is quite limited. Therefore, Chairman, could you possibly liaise with the relevant personnel to transfer these projects directly to FA Jiangcheng? If the Santong Ida business truly comes under Lin Shuwen's management, it has the potential to generate greater revenue and workforce than the current Old Bird operations. However, tackling these individually would be exceedingly challenging. Yet, if it reaches Chairman 1, who has already signed off on these projects, it would merely be a matter of procedural transfer. You are quite bold. I will need to investigate this matter. If it turns out that, as you claim, the operations of our subsidiaries are not performing well. Then transferring them to FA Jiangxing should pose no issue. Initially, when your FA Jiangxing was established, it was customary for headquarters to allocate 1 or 2 projects, but due to your unique circumstances, that did not occur. Now that your accomplishments are evident, it is time you receive what is rightfully yours. See, this is the advantage of having strong backing. As for the chairman's intent to investigate, to put it plainly, he will be checking the backgrounds of those handling these projects to ascertain any potential complications. The performance of the operations is of little consequence. However, Lin Shuwen had already conducted his due diligence before coming here. The current operating teams for these projects lack any significant connections, or else they would not be struggling to perform. Thus, it is now merely a matter of awaiting Chairman Wen's approval for the transfer. After further discussions, Lin Shuwen exited Chairman Wen's office, feeling accomplished. He felt no anxiety regarding his report the following day. After all, results speak volumes. On April 7th, the first day of the lunar month, Lin Shuwen presented his report in the conference room at headquarters. As the sole leader of a secondary branch under FA, he was afforded the honor of being the first to present. In addition to Chairman Wen, the attendees included General Manager and a board member from Decker Group's Asia-Pacific Division, COO Ma, and the general managers of the 6 primary branches in Jingcheng, Modu, Shenzhen, Chongqing, Zhejiang, and Suzhou, including Lin Shuwen's former general manager, Zhang Ping, along with various administrative personnel and observers. Initially, Lin Shuwen assumed that the report would be evaluated primarily by a handful of top executives, but upon entering the conference room and seeing the multitude of faces, he was momentarily taken aback. Fortunately, he did not falter and promptly began his presentation. The figures and achievements displayed on the PPT were indisputable, and within a mere 15 minutes, Lin Shuwen concluded his report. The pivotal Q&A session commenced, and while the initial questions were comfortable for him, matters took a turn when General Manager and I posed a more challenging inquiry. Xiaolin, what is your vision for the future development of FA Jiangxing? How do you plan to expand the business of FA Jiangxing? This question was broad and open-ended, inviting Lin Shuwen to share his thoughts without a fixed answer. Lin Shuwen had indeed contemplated this question, and after a moment of reflection, he articulated, in my vision for FA Jiangxing, future development will primarily be divided into 2 segments. The first segment pertains to the business sectors. BPO, Business Process Outsourcing, Services, RPO, Recruitment Process Outsourcing, Services, Outsourcing Operations, and Personnel Agency Services represent the mainstream of our industry. However, FA Jiangxing Company will primarily focus on its core competencies in RPO and BPO in the future, while other services will not constitute the mainstay of the company. After articulating the initial vision for the business sectors, Lin Shuwen observed the evaluators before him, their expressions inscrutable, revealing neither joy nor surprise, nor any semblance of anticipation. Faced with this impassive demeanor, Lin Shuwen felt compelled to continue his discourse. Chapter 69. Different Destinies. The second part pertains to the strategic layout of development. FA Jiangxing Company commenced the year by signing business contracts within Jiangxing. However, this does not imply that our endeavors will be confined to Jiangxing. Our objective is to establish a robust foundation here before expanding our reach nationwide. From the inception of Jiangxing Company, my vision has been unequivocal: to engage directly in national business. FA possesses unparalleled advantages, and henceforth, FA Jiangxing Company will target enterprises with national operations, offering them BPO and RPO services. Lin Shuwen was uncertain whether this response would satisfy the audience. Currently, the 6 established first-tier subsidiaries have all adopted a model of first fortifying local operations before gradually expanding nationwide, which is indeed the most prudent approach. However, for Lin Shuwen, such a method was untenable. Given that his local resources were not particularly deep-rooted, he had to forge a different path. As soon as Lin Shuwen elucidated the national strategy for FA Jiangxing Company, CONI directly inquired, "You are undoubtedly aware that both the Beijing Foreign Enterprise Group and our DEEC Group, along with numerous subsidiaries, typically establish their operations within a city or province, ensuring a solid local business foundation before venturing nationwide, often beginning with adjacent provinces. What confidence do you possess in proposing an immediate national expansion reliant on principal business?" Lin Shuwen was puzzled as to why this question garnered such emphasis, yet he could not afford to retreat now. After a brief moment of contemplation, he confidently replied, "With the profound integration of the internet and the human resources sector over recent years, geographical limitations in our industry have essentially become obsolete. Signing contracts in one location while servicing nationwide is undoubtedly the trend for large-scale human resource companies in the future. Unlike our other subsidiaries, which benefit from local government support, FA Jiangxing Company lacks such foundational advantages. Rather than painstakingly establishing a base by treading the well-worn path to success, I believe it is far more meaningful to explore a path uniquely suited to FA Jiangxing, which may indeed be our sole opportunity for a leapfrogging advancement over established subsidiaries. The Lianio project and the Tianmawei Electronics project have significantly contributed to FA Jiangxing Company's annual revenue, each exceeding 100 million. The projects signed this year with Foxconn and Zhongbai Group were approached with the intent to tap into their national business segments from the outset. Naturally, once FA Jiangxing Company establishes its branches across the nation, we will then focus on cultivating local markets, much like our esteemed predecessors. This encapsulates Lin Shuwen's vision for FA Jiangxing Company's future, to solidify national operations from the headquarters before establishing local branches to penetrate regional markets. The subsequent inquiries were less incisive, yet Lin Shuwen sensed the critical importance of this presentation, as the following presentations from the other 6 first-tier subsidiaries reverted to the previous format, with only the headquarters executives in attendance, devoid of any external observers. For the next 3 days, Lin Shuwen remained at headquarters, participating not only in the presentations, but also in various high-level meetings. His position as a director felt somewhat diminished among the senior executives, but he seized the opportunity to engage in meaningful exchanges with several other leaders, particularly with the newly established first-tier subsidiary in Suzhou. In contrast, the experience of others was markedly different from Lin Shuwen's. General Manager Chu had been with Beijing Foreign Enterprise for nearly 15 years and stood as a prominent figure within Chairman Wen's faction, akin to Deputy General Manager Hao. Thus, upon establishing FA Suzhou, he secured prior projects and assistance from the parent companies, projecting an expected annual revenue of over 500 million from its inception. Truly, different people lead different destinies. However, on that Friday evening, Lin Shuwen received a notification from Chairman Wen, inviting him to a gathering the following night. After preparing meticulously, Lin Shuwen arrived on Saturday evening, realizing that Chairman Wen had evidently placed significant trust in him. The attendees included influential figures from the Tonglu faction, a term that has become synonymous with the express delivery industry. Particularly at the dawn of 2016, when the Tonglu faction reigned supreme in the private express sector. Even the once-advantaged Lianio was no match for the Tonglu faction at this point, as evident from the annual distribution of market shares. Lin Shuwen was unsure of the extent to which Chairman Wen leveraged Beijing Foreign Enterprise, or the backing from the capital of Beijing, to partake in this grand gathering. But it was clear that he had made the acquaintance of several prominent individuals, which would serve him well in future endeavors. On Monday, at Chairman Wen's summons, Lin Shuwen entered the conference room to find CONI, the vice president in charge of business, the COO, and several other high-ranking executives he had not yet met. Upon his arrival, Chairman Wen stated, "The purpose of today's meeting is to transfer all business associated with the Santong-Ida collaboration to FA Jiangxing Company. Recently, I attended a gathering organized by several leaders from Tonglu, where the topic of our project was discussed. Despite having secured it for over a year, our performance has yet to surpass that of Lianio." Lin Shuwen truly remains oblivious to the fact that someone had jested about Chairman Wen. However, even in the absence of such jests, the mere act of expressing it suggests that he has indeed been the subject of mockery. No one is a fool. Such matters are impossible to verify, and this is likely just an excuse from Chairman Wen's side. The subsequent events are where the true significance lies. Chapter 70. Simmering in the pot indeed. Shortly thereafter, Chairman Wen directly mimicked others' jests at his expense, stating, "Chairman Wen, do you foreign enterprises in Jingxing and the Daku Group believe our business cannot compare to that of the seasoned veterans, hence your lack of earnestness? I have heard that you are fervently engaged in the Lianio project. We were the first to collaborate with you. You cannot show favoritism. Of course, if your current projects are simply too numerous to manage, feel free to let us know, and we can seek several other partners to join in." This is precisely what someone had said to me at that time. That evening, upon returning, I diligently researched the relevant data. As for the project signed for at least 2 years, I shall not discuss the results, but I will mention that the RPO business for the Lianio project, in the case of Shu Wen's FA Jiangxing Company, has been active for just over a year, yet as of now, The number of personnel exceeds the total employed in your 4 projects by 2 to 3 times. I am unsure why you have not ventured into the express industry in the Santong Ida Tonglu system over the past 2 to 3 years, but since you cannot make it work, then step aside. General Manager and I. What is your perspective on this? Lin Shuwen secretly observed that, following Chairman Wen's remarks, several individuals seated beside him were visibly sweating. However, Lin Shuwen was more curious about how General Manager and I would respond, as this individual had not left a favorable impression on him. In previous inquiries, Lin Shuwen sensed that there was a deliberate attempt to challenge him. Yet, upon Chairman Wen's inquiry, General Manager Ni's response astonished Lin Shuwen. Chairman Wen is correct. These several projects have indeed not been operational under the current project team. FA Jiangxing Company possesses experience with Lao Niao and a nationwide presence, so I believe reallocating these projects would be the wisest choice. Chairman Wen, in order to avoid unnecessary disputes, I propose that aside from the most basic frontline personnel, no management staff should be transferred to Jiangxing Company. They should handle matters directly based on actual circumstances. This individual's unwavering support even resolved the approach Lin Shuwen had previously devised for managing those transferred personnel. However, this was merely the beginning of Lin Shuwen's astonishment. After hearing Chairman Wen endorse his opinion, General Manager and I continued, General Manager Lin, since FA Jiangxing Company aspires to overtake the competition and carve out your own path, the head office must offer you support within our capabilities. When you were established, the head office did not provide you with relevant business. Now it is time to remedy that. Are you familiar with Media Group? Are you aware of their recent activities? Following this, General Manager and I looked at Lin Shuwen, who immediately perked up. This company had been on Lin Shuwen's radar for quite some time. After General Manager Ni's inquiry, Lin Shuwen promptly responded, General Manager and I, being one of the 2 major industry giants in the country. I am certainly aware of them. Since 2015, I have gradually been in contact with the heads of human resources and procurement bidding at their Jiangxing branch, though progress has been slow thus far. Media currently operates 17 production bases nationwide, employing around 100,000 people. While I do not dare to aspire for their overseas bases, I will exert every effort to secure opportunities with the domestic production bases. At this moment, Lin Shuwen's eyes sparkled with ambition, and his heart raced. Did General Manager Ni's mention of this matter signify favorable news? You guessed correctly. The Ku Group had reached some collaboration with Media Group, and the business concerning domestic production bases would be transferred to Daiku's domestic company in May. In recent years, Daiku's domestic company had delegated its business to some of its subsidiary companies, and if Chairman Wen does not oppose, this business will be entrusted to you, FA Jiangxing Company. However, let me be clear. Regarding the Media project that General Manager and I mentioned, you must answer on-site and demonstrate how you intend to proceed. We wish to witness your impromptu performance. It is important to note that if our expectations are not met, this project may not necessarily belong to FA Jiangxing Company. Taking a deep breath, Lin Shuwen resolutely stated, Chairman, President, and esteemed leaders, although Media Group has put forth 17 production bases nationwide, these bases already have local cooperative suppliers, and there are even suppliers that service multiple bases across regions. While it appears we have secured the qualification for nationwide service, the actual implementation will undoubtedly face challenges. I will take 1 month to understand the capabilities of the suppliers within the 17 production bases and initiate preliminary contact with the heads of the relevant Media production bases, presenting a plan for all 17 bases within that month. For instance, in E Province, there are 2 production bases with a combined workforce of 10,000, and I estimate around 4,000 individuals will be involved in RPO operations. I will prioritize these 2 bases, as I am already familiar with the relevant relationships and the capabilities of other suppliers. Please grant me 1 month, after which I will list out the key production bases for FA Jiangxing Company and identify areas we cannot undertake, allowing other subsidiaries to handle those. Through collaboration, I believe our many brother companies can achieve what we cannot. Ultimately, this segment of the business is firmly within our company's grasp. If given the opportunity, Lin Shuwen would certainly prefer not to relinquish this nationwide enterprise he has engaged with thus far. However, given his current capabilities, it is beyond his capacity to manage. Since he cannot handle it himself, he chooses to demonstrate his vision by allocating the relevant business to his affiliated companies, as it is customary for state-owned enterprises to share the spoils. Chapter 71. The newcomer, since the project of Medea Group has been allocated to you, it is yours to manage. Even if you cannot execute it yourself, you may entrust it to local companies, as long as you ensure it does not incur losses. However, the quota remains with your FA Jiangxing company. I believe that even if it takes a year, 2, or 3, you will ultimately achieve nationwide coverage. This is our gift to you. Regarding the project of Santong Ida mentioned by Director Wen, you must also pay attention to it. We cannot afford to lose this project due to our service. That would indeed tarnish our reputation. Faced with such support from General Manager and I, Lin Shuwen's impression of him has significantly improved. Although he does not understand why NI is so supportive, it does not matter to Lin Shuwen. What is important is that with the development of these two businesses, FA Jiangxing Company is destined for substantial growth. General Manager Lin, did our FA Jiangxing Company truly secure the contracts with Santong Ida and Medea? Indeed, there are no secrets within the company. That evening, upon returning to his hotel room, Lin Shuwen heard a knock on the door and saw Lu Hongqing enter. As the manager of the administrative department, her presence here was not only for reporting, but also to assist with the duties and receptions at headquarters. She was elegantly dressed in a black knee-length dress with a low slit and a white blouse, complemented by a light touch of makeup, highlighting her striking figure. As Lin Shuwen opened the door and welcomed Lu Hongqing into the room, he was momentarily taken aback by her allure. Fortunately, Lu Hongqing did not notice his flustered reaction. The business with Santong Ida was essentially on track, but the project with Medea had yet to be finalized. Just as you arrived, I was about to seek you out. By the way, where is Sister Xiujia? I have some financial matters to discuss with her. Could you please call her up? With a hint of trepidation about being alone with Lu Hongqing, Lin Shuwen decided to summon the more experienced financial manager. To his surprise, Lu Hongqing informed him, General Manager, did you not know? This afternoon, the headquarters assigned Sister Xiujia to take over the financial aspects of Santong Ida. She will be working overtime tonight. It was also through her that I learned how impressive you are, General Manager Lin, securing both projects with just one visit to headquarters. General Manager, once these two projects are underway, will our company not swiftly reach the goal of elevating to a first-tier provincial company within the 3-year target we established? Lin Shuwen understood her concern. Every elevation in the company signified promotions and salary increases for the entire management team. Having received an affirmative response from Lin Shuwen, she expressed her delight and insisted that he treat her to dinner. After all, Lin Shuwen had not dined yet, and staying cooped up in his room was not ideal. So he agreed. The two of them chose a nearby restaurant, where they attracted many glances, particularly due to Lu Hongqing's stunning figure. To celebrate, they decided to indulge in some drinks. Lin Shuwen, unfamiliar with wine, opted for beer, and to his surprise, Lu Hongqing was also keen on celebrating with beer. They shared 4 bottles, with Lin Shuwen consuming 3. Although they had not drunk excessively, they certainly felt a slight buzz, which led to unforeseen circumstances. After their meal, they intended to return to their respective rooms, but just then, Lu Hongqing received a call from Sister Xiujia, requesting a personnel allocation plan for the 2 projects. Naturally, she needed to confirm this with Lin Shuwen, so she brought her laptop to his room for immediate verification. After about 20 minutes, they completed the task. However, as Lu Hongqing stretched and yawned, she noticed Lin Shuwen staring intently at her. Lin Shuwen had been standing behind her to ensure accuracy while she sent the email, and when Lu Hongqing stretched her arms back, they inadvertently brushed against Lin Shuwen's hands resting on the chair. Flustered, Lu Hongqing's cheeks flushed, and pretending to tidy her laptop, she became somewhat flustered. In her haste, she failed to pull her chair back before standing, resulting in her thigh colliding with the table, causing her to tumble forward. Lin Shuwen could not stand idly by, quickly pulling the chair back and rushing to support her. At that moment, Lu Hongqing had just straightened up, taking a small step back to regain her balance, inadvertently colliding with Lin Shuwen, who had advanced to assist her. The two were momentarily stunned by the unexpected contact, and as Lin Shuwen gazed into Lu Hongqing's enchanting, slightly flustered eyes, he found it impossible to resist. The truth of their feelings could no longer be concealed. The narrative continues, but since February, nearly 2 months have passed since Su Pei's departure, and Lin Shuwen, with his charming demeanor and considerable experience, found himself entangled with Lu Hongqing, whose allure was equally captivating. Today, the fortunate Wang Xiejia, who had been working overtime, informed Lu Hongqing that she would be meeting an old friend in the enchanting city of Modu for an evening gathering. Subsequently staying overnight, and proceeding to the headquarters the following day to continue the handover process. Consequently, Lu Hongcheng, who had just briefly refreshed herself after the initial meeting, found herself once again drawn into the fray by Lin Shuwen. Chapter 72. Refreshing clarity. Girls can indeed be a rather peculiar species. Once an experience is had, countless repetitions follow. This statement rings true. Throughout the night, Lin Shuwen devoted all his energy to Lu Hongcheng, engaging in a direct and unmediated exchange. After all, Lin Shuwen had prepared for this moment, only to be met with Lu Hongcheng's remark about the safe period. The next day, both felt invigorated at work. Though others attributed their change in demeanor to Lin Shuwen's acquisition of 2 significant projects the previous day, little did they know that Lin Shuwen had expended an immense amount of effort, in the range of tens to hundreds of billions. As he immersed himself in work, Lin Shuwen deftly balanced his responsibilities. With the support of Chairman 1 and General Manager Anai, he initiated the high-level coordination with Santong Ida, facilitating a swift transition of responsibilities. He adopted the original 5 major districts from Old Bird, designating individuals such as Old Fong and others as supervisors and managers. Those in the front line who complied would remain, while those who did not would be promptly returned to the company for reassignment, as per the company's directive. Simultaneously, Lin Shuwen instructed Old Fong and his team to assess the conditions of the 17 production bases of media across the nation, primarily focusing on the human resources aspect. Once he gathered sufficient information, Lin Shuwen planned to engage with the HR and procurement departments of these production bases post-May 1st, after securing contracts, to determine which bases would be prioritized. Regardless of the operations, Lin Shuwen knew he needed to be present at the headquarters in Modu during April. Meanwhile, Wang Xiujie was also making significant strides. She had limited time to reconnect with old friends due to her recent work report, so she spent the following days visiting her close friends, inadvertently providing Lin Shuwen with an opportunity to explore. Time seemed to slip away as he indulged in this exploration, captivated by the distinct atmosphere and layout, so different from Su Pei's. However, the moment of parting was approaching. On Saturday, Wang Xiujie and Lu Hongcheng would leave, while Lin Shuwen would remain to continue the gradual integration with the higher-ups. The following week, Old Fong and his team would arrive to fully transition Santong Ida. Currently, Santong Ida operates approximately 60 transit centers nationwide, which largely overlap with the cities of Old Bird. After careful deliberation, Lin Shuwen decided to integrate the operations of Old Bird and Santong Ida, dividing them into 7 districts. Old Fong for South China, Ding Yi for East China, Su Pei for Central China, Su Ying for North China, Zhanling for Southwest, Gengchao for Northwest, and Gao Lu for Northeast. Although the Southwest and Northwest districts were overseen by 2 women, both had over 5 years of experience, a testament to Lin Shuwen's discerning judgment. Before your arrival, you should have conducted the necessary research. I shall clarify the future positioning of this business. Santong Ida and Old Bird are both integral to the express logistics industry. In addition, we compete closely with the largest postal service in the nation, as well as with Jinggo and Shunfeng, formidable contenders in the market, along with Debang, the esteemed institution of the express industry. We have already secured a significant market share, thus a separate department or subsidiary dedicated to express logistics will be established within the company. You will assume your roles in this handover as deputy managers, and I expect you to ascend to manager status by the year's end. The principle of this handover is simple. Those who comply will remain, while those who seek to cause disruption will be returned to their original project teams. I have streamlined all processes at the headquarters and am providing you with substantial support, with only one expectation: complete the handover within a week. After that, you will return to your respective areas to prepare for the 618 Shopping Festival, as well as for Double 11 and Double 12, which present your opportunities this year. I measure only capability here, and I trust you understand this. Do not let me down. When the heads of the 7 districts arrived that Sunday, Lin Shuwen outlined his goals during their welcoming banquet. In contrast to the established business of Santong Ida across the 17 production bases of media, Lin Shuwen prepared for high-level coordination, leaving the specifics to his capable subordinates. Having worked with this team for over a year, Lin Shuwen held faith in their abilities. During the week, Lin Shuwen personally guided his 7 handover members through the transition, recognizing the importance of maintaining professionalism, even when taking over projects from others. Given his age and recent achievements, along with the unwavering support from the chairman and president in previous meetings, Even those who may have harbored grievances could only greet Lin Shuwen and his team with smiles during the handover process, despite their inner frustrations. In the course of the week, Lin Shuwen did not allow any management personnel to be overlooked. Concerns about potential disobedience from frontline employees dissipated as personnel from each district visited the company to report to their future leaders, resulting in no instances of dissent. This was only natural. Employees work for their wages, and the identity of their superiors holds little sway over them. Moreover, if this project succeeds, the benefits will accrue to them as well. Considering the rumors surrounding Lin Shuwen, they were genuinely pleased. Thus, the handover proceeded smoothly, and with the cooperation of frontline personnel, the project faced no significant issues. The next step hinges on whether Old Fong and his team can effectively bring this project to fruition. In truth, Lin Shuwen harbors little concern regarding this matter. His primary focus lies in integrating his company into the fold and establishing a direct collaboration with the Santong Ida Group. This occasion presents not only an opportunity for the FA Jiangxing Company, but also a significant prospect for Lin Shuwen's own enterprise. However, as he contemplates these strategies, he bids farewell to Old Fong and the others. During his final week at headquarters, the most crucial task is to liaise with the relevant personnel from the Medea headquarters alongside General Ni. The prospect of venturing out alone with General Ni induces a degree of apprehension within Lin Shuwen. Chapter 73. The newcomer Lin Shuwen found himself perplexed by President Ni's substantial support for FA Jiangxing Company. He had previously attempted to discreetly inquire about this matter with Chairman Wan, as ever since his entry into the company, he had been propelled forward by Vice President Hao's endorsement, breaking records and becoming indelibly associated with Hao and Wen's faction, while Lin was uncertain about which faction President Ni belonged to. Recent observations suggested that it was highly probable he was not aligned with Chairman Wen's group. "Lin, please take a seat in the back. I need to discuss something with you," said President Ni. When accompanying his superior, Lin had intended to sit in the front row. However, after President Ni's assistant opened the car door for him and proceeded to the driver's seat of the imported Audi, Lin found himself summoned to the back instead. Reluctantly, he moved to the opposite side, opened the door, and took his seat. Contrary to his expectations, the awkwardness he anticipated did not materialize. Shortly after the car started, President Ni handed Lin some printed materials. As Lin perused the documents regarding individuals associated with the Meidi project, he was wholly absorbed, focusing intently on memorizing the information within the limited time frame. He marveled at the depth of detail included, even down to personal preferences such as favorite colors, and recognized that such sensitive information was not meant for dissemination. Unbeknownst to him, President Ni was evidently pleased with Lin's dedication. After approximately an hour, Lin had committed the data to memory as the vehicle arrived at its destination. This was Lin's first visit to the headquarters of Dekai Group in the bustling metropolis. The opulent decor was beyond reproach, and as they walked alongside, President Ni remarked, "Since Dekai Group's inception in this country, we have learned from global experiences that to thrive, we must align with local realities. To put it plainly, we must engage local talent for business development." However, the company encountered numerous challenges in practice, necessitating a collaborative partner. Initially, upon establishing operations in the metropolis, Dekai chose to partner with the local foreign service. Yet, through a twist of fate, they ended up collaborating with a foreign enterprise from Jingxing instead. From their initial contact in 2010, through a period of tension in 2012, to the transfer of domestic operations to FA in 2014, by 2016, Dekai had firmly established its domestic positioning in high-end recruitment and consulting services for the government. This strategic pivot had opened doors for Dekai's domestic operations. Sometimes, relinquishing certain aspects strategically can yield greater rewards, requiring both wisdom and resolve. The Meidi project has attracted considerable interest, with Jingxing and the metropolis being its most formidable competitors within the FA joint venture. Yet, for various reasons, this project ultimately fell into Lin's hands. The critical task ahead was for Lin to secure commendable evaluations within 4 months, subsequently expanding the business nationwide. Thus, he must contemplate strategic sacrifices concerning production bases, synthesizing various considerations within the remaining 4 months. Of course, I hope you can create a miracle, assembling a truly exceptional team within this time frame to seize the entire business from the outset. Listening to these words, Lin could discern no hidden meanings, thus he could only nod in agreement. His purpose today was to liaise with the relevant contacts at Dekai, complete the transfer of materials pertaining to Meidi, and later accompany President and I to a gathering to meet key figures from Meidi. The following days unfolded in this manner, and during this time, Lin gained a substantial understanding of President and I. As a university graduate from the 1980s, now under 40, he had progressed from a foreign enterprise in Jingqing to becoming a board member at Dekai Group in the Asia-Pacific region, serving as the domestic president and director of the FA joint venture. His impressive trajectory underscored his exceptional capabilities, perhaps also fostering a certain disdain for specific matters within the Jingqing foreign enterprise. Having departed from the mid-level ranks of the Jingqing foreign enterprise, he transitioned to Dekai Group for reasons that were paramount. However, he did not anticipate that his vigorous promotion of localized partnerships with the more commercially oriented foreign service in the metropolis would ultimately result in failure. In contrast, his former employer approached him with an irresistible proposal just as he was poised to continue his efforts to conquer the foreign service, leading to a collaboration that had now spanned nearly 6 years. Over this period, he had shed the idealism of his youth, yet his dissatisfaction with the Jingqing foreign enterprise persisted. In this conflict, Lin's emergence was serendipitous, piquing his interest. Furthermore, Chairman Wan, reluctant to confront the formidable forces of the Jingqing and Metropolis companies directly, allowed the Meidi project to fall into Lin's capable hands. Given the stakes involved with the reputation of the entire FA group, President and I was keen to ensure Lin's operations proceeded without a hitch, thus taking it upon himself to mentor him. This week had fundamentally altered his perception of Lin. While he had previously viewed Lin as somewhat competent, yet lacking in loyalty, his impressions shifted as he recognized Lin as potential beyond mere connections and flattery that had facilitated his rapid ascent in under 2 years. Until the time of the performance review, Lin Shuwen's on-site responses instilled in him a flicker of change. In the days that followed, Lin Shuwen's demeanor and his eloquent expressions during their interactions completely overturned his previous impressions. After this profound transformation in his perception of Lin Shuwen, the desire to nurture talent, a common ailment among many leaders, became evident in General Ni's attitude towards Lin Shuwen. However, prior to fully embracing this sentiment, he felt the need to observe further. Thus, the unfolding of beautiful opportunities presented itself. Chapter 74. The importance of gratitude. At the conclusion of April, an individual addressed Lin Shuwen, saying, "Xiao Lin, you have invested approximately half a month in gathering information on 17 production bases. After May Day, you will be engaging in actual coordination. Please inform me of your itinerary 2 days in advance, and if I am available, I shall accompany you. Rest assured, I will remain silent and allow you to conduct your coordination as you see fit." In recent days, this person's impression of Lin Shuwen had shifted, leading to a change in address from Lin Zong to simply Xiao Lin. Lin Shuwen found this alteration quite enjoyable. It signified a recognition of his efforts. As for the offer to accompany him, Lin Shuwen doubted that this individual would truly follow through, for they were indeed burdened with countless responsibilities. Thus, he assumed these were merely polite words and readily agreed. However, when the time came for him to commence coordination after May Day and he shared his plans, he discovered just how formidable a serious middle-aged man could be. Nevertheless, that was a matter for the future. Presently, Lin Shuwen needed to bid farewell to Chairman Wan and express his loyalty, and then he would return to Jiangcheng for a few days of much-needed rest. Having spent nearly a month working in the bustling metropolis, he felt the strain of prolonged tension and required some relaxation. The upcoming May Day holiday would provide him with the perfect opportunity to recuperate. Thanks to 2 uncles and an aunt residing in the area, his parents had finally agreed, at Lin Shuwen's suggestion, to visit Jiangxing during the holiday. Accompanying them were his grandparents, his younger uncle's son, his elder sister, her future husband, his aunt and uncle, and his cousin's family, totaling around 10 individuals. Other relatives on his father's side wished to join, but Lin Shuwen had firmly stated that he would not host them, which led to their decision to forego the trip. To avoid the peak travel times, Lin Shuwen arranged for his family to depart on the 29th, taking a flight to Jiangxing. Fortunately, both of his properties in Jiangcheng had been renovated, and before this trip, he had handed over the keys to the Tiandi Yunting residence to his younger uncle, allowing him to lead the group there. The 350 square meter 6-room apartment had yet to be occupied, as Lin Shuwen was still residing with his 2 close friends. However, after May Day, they would all be living separately, as both friends had found partners. This change could be seen as a downside of financial success. In his previous life, These two friends had also taken years to find their significant others. However, he chose not to dwell on that now. His only desire was to return home swiftly. On the evening of Friday, the 29th, shortly after 11 p.m., Lin Shuwen arrived at his home in Yunting and was taken aback to find the entire family gathered in the living room. The television was off, and they were simply chatting, seated directly on the floor without any snacks. Although Lin Shuwen had installed carpeting and soundproof materials during the renovation, their behavior suggested they were apprehensive about damaging anything. Lin Shuwen felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. After giving everyone a proper tour of the house, he effortlessly assigned them to their respective rooms. His grandparents, aunt and uncle, parents, cousin's family, and younger uncle's family all received their accommodations without issue. Lin Shuwen then took his elder sister and her future husband to stay at Shuwen, though he found the space somewhat cramped. In the following days, Lin Shuwen drove his luxurious car, while his younger uncle drove the Buick GL8, as their large family enjoyed the May Day holiday, primarily exploring the vicinity of Jiangxing. To be frank, despite having lived in Jiangxing for over a decade across 2 lifetimes, he had never truly explored the area, having been ensnared by work and financial constraints. This time, he was finally able to enjoy himself. The more popular attractions in Jiangxing were crowded, and Lin Shuwen felt that during holidays, many people flocked to scenic spots not only to admire the beauty, but also to experience the closeness of human interaction. Nevertheless, he found the days exhausting as he guided his family, who gained a clearer understanding of his work during this period. At times, his younger uncle's eloquence left Lin Shuwen blushing as he shared various anecdotes, with his older uncle laughing along without contradiction, thus enhancing their credibility. The transformation of both uncles during their few months in Jiangxing had been remarkable. Both uncles had received considerable attention from Lin Shuwen, with his older uncle now holding a supervisory position at the 3rd tier and his younger uncle's wife at the 1st tier. Although his younger uncle had not been directly placed in the Jiangxing FA company, his monthly salary and benefits were on par with those of his older brother. With nearly 20,000 yuan in monthly income, this newfound financial stability brought them confidence, which Lin Shuwen found immensely gratifying, as he had significantly improved their lives. As the holiday drew to a close, the family had to face the inevitable separation, as they ultimately resided in their hometown. Eldest, second, remember the sentiments of your cousin today. Particularly you, the second, do not let your newfound abilities lead you to engage in foolish endeavors. Remember, if it were not for your cousin, you would still be laboring in the coal mine for your livelihood. One must learn to be grateful. Reflect on your work. How many individuals can replace your monthly earnings of 10,000 to 20,000 yuan? Any ordinary person could fulfill that role. You can do it because of your cousin. As Lin Shuwen prepared to depart, the words of his grandfather deeply moved him. Although he was aware that his 2 uncles harbored no improper thoughts towards him, hearing his grandfather admonish them brought a sense of warmth. It reinforced the notion that one must embrace gratitude, regardless of familial ties. In this world, no one is obligated to treat you kindly without reason. Chapter 75. Smooth sailing. On May 4th, 2016, the celebration of Youth Day took place, followed by the official commencement of summer on May 5th. On May 6th, which fell on a Friday, Lin Shuwen unexpectedly welcomed a distinguished guest at FA Jiangxing Company, Mr. Ni. When Lin Shuwen sent his detailed 1-week plan regarding aesthetics to Mr. Ni on May 4th as per his requirements, he never anticipated that Mr. Ni would truly visit. In his current role as a mere M5 director, Lin was overwhelmed with work, questioning whether someone as multifaceted as Mr. Ni would genuinely have the time to spare. However, when he received a sudden phone call from Mr. Ni's assistant that morning, he was taken aback, as Mr. Ni had arrived in Jiangxing incognito, without informing anyone. To further unsettle Lin, the assistant disclosed that Mr. Ni had been in Jiangxing for several days, mentioning his visits to various projects including Tianma Wei Electronics, Zhongbai Group, and even the dormitory buildings. Lin Shuwen was uncertain about what insights Mr. Ni had gained from his unexpected visit, but one thing was clear: the project concerning aesthetics, particularly the initial meeting scheduled for that evening, must proceed flawlessly. At 5 p.m., Mr. Ni arrived at FA Jiangxing Company, instructing his assistant to inform Lin Shuwen to keep things low-key, as he intended to observe how Lin would negotiate the project. Therefore, apart from Wang Xiujie and Lu Hongcheng, who accompanied Lin to welcome Mr. Ni, the rest of the staff remained undisturbed. Xiao Lin, I have not observed anything particularly special about your other business operations at FA Jiangxing, but I find the dormitory project here quite impressive. I inspected your dormitory management, and it is very systematic. I was previously concerned about potential issues in this area leading to unnecessary disputes, but it appears I was overly cautious. By the way, do you have plans for tonight? Mr. and I continued. This evening, my role is to represent the headquarters as we prepare to establish a party organization here, accompanying you to gain some exposure. Although Lin was puzzled by Mr. Ni's mention of the dormitory, he could only respond to the matter of the evening, saying, Mr. and I, regarding the 2 projects in Hubei province, I have been in contact with them. This time, we have bypassed the preliminary bidding process thanks to the headquarters' influence. I have arranged for the relevant personnel from Jiangxing and Xiangyang to meet this evening, and we have also organized transportation to bring them here. We will head over at 6 p.m. The conversation naturally gravitated back to company matters, and before long, evening arrived. As the party seeking favors, Lin Shuwen made sure to arrive early, with all arrangements for the private room meticulously planned. Upon arrival, Lin intended for Mr. Ni and his assistant to wait in the room, but to his surprise, Mr. Ni insisted on accompanying him to the outside to greet the guests. Fortunately, the timing was precise, and shortly thereafter, the representatives from Jiangxing arrived. As they exited the vehicle, Director Jiang, who was responsible for human resources in Jiangxing, extended his hand from a distance and approached with a smile. Lin Shuwen reciprocated the gesture, and after a handshake, Director Jiang remarked, Lin, your FA Jiangxing company is now officially recognized within our media system. Dekai Group has directly allocated our domestic business to you. Director Jiang, that decision was made by the company. However, we had an agreement that you wouldn't make things difficult for me simply because I acquired this order through the headquarters. Otherwise, I fear you will find yourself drinking rather heavily at tonight's banquet. Not at all. Since you began engaging with us back in October, you are well aware of my character. Originally, we intended for you to join through a bidding process in July, but now that you have secured the order, I must offer you a welcoming gesture. This year, Media conducted a survey and discovered that some of our self-recruited employees have differing opinions regarding Social Security contributions. They are reluctant to pay such large sums monthly, especially considering their limited chances of remaining in Jiangxing. Thus, our company has officially decided to transfer this group directly to a labor company. As FA Jiangxing is the direct bidder for our national business, I proposed this transfer, and it was unanimously approved by the company leadership. This group consists of approximately 500 individuals. You can start discussions and sign contracts with them this month, and their May salaries will be processed through your accounts in June. Additionally, my junior in Xiangyang has a situation similar to Jiangxing's. Many of their recruits are from local rural areas, and as you know, with the new rural cooperative, there are over 500 individuals who are also unwilling to contribute. They will be transferred to your group as well. How about it, my friend? I hope this welcoming gesture allows us to enjoy a fine banquet. Impressive. This fellow truly delivers on promises. Brother, I need not say more. When our esteemed guests arrive, I shall raise 3 glasses in gratitude for the generous gifts from both of you. You see, our FA Jiangxing company is poised to handle the business of Media's 17 production bases nationwide, which may appear glamorous, but the pressure is indeed immense. By the way, brother, I recall you mentioning that you have good friends at other production bases. Let's find a time to travel together. I will cover all expenses, ensuring your complete satisfaction. My plan for this Medea project revolves around leveraging your esteemed colleagues as the core of our efforts. The friends you introduce will be pivotal in managing our business across the 17 production bases, while the rest will be handled as circumstances allow. Thus, my friend, you hold the key to my promising future. Lin Shuwen expressed this sentiment, and naturally, the gentleman in question felt compelled to lend his support. In an instant, the atmosphere became harmonious. Subsequently, with the arrival of General Zhang's junior apprentice, who is responsible for the human resources sector in Xiangyang, the conviviality intensified further after a few rounds of drinks. Within such an ambience, Lin Shuwen achieved his desires. For instance, next week, General Jiang and his apprentice will, under the pretext of a business trip, take Lin Shuwen to personally meet the heads of human resources at several production bases. Chapter 76. Mission accomplished. After indulging in sumptuous food and drink, the remaining activities must be meticulously arranged, and one cannot afford to be lackadaisical about learning foreign languages. Initially, Lin Shuwen pondered whether General Ni would harbor any objections, yet he was relieved to find that General Ni, after the banquet, declared himself inebriated and chose to disperse, thus alleviating Lin Shuwen's concerns. During the weekend, Lin Shuwen naturally had his own affairs to attend to, and General Ni had indicated that he should not concern himself with him. Hence, Lin Shuwen tactfully refrained from intruding on others' time, although he still deemed it necessary to remind those who needed it, particularly at the dormitory, where he emphasized the importance of vigilance to his maternal uncle and aunt. By Monday, Lin Shuwen, accompanied by his team and General Ni, made their way to the Medea facility. General Jiang was exceptionally supportive, organizing a swift assembly of personnel in the conference room to facilitate the contract transfer in record time. Prior to their arrival, the news had been communicated across various workshops, allowing each batch to finalize contracts in about 10 minutes, culminating in the completion of agreements for approximately 500 individuals within a single afternoon. Subsequently, Lin Shuwen and his team set off for Xiangyang to receive another 500 personnel. In truth, Lin Shuwen's presence was not essential for these activities, as even his attendance would only involve casual conversations while the newly formed Medea project team handled all operational tasks. Nevertheless, Lin Shuwen was eager to witness the team's efficacy, which was also in line with General Ni's intentions. After 2 practical engagements, Lin Shuwen expressed his satisfaction with the newly established Medea project team. That evening in Xianyang, after confirming the successful onboarding of around 500 individuals, it was customary for General Ni to host a gathering. Yet Lin Shuwen upheld the tradition of footing the bill. Commencing Wednesday, under the guidance of Jiang and Xiang, Lin Shuwen embarked on a nationwide visitation journey. Although Medea Group boasted 17 production bases, the majority were concentrated in several provinces, with Jiangsu housing the largest share of 4 bases, followed by Guangdong with 3, and Anhui and Hubei each contributing 2, totaling 11 bases across these 4 provinces. Additional bases existed in Hebei, Chongqing, Shaanxi, and Jiangxi, along with 2 nearly defunct bases in Tianjin and Hunan. In Lin Shuwen's overarching strategy, he decided against engaging with the 2 bases that had effectively ceased operations, focusing instead on the 15 active bases, particularly those in Guangdong and Jiangsu, which were paramount in his endeavors. Over the course of a month, with the assistance of Jiang and Xiang, as well as introductions to new acquaintances, Lin Shuwen successfully connected with all 15 current production bases. Due to a combination of strategic interests, personal relationships, and support from headquarters, all 15 bases expressed a willingness to offer Lin Shuwen equitable treatment upon his eventual entry. Furthermore, through Lin Shuwen's vigorous outreach, 9 production bases across Jiangsu, Guangdong, and Anhui provided him with the same preferential treatment as granted to Hubei, collectively contributing around 2,000 personnel to his cause. Within a mere month and a half, prior to the recruitment season, Lin Shuwen had surpassed 3,000 active employees, generating approximately 2.5 million in monthly revenue for the FA Jiangxing Company, which translated to an annual contribution of around 30 million. With the advent of this new project, Lin Shuwen's estimated annual revenue was poised to exceed 200 million. Throughout this period of 6 weeks, General Ni had been intermittently present with Lin Shuwen for about 2 weeks. Although Lin Shuwen initially planned to conclude matters within a month, plans are often subject to change. He required the Medea personnel to accompany him on visits, contingent upon their availability, compounded by various social engagements and logistical challenges. Consequently, it was not until June 20th that Lin Shuwen finally settled matters with Medea, particularly with the onboarding of 3,000 personnel and the impressive forecast of 30 million in annual revenue. He now needed to present his accomplishments to headquarters. However, before heading to the headquarters in the bustling metropolis of Shanghai, Lin Shuwen first needed to visit Jiangxing. During this month and a half of traversing the affairs of the FA Jiangxing Company, he simultaneously arranged for his own company to collaborate with Medea. His efforts bore fruit, as he successfully integrated for companies in Guangdong, Jiangsu, and Anhui, which would complete their bidding processes by the end of August, positioning them as local suppliers for Medea. As for Hubei, this visit was also pivotal, as Director Jiang prepared to facilitate a transfer of an existing business to Lin Shuwen. My dear brother, this General Zhu has been a long-standing partner of Medea since 2011, and now, after 5 years, he needs to liquidate his business due to personal circumstances. Currently, he has over 300 employees with us and another 200 in Jingzhou, totaling over 500. The contract signed last year will expire in 6 months. Upon Lin Shuwen's arrival, Director Jiang briefed him on the situation, and Lin Shuwen quickly grasped the essence of the matter. They must settle based on the current number of personnel over the remaining 6 months without further price reductions. Typically, in such subcontracting arrangements, prices would be negotiated downward due to expected attrition. However, given the circumstances and the relationship that Director Jiang had with General Zhu, Lin Shuwen knew he had to honor the request. Hence, he confidently stated, "Brother, let us proceed as you suggest. With over 500 personnel, the monthly revenue will amount to nearly 3 million, an amount I can assure you my associate will agree to." In a decisive and efficient manner, Lin Shuwen once again garnered the favor of Lao Jiang. Lin Shuwen firmly believes that with this endorsement and the extensive connections that Lao Jiang possesses, his venture is bound to be profitable. With Lao Jiang serving as the intermediary, both parties swiftly reached an agreement under his proposal. Furthermore, under Lao Jiang's guidance, the new contract is set to commence on July 1st, ensuring that the pertinent procedures can be expedited without any infractions. Chapter 77. Wishes fulfilled. The liaison for this project, Lin Shuwen, entrusted it directly to his brother-in-law, who has exhibited commendable performance over the past 4 to 5 months. He has now grasped the essential processes to the extent that he is ready to undertake projects independently. Once his brother-in-law achieves rapid growth, Lin Shuwen will have significantly less to worry about regarding his own company. Since his visit to Modu for a work report in April until now, nearly 3 months later, he has been exceedingly satisfied with the arrangements he delegated to the real estate company. The acquisition involved 25 apartments, each averaging 120 square meters, alongside a 1,200 square meter Grade A office building, totaling an expenditure of 73 million yuan, which also included minor renovations to restore the properties to their original state, removing partitions and bunk beds, and simply applying wallpaper. Previously, he secured a loan of 68 million yuan against 3 properties valued at 80 million yuan, and with his earnings over the past few months amounting to around 6 million yuan, he has managed to cover the costs. Otherwise, he would have been forced into a cycle of loans. Following this transaction, Lin Shuwen found himself with only about 1 million yuan left as a reserve fund for daily expenses, which he deemed insufficient given his burgeoning business. Thus, even when the real estate company inquired if he wished to continue acquisitions, he had no choice but to reluctantly halt further purchases. In Lin Shuwen's plans for the coming months, he intends to conserve his remaining funds as a reserve and refrain from unnecessary expenditures. However, in stark contrast to his smooth career progress, his romantic life remains stagnant, and he feels utterly helpless regarding Lu Hongqing. Unlike Su Pei, who maintained regular and meaningful exchanges with Lin Shuwen before deciding not to marry her long-term boyfriend, Lu Hongqing has been elusive since their initial in-depth conversation in April during his business trip to Modu. Over the past 2 months, there has been no further communication. On 2 occasions, Lin Shuwen, feeling utterly distressed, was playfully rebuffed by her. Although somewhat naive in matters of the heart, he understands that she is not playing hard to get. Rather, it appears that Lu Hongqing is unable to let go while in Jiangxing, where both she and her boyfriend reside. This city is her current home and workplace, and compared to the business trip to Modu, she harbors concerns and resistance towards their morally ambiguous relationship. Thus, after gaining some understanding, Lin Shuwen refrained from harboring inappropriate thoughts about Lu Hongqing. At the very least, in Jiangxing, their interactions have been strictly professional, resembling the dynamic he shares with Su Pei, which has reverted to a purely collegial relationship. Navigating relationships between men and women can often be quite perplexing. Fortunately, Lin Shuwen found himself presented with an opportunity. As the MEI project progressed swiftly, the organizational structure of FA Jiangxing required an adjustment. As the manager of the administrative and personnel department, Lu Hongqing was to be involved, alongside Wang Xiujia and others from the company's legal and marketing departments. Although they would all be staying in the same hotel, Lin Shuwen boldly announced that they would be accommodated in a 5-star hotel with single rooms for everyone, establishing a new standard for future business trips. Hongqing, Xiujia, please draft a proposal. We need to align our administrative regulations with those of first-level branches. We can no longer be confined to the outdated policies of second-level subsidiaries. We have evolved beyond that. While everyone cheered, only Lu Hongqing's face turned red, for she alone understood that Lin Shuwen was orchestrating a subtle scheme. Fortunately, the others remained blissfully unaware of her unique predicament. Time swiftly passed, and June 26th arrived, the day Lin Shuwen and his team set off for the headquarters in Modu. They would arrive on Sunday, enjoy a day of rest, and commence work on Monday, continuing until the following Friday, July 1st. On the evening of June 26th, following a group dinner where they barely touched alcohol, everyone returned to their rooms, mindful of the upcoming work report. At midnight, Lin Shuwen stood at Lu Hongqing's door, and upon ringing the bell, she promptly opened it. Gazing at the enchanting figure in a spaghetti-strapped nightgown, Lin Shuwen wasted no time and swiftly closed the door behind him. For Lin Shuwen, the work report posed little concern. As general manager and I had been closely accompanying him for the past 2 to 3 weeks, and Chairman Wen received regular updates on various aspects of Lin Shuwen's work. With the two leaders well informed, any issues raised by others were inconsequential. Beyond the work report, Lin Shuwen's greatest reward was the companionship of Hongqing. Perhaps due to the presence of several colleagues on his floor and their amicable interactions, she expressed her apprehension about encountering him during the night. Thus, on Monday, she informed Lin Shuwen she would come to his room, as he was the only occupant on his floor. Given his position of authority, few dared to approach him, significantly mitigating any risks. Lin Shuwen was ecstatic upon hearing this. That afternoon, he seized the opportunity to purchase an array of clothing, as everyone had speculated. The joyous days unfolded for Lin Shuwen, with nightly escapades becoming a delightful routine. Chapter 78 deeply rooted the joyful days passed swiftly, and soon it was July, specifically a Friday, which marked a momentous occasion for Lin Shuwen. On this day, the board of directors made a significant decision. Lin Shuwen, the general manager of FA Jiangxing Company, was promoted to the rank of deputy general manager at the M6 level within the corporate group. Alongside this announcement was the notice regarding Lin Shuwen's transition to an official member of the Communist Party of China. This heralded a transformation for Lin Shuwen, signifying his full integration into the middle management team of the entire foreign enterprise group. Within this framework, levels M5 and below pertain to grassroots management, wielding little influence, whereas the M6, M7, and M8 levels represent the true middle management team of the group, granting eligibility to partake in significant matters such as evaluating advancements and attending meetings at the headquarters in the capital city. The apex, M9, comprises merely 7 individuals who decisively shaped the group's direction, a prospect Lin Shuwen dared not even contemplate. Moreover, with Lin Shuwen's formal recognition as a party member, FA Jiangxing Company established its own branch in accordance with the directives from the FA General Branch and the Party Committee of the Foreign Enterprise Group in the capital. The FA Jiangxing Company, boasting over 100 employees, saw its party branch grow to about 20 members. Previously aligned with General Li from the Hubei province subsidiary, Lin Shuwen was appointed as the secretary of this new branch, with Wang Xiujie as the deputy secretary and Lu Hongqing as the organizational committee member, thus forming a simple committee. In this context, Lin Shuwen learned that the entire foreign enterprise group in the capital comprises 22 general branches and 191 branch offices, with the FA Jiangxing Company being the 191st. This was a curious twist of fate. However, the 22 general branches represent the genuine backbone of the foreign enterprise group. The leaders of these branches hold the M8 rank and are positioned to directly challenge the highest echelons. Lin Shuwen harbored a sense of anticipation about potentially becoming one of those 7 individuals someday, pondering whether he could cultivate his own substantial presence under the shelter of such a formidable entity. Accompanying this news was yet another source of joy for Lin Shuwen, as members of the party branch. The 3 committee members were scheduled to visit the party committee in the capital for training on July 25th, 3 weeks hence. This timeline filled Lin Shuwen with delight. Amidst the daily exertions of the week, he found himself somewhat fatigued, and thus welcomed the opportunity to recuperate before embarking on further endeavors in the capital. As July unfolded, Lin Shuwen navigated through the initial 3 weeks seamlessly, preparing for their departure to the capital on the evening of Sunday. Upon his arrival at the airport, Vice President Hao personally greeted him, already awaiting his arrival. They exchanged a firm handshake, and Lin Shuwen expressed gratitude towards this mentor, who jokingly remarked about the strength of Lin Shuwen's grip. Lin Shuwen responded, acknowledging that without Hao's guidance, he would likely still be merely a supervisor, far from achieving his current accomplishments. He also reflected on his fortune in not following Hao to the capital earlier, recognizing that had he done so, he might have blended into the crowd. Once brimming with youthful audacity, Lin Shuwen had gained a profound awareness over the past 2 years, realizing the fierce competition within the industry. He understood that in this realm, he was but a blade of grass, easily trampled upon. Previously, his perception of the foreign enterprise group was limited to a human resources perspective, but over time, he had begun to appreciate the depth of a company that had flourished for over 3 decades. Without delving into specifics, Lin Shuwen was aware that the foreign enterprise group had invested in numerous real estate companies and had made significant strides in the upstream sector, particularly in internet applications, even collaborating with major players. However, these were secondary concerns. During a previous encounter in June, General Ni had candidly advised Lin Shuwen not to conceal matters pertaining to his company, emphasizing that such practices were an unspoken rule within their industry. He cautioned that the long-standing chairman of the group would not retire due to strategic errors, implying that the stakes were high and the consequences severe should one overstep boundaries. Reflecting on these words, Lin Shuwen was gripped by a cold sweat. With just over a decade of experience, he was acutely aware of the complexities in the industry, contrasting sharply with the decades of wisdom possessed by veteran leaders. He pondered the formidable power wielded by middle and upper management, with each possessing their own set of white gloves to navigate the intricacies of the corporate landscape. The recent transition from Chairman Lao Hua to the newly appointed Chairman Wang had not altered the composition of the board, revealing underlying issues within the group. In a fitting metaphor, the foreign enterprise group stood as a grand tree within the industry, a leading force in the nation, its branches flourishing and vibrant, a facade presented to the outside world. However, upon deeper investigation, one would discover that this towering tree is adorned with numerous jars, channeling a continuous flow of nutrients through tubes to various distant locations. In these places, numerous saplings and smaller trees flourish, seemingly unrelated to the colossal tree of the foreign enterprises outside the capital city. Yet, when a genuine threat to this mother tree arises, they will undoubtedly not remain indifferent. The term towering tree embodies this very sentiment. Chapter 79. Each to their own, the ignorant are fearless. Lin Shuwen regarded his former self with such an assessment. This sentiment elucidates why the top 3 state-owned enterprises in this industry within the country exhibit remarkably similar net profit margins. Those individuals are merely adhering to the established rules. These thoughts swiftly dissipated from his mind, as his foremost priority today was to enjoy a gathering with his former superior. Naturally, the task of driving fell to Lin Shuwen, while the 2 ladies settled comfortably in the back seat. Following the navigation, he steered Vice President Hao's A6 towards the hotel. Upon arrival and after depositing their belongings, Lin Shuwen and Vice President Hao set off together, as there were numerous topics left unspoken from their previous encounters. Young man, has it really been a year since we last met? When I departed last year, I found myself wondering when we would cross paths again. I was uncertain whether you would endure under that woman, Zhang Ping. Yet here we are, a mere year later, and you now hold the same position as me. Vice President Hao exclaimed. Had I not been keeping tabs on your progress and learned from Chairman Wen that you have been steadily achieving revenue milestones, not to mention that General Manager and I recognized you in a high-level meeting, I would have doubted whether you had become someone else's puppet. They found a spot to enjoy skewers and beer, and Vice President Hao continued his reflections. Lin Shuwen, too, felt a wave of nostalgia, responding, Jiego, I assure you, I never envisioned branching out on my own last year. My plan was to ascend to the rank of Vice President at FAZ before venturing into the market. However, everything changed so rapidly. That woman, Zhang Ping, directly cut my project from under me. Moreover, knowing that General Manager Zhang at Zhang Jingwen's side was desperately clinging to an untenable situation left me utterly disheartened. Had it not been for Chairman Wen's timely intervention, which provided me an opportunity through your connection, I would likely have resigned by now. Perhaps circumstances have shaped my current path. As their conversation unfolded, they delved into the prevailing situation of foreign enterprises in the capital. From Jiego, Lin Shuwen gleaned the essence of true corporate struggle. In November 2014, old Chairman Hua presided over the comprehensive operations of the group, inviting relevant leaders from state-owned assets for inspections. Yet, no one anticipated that in less than half a month, Chairman Wang from the Magic City would arrive at the group's headquarters with the same state leaders to announce appointments. There are many versions of this story, but the most authentic one reveals that young Chairman Hua's actions were quite unseemly. While securing contracts for his own company is not inherently problematic, what was egregious was that he signed contracts for himself and designated the group as his supplier. Furthermore, I have received information indicating that young Chairman Hua vanished for several days, suggesting the sums involved were substantial. Ultimately, old Chairman Hua hastily stepped down to obscure the matter. Lin Shuwen was thunderstruck upon hearing this. Truly, the second generation operates with audacity. To have the parent company serve as a business partner for one's own company is nothing short of extraordinary. To put it bluntly, any business secured through young Chairman Hu's connections undoubtedly relied on the vast resources of the foreign enterprise in the capital, only to turn around and have the parent company act as his agent, providing him with the bare minimum in commission. Lin Shuwen speculated that he might even be fortunate to receive reimbursement for invoicing fees. Such audacious maneuvers, if left unchecked, would lead the entire industry of state-owned enterprises to engage in a singular course of action, collaborating with the parent company to conduct business and having the parent company act as an agent to fulfill deliveries, all while the parent company receives a fee that barely covers operational costs, resulting in losses for the benefit of others. Such practices, unless steeped in corruption to the highest degree, would not be tolerated by any responsible management. However, one must acknowledge the influence of a well-connected father. Lin Shuwen then listened as Jie Ge continued. Although old Chairman Hua has stepped down, his decades of experience remain a formidable presence. Chairman Wang, despite his previous competition for this position, ascended hastily, leaving many preparatory tasks incomplete. Thankfully, the relevant leaders from state-owned assets recognized this issue and ensured that the board of directors, comprising 7 members, tilted in favor of Chairman Wang. Otherwise, occupying that position would be akin to sitting on a throne made of sand. But you must have noticed, due to the lack of preparedness, Chairman Wang was infiltrated merely half a year after leaving FA, our founding joint venture. Ultimately, he was compelled to bring in Chairman One of the 7, to personally oversee operations in the Magic City 1 year after his departure from FA. Furthermore, do you know, in our long-standing tradition, the Beijing branch, serving as the headquarters, must be directly overseen by the chairman. Among the 22 primary first-level subsidiaries, the Beijing branch stands as truly exceptional. Lin Shuwen was well aware of this. For instance, among the 22 Dangzhong branches, 191 Dang branches exist, with the Beijing branch alone establishing over 30 branches. Whereas the second-ranking FA joint venture has merely set up 10. The other 21st-level subsidiaries average fewer than 5 branches each, totaling 191. The number of Dang branches and sub-branches signifies much, such as personnel strength and opportunities for advancement. In terms of revenue, the Beijing Foreign Enterprise branch monopolized 17 of the group's total revenue last year, while FA, the birthplace of the current chairman, where Lin Shuwen is situated, accounted for only 8. The remaining 21st-level subsidiaries generally hovered around 3, with the highest barely exceeding 5. The Beijing branch alone boasts over 30 divisions and second-level subsidiaries. Do you realize the current situation? Following tradition, Chairman Wang personally serves as general manager, while several of my colleagues hold the position of vice president. Our task is to secure these divisions and subsidiaries, yet it is a formidable challenge. I have been here for a year now, yet the accomplishments I have achieved during this time often lead me to question my own abilities. It seems that this once spirited individual, upon returning, has truly borne a tremendous weight of pressure. Lin Shuwen could only listen in silence, feeling powerless and lacking any substantial advice to offer. Chapter 80. Like a fish in water in this chapter, it is observed that the directors of various business departments and the general managers of branch companies hold positions equivalent to that of directors, standing just a step away from the vice president role. The most crucial aspect is that this group of individuals had established their networks during the tenure of Mr. Laohua. If I were to swiftly and decisively dismiss them, the absence of support would inevitably lead to the loss of significant business opportunities. Losing business translates to a decline in revenue, which is a vital metric for us. The fear of losing everything is palpable, making the pursuit of expansion seem daunting. Even though Lin Shuwen is aware that the comments made today are merely venting, his true thoughts remain aligned with the core of the situation. However, he cannot help but feel a deep sense of reflection. Through these conversations, Lin Shuwen gains a more profound understanding of the entire group. Previously, he was in a subordinate position to the speaker, but now they are equals, allowing for a more candid exchange. For instance, among the current 7 individuals, only Director 1 and the current Executive Vice President genuinely support Chairman Wang. Meanwhile, on Mr. Laohua's side, both Xiaohua and General Manager Liu of the Beijing branch maintain their advantageous positions. The other 2 are neutral. The 7 individuals have divided into 3 factions, each wary of the others, reluctant to take decisive action against one another. However, As this individual and Lin Shuwen both agree, this precarious balance will last no longer than next year. The triennial shifts will inevitably lead to conflict in 2017. If Chairman Wang fails to assert absolute authority by then, it will be seen as a lack of capability in the eyes of the leaders from state-owned enterprises, leading to further upheaval. Xiaohua and Mr. Laohua are well aware of this reality. Hence, 2015 is regarded as a year of assessing one's resources, 2016 as a time for cautious testing of boundaries, and 2017 as the year when the grand drama will unfold. Young man, your fortune lies in your distance from this whirlpool. The Meidi project landed in your lap precisely due to the intervention of Xiaohua. Any joint venture company in Beijing or Shanghai could operate the Meidi project flawlessly due to their substantial foundation, but your situation is markedly different. Your limited resources mean that if you fail to execute it successfully, it provides them with a minor pretext for skepticism. Moreover, do not underestimate the formidable General Ni. Xiaohua and his associates covet the FA joint venture. Yet, General Ni's reluctance to engage has maintained a facade of neutrality, which subtly favors Chairman Wang. Since the inception of the FA joint venture, it has been under the direct arrangement of Chairman Wang. Initially, Xiaohua and his team did not regard it highly, but the rapid development of FA has made it the second most significant entity after the Beijing branch, igniting their envy. After a tumultuous year, the direct appointment of Chairman Wang has quelled the unrest, but I believe peace will not last long into the next year. Where there are interests, there will be conflict, and it appears that the time for confrontation is indeed approaching. However, Lin Shuwen feels distance from these matters, merely a participant among nearly 200 secondary branch companies, lacking the requisite qualifications. The two conversed extensively, and after bidding farewell to his companion, Lin Shuwen took a taxi home. Having indulged in some drinks, his courage swelled. As the clock struck midnight, he pressed the doorbell at Hong Qingzi's residence. Within a minute, the door swung open, and he stepped inside. After closing the door and resting his head against the wall, the ensuing events require no further elaboration. In ancient times, drinking was deemed a means to enhance merriment. The ancients were adept at reflection and summary. After consuming alcohol, particularly in a state of mild inebriation, one might find it beneficial to test this hypothesis. When feeling restless, engaging in physical activity is profoundly beneficial for both body and mind. Anytime one's mood falters, exercise becomes a necessary remedy. In moments of boundless joy, Lin Shuwen finds himself genuinely smitten. Unlike Su Pei, Lin Shuwen's relationship with her is purely one of mutual fulfillment. Especially tonight, after several encounters, Hong Qingzi perceptibly senses Lin Shuwen's altered demeanor, thus comforting him in her unique way. Lin Shuwen begins to contemplate that perhaps it is time to find a woman who truly understands him, even though Hong Qingzi is, after all, someone else's girlfriend. One cannot evade the allure of tenderness. In the following week, during Lin Shuwen's centenary at the holding company, he partakes in training related to corporate strategies while also navigating the challenges posed by the headquarters. In the evenings, he meets with Deputy General Hao and his associates, all of whom extend their goodwill toward him. Given Lin Shuwen's youth and absence of any conflicting interests, he capitalizes on this week to expand his network significantly. Upon returning home at night, he naturally faces the trials of romantic entanglement. Since unlocking various attire options in Shanghai, he has become increasingly fascinated by this realm. Hong Qingzi is well aware of how to indulge this fascination, perhaps uncertain of how to refuse. But both find joy in their shared experiences, do they not? There is no need to fret over moral constraints. Simply following one's desires allows Hong Qingzi to experience joys previously unknown during her time with her boyfriend. On Friday, July 29th, the trio completed their studies, and on the 30th, they would return home. That evening, Lin Shuwen seized the opportunity to share all his thoughts and approaches with Hong Qingzi, even assisting her in a new venture for the first time. Thus, he can be considered one of the initial developers of Hong Qingzi's aspirations. Amidst this exhilarating experience, particularly with the uncertainty of when he might next depart Jiangqing, he finds himself unable to cease until the very end. Another remarkable achievement has been added to the tapestry of life. However, the onset of August holds immense significance for Lin Shuwen, as it heralds the need to meticulously prepare for the golden months of September and October in the latter half of the year. For Lin Shuwen, this presents yet another formidable challenge, particularly regarding the preparatory work for Media Group, which he approaches with the utmost seriousness and diligence. Chapter 81 The Big Stick and Red Dates. On the auspicious day of August 1st, Lin Shuwen arrived at the FA Jiangxing Company, joined by various members of the management team from across the nation. Observing the gathering, Lin felt a sense of strength and resilience, but the crux of the day lay in the organizational restructuring. After 7 months of growth, FA Jiangxing Company had reached a pivotal moment for such adjustments. With the expansion of business and an increase in personnel, the previously simplistic organizational framework necessitated revision. Ladies and gentlemen, I trust you have heard about the impending organizational restructuring prior to your arrival. Without further ado, let me present to you the final framework. The company will adopt a hybrid structure that combines both flat and vertical management. Based on the current division into 7 regions, we will categorize all business operations accordingly, establishing 7 distinct departments: the marketing department, the legal department, and the talent delivery department, with personnel allocated to these departments in each of the 7 regions. The administrative and human resources department, along with the finance department, will remain headquartered in Jiangxing. The relationship between business operations and other departments will be flat, devoid of hierarchical ties. Thus, I urge all business personnel to manage your interactions with various departments judiciously. I do not wish to hear any negative reports. As companies grow to a certain scale, disharmony among departments often arises, and Lin Shuwen was not exempt from this issue. Being deeply rooted in business, he naturally devoted considerable time and energy to the business sector, often at the expense of other departments. Lin Shuwen was resolute in preventing such circumstances from escalating. Therefore, this meeting held great significance, during which he explicitly criticized some regional business leaders, emphasizing the seriousness of the situation. You should be aware that as we align our business sectors and related market departments across the 7 regions, our next objective is to elevate FA Jiangxing Company to FAE Province Company, thereby facilitating the establishment of 7 branch offices. However, this establishment is not a trivial endeavor. I must candidly inform you that achieving such results within a year at FA Jiangxing Company is not merely a matter of pride. Reflect upon your personal contributions to this achievement. Ladies and gentlemen, 90% of the market share at FA Jiangxing Company was cultivated by me or directly allocated from headquarters. In terms of talent delivery, our largest partnerships stemmed from my prior groundwork. Your contributions have largely involved tasks of minimal technical complexity and barriers to entry. With the establishment of the 7 business regions, I expect you to set 2 objectives for this year, the first and foremost being to solidify our current business foundation. No project should falter, especially the Meidi project, which must be executed flawlessly. Secondly, post the busy September and October period, the entire team must expand the market. I hope that in the future, your contributions to the market will be more significant. The leaders of branch offices must prioritize market development, as this is an essential requirement. If you cannot expand the market, what purpose does establishing a branch office serve? Focusing solely on back-end delivery is adequately addressed by the current vertical model. Indeed, all members of FA Jiangxing Company, particularly those who initially followed Lin Shuwen, have now ascended to managerial roles and excel in market expansion. However, facing Lin Shuwen's impressive track record of market development, compounded by direct allocations from headquarters, their previously established market revenue shares have diminished significantly. After delivering this stern message, Lin Shuwen also presented a sweet reward. Over the past 6 months, the development of FA Jiangxing Company has been duly recognized by headquarters, and starting this month, many individuals have received promotions. Subsequently, Lu Hongqing announced the relevant promotions, with all heads of the 7 business regions, including Lao Feng, elevated to managerial status. Wang Xiujie and Lu Hongqing also received promotions, leading to a moment filled with joy and laughter. Once the initial excitement subsided, Lin Shuwen promptly intervened to temper the atmosphere. Preparations for the organizational restructuring began in July, and by last week, discussions had already taken place with the relevant personnel to finalize these changes. From tomorrow until September 1st, during this period of adjustment to the new organizational framework, it is imperative that no issues arise in your work. To ensure this restructuring does not disrupt daily operations, I will be conducting random surveys across the 7 regions over the next month. Remember, should I discover that you are ill-suited for your current position, I will not grant you an opportunity for correction. Instead, I will reassign you to a more fitting role, leaving you with a chance to remain at FA Jiangxing Company, perhaps in accommodations. The effect of this sobering message was palpable as silence descended upon the room after Lin Shuwen's remarks. Following a brief meeting, Lin Shuwen commenced individual discussions with the heads of each business region. According to his previous restructuring plan, each region will comprise a business leader, a marketing leader, and a talent delivery leader, effectively creating a closed loop with the support of legal and other assistance roles. Thus, Lin Shuwen primarily focused on these three individuals in each business region. The talent delivery sector primarily comprises Lin Shuwen's former team, while the marketing department presents a different scenario. Upon failing to identify individuals with exceptional capabilities within his own team, Lin Shuwen directly sought assistance from the headquarters. The current manager of the marketing department was coordinated from the headquarters and transferred from a sister company. Furthermore, the personnel assigned to the marketing departments across 7 business regions were established in collaboration with Lu Hongqing after this manager's arrival, some of whom were brought in by him, while others were recruited directly. Lin Shuwen's actions also convey his intent to support and motivate his old team. Overall, this meeting proved to be remarkably successful. What follows now is the genuine commencement of investigative inspections. Chapter 82. Arranging for Uncle Lin Shuwen had initially determined a month-long research and inspection period during the meeting, yet the reality diverged from this plan. Lin Shuwen intended to embark on an inspection of the 30 companies under his purview alongside his uncle, concurrently initiating structural adjustments within these enterprises. Uncle, after 6 months, you should be well aware of the industry I am involved in and the primary business we are currently undertaking, right? On their journey to the first destination, the South China business area, Lin Shuwen inquired of his uncle, which could also be seen as a form of assessment. Ultimately, Lin Shuwen had yet to solidify his uncle's role. Despite having accompanied him for half a year, it was uncertain how much his uncle had truly learned, as such matters depend significantly on one's diligence and comprehension. I understand the industry. It's the human resources sector. I am aware that most of your business in Jiangcheng is derived from the FA Jiangxing company, with only the orders from Foxconn being from our own company. The other companies you oversee likely follow a similar pattern. Based on our previous discussions and my own reflections, I have noticed that with the development of FA Jiangxing over the past couple of years, your own companies have also grown rapidly. However, you wish to approach this more cautiously, gradually expanding your business while reducing dependency on FA Jiangxing. Lin Shuwen found his uncle's response satisfactory, yet the crux of the matter remained in how to proceed. Uncle, if you were in my position, how would you strategize to gradually build up the business of our other companies? Shuwen, my educational background is limited, and the experiences I have encountered in these past 6 months are unlike anything I've faced in the previous decades. I can only share my thoughts. I have spoken with individuals from the 2 companies in Jiangcheng, and many of them feel a lack of motivation. Although your salary and benefits are generous, they perceive the company as small-scale, viewing it merely as a transitional phase. Therefore, I believe we need to instill a sense of purpose and vigor among them, though I currently do not have a concrete plan on how to achieve this. As Lin Shuwen conversed with his uncle, it became clear that while his uncle possessed some ideas, there were still aspects that did not meet Lin Shuwen's expectations. However, as an executor, his uncle was sufficiently competent. This conversation helped Lin Shuwen to finalize his uncle's role. Uncle, the reason I brought you along this time is to address this matter. I will establish a company, with you serving as the legal representative and general manager. This company will consist of 15 subsidiaries, and to enhance each subsidiary's market development and foster a sense of ownership, I will create an employee stock ownership pool, initially allocating 10% of the shares to this pool based on positions and ranks. Recognizing that his uncle might be unclear about certain concepts, Lin Shuwen elaborated. Many large companies establish subsidiaries and branches once they reach a certain scale. The key distinction is that branch offices manage their own finances and personnel, while all assets and liabilities remain under the parent company, which maintains a higher degree of control. Subsidiaries have their own financial and personnel management, but they also bear their own risks. Currently, I require robust oversight of the companies in various locations. Perhaps in the future, we will establish subsidiaries, but that is likely to take considerable time. The employee stock ownership pool is crucial, as individuals can only enjoy dividend rights while employed. Once they leave, I will reclaim their shares. Among these 15 companies, the Jiangxing company has the largest staff, with 10 employees, while 5 others average around 7, and the remaining 9 have about 5 employees each. Uncle, Once the parent company is established, your first task will be to augment the personnel across these companies to reach a total of approximately 120 individuals. Each subsidiary should have at least 7 employees, and you must establish comprehensive finance, human resources, and legal departments at the Jiangxing headquarters. In the future, this company will operate similarly to FA Jiangcheng, with each subsidiary retaining only the business, market, and delivery departments for a flat management structure, while the headquarters will maintain vertical oversight over the subsidiaries, controlling finances and human resources while providing robust support in legal and logistical matters. Initially, Lin Shuwen had contemplated placing all 30 companies under his uncle's management, but after careful consideration, he decided to first establish a single company as a trial. For the remaining 15 companies, Lin Shuwen would create another company, structured as a parent subsidiary model, allowing these companies to operate as subsidiaries. Each subsidiary could establish its own market, finance, and administrative departments according to its capabilities, with the parent company assuming a supervisory role. Lin Shuwen sought to explore which of the two models might yield greater success, considering risk distribution as an important factor. Regardless of whether he chose the branch or subsidiary model, Lin Shuwen was prepared to invest significantly. He would allocate the commercial properties he had purchased the previous year directly to them, ensuring that each province would have 4 storefronts in its capital city, averaging 2 storefronts per company. Based on market value, each company's fixed assets would approximate 6 million, in addition to the office buildings Lin Shuwen would assign to the 2 parent companies, ultimately resulting in a registered capital and fixed assets of 100 million for both companies. As for the additional office buildings Lin Shuwen had acquired, their value also stood at 100 million. These assets were predominantly utilized by FA Jiangcheng for its operations, such as the offices for the 7 business districts, representing a strategic allocation of resources. Once all companies had matured, Lin Shuwen planned to inject further capital and acquire fixed assets, completing a closed loop. Shuwen, what is the current overall situation regarding the company you have instructed me to establish? Am I capable of managing this? Although his uncle had previously speculated, hearing it directly from his nephew now filled him with both excitement and concern, as he perceived that his nephew's endeavors were indeed substantial. Chapter 83, Progress at Present. There are approximately 4,000 employees across 15 branch offices, with an average monthly revenue of around 3.5 million. The net profit that reaches my hands is approximately 1 million. However, when distributed evenly, each provincial branch employs only 200 to 300 individuals, so there is no need for excessive concern. You can regard each province as akin to the company in Jiangxing during our walkthrough, and they are significantly smaller in scale than the one in Jiangxing. Indeed, breaking down the targets alleviates pressure. Gradually, under Lin Shuwen's comforting words, my uncle began to inquire about various matters, particularly regarding management. Although it was a last-minute effort, Lin Shuwen remained enthusiastic about the subject. Upon arriving at Guangdong, Lin Shuwen convened with Lao Fong, the marketing department, the delivery department, and other personnel. Time truly flies. I recall vividly the scene from 2 years ago when I first joined the company and took over the SSC outsourcing business of the Old Bird project. At that time, it was just Lao Fong and Hua Jia, along with Yunpeng, if I remember correctly. No, it was actually only Hua Jia and Yunpeng. Lao Fong was someone I had recruited from elsewhere. In the blink of an eye, 2 years have passed. Frankly, I have great confidence in your operations in the South China region. This visit primarily serves to reconnect with everyone. The trio from 2 years ago has now expanded to 25 individuals. South China, with the support of Tianma Wei's Shunqing and Xiamen, the Old Bird project, and the focus of my visit, the preparations for the Medea project, is leading in development among various business districts. If it weren't for projects like Foxconn, Fenghua, and Fanggu Electronics in Central China, your achievements would be on par with theirs. However, the Medea project presents an exceptional opportunity for you. The Medea project in your South China region encompasses 3 large production bases. If you execute this project well, surpassing Central China will not pose a significant challenge. Nevertheless, after the project's conclusion in September, I expect to see progress in your market expansion. After expressing my sentiments and listening to updates regarding Medea's preparations, I felt reassured. During a private conversation with Lao Fong, we discussed matters pertaining to our respective companies. Lao Fong mentioned having connections, and to Lin Shuwen's surprise, he proposed a suggestion. Lin, I would like to consolidate my friend's company with yours. Observing Lin Shuwen's puzzled expression, Lao Fong continued candidly. Lin, I have found the past 2 years quite taxing, and the results have not met my expectations. Upon careful consideration, rather than continuing in a small-scale manner, it would be more prudent to merge with your company. Our businesses overlap significantly, which often leads to resource waste and instability. By merging, we can engage in independent business development. For instance, I could take on small projects that do not hold much value for FA Jiangxing and handle them through a private company. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Shuwen shared some of his own ideas regarding the subsidiaries. Ultimately, he stated, "Lao Fong, I will be forthright with you. There are 15 subsidiaries, one for each province. But in South China, we currently have only Guangdong and Fujian. Therefore, I need your assistance in finding another person. Initially, I envisioned these subsidiaries developing independently, but your perspective has inspired a different approach. Compared to the few individuals in those subsidiaries, I am most familiar with those who have been with me for the past 2 years. Now that we have an opportunity, I believe we can plan effectively. Perhaps we can indeed build a successful enterprise in the future." The two engaged in an extensive discussion on this topic. Lao Fong mentioned that Hua Jie and Yunpeng have grand ambitions. He had previously discussed his thoughts with Yunpeng, intending for their small group to consolidate their business efforts. However, Yunpeng had been somewhat vague. Later, through Hua Jie, Lao Fong gained a clearer understanding that Yunpeng might have different ideas. Lin Shuwen trusted Lao Fong, and in the end, Lao Fong provided Lin Shuwen with an irresistible reason. Hua Jie currently leads our delivery department, and most crucially, her hometown is in Fujian. Over the past 2 years, she has been collaborating on smaller projects in Fujian and Guangdong, but they have been modest in scale. Her focus has been on quick earnings. However, after our discussion, I am confident that with Hua Jie relieved of concerns, the other subsidiary will develop swiftly. Hua Jie indeed did not disappoint Lin Shuwen. Upon learning that collaboration with Lin Shuwen's team would lead to mutual profit, she promptly agreed. Consequently, the two subsidiaries in South China will be established and merged under the guidance of Hua Jie and Lao Fong. Regarding the share distribution of the new subsidiary, 10% will still be allocated to the management team and employees, while 20% will be given to Lao Fong and his associates. After some calculations based on relevant data, it became clear that securing 10 to 15% would be commendable for Lao Fong and Hua Jie. Nevertheless, Lin Shuwen insisted on granting them 20%, retaining a 70% share for himself to maintain absolute control, as their future development would depend on their efforts. Following this arrangement, the personnel in the two companies will surpass 10 individuals. If we also establish the necessary positions in market finance, administration, and human resources as Lin Shuwen suggested, the two companies will ultimately comprise 15 individuals, significantly accelerating their growth from the outset. Meanwhile, my uncle, after Lin Shuwen introduced the current heads of the two subsidiaries, proceeded to visit the company sites, thoroughly assessing their situations based on daily foot traffic and reports. Consequently, Lin Shuwen spent his days managing matters related to FA Jiangxing, Lao Fong, Hua Jie, and his subsidiaries, while at night, he engaged in extensive discussions with my uncle, who brought forth numerous inquiries. Every day from 9 in the morning until 11 at night, Lin Shuwen's time is meticulously segmented, leaving him in a state of bittersweet agony, as events progress rapidly in the direction he ardently desires. The circumstances in the South China Business District consumed Lin Shuwen a full 8 days, from August 2nd to the Qixi Festival on August 9th. Even during the weekends, he did not take a moment's respite. Chapter 84. Continuing in Huadong, however, in comparison to Huanan, the Huadong region is indeed the primary focus for Lin Shuwen this time. Whether it be the 6 production bases established by Medea in Jiangsu 4 and Anhui 2, the 8 companies across the provinces of Zhejiang, Modu, Jiangsu, and Anhui for his own interests, or the fact that the headquarters of FA is located here, Lin Shuwen considers this region to be of paramount importance, even more so than the Huanan business area. Upon returning to the FAZ office in Hangzhou after nearly a year, Lin Shuwen was filled with nostalgia. "Mr. Lin, it has been nearly a year since we last saw you. If we hadn't personally confirmed with Huebo that you would indeed be visiting us today, we would hardly have believed it." At the front desk, the familiar faces of Deputy Directors Chiu and Fu, along with Huebo and other old colleagues, awaited Lin Shuwen. After exchanging warm greetings with them, he proceeded to find General Manager Zhang. His visit was part of routine business. For the Medea project, he made it a point to visit the primary subsidiaries under the Beijing Foreign Enterprise Group system in each province. In Lin Shuwen's view, such connections and resources are invaluable, better to have than to lack. To prevent others from finding fault, it was imperative for him to visit his old company, FAZ. General Manager Zhang and the others looked at Lin Shuwen, now at the level of Deputy General Manager, and it was impossible not to feel envious, especially since Deputy General Manager Zhang had also said many formalities. After the pleasantries, Lin Shuwen sought out Huibo. After gaining insights from Old Fong, he prepared to replicate this model, deciding to enlist Huibo for the Zhejiang region. After a brief conversation, Lin Shuwen directly expressed his intentions, and Huibo readily agreed. Adding with a hint of frustration, "Shuwen, you have no idea. If you hadn't come this time, my friends and I were seriously considering shutting down. Honestly, I was never worried about our business when you were here, but ever since you left, Zhang Jingwen took over Division 1 and 4 and merged them into a new Division 1. The business has truly become distressing. Did you know? The senior management has already transferred our Huadong business to other companies, leaving only Zhejiang." As Lin Shuwen listened to Huibo's complaints, he found little to say. The two exchanged much regarding the subsidiaries, and Lin Shuwen's proposal remained aligned with Old Fong's merger strategy. However, this time, Huibo's business volume had indeed reached a surprising 20% share. Lin Shuwen believed that with Huibo's support from FAZ and his own FA Jiangsheng, the development of this subsidiary would be particularly promising. Lin Shuwen spent 3 days in Zhejiang, after which his focus shifted to Jiangsu, where he sought out Ding Yi, a local with roots in Jiangsu. Previously, due to FAZ, Ding Yi worked in Zhejiang, but with the establishment of FA Jiangsheng and Lin Shuwen's business adjustments, he had moved directly to Jiangsu, where he was now well acquainted. Together with Ding Yi, Lin Shuwen dedicated a week to visiting the primary contacts for Medea and other FA Jiangsheng companies. The subsequent focus was on the subsidiary matters, which did not disappoint Lin Shuwen. This time, Ding Yi's share was more substantial, totaling 25%, with 5% included in the original 10% employee equity pool. The only difference was that this 5% would be taken upon departure. In Anhui, Lin Shuwen also reached out to an old acquaintance, Zhao Qinghua, whom he had known during their time at FAZ. Zhao, previously engaged in ER cases, had left his former company due to dissatisfaction with certain internal matters. After Lin Shuwen founded FA Jiangsheng, Zhao transitioned to a primary company in Anhui under the Beijing Foreign Enterprise Group. Although he continued in the ER field, it was considerably more comfortable than before at FAZ. Lin Shuwen had maintained contact with him due to their collaboration on various cases. Now, as they discussed the same topics, their interests aligned closely, leading to a favorable response. With assistance from the Anhui company, Lin Shuwen also gained a significant advantage regarding the 2 production bases for Medea, surpassing others in terms of delivery. The final stop in Huadong was Modu, where the largest projects for FA Jiangsheng included the Tianmawai Electronics and Old Bird RPO and BPO projects. Lin Shuwen reached out to his former subordinate, Jiang Long, who is now responsible for the delivery module in the Huadong business area. If all goes according to plan, Lin Shuwen would eventually appoint him to oversee the entire delivery department. Currently, he was dissatisfied with the state of the delivery department, but considering the circumstances, he refrained from making abrupt changes. After spending half a month traversing the Huadong business area, Lin Shuwen, having gained experience from Huanan, was pleased with the progress made. As August 25th approached, he noted that he had only completed 2 business regions and prepared to shift his mindset, especially since the upcoming regions did not possess a wealth of business opportunities. In both Huabei and Xibei, whether for FA Jiangsheng or his own company, the involvement was minimal, allowing Lin Shuwen to complete his designated tasks in just 2 days in each location. In the realm of subsidiaries, it is evident that Geng Chao from the northwest and Su Ying from North China would not decline the proposal put forth by Lin Shuwen. The proceedings unfolded with remarkable smoothness. Given the limited scale of operations in these 2 regions and their substantial experience, my uncle swiftly accomplished his tasks. Subsequently, Lin Shuwen directed his efforts towards the southwest business sector. In this region, Lin Shuwen oversees 3 provinces with subsidiary companies and the operations of FA Jiangsheng. Moreover, since this area was established after the founding of FA Jiangsheng, Lin Shuwen's visits have been infrequent, thus designating this trip as a priority. Chapter 85. Conclusion. In every business location, Lin Shuwen dedicated 3 days of his time, focusing primarily on communication with his team. This approach marked a distinct departure from his previous practice of visiting clients with his team. He adhered to a strict schedule, arriving and departing on time, and took the opportunity to understand the work conditions of the employees. It was only on weekends that Lin Shuwen would accompany management personnel to meet with clients. Therefore, despite the presence of business operations across 3 provinces, he ultimately spent merely 2 weeks on this endeavor. There were no significant issues with the subsidiary companies, and following the completion of this survey, it was already September 13th. The final destination was, of course, the 4 provinces of central China. While this region served as Lin Shuwen's stronghold, its business operations could not currently compete with those of other areas, particularly the South and East China regions. Nonetheless, the significance of central China held a unique value for Lin Shuwen. The central China business area encompasses Hubei, Hunan, Henan, and Jiangxi provinces, with the FA Jiangxing Company thriving primarily in Hubei province, where it is expanding various business ventures centered around Jiangxing. Given that Lin Shuwen was operating from his headquarters, he was well aware of many situations. Nevertheless, he still devoted 3 days to research and adjustments within each province. Indeed, in the 4 provinces of central China, Lin Shuwen focused on making adjustments for the FA Jiangxing Company, especially in market strategy. Su Pei, who had been with Lin Shuwen since the inception of the FAZ Company project, had developed a long-standing partnership with him. Due to their special relationship, Lin Shuwen implemented vertical management directly in central China. Manager Su, the market department, delivery department, and business department of the central China region will all undergo vertical management. The pressure on you will be considerable, but since you have previously overseen both delivery and business, I believe you possess the capability to take the reins. Your task is to initiate vigorous market development starting in October. Upon Lin Shuwen's arrival in Jiangxing on September 14th, he confirmed this structure during a meeting at the FA Jiangxing Company. Subsequently, he, along with Su Pei, his brother-in-law, and a Tian, embarked on a business investigation across the 4 provinces. To avoid any conflicts of interest and ensure that the market department head, Chen Shi, could grasp the reality without complications, Lin Shuwen took him along, alongside the legal and partner representatives. The group, consisting of over 10 individuals, commenced their operations in the central China business area, which continued until September 25th, when these matters were formally concluded. By September 25th, a Monday, Lin Shuwen was particularly focused on the Meidi project, which had reached its final stages over the past month. All business regions were now in the winding-up phase, and the results achieved were immensely satisfying to Lin Shuwen. However, after nearly 2 months of business trips with little to no rest, Lin Shuwen reported to Director 1 and others to make them aware of his efforts, leading to a well-deserved break. With his sister's wedding approaching during the National Day holiday, he planned to travel home to assist with the preparations. Yet, just as Lin Shuwen was ready to finalize company matters on Monday and begin his leave on Tuesday, September 26th, he received an unexpected phone call in the afternoon. "Old classmate, I heard you've become a high-ranking executive and drive a big G. I wonder if I might have the chance to treat you to a meal and catch up on business?" Lin Shuwen had retained the same mobile number since university, and this call was from Xiong Lu, a girl he remembered well. In their class, there were only a few standout individuals, and Xiong Lu, being a local of Jiangcheng, had a bold and open personality. Lin Shuwen recalled that during high school, she had been in a relationship with a fellow student from a prestigious institution nearby, but they seemed to have split before graduation. Lin Shuwen believed both had found new partners during university, as Xiong Lu had cohabited with a handsome classmate from their department in her senior year, and it was rumored they had married and moved to Fuzhou. Their interactions during university were minimal, with conversations limited to class activities where she had collected everyone's contact information for coordination. This call marked their first actual conversation. Lin Shuwen wondered if she had not yet moved to Fujian and how she had learned about his current situation. After contemplating these questions, he responded sincerely, "I apologize, old classmate, but I am on leave today. My sister is getting married during the National Day holiday, and I must assist her with the wedding preparations. Would it be possible for us to gather after the holiday? I can invite Wang Song, Jiang Min, and our class monitor, Peng Gu, along with his girlfriend, Yang Yang, for a reunion." Though unsure of the nature of her business, Lin Shuwen remained cautious, recognizing that they had never been particularly close during university. Now, 2 years post-graduation, he felt a heightened sense of vigilance. Inviting fellow classmates, who shared years of camaraderie, would allow for adaptability should any situation arise. He preferred not to outright refuse her invitation, as it seemed unnecessary. Xiong Lu responded enthusiastically. immediately agreeing and offering to organize the gathering after confirming Lin Shuwen's availability, suggesting that more classmates might join. Faced with this situation, Lin Shuwen naturally acquiesced. Putting the matter aside, Lin Shuwen boarded a flight to Lancheng that same day, leaving his vehicle with his brother-in-law and uncle. Initially, he intended to take them along, but both had prioritized their business commitments and declined the invitation. Upon arriving in Lancheng, the arrangements for my elder sister's wedding had already been thoroughly discussed. A celebration was to be held in Lancheng and another in our hometown. To minimize complications, both events were to be hosted at hotels, with particular emphasis on the venue chosen by Lin Shuwen in the city. Not only did Lin Shuwen secure the finest hotel, but he also prepared an impressive 30 tables, calculating for a total of 240 guests, assuming 8 individuals per table. Chapter 86. National Day. In an effort to make his elder sister's wedding unforgettable for the entire village, Lin Shuwen arranged for a chartered bus to transport relatives from the town to the hotel in the city. By the time he arrived, his 2 brothers had already done a commendable job managing the preparations. The wedding was scheduled for October 2nd, and after 3 consecutive days of diligent work, Lin Shuwen received an unexpected delight. Late that evening, around 10 o'clock, he received a message from Hong Chengzi, which filled him with excitement, for she had arrived in Lancheng. Without hesitation, Lin Shuwen made his way to the airport, and upon picking up Hong Chengzi, they headed straight to the hotel, opting to forego his own home, where too many prying eyes would be present. Reflecting on their previous encounters, it had been nearly 2 months since their last profound interaction at the end of July during a training session in Jingcheng. It seemed to be a pattern. Each of their meaningful exchanges occurred approximately every 2 months. The demands of work had indeed consumed much of Lin Shuwen's time, but the anticipation of seeing Hong Chengzi made the wait worthwhile. "Big Orange, what brings you to Lancheng? Have you missed me?" he inquired. "I came to be a bridesmaid for my college friend's wedding during the National Day holiday. My boyfriend is attending his college friend's wedding as a groomsman in Sanya, so we're both attending separate events," she replied. At that moment, Lin Shuwen finally understood the reason for her visit. While he had tuned out much of what she had said, the significance of October 2nd resonated with him. "So, you will be here for at least 4 days? You should inform your friend that our company has a partnership with a hotel here, which could be reimbursed. It would be more convenient for you to stay there instead of at your friend's arrangement." Saving her some trouble, he suggested. Hong Chengzi raised her eyebrows playfully, understanding his intent, but ultimately agreed, realizing that resisting was futile. Thus, the following days were joyfully arranged according to Lin Shuwen's plans. During the day, he busied himself with preparations for his sister's wedding, and at night, he indulged in the lively atmosphere of youth, reveling in his vitality at the age of 24. As October 2nd arrived, the wedding unfolded seamlessly, adhering to the meticulous plans set forth by Lin Shuwen and his sister. However, as he witnessed his sister being taken away from their home, a profound sense of emptiness washed over him. Although she was close by, the notion of entering another's household was a poignant reminder of change. That evening, after a few conversations, Lin Shuwen finally let go of his worries about Hong Chengzi. She comforted him, saying, "I'll return on the 6th. Let us enjoy our time in Lancheng together." Naturally, this news delighted Lin Shuwen, and they embraced, finding solace in each other's company, which lifted his spirits by the following day. The days leading up to the 5th were filled with playful adventures, each engaging in their own pursuits, yet sharing moments together in the evenings. Beneath her serene exterior, Hong Chengzi revealed an enchanting side that captivated Lin Shuwen. After fully unlocking the depths of their connection, Lin Shuwen felt a surge of accomplishment, yet he recognized his own limitations in knowledge. Therefore, on the night of the 5th, he playfully declared, "Little enchantress, when I return, I shall delve into new knowledge, and you will learn that I am indeed remarkable." The distinction between youth and maturity often lies within experience. For Lin Shuwen, this was no longer a challenge, allowing for a seamless exchange akin to that of long-lost friends who instinctively understand one another without the need for words. On the 6th, it was clear that they could not depart together, as Lin Shuwen had to accompany his uncles. He was cautious, knowing that revealing his connection to Hong Chengzi could lead to unnecessary complications. As October arrived, it was imperative for Lin Shuwen to assess the status of the F.A. Jiangqing Company and his own ventures. Although the third quarter report was less formal than the semi-annual one, he still needed to visit the headquarters in Mo. Maintaining personal connections is vital, as relying solely on virtual communication could lead to a gradual estrangement. Ultimately, The achievements of the third quarter would lend Lin Shuwen considerable pride when presenting his performance at the MO2 headquarters. As of October 14th, the number of employees engaged in our Medea project and the 3 logistics projects has reached a remarkable total of 16,000. When we incorporate the previously employed personnel along with the new recruits from September and October, our overall workforce has surged to an impressive 35,000. According to the latest business division, the distribution of personnel stands as follows: 8,000 in Huadong, 7,000 in Huanan, 8,000 in Huazhong, approximately 5,000 in both Huabei and Sinan, and finally, over 2,000 in the Northwest Business Region. Chapter 87. Headquarters Affairs. This is the most accurate data that Lin Shuwen obtained from the Finance Department's Guangxiujia last Friday on the 14th, as this batch of individuals directly followed the payment process. The differences among Huazhong, Huadong, and Huanan are negligible, while the second tier, comprising Huabei and Sinan, is evenly matched. However, Lin Shuwen harbored no optimistic views regarding the Northwest, as the operations in that region currently rely solely on the veteran staff and the Santong Ida project, with no other initiatives able to take root there at present. General Manager Lin, our monthly revenue is projected to be around 30 million, and this year's total revenue, based on the current staff count, will reach 300 million. If we maintain our current staff levels, next year our revenue could rise to 360 million. Should we secure a few significant projects before the end of this year, I believe we might even achieve 500 million next year, elevating us to provincial company status and fulfilling the tasks of a first-tier branch. Guangxiujia, the usually composed finance lady, expressed with excitement. Who would have anticipated that in less than a year, merely 3 quarters and 9 months since the establishment of F.A. Jianqing Company, the revenue target has already been reached at 300 million. Even with the headquarters' substantial support, this achievement cannot be overlooked by anyone. Xiujia, we cannot rush the matter of the company's elevation. Over the past 9 months, particularly this quarter, everyone has been on edge due to the Santong Ida and Medea projects. Although I mentioned in the meeting that I hope they can deliver results in these final 3 months, that was merely an aspiration. They need to relax a bit, otherwise, sustained tension will lead to issues. This was Lin Shuwen's candid truth. He had already exceeded this year's goal, and it was time for everyone to take a well-deserved break. As for market expansion, which market can be conquered in such a short time? Under the guise of market exploration, Lin Shuwen's true intention was for everyone to use company funds wisely, attending necessary business trips, and taking time to recuperate. Currently, Guangxiujia holds a profound trust in Lin Shuwen, a young man 2 decades her junior. Upon hearing his words, she abandoned her plan to set high targets for the company in her quarterly report, opting instead to align with Lin Shuwen's perspective. Lin Shuwen attended this report alone, yet even in his solitary presence, the standards set by the headquarters remained unaltered. From the very first day of his reporting, Lin Shuwen embarked on his tenure at headquarters, spending the next 4 days assisting Chairman 1 and General Manager and I, attending to clients and participating in various gatherings. During the daytime, he engaged in discussions with department heads, fostering business relationships. This week became Lin Shuwen's time to be the diligent student, for who could deny that he is a warm-hearted and approachable leader? If Lin Shuwen's employees were to learn of this, they would undoubtedly disagree. On Saturday evening, as Lin Shuwen bid farewell to Chairman 1, the latter earnestly advised, Lin, Xiao Hao likely conveyed some matters to you during your time in Beijing. Sometimes, do not take his words too seriously. The Beijing branch is quite unique within the entire group, with the most complex circumstances. Do not let his comments tighten your nerves unnecessarily. After returning from Beijing to Jiangxing, your performance during the 2-month inspection of your business area has been commendable. However, you must ponder the concept of moderation. Remember, the overall situation of the group cannot be altered. Xiao Hao may lack knowledge about certain matters and has become anxious. What I can tell you is that the situation concerning Xiao Hua cannot simply be brushed aside by the retirement of Old Hua. Currently, some individuals within the state-owned assets are still providing support, leading them to believe that the situation is settled. However, by the end of this year, barring unforeseen circumstances, the relevant leaders from state-owned assets are likely to retire, and some matters will require scrutiny. You need only to be aware of this. Do not share it with Xiao Hao. Chairman Wang believes that he previously exerted insufficient pressure on Xiao Hao, thus testing him to experience the pressure firsthand. I mention this to ensure that you do not overwhelm your team with excessive pressure, allowing them some degree of relaxation. Furthermore, I have reviewed your company's data. Achieving at least 400 million next year poses no issue. The goal of 100 million is quite attainable. If you strive earnestly, by year-end you will ascend to the status of a first-tier branch, at which point you can truly gain a voice within the group. Only then can you consider the company's interests. In the face of Lin Shuwen, an emerging talent, even Chairman Wen expressed his appreciation. That evening, he imparted much wisdom to Lin Shuwen, solidifying his role as a central figure in Chairman Wen's eyes. As Lin Shuwen prepared to leave, Chairman Wen remarked, "Xiao Lin, you should begin drafting your annual work report by mid-January. The chairman will visit Modu at that time, and you must present a comprehensive account of your year's work." Lin Shuwen felt deeply moved. However, upon returning to his hotel, he unexpectedly encountered General Manager Ni's vehicle. As the window rolled down and the assistant exited the car, Lin Shuwen understood that there was something important General Manager Ni wished to discuss with him. Once inside the car, General Manager Ni directly stated, "Chairman Wen must have informed you not to apply excessive pressure on your team members, right? While I may have differing opinions on many matters with him, I concur with his stance on this. Hao Jia probably relayed some details to you during your trip to Beijing, making you feel pressured. Consequently, you have been working tirelessly these past 2 months. However, my young friend, do not forget that your company is merely a secondary branch. Even if you ascend to a first-tier joint venture branch next year, you will not qualify to participate in those matters. The struggles within the foreign enterprises in Beijing only involve those 22 companies who are eligible to engage. As the second company among these 22, while you have garnered attention, you are still not as significant as you may believe. Only when you ascend to the ranks of one of the esteemed directors of FA, or when the Jingxing Foreign Enterprise Group elevates your company to the same level as the 22 others, will you be deemed worthy to partake in such matters. Until then, focus on your own responsibilities and refrain from indulging in fanciful thoughts. Ultimately, upon your return, ensure that your company's marketing department is purged of any inefficiencies. Should you be uncertain, consult with the head of your company's Administrative and Human Resources Division. If she is uninformed, then consider replacing the personnel in that department as well. In comparison to Chairman Wen, General Manager Ni instills a far greater sense of confidence in Lin Shuwen. Chapter 88. The unfathomable human heart. Though the reasons remain elusive, for 2 months, everyone was subjected to overtime work, complete with compensation, all for a significant project. Now, however, it has devolved into a high-pressure environment for the employees, with General Ni recently mentioning the restructuring of the marketing department. Such trivial matters left Lin Shuwen feeling quite overwhelmed. On October 23rd, the day of the frost descent in the lunar calendar, which also happened to be a Sunday evening, Lin Shuwen returned to Jiangxing. Instead of resting, he promptly dialed Su Pei's number. "Su Pei, is your partner with you? If so, please put it on speaker. I have something to discuss with both of you." Given that Su Pei is married, Lin Shuwen felt the weight of consideration, especially at this late hour of 9 p.m., and the fact that they were in a superior-subordinate relationship. Once Su Pei confirmed that her partner was present and had switched to speaker mode, Lin Shuwen proceeded, "I apologize for disturbing you at such a late hour, but I have matters to confirm with Su Pei regarding my recent visit to the headquarters in Modu. I just landed at the airport, and if it is convenient for you, I can be at the vicinity of your home in an hour. We need to find a place to discuss some important matters. Su Pei, please keep this call confidential and do not inquire with anyone else about the situation." After Lin Shuwen finished speaking, Su Pei's partner quickly responded, "Lin Zong, we are old acquaintances. I will have Su Pei send you our location. Once you arrive, please come upstairs. It is more convenient to discuss matters at home." Lin Shuwen agreed, and an hour later, he knocked on Su Pei's door. This marked Lin Shuwen's first visit to Su Pei's home after her marriage. The European-style decor aligned well with Su Pei's aesthetic. Not wanting to linger, Lin Shuwen merely glanced around before addressing Su Pei's partner, La Wang. "As you mentioned, we are old friends, so please do stay." Observing the serious expression on Lin Shuwen's face, they both took a seat. Lin Shuwen then stated directly, "Su Pei, both of us joined FAZ in July 2014, working on the veteran project together. Over the course of 2 years, we have traversed a path that would typically take others 5 to 10 years. I believe I have treated you fairly compared to other new entrants in the company. The next step for FA Jiangxing is to elevate to a provincial company, which will inevitably lead to the establishment of subordinate branches. My plan includes 7 business districts. each representing a separate branch. However, for the Huazhong district, I am directly constructing the framework based on a branch model. Besides being the head of the Huazhong business district, you, Su Pei, are also the head of the current delivery department of FA Jiangxing. While each business district has its own delivery team, they all fall under your purview. Within FA Jiangxing, I can confidently assert that my trust and your position are only second to mine. I believe you are an astute individual. Rather than directly asking you, it is preferable to allow you to articulate what you need to convey. After a moment of silence, Su Pei slowly replied, Lin Zong, when you began your inspections of the 7 business districts in August, particularly concerning the station business and Old Fang's team, you set certain targets for the marketing department, which led to significant resistance. They feel that, having recently joined the company, and with our current projects reliant on allocations from headquarters, they should not be burdened with such pressure. Shortly after your inspections, Chen Shi visited the places you had just left over the weekend, encouraging some individuals to report back to headquarters. I heard about this from my subordinates, but I lack concrete evidence. I intended to discuss this with you upon your return from your report. As you had previously emphasized that the focus should remain on the delivery of the Santong, Ida, and Medea projects, without disruption to these priorities. Manager Lu Hongsheng has also approached both me and Manager Wang Xiujie regarding this matter. The 3 of us thought about your considerable pressures, and we believed it best to let you address Chen Shi after your report to avoid any unforeseen complications. After listening to Su Pei, Lin Shuwen remained silent for a moment before responding. This situation is not as simple as you perceive. During my report at headquarters tonight, Chairman Wen and General Ni advised me against imposing high pressure on employees due to revenue goals, warning that such an approach could backfire and lead to serious repercussions. Noticing Su Pei's intent to speak, Lin Shuwen raised a hand and, looking her in the eye, added solemnly, I hope that in the future, you will communicate any issues directly to me. I find myself in a position where it is exceedingly difficult to hear the voices of grassroots employees. If even you cannot relay information directly, then my understanding of the true state of affairs within FA is akin to a blind man trying to grasp an elephant. I ask you to keep tonight's disturbance confidential. I would prefer to avoid any rumors circulating about my late-night discussions with a female subordinate. Concluding with a hint of jest, Lin Shuwen departed. After he left, Su Pei's husband remarked, Dear, if there are any whispers or hints of trouble, communicate directly with Lin Zong. Do not seek out the finance or administrative departments anymore. Have you considered that if you do not approach them, you might inform Lin Zong directly? If so, why did you seek them out once and not again? How well do you truly know those 2? In comparison to them, alongside you in the company since the beginning, as Lin Zong stated, you have effectively become the second in command within your company. Have you pondered that many are aware that such rumors cannot pose a fatal threat to Lin Zong? But what about you? If Lin Zong had not come to you tonight, but instead conducted his own investigation and uncovered this matter, do you think it would create a rift between you 2? Allow me to speculate with a more malicious intent. Is it possible that this situation is directly targeting you? If you have lost the trust of Lin Zong, is there a possibility that the current Huazhong business district may become flattened and operate on the same level as several other business districts, leading to direct competition among all? Su Pei's husband was conducting an analysis, but as he continued, Su Pei's expression drastically changed. It was evident that she had begun to contemplate numerous implications. Chapter 89. The workplace. Her husband continued, stating that if this matter escalated, everyone in the company would know that General Manager Lin would remain unscathed. However, the Huazhong business district, which operates differently from other regions, might directly transform to mirror the other 6 districts. Consequently, my responsibilities would be confined solely to the Huazhong business sector and the overall delivery segment of the company, potentially forcing me to make a difficult choice. The marketing department presents the greatest opportunities, yet my 2 subordinates also hold significant potential. Lin Shuwen, seeking insight into this situation, approached Su Pei not only to understand the matter, but also to discern the underlying intentions of others. After grasping the context, he surmised Chen Shi's motives, just as Su Pei had suggested, yet Lin Shuwen refrained from articulating his thoughts, hoping Su Pei would arrive at her own conclusions. More importantly, he intended to use this incident to convey to Su Pei and her colleagues the importance of transparency and the necessity of not taking decisions on his behalf. On October 24th, the number 4 was deemed somewhat inauspicious, a sentiment shared by Chen Shi. The previous night, he received an urgent notification from the company, instructing every head of marketing, business, and delivery from each district to convene in Jiangxing for a meeting scheduled for 2 p.m. Thus, he spent the entire night fielding calls from his subordinates, all the while feeling perplexed and seeking clarity from others, yet finding no useful information. After a restless night, he encountered numerous delays on his drive to the office, and upon entering, he was met with cold mockery from Su Pei, who seemed to be in the throes of a midlife crisis. As he lamented that this was not his day, he remained oblivious to the fact that his unfortunate ordeal was merely beginning. At 2 p.m., all 21 individuals from the 7 business districts assembled in the conference room. Lin Shuwen, accompanied by Lu Hongqing and several members from the Human Resources Department, entered with a stern expression, addressing the silent assembly without taking a seat. He declared that the purpose of this urgent meeting was quite simple: to relieve their stress. Lin Shuwen's icy demeanor and chilling words, particularly after announcing the meeting's intent, swept over Chen Shi and the other members of the marketing department, heightening their sense of foreboding. He continued, stating that he had approached the headquarters with a sense of pride, given that FA Jiangxing had achieved a target of 300 million, with next year's goal of 500 million seemingly within reach, marking a historic milestone for the group by ascending to a first-tier subsidiary within 2 years. However, he was met with admonitions from both the chairman and the president, who chastised him for neglecting the welfare of his subordinates, almost provoking a collective protest at headquarters. Having invoked the authority of the higher-ups, Lin Shuwen directed his gaze toward the marketing department, the only group capable of stirring trouble within his team. Under the scrutiny of their hostile peers, the members of the marketing department swallowed hard, glancing at Chen Shi. As Chen Shi prepared to voice his concerns, he was abruptly interrupted by Lin Shuwen, who continued to deepen their despair. He had already reported to the headquarters and completed the necessary formalities with Manager Liu. From this day forth, the marketing department members would directly report to the headquarters, bypassing Lin Shuwen altogether. He expressed that their experience had provided valuable lessons for FA Jiangxing and concluded with a sarcastic call for applause to bid them farewell. Both the urban representatives and others were left in shock as Lin Shuwen led the mocking applause, and Lu Hongqing presented the administrative notice before Chen Shi. At that moment, Chen Shi found it hard to believe that he and his marketing team had been summarily returned to the headquarters. This was nothing short of an insult. He had numerous words to express, yearning for Lin Shuwen to acknowledge the respect due to his department, to have his former subordinates regard his team with esteem. He had never contemplated leaving FA Jiangxing. However, faced with Lin Shuwen's decisive actions that transferred the internal conflict to the headquarters, Chen Shi found himself utterly bewildered. This dismissal left his team tarnished, signaling the headquarters' intent to facilitate their exit, which only served to illustrate that Lin Shuwen had not subdued them, but instead forced them to seek another path. Lin Shuwen, a celebrated vice president within the corporate hierarchy, was audacious in his actions. As Chen Shi departed the FA Jiangxing office, lost and despondent, he could not fathom the gravity of his situation. After delivering such an affront to Chen Shi and his team, Lin Shuwen instructed Lu Hongqing to leave. The conference room was then filled solely with his trusted associates, where Lin Shuwen finally unleashed his pent-up frustrations. Lu Hongqing, having witnessed Lin Shuwen's cold demeanor since this morning when he directed her to liaise with the headquarters for the return of the marketing team, understood that he was well aware of the issues within the department and that the ramifications were far beyond their initial expectations. Otherwise, he would not have issued notifications to every business district so promptly upon his return. However, she still regarded the matter with a degree of simplicity. Just as she emerged and spotted Wang Xiujie approaching, the two of them instinctively stood at the entrance of the conference room, yet before uttering a word, they were met with the furious roar of Lin Shuwen from within. It was not only they who heard it. The entire office was engulfed in the echo of his wrath. The enraged Lin Shuwen instilled a sense of fear in all present. Chapter 90. The arm and the thigh. The office of FA Jiangxing Company is rather modest in size, accommodating only around 50 individuals due to the establishment of 7 business districts. Thus, within the confines of approximately 300 square meters, the acoustics leave much to be desired. Consequently, Lin Shuwen's furious outburst resonated throughout the office, interrupting the hushed conversations of his colleagues. It was the first time anyone, including his longtime associate Su Pei, had witnessed such unbridled rage from Lin Shuwen. Upon hearing his furious roar, a profound silence enveloped the conference room and its surroundings. The attendees within lowered their heads, bracing themselves against Lin Shuwen's wrath, while those outside the room strained to hear the echoes of his indignation, exchanging glances laden with apprehension. The most affected were Lu Hongqing and Wang Xiujia, who stood at the conference room's entrance. Typically composed, Lin Shuwen unleashed a torrent of expletives, declaring, "Are you all completely oblivious? Do you not realize I have been robbed? Do you not know that Chen Shi, that scoundrel, arrived just as I was leaving? Do you understand that I approached headquarters with the intention of taking credit, only to be berated, completely unaware of the situation?" He continued, "Let me make this clear. If anything like this happens again, I will not tolerate it." After half an hour of relentless tirades, Lin Shuwen finally concluded his outburst. Following his dramatic exit, Lu Hongqing entered to announce the newly revised organizational structure. The remaining 6 business districts would henceforth operate under a vertical jurisdiction model similar to that of Huazhong, with 6 individuals, including Lao Feng, assuming actual leadership roles. Once the branch offices were established, they would officially become the heads of those divisions. However, the pressure on them was considerable, as Lin Shuwen had mandated the completion of personnel recruitment for the marketing department by the end of October, alongside achieving the goals set during Chen Shi's arrival by the end of the year. Despite the challenges, the team accepted their responsibilities with enthusiasm, eager to embrace their newfound authority. Accompanying this structural adjustment, Fa Jianxin Company would establish 6 departments: marketing, partnership, finance, human resources and administration, logistics, and legal affairs, while other functions would be delegated to the respective business districts. Initially, Lin Shuwen had not intended to include a marketing department, but he harbored concerns that the various business units might falter under the weight of their responsibilities. Furthermore, he was apprehensive about the effectiveness of his recruitment team and the partnerships, hence the additional layer of oversight. Lin Shuwen was deeply invested in this restructuring, hoping that this eruption and subsequent adjustment would facilitate genuine growth among his colleagues. Otherwise, he would find himself utterly exhausted. After Lin Shuwen's departure, the personnel from the 7 business districts swiftly vacated Jiangxing, returning to their respective territories. Nonetheless, the repercussions of Lin Shuwen's decision to return a substantial number of marketing department personnel to headquarters were significant. Currently, Fa Jianxin Company had only 25 individuals in the marketing department, and Lin Shuwen had returned around 20 of them to headquarters, retaining only 5 from their own recruitment efforts. It was reported that he had asserted that the marketing department would handle personnel replenishment independently, without assistance from headquarters. What does assistance imply? In essence, it signifies that the individuals returned to headquarters had completely lost faith in the arrangements made for them. However, it must be said that both Chairman Wen and President I exhibited remarkable tolerance towards Lin Shuwen. If this had been any other first-tier branch company, they would have responded differently. If you could generate 300 million in revenue within a year with your team and elevate to a first-tier branch in 2 years, while Lin Shuwen ascended to the role of first-tier branch president within 3 years, then you would certainly enjoy a similar degree of leniency. I have no desire to dwell on this, but the individuals returned this time are truly unfortunate. I have received information from the administration department that these individuals will be assigned to various branch offices nationwide, including regions such as the vast Northwest, Northeast, and Southwest. Considering the limited business presence in these areas, coupled with local peculiarities, their ability to penetrate these markets would indeed be a rarity. Unfortunate, a group lacking in foresight, attempting to engage in power plays. This is precisely why the company considered the implications of termination to be substantial. Otherwise, these individuals would have faced immediate dismissal. Now, it has merely transformed into a slow form of attrition. As discussions regarding this matter circulated among many at headquarters, the group, led by Chen Shi, arrived the following day. Strictly speaking, some of these individuals had not been recruited by headquarters, but were instead coordinated from a brother company within a foreign enterprise group in Jiangxing. Arranging for their placement in other brother companies proved to be a challenge. As this group reviewed their new roles in the Human Resources Department at headquarters, many were taken aback. Those from Guangzhou found themselves assigned to Heilongjiang. Those from Fujian were sent to the vast Northwest. Every arrangement was ostensibly reasonable, as the procedural aspects presented no issues. The fury stemming from incompetence is a sentiment anyone can experience at any time. In this instance, this group directed their ire not towards Chen Shi, but rather towards headquarters and Lin Shuwen, resulting in a chaotic scene at headquarters. It was only when officials from relevant departments arrived that Chen Shi was extricated from the turmoil. However, following this incident, Headquarters did not alter their new appointments, and many realized that there was no turning back, leading a significant portion to resign on the spot. The remaining few, although relocated, did not last more than a month before voluntarily departing. Upon their arrival at the new company, the foremost challenge they encountered was the pervasive rejection from both the organization and the personnel within the new department. Humans are inherently social creatures. It is untenable for anyone to endure in an environment where communication is absent, where one is merely assigned tasks without assistance, and where mistakes are met with reprimand. This situation ultimately culminated in the F.A. Jiangsheng Company establishing the framework for branch offices across 7 business districts, resulting in the departure of all those who instigated the discord. Chapter 91. Old classmates. As Lin Shuwen dealt with this matter, the F.A. Jiangsheng Company and the 2 companies in his possession were swiftly undergoing a transformation. However, Lin Shuwen soon encountered a troublesome situation regarding a phone call he received from Xiong Lu before his elder sister's wedding during the National Day holiday. Xiong Lu had mentioned that she was organizing a gathering of old classmates, and Lin Shuwen had agreed to attend. Yet, unexpectedly, Xiong Lu was unable to coordinate the event. Initially, she had proposed gathering during the last couple of days of the holiday, but some individuals wished to take advantage of the extended break for leisure activities, leading to a rushed schedule. Subsequently, despite the weekend being available, it was regrettably challenging to gather everyone. It seemed that one person had a commitment while another had an obligation. Both Xiong Lu and Lin Shuwen understood that the real concern among their peers was the potential discussion of insurance during the reunion. With only 2 years since their graduation, everyone still found it difficult to decline requests, particularly when faced with an attractive female classmate from their past. Thus, many opted out to avoid complications. In light of this situation, after 3 unsuccessful attempts to organize the gathering, Xiong Lu decided to invite Lin Shuwen for a private meeting instead. Old classmate, how about this Friday evening? I'll invite Jiang Min and Wang Song so we can catch up. I cannot guarantee anyone else will join, she suggested. This was after her 3rd failed attempt at organizing a reunion. However, Wang Song and Jiang Min ultimately backed out, citing the need to accompany their girlfriends, which felt like a heavy blow to Lin Shuwen. Yet, he was hesitant about meeting Xiong Lu alone, fearing potential complications. Ultimately, he told her he couldn't find anyone else to join, to which she promptly countered with an invitation to visit his company. Unable to refuse, Lin Shuwen agreed to meet on November 28th. Upon their meeting, Lin Shuwen was indeed taken aback by Xiong Lu's transformation. Although she had been attractive during their university days, her makeup skills had significantly improved over the past 2 years, particularly in the insurance industry where presentation is paramount. With her tall stature and striking features, she radiated a primal beauty, reminiscent of the captivating presence of Tang Wei that once commanded attention. Despite some shortcomings in other areas, her facial allure and height more than compensated, creating an overwhelming impression on Lin Shuwen. Having experienced relationships with both Su Pei and Lu Hongqing, Xiong Lu's type still struck a chord with him, especially since she embodied the goddess he had once secretly admired in college. This made the encounter all the more poignant. Old classmate, your F.A. Jiangsheng Company could seamlessly transfer its insurance business to us at Ping, and rest assured, the compensation will be among the highest in the industry. Furthermore, your operations span across 15 provinces and autonomous regions. Our strength at Ping and will ensure your confidence in our services, she proposed. If she were simply offering Lin Shuwen insurance, he might have considered it without hesitation, as finances were not a pressing concern. However, her direct aim at F.A. Jiangsheng's business was a painful dilemma for him. Old classmate, it's not that I'm unwilling to accept the compensation you mentioned, but this matter is beyond my control. F.A. Jiangsheng is merely a branch office, and although I nominally handle finance and administration, these operations are managed directly by our headquarters. To engage in business with you, we would require approval from the administrative and financial departments, as well as the headquarters, and currently, our entire foreign enterprise group collaborates primarily with Guoshou. Securing this deal is virtually impossible, Lin Shuwen candidly explained. After several minutes of Xiong Lu expressing her difficulties, Lin Shuwen, feeling helpless, engaged in conversation for a while longer until she finally revealed her true intention. Old classmate, I know you have a team. Let us place your team with us at Ping'an. Although Lin Shuwen sometimes found it hard to control himself, his mind remained sharp. Upon hearing Xiong Lu mention her private business dealings, he sensed the complexity of the situation. While feigning contemplation, he sought to extract more information, curious about how she had acquired such details about him. After another 10 minutes, Lin Shuwen suddenly halted the conversation and made a phone call, asking, "Did you sleep with Xiong Lu?" Such a direct statement in front of the involved party was undoubtedly disrespectful. However, the prolonged silence from the other end confirmed Lin Shuwen's suspicions about the source of the information. After hanging up, he regarded Xiong Lu not as an old classmate or former crush, but with the gaze one might reserve for an object of commerce. This scrutiny unsettled Xiong Lu, yet she remained astute and unyielding. In the midst of Lin Shuwen's penetrating gaze, she rose and approached him, understanding that each individual possesses their own methods of negotiation. Every youth harbors a secret crush during their school days, filled with aspirations, yet few act on them. Lin Shuwen, however, had taken that leap. In Lin Shuwen's office, apart from his own desk and chair, there stood a welcoming sofa. This time, in order to demonstrate his importance and respect, Lin Shuwen chose to sit on one of the two sofas facing each other. As soon as Xiong Lu approached, Lin Shuwen promptly stood up and unceremoniously directed Xiong Lu to the position he had originally occupied. Chapter 92. As desired, the scene was set with black leather boots, nude-colored stockings, and a pleated skirt adorned with floral patterns, all showcasing her beauty. With a provocative gaze and hands placed firmly on Lin Shuwen's waist, the subsequent events unfolded as a natural progression. Thanks to the lingering influence of Lin Shuwen from a few days prior, the office door remained undisturbed, as everyone chose to steer clear of him. To mitigate potential risks, Lin Shuwen initially silenced Xiong Lu with a kiss, later offering her a small apple from the desk, signaling her to take a bite, which marked the commencement of their clandestine encounter. It is no wonder that many find thrill in exploring various experiences within the confines of an office. Such sensations are beyond mere verbal description, only truly understood through personal experience. After a brief yet intense interlude lasting several minutes, Lin Shuwen and Xiong Lu concluded their encounter. As adults, having obtained what he desired, Lin Shuwen was mindful of reciprocating to others. A few moments later, he opened the window and turned on the exhaust fan, returning to the negotiating table. "I have nearly 12,000 clients from Fatty. Since you are aware, after December, I will be establishing a new company with around 6,000 clients. As for compensation, you have already provided that, so there is no need for further payment. However, I would like to ensure that such figures remain confidential. If others become aware, I will not hesitate to claim what is rightfully mine." Both were astute individuals. In the end, Lin Shuwen requested that Xiong Lu take the tissues and other items with her, and they agreed upon a future meeting time. With a firm pat on her back, he watched her depart. Lin Shuwen's next course of action involved transitioning the insurance of the remaining 6,000 clients to a different company. Initially, due to his rapport with Fatty, who was the class monitor in university and had connections at Guangzhou, Lin Shuwen had entrusted his personal accounts to Fatty. However, this recent incident had eroded his trust, making a change imperative. Although Fatty was one of the few college friends Lin Shuwen still maintained contact with, he could not compare to his dormitory brothers. That evening, when Fatty arrived with his girlfriend, who was also a university classmate, Lin Shuwen did not decline their visit. Meeting Fatty's expectant gaze, Lin Shuwen explained, "Fatty, Yang, regarding my company, due to its smaller scale previously, I had entrusted the business to Guangzhou along with Fa Jiangqing's operations. However, circumstances have changed. As you are aware, Fa Jiangqing's workforce is set to swell from 35,000 to 50,000 next year, and I am striving for a scale of 20,000 on my end. If I were to continue placing all insurance business with Guangzhou, I would be uneasy. Therefore, I have decided to distribute my business among 2 to 4 insurance companies. I will not disclose further details, but rest assured, Fa Jiangqing's operations will remain with you unless directed otherwise by headquarters." Ultimately, Lin Shuwen refrained from voicing his suspicions, recognizing that he, too, was not a paragon of virtue. If Xiong Lu could engage with him for performance metrics, then what was wrong with leveraging her own body and skills for information from Fatty? It was merely a matter of mutual consent, and for some women, such exchanges constituted their greatest assets, deserving of respect rather than judgment. However, the gratitude Fatty expressed upon leaving was not lost on Lin Shuwen, who resolved that any friendship beyond mere classmates would no longer exist between them. Fatty had forfeited his right to Lin Shuwen's trust. In the realm of domestic credibility and business coverage, only a handful of insurance companies excelled. Lin Shuwen had previously engaged with several and ultimately chose another company, Taikong, to handle his business. To minimize unnecessary complications, he enlisted the help of his uncle, who had fully adapted to his role. The framework for 15 branch offices and one headquarters was nearly complete, especially in the financial sector, where Lin Shuwen sought out 2 trusted former colleagues from his previous life. As his uncle focused on establishing the branch office model, Lin Shuwen also founded another company, swiftly constructing the frameworks for finance and human resources. Compared to the headquarters model requiring direct involvement, the subsidiary model allowed Lin Shuwen to oversee personnel approvals and financial audits, significantly reducing his workload. However, when considering the legal representative and public figurehead for the subsidiary, Lin Shuwen remained cautious. Initially, he contemplated a casual selection, but the erosion of trust stemming from Fatty's secrecy prompted him to seek a reliable candidate. Su Pei, you mentioned your good friend Ji Qiyu was preparing to join our company. What is the current status? Please enlighten me. In recalling Su Pei's earlier inquiry, Lin Shuwen summoned her to his office. Ji Qiyu was among the first collaborators from Lin Shuwen's RPO project with Lianio in 2014. As Lin Shuwen recalled, Ji Qiyu's company had likely thrived over the past 2 years, bolstered by Lin Shuwen's projects while pursuing additional ventures. While not reaching Lin Shuwen's heights, earning hundreds of thousands to millions within a year was certainly within her grasp. It is rather surprising that one must now join Lin Shuwen's company. There must undoubtedly be some underlying circumstances at play. Regrettably, after Lin Shuwen's visit to the headquarters, he has been preoccupied with reorganizing FA Jiangxing Company and has not had the opportunity to address this matter until now, prompted by issues concerning his subsidiary. Subsequently, as Su Pei elucidated the entire situation, Lin Shuwen finally grasped the reasons behind it. Chapter 93. Internal matters in any industry. The contract between Party A and Party B holds paramount importance. In the realm of human resources, where it is crucial to navigate numerous relevant laws and regulations, the drafting of contracts demands even greater caution, particularly concerning the delineation of responsibilities. For Party B, adhering to these boundaries is imperative. Responsibility, in its simplest form, pertains to the stipulations regarding liabilities when an employee encounters an incident. It is essential to specify which party will provide immediate financial assistance in the event of such occurrences and to outline how to respond to any ensuing public discourse. In reputable companies, contracts undergo legal scrutiny before any agreements are finalized. As for Ji Qiyu, her decision to join FA Jiangxing and not establish her own company stemmed from her failure to maintain the critical boundaries in the division of responsibilities within the contract. In her quest to secure Party A's contract, she unwisely chose to shoulder all liabilities herself. Furthermore, her peculiar choice to procure the lowest cost, minimal coverage accident insurance for her employees, providing only a meager sum of 100,000 yuan, reflects her cost-cutting mentality, extending even to dealings with the insurance company regarding enrollment and cancellation. Consequently, when one of her employees tragically fell from a height while working in the warehouse and succumbed to injuries, and another was hospitalized due to being struck, the burden of compensation was inevitable. In 2016, compensation for workplace fatalities in Jiangcheng, including funeral expenses and a one-time allowance, averaged around 650,000 yuan, excluding support for dependents. The deceased was only 40 years old, leaving behind an elderly mother in her 60s, a wife, and 2 young children aged 10 and 7. The wife, who had long been a homemaker and was in poor health, further compounded the financial implications of this tragedy. The monthly salary of the deceased was 4,000 yuan, leading to a bereavement compensation amounting to approximately 880,000 yuan, culminating in a total of around 1.6 million yuan. The most significant burden was that this sum would be entirely borne by Ji Qiyu's company, as there was no social security to mitigate the costs. Another employee who suffered a similar workplace injury faced an equally grim prognosis, as the injury impacted his brain, leaving the possibility of paralysis. Tragically, this individual was only 35 years old, unmarried, with aging parents and a younger brother. For reasons unknown, the family ultimately signed documents relinquishing the option for a second surgery in the intensive care unit, leading to his untimely demise. Fortunately, this case could not be classified as a workplace fatality, resulting in a compensation amount of around 900,000 yuan, covering various expenses incurred during his week-long hospitalization. Combined, the compensation for both incidents totaled 2.5 million yuan, a a financial burden that overwhelmed Ji Qiyu. General Manager Lin, the risks of entrepreneurship are indeed substantial. I now comprehend why you have consistently emphasized the importance of delineating responsibilities in both FA Jiangxing and our own company. Many enterprises have faltered due to this issue, and in light of recent events, I am sincerely grateful to have remained by your side rather than embarking on my own entrepreneurial journey. Lin Shuwen could discern the sincerity in her words, but soon after, Su Pei introduced another perspective, stating that Ji Qiyu's actual business only began in earnest after collaborating with them in 2014. Her net worth was merely around $3 million, and in a bid to cover compensation costs, she sold her newly renovated marital home and canceled her BMW order. The most unfortunate aspect was her fiancé, who, during her most challenging times, allied with some company personnel to seize significant contracts, resulting in their separation. General Manager Lin, Ji Qiyu is currently in dire need of support, and I believe she will not pursue entrepreneurship again. She will likely absorb the lessons from this experience and settle into a more stable life. She even confided in me that, following this ordeal, she has lost faith in love, realizing that what one holds in their hands is truly theirs. There is a deeper meaning in her words. However, it is undeniable that Ji Qiyu's physique and beauty are indeed captivating to Lin Shuwen. Men are naturally drawn to beauty. Hong Chengzi possesses a delicate charm, exuding softness, while Su Pei is petite and resilient. Xiong Lu embodies a wild and untamed spirit. Yet, in Lin Shuwen's eyes, Ji Qiyu is the embodiment of a career-driven woman, a formidable presence in the workplace. If one were to compare her to a celebrity, she resembles Wang Zixuan, especially with her ensemble of denim and a fitted blazer, complemented by her long legs and curves that rival Hong Chengzi's allure. Lin Shuwen once entertained thoughts of pursuing Ji Qiyu, but after conversing with Su Pei, he abandoned that notion. Now, with the opportunity presenting itself once more, Lin Shuwen feels a resurgence of desire, particularly after visiting Ji Qiyu's company with Su Pei and the legal team. Ji Qiyu's haggard appearance exuded a peculiar beauty, one tinged with a hint of melancholy. While Ji Qiyu is currently grappling with the dual loss of both her career and love life, Lin Shuwen is not an animal. He distinguishes between priorities. At this moment, it is paramount for him that Ji Qiyu transitions to his subsidiary, rather than indulging in base instincts. With alluring figures like Hong Chengzi and the ever-available Xiong Lu, Lin Shuwen understands the importance of discretion. Thus, upon encountering Ji Qiyu, Lin Shuwen's demeanor remained composed, approaching her with the concern of a business partner, initiating communication with the foundation of Su Pei's request and their shared objectives. In truth, there is little to communicate regarding this matter. It has been over a month since the incident occurred in September. Although some time was consumed due to another matter in the hospital, most of the necessary discussions have already taken place. In cases governed by compensation standards, as long as both parties are willing to negotiate, they typically adjust within that framework and reach an agreement after 1 or 2 discussions. Currently, the most pressing issue lies in the substantial amount of compensation required, which Ji Qiyu is unable to provide all at once, and she wishes for the other shareholders of the company to share this burden. Thus, the primary concern revolves around the internal issues within Ji Qiyu's company. Chapter 94. The registered capital of a limited liability company presents a significant constraint in certain matters. For instance, Ji Qiyu, along with her 4 partners, including her fiancé, established a company with a registered capital of $2 million. Consequently, when the compensation amount approached $2,500,000, the other partners contemplated filing for bankruptcy. To put it plainly, they intended to evade responsibility, willing to accept only the $2 million liability. One of the critical factors enabling Ji Qiyu's fiancé to rally the others to start anew lies within this scenario. In the original company, Ji Qiyu held a commanding 51% stake, and with her fiancé's 13%, they surpassed the 66.7 threshold for absolute control. The other 3 partners held approximately 11% each, resulting in a mere 20-some thousand each under the $2 million liability, a sum they had far exceeded in earnings over the years. However, Ji Qiyu was unwilling to accept this outcome. It was no longer merely a matter of her desires. If the others chose to abandon their responsibilities, she would be compelled to either cover the entire compensation on behalf of the company and subsequently pursue legal action against her partners or face direct lawsuits from the families of the victims, which would likely lead to bankruptcy. Presently, she found herself without a clear plan. It was only when Su Pei arrived with Lin Shuwen and others that Ji Qiu felt a sense of direction, particularly admiring and trusting Lin Shuwen, a man 2 or 3 years her junior, yet remarkably more capable. Now, her company lay in disarray. She conveyed to her original 4 partners to transfer the 2 million proportionally according to their respective shares, allowing them to withdraw from the company with the projects they had taken. Henceforth, the company would be solely hers, with her assuming all debts. She planned to seek another company for investment or acquisition, but that was a matter for the future. For now, they would take it step by step, and her company's legal counsel could assist her. With outsiders present, Lin Shuwen could not disclose many details. Upon hearing this arrangement, Ji Qiu felt relieved. Later that evening, Su Pei, accompanied by her husband and Lin Shuwen, met with Ji Qiu at her home. Lin Shuwen candidly shared his strategy. I have meticulously reviewed your contracts. If you wish to avoid gambling on uncertain outcomes, cease those contracts immediately. We can consult our legal team on how to operate without breaching any agreements or incurring penalties. The compensation of 2,500,000 would see her original 4 partners contribute around 1 million, leaving her with 1,500,000 to cover. Since her house had yet to be sold, there was no need to proceed with that transaction. Su Pei must have mentioned our subsidiary model. If you are willing, you can merge your company with ours, which will operate under the parent company's name, necessitating a reallocation of shares. You should be aware of some details regarding Su Pei's company. I will not undervalue your enterprise. Based on our company's monthly net profit of 100,000, your company's net profit would translate to an annual figure of 1,200,000, allowing Su Pei to take 20%, approximately 240,000. I will adhere to this standard. Additionally, the parent company's responsibilities are comparatively heavier, so I propose granting you 1% of the parent company's shares, yielding about 300,000 per year. Naturally, the contract will also encompass incentives and managerial rewards. To demonstrate my respect and sincerity, I will acquire your current company for 1 million, offering you 20% of the shares. Although it is the parent company, you will still be able to conduct business, provided it aligns with my requirements. If you can successfully develop both the parent and subsidiary companies, earning around 600,000 a year should not pose a challenge. Presently, Su Pei's Jiangxing company earns only 300,000 to 400,000 annually. Lin Shuwen places great emphasis on talent. Even if he did not offer the 1 million acquisition fee, Ji Qiu would not refuse, though she might harbor some reservations. Thus, Lin Shuwen presented this price, and as he stated, with this offer and subsequent arrangements, he acted in good faith. Indeed, after Lin Shuwen concluded his proposal, Ji Qiu readily agreed. Following this, Lin Shuwen no longer needed to worry, as he trusted Ji Qiu to manage the 50,000 without issue. After all, Su Pei had mentioned that this woman was considering purchasing a BMW worth over 100,000, making it imperative for her to learn a profound lesson. With the matters of the 2 parent companies settled and FA Jiangxing steadily progressing, Lin Shuwen could not afford to miss the opportunity for extra profit. In 2016, Ali directly entered Sanjiang Shopping and the Haitian Jinggong, which had ties to the Grand Banquet. How could Lin Shuwen overlook these enticing stocks? The issuance price for Haitian Jinggong was merely 1.5 yuan, while the opening price on the first day soared to 2.16 yuan. However, from November 7th to December 22nd, the price skyrocketed to 34.29 yuan. What was the price of Sanjiang Shopping before Ali's announcement? On November 21st, Sanjiang issued shares to Ali at 11 yuan, while the market had been around 12 yuan prior, with a halt at 12.71 yuan. Yet, by the peak on December 21st, it reached 54.96 yuan. Regrettably, both companies had a circulation of only 50 million shares, making it impossible for Lin Shuwen to amass substantial stock even if he sought loans for trading. Utilizing 15 accounts from 15 provinces, he realized too late that he had only managed to trade at 5. Nevertheless, he had already invested 40 million to acquire those shares. To mitigate unforeseen circumstances, he ultimately ceased trading, as both the domestic and global stock markets displayed similar trends, with retail investors merely regarded as fodder. Lacking foreknowledge of these events, Lin Shuwen, too, was just another participant in the market. However, it is certain that he will profit handsomely from this 40 million. As for the origin of this 40 million, it is undoubtedly derived from cyclical loans. With a mortgage of over 60 million for 3 properties valued at 80 million, he utilized the acquired properties and office buildings to secure another round of cyclical loans, obtaining 50 million in the process. Nonetheless, this marked his final endeavor of such a nature. Whether in the stock market or through cyclical loans, Lin Shuwen has become increasingly vigilant. He is not a remarkable figure and has no desire to be merely a pawn. Furthermore, the 150,000 bitcoins in his account are poised to bestow upon him great wealth by next year. There is no need to take further risks. Chapter 95 Absurd Logic. The successful additional investment from the direct hiring at the boss's side brought Lin Shuwen delightful news, akin to the activation of a switch for good fortune. The relationships Lin Shuwen had cultivated over nearly a year at Foxconn finally bore fruit as the year drew to a close. In 2016, Foxconn employed over 1 million workers in China, spread across nearly 40 cities nationwide. Unlike other companies such as Tianmawei Electronics, Foxconn's factories in Hubei, Northwest, and Southwest regions were Lin Shuwen's primary targets. Lin Shuwen paved his way with financial resources, utilizing the powerful weapon of deposits to unlock doors to other factories. Under his meticulously crafted plan, the Fa Jiangcheng Company, along with his uncle and Ji Chiyu's 2 companies, surged towards Foxconn. From the preparation of bid documents to the final bidding process, Lin Shuwen dispatched personnel to every city while he personally visited relevant contacts in Jiangcheng as Foxconn commenced its major bidding activities in December. Mr. Jean, Mr. Tai, we hold friendships in high regard here. A 5% revenue share. With a workforce of 1,000, our monthly revenue is approximately 1 million. We will allocate 5% as funds for market expansion, reflecting our sincerity. If you have friends in this industry, they can directly join us. And we will settle at the highest local rates, ensuring everything is above board. For instance, in Jiangcheng, some candidates may not succeed in interviews elsewhere, but with our guidance, they can thrive here, and that can be included in our arrangement. Moreover, we can collaborate on certain lists, integrating resources to maximize their potential and avoid waste. This is beneficial for building our harmonious society. Shaanxi was Lin Shuwen's first stop. The private room housed only 4 individuals, and Lin Shuwen spoke candidly. The critical aspect was that his old friends from Jiangcheng had already communicated with these 2, and their presence here signified much. What remained was to finalize the terms. Indeed, within 5 minutes, Lin Shuwen reached a cooperation agreement with the 2, securing success for Fa Jiangcheng Company. However, due to the reputation and strength of Lin Shuwen's company, he still needed to present at their meeting. At that moment, Lin Shuwen felt the profound significance of a state-owned enterprise, especially in the capital, within the commercial realm. Beginning in December, Lin Shuwen dedicated 6 weeks to expanding Foxconn's business across 6 other operational areas, achieving satisfactory results. In the 40-city operations of Foxconn, Fa Jiangcheng Company secured business in 15 cities, including Jiangcheng, which accounted for 14 new markets. The total workforce in these 15 cities reached nearly 400,000, representing about 1/3 of the total. Lin Shuwen aimed for a minimum target of 15,000 employees in these 14 newly opened markets by the start of the next year, aspiring for 20,000 if circumstances permitted. Achieving the minimum target of 15,000 would enable Fa Jiangcheng Company to reach a workforce goal of 50,000 and an annual revenue target of 500 million, solidifying its elevation to a higher status. Simultaneously, during the opening of the 14 new markets for Fa Jiangcheng Company, the 2 companies managed by his uncle and Ji Chiyu also launched operations in 3 new cities, with Ji Chiyu, bolstered by Lin Shuwen's strong support, successfully entering Foxconn in Jiangcheng. Lin Shuwen's 2 companies each secured 4 Foxconn contracts, making it feasible to meet the goal of over 10,000 employees next year. With a workforce of 20,000, the monthly revenue would approximate 17 million, yielding a net profit of around 5 million, translating to an annual profit of 60 million. Although Lin Shuwen had invested 7 million in deposits, he bore no grievance regarding this expense. The 7 million deposit was merely the pure profit he had accumulated each month since August, amounting to 13 million by the end of December. After allocating 3 million each to his uncle's and Ji Chiyu's companies, Lin Shuwen's remaining funds were dwindling. His previously remaining capital of 170 million was also steadily diminishing. But that was a story for another time. For now, he reveled in the prospect of earning 5 million monthly and establishing a formidable company within just 3 years. Thus, when Lin Shuwen arrived in Modu on the evening of January 15th, a Sunday, to prepare for his year-end report the following day, he naturally did not overlook Hong Chengzi, who accompanied him. Since Double 11, Lin Shuwen had not endured the life of an ascetic. He spent at least 2 to 3 nights a week with Ji Qiu, especially during December's business trips. Had it not been for his uncle's company, Lin Shuwen would likely have stayed with Ji Qiu. That evening, although Lin Shuwen was still vigorous and strong, he was less wild than during their previous encounters, allowing Hong Chengzi some respite. Moreover, Lin Shuwen was further delighted to learn that Hong Chengzi had become engaged to her teacher boyfriend on January 1st, having registered their marriage. Yet she did not bid farewell like Su Pei did. Lin Shuwen's relationship with Su Pei began out of mutual benefit and ended due to family circumstances. However, with Hong Chengzi, Lin Shuwen felt their bond stemmed purely from their individual needs. During a past confrontation, Hong Chengzi mentioned never having experienced the pinnacle of pleasure, leading Lin Shuwen to realize that her former boyfriend, the one she married, fell short in certain areas where he excelled. Lin Shuwen regarded this as a contribution to their families, for prolonged deprivation inevitably leads to severe consequences. Encountering Lin Shuwen, a person devoid of any detrimental habits or demands, is indeed a stroke of fortune for Hong Chengzi. This embodies the peculiar logic of that rascal Lin Shuwen, who, in his reflections, finds himself moved by his own thoughts. Consequently, he is invigorated and ready to engage once more. No one would have anticipated that the usually composed and gentle Hong Chengzi would, since Lin Shuwen's influence, transform into a figure of boldness, cooperation, and exuberance. Furthermore, the presentation of duties proceeded smoothly. This time, they secured a significant order from Foxconn without relying on headquarters. For Chairman Wen and President Ni, Lin Shuwen has indeed opened their eyes to new possibilities. Now, they eagerly await the deliveries at the beginning of next year. Chapter 96. Another year this year, Lin Shuwen intended to return home earlier, for he was scheduled to preside over significant matters in Jiangxing during the 4th and 5th days of the Lunar New Year. He could not afford any unforeseen circumstances regarding the crucial Foxconn project. On January 18th, the 21st day of the 12th lunar month, Lin Shuwen returned to Jiangxing, and his foremost task was to finalize his real estate investments once more. Prior to the purchasing restrictions imposed in December 2016, with the assistance of the real estate sector, Lin Shuwen successfully acquired 15 apartments in a development in Guangzhou. Although the average price of these properties reached 20,000 per unit, totaling an expenditure of 38 million, Lin Shuwen was confident that the 40 units he possessed, amounting to 5,000 square meters, would yield substantial returns upon demolition in 2018. Additionally, these 40 apartments could accommodate up to 120 individuals, sufficiently meeting the needs of the employees at FA Jiangxing and those under the leadership of his uncle, Ji Qiu, in Jiangxing, considering that not all employees required accommodation. This arrangement fostered a sense of belonging amongst the staff, reduced certain expenses, and, more importantly, enhanced cohesion, an investment that bore fruit. Influenced by this reasoning, Lin Shuwen also embarked on purchasing properties for employee dormitories at locations where his company operated, awaiting their appreciation. Presently, he had acquired 150 apartments spanning 18,000 square meters across 15 provincial capitals, despite the elevated prices in cities like Shenzhen and Shanghai, culminating in a total expenditure of 380 million. Given that the 400 million in funds at Lin Shuwen's disposal was insufficient, he opted for loans. With 30 subsidiary companies spread across 15 cities and a track record of 2.5 years of revenue, especially with regard to fixed assets, obtaining loans proved seamless, allowing him to secure a total of 300 million. Coupled with his own 130 million, after completing all transactions, Lin Shuwen was left with 52 million. Including the 3 million in net profit from January and his salary over the past year, he found himself with over 56 million. With this surplus of over 30 million, Lin Shuwen had other plans, namely, to purchase a vehicle. Like many men, he had a fondness for cars. And having previously owned Audis and Benzes, he now set his sights on acquiring a Rolls-Royce Wraith hardtop coupe. He favored the hardtop over the convertible, and the black badge in its striking black hue appealed to him even more. With a base price of nearly 5 million, the final cost reached 6 million after factoring in additional expenses. However, the thrill of its acceleration and the attention it garnered surpassed even that of other luxury vehicles. Rewarding himself with a car each year, he felt it was time to acquire a new residence as well. Whether it was at Chunshui or Tiandi Yunting, Lin Shuwen had always chosen high-rise apartments with scenic views, but this time, he opted for a villa. His first choice was a villa near Tangshuan Lake in Jiangxing. Despite any negative perceptions surrounding the high-end lakeside villas, Lin Shuwen was enamored with the location and the layout of the detached homes, valuing their privacy. The 615 square meter standalone villa, even with renovation expenses exceeding $3 million, ultimately cost him around $30 million. After rewarding himself with the car and the house, Lin Shuwen still had about $20 million remaining, which he decided to allocate to his uncle and Ji Qiyu. Qiyu, uncle, from next year onwards, you both will need to work even harder. The success of the two companies will rely heavily on you. I will undoubtedly devote more energy to elevating FA Jiangcheng. So to motivate you, the company will provide vehicles worth approximately $800,000. His uncle ultimately chose a Toyota Land Cruiser GXR, costing $900,000, while Ji Qiyu opted for the coveted BMW X6, which totaled $950,000 after expenses. Lin Shuwen covered the extra costs for both vehicles. In a swift expenditure of nearly $2 million, Lin Shuwen felt it was a worthy investment, particularly as both his uncle and Ji Qiyu met his expectations, especially Ji Qiyu, who was resolute in grasping every opportunity within her reach. Meanwhile, Lin Shuwen's elder sister was expecting, prompting him to spend nearly $1.8 million on two top-tier Alphard MPVs, one for business outings and the other as a gift for his sister. Lin Shuwen remained preoccupied with these matters until the 25th day of the 12th lunar month. Although the New Year's Eve was approaching, with only 5 days remaining until the festivities, he was accompanied by both uncles and their families on his return home. Lin Shuwen held deep respect for his uncles. The elder uncle currently served as the deputy manager of M2 and had earned approximately $350,000 this year, excluding social insurance and other deductions. On the side of my little uncle's family, there was a slight shortfall, as he only became a supervisor at the end of the year, previously holding a position in the P series, which earned him a salary of $200,000. In contrast, my little uncle, Lin Shuwen, was directly compensated with a salary of $400,000 according to the managerial level, and by the end of the year, he was promoted to the position of associate director with a guaranteed minimum of around $500,000 for the following year. Furthermore, my little uncle's family possesses vehicles valued at around $800,000 to $900,000, while my big uncle's family also has cars worth approximately $400,000. Additionally, my little uncle's younger cousin was transferred by Lin Shuwen to Jiangcheng to continue his studies this coming autumn, utilizing the educational quota from the property at Chunchuan. Moreover, Lin Shuwen intends to assist several aunts with the remaining $4 million he has, as he plans to repay the kindness he received in both this life and the previous one. A small favor must be repaid. Chapter 97. The return. On the morning of the 26th day of the 12th lunar month, at 5 o'clock, Lin Shuwen was driving his Black Warrior, while his younger uncle operated his own Coolray, and his elder uncle was behind the wheel of the Alphard that Lin Shuwen had purchased for his elder sister. Jiang Min, Lin Shuwen's college buddy and fellow townsman, was driving Lin Shuwen's G-Class. The convoy of 4 luxury vehicles, collectively worth millions, attracted significant attention along the way. Throughout the journey, aside from the younger uncle, who was enamored with his Coolray and refused to switch vehicles, the others, particularly Jiang Min and the elder uncle, took turns driving the other 3 cars. Due to safety considerations, they drove at a leisurely pace, finally arriving at the provincial capital, Lancheng, at 10 o'clock that night. Lin Shuwen's elder sister, 3 months pregnant, concealed her condition beneath her down jacket, but her husband's cautious demeanor revealed her elevated status. Upon reaching her residential community, Lin Shuwen felt a sense of warmth as his elder sister and her husband were already waiting downstairs late at night. Once inside his elder sister's home, Jiang Min promptly took his girlfriend to a hotel, leaving only family to converse. After hearing the experiences of the younger and elder uncles, Lin Shuwen's sister, while pleased, broached a somewhat awkward topic. Elder uncle. Younger uncle, this year there is a new rural relocation initiative in the town. You both acquired land there, and later, my father helped you build houses. My grandparents now reside with the younger uncle and occasionally visit us, which is quite good. Otherwise, you could all work diligently in Jiangxing, while my parents and I take care of things here. In truth, Lin shrugs, you genuinely wished well for her 2 uncles and younger brother, feeling joy in their success. However, her remarks were evidently ill-timed. In the remote Northwest, certain deeply ingrained beliefs cannot be altered overnight, such as the notion that a married daughter should not meddle in her family's affairs. Nevertheless, Lin Shuwen remained unfazed and addressed both uncles directly. Elder uncle, younger uncle, our family is different from others. What my sister stated reflects my sentiments as well. Especially, younger uncle. Your insights into the educational resources in Jiangxing over the past 6 months have surely been profound. It is imperative that you consider settling there for the sake of the new generation. The housing prices in Jiangxing are climbing daily. When the news of purchase restrictions surfaced at the year's end, your wife urged you to buy a house, and I too suggested it, but you declined, citing concerns for our grandparents' care. As for you, elder uncle, you've been frugal in Jiangxing, saving around 400,000 this year for Xinu and Xinxing, but you have yet to reach out to them. Rather than dwell on these matters, it would be better to have a candid conversation. If they wish to move to Jiangxing, you should consider purchasing a home and settling there. As for our grandparents, we can discuss it during the new year. The crucial question is how you both feel about it. It has been a year since you moved to Jiangxing. It is time to establish your future plans. At this moment, Lin Shuwen's words carried considerable weight with his two uncles, who retreated to another room to contemplate their thoughts, leaving Lin Shuwen and his sister, along with a brother-in-law, to engage in casual conversation. During this time, his elder sister shared her own experiences, particularly regarding matters involving their uncles and her preparations to assist several aunts who had recently arrived. You have not disappointed your sister, she expressed. After returning from Jiangxing this past May Day, both auntie and second aunt inquired about certain matters. You know, both of my cousins are around the same age as me and are preparing for marriage. Initially, we considered gathering enough for a down payment, but now that you have funds, everyone wishes to pay in full, as the interest over 20 to 30 years nearly equals the principal, which is quite significant. Additionally, considering the bride price, our aunts come from ordinary families and cannot afford such sums. However, recognizing the contributions you have made alongside your uncles, they hesitated to voice their needs. Now that you have taken the initiative, I believe the aunts will be overjoyed. However, Wenzi, I must share some unfortunate news. In the middle of the year, East Z from the Daba family was cornered over debts, and the family only then discovered he hadn't been to work for over 6 months and had resorted to gambling. Ultimately, Daba had to sell their house to settle the gambling debts, but this incident prompted the family to return home, except for Fang Zi, who was preparing for marriage as a teacher in Zhechuan. Upon their return, they clashed with Sanba's family. Lin Shuwen was genuinely unaware of this situation. In his previous life's memories, he recalled the Daba family borrowing money, but their return was unexpected, and he found it curious how the eldest and third siblings, who had always been close, had begun to quarrel. His sister animatedly explained, the government has implemented favorable policies, allowing those from deep mountains and forests to relocate to towns. That is how our two uncles obtained their land. However, land allocation is based on household registration, with each household entitled to only one plot. When the old man and Sanba sought to live together, the household registration at the time reflected Daba's departure, and our father and Sanba had separated, leaving Daba under the old man's registration. Thus, when Sanba's family intended to sell the old man's land for a few thousand yuan, Daba returned, claiming he intended to move with the old man and utilize the land. Finally, Lin Shuwen understood. Such muddled accounts are difficult to clarify. Ultimately, the government only recognizes the household registration, so Sanba's family could only watch as Daba's family took the land and constructed a house. Now, both families avoid each other, and when they meet, Daba and Sanba merely exchange curt glances, but the tension between their wives, especially with Sanba's wife, Xia Zi, is palpable. She often erupts into harsh words when they cross paths. This situation has led to a complete fallout between the old man and Sanba's family. I share this with you because Dongzi has been preoccupied with the construction of our home since he returned here around August or September, and he even considered accompanying you to Jiangxing during the National Day holiday. Ultimately, it was only after I raised my voice that he relented. Upon your return, I am certain that Daba and the others will seek you out. While they may be manageable, I anticipate that our father will present you with considerable challenges. Currently, he has tasked Dongzi with managing the inventory for our family supermarket, all while justifying it as a matter of his insufficient driving skills. Indeed, it has become quite a troublesome affair. Chapter 98. A heap of troubles. The two siblings, Lin Shuwen and his elder sister, engaged in extensive conversation, as did Lin Shuwen with his brother-in-law, who was scholarly and amiable. They continued their discussions until nearly midnight before parting ways. The next day, Lin Shuwen's elder sister did not go to work, having swapped shifts with a colleague. She was well liked at her workplace, particularly when she brought along the precious supplements that Lin Shuwen had sent her. Visiting her in-laws was a trivial matter. Her husband, being a teacher, enjoyed a relaxed schedule during the summer and winter breaks. Consequently, Lin Shuwen slept until 10 o'clock the following morning. The bustling family prepared for lunch, and thereafter, they headed to the home of his sister's mother-in-law, a plan that had been discussed the previous evening. Lin Shuwen expressed his intention to visit relatives earlier than usual this year, due to family matters that required attention. In the familial hierarchy, a womaness standing at her husband's home is paramount. Lin Shuwen, now married, held a solid position within her new family. The previous night, Lin Shuwen had gifted her his car. Had it not been for the late hour, she would have certainly inspected the vehicle. According to her husband, she awoke early to check on it. And indeed, today, their trip to her in-laws was made in Lin Shuwen's car. With Lin Shuwen's 3 properties prior to his sister's marriage, the grand wedding celebrations, and the continued sending of valuable gifts, and a nearly $1 million vehicle to his sister-in-law, it was clear that Lin Shuwen's in-laws were quite considerate. Thus, the hospitality extended today was exemplary, albeit the family abstained from alcohol due to the need to drive. Nevertheless, seeing his sister's joy brought Lin Shuwen great satisfaction. In the afternoon, around 3 o'clock, a convoy of 4 vehicles made its way to Lin Shuwen's hometown. His brother-in-law drove the luxurious vehicle, while his sister, after indulging in a moment of driving pleasure, insisted Lin Shuwen take the passenger seat in his sleek black car. Although the townsfolk might not grasp the significance of this vehicle, they were well aware of the substantial price of the Mercedes-Benz G-Class Lin Shuwen had driven last year, thus recognizing the arrival of the Lin family. The local market operated on specific days, particularly on the 14th, 17th, and 27th, when crowds flocked to shop, especially during the lunar month leading up to the new year. This day, being the 27th, was bustling. Consequently, the vehicles moved slowly, creating a spectacle. Lin Shuwen was surprised to witness his sister's enthusiastic greetings through the open window. He had not anticipated this side of her personality. Upon arriving at their 2-story house, they parked but, having not informed their parents of their visit, Lin Shuwen and his party entered the supermarket without encountering them. This absence raised Lin Shuwen's suspicions. Was business genuinely thriving? However, upon glancing around the store and spotting his father and mother, along with Lin Shudong munching on seeds, he began to comprehend the situation. After exchanging pleasantries with his father and relatives, Lin Shuwen seized the opportunity to place his belongings inside and called his mother, who took a while to answer, revealing she was at his grandmother's house. Given the busyness, Lin Shuwen surmised that something was amiss. They then proceeded to visit their grandmother, located conveniently nearby. Upon arrival, Lin Shuwen noticed his mother's slightly reddened eyes and, after hearing the explanations from his grandparents, understood the unfolding drama. His father had ultimately decided to assist his eldest brother's family with the supermarket, intending to hand it over before Lin Shuwen's arrival. Initially, Lin Shuwen's mother resisted, but after a confrontation this morning, the situation escalated. In rural areas, disputes among family members are not uncommon, yet Lin Shuwen, having been reborn, would not tolerate his mother's silent tears in her family home. At this moment, 2 uncles expressed their indignation, and the son-in-law shared their sentiments. Consequently, Lin Shuwen hastily returned home and confronted the situation in the backyard, where he overturned the tea set before everyone. Hot tea and shattered glass scattered everywhere. However, witnessing the cold expressions on Lin Shuwen's face, the onlookers chose to remain silent, merely preparing to observe the unfolding drama. After the commotion in the backyard, Lin Shuwen disregarded his father's companions and directly approached the small convenience store, addressing Lin Shudong and his spouse rudely, asserting that the supermarket had been established for his mother, and even if it were destroyed, it was not their place to benefit from it. He ordered them to return to their own space, insisting they were no longer needed there. Before Lin Shudong could respond, he stood up, indignantly pointing a finger at Lin Shuwen, questioning his behavior and reminding him of the familial hierarchy. Lin Shuwen, unimpressed and infuriated, delivered a swift kick, his athletic physique and combat training rendering him more than capable of handling the situation, as he had become quite formidable. Thus, with a tremendous kick, Lin Shudong was sent flying a meter away, crashing into the shelves and toppling them over. At that moment, Lin Shuwen's mother, along with his father and the elderly patriarch in the backyard, rushed in and were utterly exhilarated by the scene before them. Meanwhile, the onlookers outside had activated their mode of spectatorship, witnessing a spectacle that they would likely never encounter again in their lifetimes.